They had like some time lapse of like the footage, and it like all started at the same time, like about 10 fires across Canada.
It was hot.
Time
Wow.
lapse footage or something. Yeah.
Wow. Right. So look what I just found. So I just had an idea. I don't know. Tell me what you guys think. Where? How do I copy these numbers? Where? Oh, there, copy. So I got this like random number generator, right? Look at this. So I've generated some numbers, and wait, shit, that might actually be way too many. Oh yeah, shit. Sorry, what the fuck am I doing? This is like 9,999 numbers. I can't paste that many, right? I'll just paste a few.
You you want to switch from 1 to 9,999?
Yeah. Wait. Yeah, so this is like what it looks like. I've just posted some numbers, right? Now I have an idea. So if we get like everyone to think of the number one, then surely there should be more ones showing up in these random number sequences. No, actually, shit. Sorry, no. That goes against what I said earlier. Mathematically, no, that wouldn't work. We just have to focus on two numbers. There's other numbers there that wouldn't work because mathematically, that what I said earlier wouldn't be accurate otherwise.
Well, thanks for the work.
No, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna obviously not now because it's past midnight over here, but tomorrow I'm gonna work on like a little website to promote this thing because I'm thinking we could actually do something with it, and like yeah, we'll just make a website and then send an email as well. Like you said, if anyone else wants to contribute, like let's get on and let's do it seriously, man. Life's too short, man. Let's do something fun. This will be fun. And yeah, and then a couple of days website. I might not have it ready tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow I should have some, a draft at least, and I can put it on like WordPress, and you can have a look at it, and if you like it, then we can just buy a domain, and it'll cost us a tenner for a year, and we can have like the campaign name like flat one or global one or whatever .com. That's it. That's like the address, and buy that for a year. Cost us a tenner, and I don't even mind putting the money up for that. Like it's a tenner, man. It's nothing. That's $15. I'll put that up. And I'll run one generator like number. In fact, I'm gonna find out, because what I could do is I have a computer that I could dedicate just to this. I could just have it running all year. I don't use it. I have another one. So that's like the hardware. It doesn't require that much money. That's one computer to generate data. If anyone else has hardware to contribute, please do. You only need to borrow for a year.
Poor computers. All year.
Well, to be honest, it's not gonna be running games and stuff. So it's not gonna be putting that much strain on the computer. Plus, it doesn't matter if it breaks. It breaks, man. I'm willing to break my computer. I have another one, but I'm willing to. If it breaks, it breaks. Fuck it, man. It's life. It'd be fun. Because my hypothesis is this is gonna have an effect. It will affect the thing. That's my hypothesis. I think Jeremy, you think the same, don't you? Kosher, I don't think. I think he probably thinks that it's not gonna have an effect on it.
Okay, but what's your null hypothesis?
It will have an effect. That my hypothesis is that there will be more ones turning up in the data, and I'd say if there's over, well, if there's over
What's your null?
75,
I know your hypothesis, but what's your null hypothesis?
pardon?
Your null hypothesis. What's that?
What do you mean?
You don't know what a null hypothesis is?
No, bro, I'm really
Oh yeah, you're a
stoned.
Glover. I forgot you're a Glover. It's okay. Your null hypothesis is the your null hypothesis is the antithesis of your hypothesis, so that you have it. You know the result for if it's you. That's why you prove something in science.
Right,
You're going to prove your hypothesis or your null hypothesis.
Well, I mean, fucking, you asking me that when I'm fucking stoned like this, man.
Did you guys hear my wife in the
I can
background?
follow one track of mine, bro, at the moment. Yeah, well, I don't know. What would you say, bro? No, seriously, man. Like everyone's laughing and joking, but man, we could actually do this. It'd be fun. And you said Elon Musk, bro. I actually think he will do it, bro. If we say to him, and we come a bit serious, like I said, with a website, we'll get a domain, we'll market it to him, like, oh, look what we have something like we want to measure. Would you like to participate in a scientific experiment? It would be very kind of you. I reckon he'd do it, and that's it, bro. That saves us, thousands in advertising costs. Because he'll, like I said, with one click, and that's 10 million people will probably see that. And imagine who they know. I'm gonna have a look into how to set up a number generator on your computer as well. Like I know they obviously can be done, but I don't have the software. But I'm gonna look up what software is good and like exactly how to run it. And you can do a test run, say for a week, just to see like if it works, if it actually is random. And after a week, if the number generator actually is random and everything works, then it's actually ready to go. It could literally be ready to go in 1 week. Probably 2, sorry, because there's work. Everyone has work, kids and everything, including me. So yeah, sorry, 2 weeks. I want to do it more than anything to prove once and for all, especially to like atheists and all these nihilists and these negative bastards, that look, man, there's more there's more to life, man. Like the earth is alive. There's more to life. There's a God. Like there's a purpose to all of this. Do you get me?
So you think
Like,
we're going to do science? We're going to do science, and then we're going to prove something.
well, isn't that going to prove that intention affects, like people's intention worldwide affects, like, you know?
I would agree
Like,
with you that it does prove something. I'm just saying that's kind of out of the box for your side. The way your side
Einstein.
tends to think. The Glovers,
Oh,
yeah, they
God.
say we can't
No.
prove things with science.
Oh no, fuck that, bro. I told all of you before. I'm not a glober. I'm not a flat earther either. I'm just me, man. So you know, it doesn't matter. I'm curious, man. I want to do this because I'm curious more than anything. Plus, it'd be fun, man.
Bi-curious?
No, that's you, bro. I'll do a girlfriend who used to be bi. I had a girlfriend who used to be bi, and she used to get a turn on from watching me pull other women, you know, chat other women up.
All
Yeah,
right,
man.
let's not go too in depth to that.
Oh shit, yeah, man. Yeah, but yeah.
I didn't know how in depth you were gonna go there.
Good days, good days. Yeah. Anyways, so what was I gonna say? Yeah. So and if are you actually are you gonna write him the email or shall I do it?
Bro,
You do it. You do it.
You think you're gonna write an email and Elon Musk is gonna read it? That's cute.
Twitter. Contact him on Twitter, of course, man. He's a cool guy, bro. Have you got Twitter?
I don't use Twitter. No.
Shit. Hasn't. I'm gonna.
I'd be hard
Twitter
pressed to believe that Elon Musk is gonna read anything I write, though.
He will. He will, bro.
Well, give it a shot. Send him an email. See if we can get this ball rolling here.
Exactly, bro.
Kosho, can we get your people on it, Kosho? Do we have the Glover support with this, or are you guys gonna try to fuck this up? And
Kosher's on. I think Kosher's on board at least. He's curious.
He's bi-curious. Remember, we were joking earlier.
Yeah, he's bi-curious as well, but he's a curious guy. But he is bi-curious too. Yeah, but no, but seriously, man, like you know this. Yeah, I think this would be really.
This is something all the Glovers should be with. I mean, realistically, this is what you'd wanted. This is what it's all about right here.
Yes.
Trying to find out stuff we didn't know before. Did we know before that? Go ahead.
No. Do you know what I think, Jeremy? I think if we get a website out and like the concept that we're gonna contact Elon Musk, I think a lot of people's curiosity are just gonna give in. They're gonna be on board, whatever they believe. Whether they believe the Earth is flat, concave, round, you know, spherical, cube, it doesn't matter. They'll like it because it's a fun idea. Do you get me? And I think a lot of people will be on board. Honestly.
I mean, this is more than fun. This is knowledge right here. If you do this. Yeah, if you do this, this is some crazy shit. You're opening the door to a whole new world.
Yes, exactly. This paradigm here, because you will show that there's actually is like more. Do you get me? The Earth. Do you understand what I mean? Like there's.
I understand that. That's why these people blackball and mock and do goofy shit. They got Nobel laureates prize disease when you start thinking about shit like this because it's huge.
No, I think you got something here. It's definitely a dazzling place. Right? A dazzling place I never knew.
I knew Kosher would be on board. I knew it. See, I told you, man. I knew it.
Ever since Jeremy started singing the Latin songs.
Yo, Kosher, would you be able to get hold of any hardware, computer?
Bro, you don't need to run the random number generator, bro. It's already going. Stop with that.
No.
By the way, I remember what it was called. It's called Benford's Law. Benford's Law, and it gives you the statistical probability of the last digit of a number. So you can use that, and that gives you a consistent distribution. Yeah.
Well, say that again. So how does that work then? How would that work in like if you apply it?
I'll say it like this. So the IRS uses this. When they look at somebody's numbers, for instance, they'll take the last digit. They'll just look at the data, and they'll just look at the last digits of the data and the frequency of.
What do you listen to, a lot of Radio Lab or something?
No, this probably was on Radiolab, but I've seen it several places. There's a show on Netflix that talked about it, but what's that guy, Matt Stone, or was it Matt Parker? Anyways, he did a thing about the election based on this, because there's people that thought that the election was a fraud because of this analysis, and it turns out you can't use it for everything.
Oh, of course not. Yeah, not when it comes to
no. You can't use it in places where there would be some other reason for there to be a, something different than random distribution. So if you're picking random numbers out of a hat, the last digit should follow this law. But if you're picking like populations in small cities or something, and they have around the same amount of numbers, you can't use it. And actually, it's not the last digit; it's the first digit. Pretty sure.
Why wouldn't you use the last digit?
Because I think that's more random.
The last digit would work with small towns. There's no reason
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly.
There's no reason why the last digit of small towns would follow some kind of pattern or anything. It should just be totally random.
Yeah, I know. That's the point. If you use the last digit, you're just going to have a random 1 through 10 distribution. It doesn't follow this pattern. It's just a 1 through 10 frequency. But the Benford's law follows it's a different distribution. It's like for the number 1 to start, it's like 90% or something like that. I'll show you. Hold on. But yeah, they use this to determine if things were really randomly done, or if there was some sort of fixing involved.
Yo, man, because we'd need this to like check our data. And by the way, Jeremy, you're saying other number generators are running. Yeah, but I want to do my own because I want to prove it to myself. So I'm literally going to dedicate a computer to this. I'll even buy the domain. I'll pay, a tenner, like I said, it's $15 or whatever for a year. I don't mind. You get me? I'm curious. I actually want to find out. I know that it's going to show that there is a difference. I'm 100% sure. Myself, at least. I don't know.
Would you be down to promote this with us if we went through and wanted to do this? Could you get all the Globers on your side of this, doing this? Yeah.
Yeah, if we did with Benford's law and not with zeros and ones, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Why?
Zeros and ones.
No, not exactly. You gotta need to stop, bro.
No, listen,
what do you
Jeremy.
mean?
Mathematically, if you do any other combination, then it's not going to come out random eventually. It fucks up eventually. With zeros and ones, it always evens out. Like I said, you will always even out. So if it's an anomaly where you get 80% ones, then we know for a fact that we're right. It can't be any
but why the fuck? Okay, bro, but why the fuck is Kosho talking about this Bedford's Law thing?
Because that's how you fact check our data. That's how you check that our data is actually random by applying the principle law to the data. And what that then does is it allows us to determine, is this actually random or is this like
okay. Take a breath, bro. How is this different from using Bedford's Law than opposed to the way we want to do it with ones and zeros?
Nothing.
Zeros and ones doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like there's enough variance and choice. Like you're just picking 0 or 1 and you're expecting it to be 50-50. It's not going to be 50-50, obviously.
The random number generator picks a 1 or a 0 at random. Chances are it's going to be 50-50, right?
Yeah, but it's not going to be 50-50. It'll be 50-50.
It's going to be close, though, right? It's going to be close. It's going to be 49-51, 50-25, 49. Asthma bar, relax for 5 seconds, bro. Sorry. I know you're excited. I'm excited about this too, but I just want to figure out why Kosho is trying to already throw a monkey wrench into our plan here.
He's wrong. That's why I'm getting angry, bro, because he's wrong, bro. He's not right, man. He doesn't understand mathematics, and if he's saying that, he doesn't understand it. Bro, it's not going to be 50-50 straight away, but in the end, it will even itself out. So if there's an anomaly, look, bro, if you don't understand, no, seriously, bro.
Will it?
Yeah.
Will it even itself out? For real? I'm just saying it because as far as I know, that doesn't ever happen. Overall, it should look like that. Sure. Overall, you'd be like, oh, well, yeah, 50% of this, a million numbers. It's close
and what
enough.
do you think we're going to
But
do?
it's not going to be 500,000, 500,000. It's just going to be variance.
Well, and we're not going to be able to run 1 million numbers over 1 year. Are you smoking crack,
sure.
bro?
No,
dude, they
I'm
run
saying
a million numbers every second. There's a million ones and zeros happening in every second or something, nanoseconds.
I heard probability.
It's really not
Here's what we're
complicated.
doing.
It's bro. You know what I said earlier? It's literally it's as simple as that. I'm gonna like I said, I'm gonna get on it tomorrow, set it up, and just You can't
Here's what we're gonna do, crypto.
You know why we don't want to do with other numbers, kosher? There's one reason. It's not because it's because there's too much data. There's not enough of us. How are we going to process that much data?
Did you just call him kosher?
Crypto.
I don't know what it's called. No, not you. Not crypto.
Where that doesn't know math, kosher.
Yeah.
Call him kosher.
Here's what we're gonna do, crypto. Here's what we're gonna do. There's things, random number generators, a generator 1 or a 0, right? If we're gonna try to have everyone focus, everyone on Earth, right? We're gonna reach out to Elon Musk, a whole bunch of big people. We're gonna try to have everyone focused on the number 1 for a year. We're gonna have a huge campaign so that by the end of the year, January 1st, everyone knows to focus on the number 1. And we're going to see what happens with a random number generator, over the course of time when you start, just from when you start the campaign, then especially on the day where you have everyone think about the number 1 and see if it generates more ones than zeros. Is that neat or what?
I mean, I don't think it will, but it's worth a try.
You don't think it will?
No, I don't think it'll make a difference.
There's been anomalies in the random number generators in the past. 9/11 was one of them, right, Kosho? These Princeton people?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you've always got to account for variance, even in large data sets. And, obviously over time, it'll even out to be 50-50 or whatever. You might...
Thank you, Crypto. Thank you. Thank you. No, you just said exactly what I've been trying to say and why I was getting so frustrated, because it like evens out. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I mean, but it's never going to be, well, I mean, I say it's never going to, it's unlikely to be exactly 50-50 though. So it might be like, say, you've got like 6 million numbers, you might have 3,052 ones. And,
no, we know that.
It'll be 49. It'll be 4951 or something. But if we all focus on the number 1 and we get it up to 75, 80% ones.
75, then it's no doubt.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So, well, then you'd need to have a margin of error or margin of variance, I guess. And then if it's outside the margin of variance at that point, you can maybe...
That's what I'm talking. That's what we're talking about. Yeah.
Well, what do you think the margin of variance would be?
That is the margin of error. 75.
Hold on, Elaznavar.
Not error.
Hold on, bro. What'd you say, crypto?
Well, you have to come up with a reasonable margin of variance, and then if it's outside that, but then you have to understand that you're arbitrarily deciding that, right? So that's not going to be definitive for some people.
You don't think that would be definitive if on January 1st, 2024, we have everyone think of the number 1, and then all of a sudden we get 75, 85% ones and 15, 10, 15% zeros? That wouldn't be like significant, or?
What I'm saying is whatever boundary you set between, say, like variance and no doubt this has had an effect will be arbitrary based on the person making that decision. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but do you think if we got, say we run this random number generator and never varies off of 5248 and never goes past that, right? 52% one way, 48% the other way, never goes past that. Then on the day we decide to get everyone to think of the number 1, it shoots up to 75-25 or 85-15 or something. That's pretty significant. I mean,
yeah, but you're not really
right?
Okay. So where's the boundary between variance and not variance?
Well, if it never varies over 5248, and then we get a variance that's way past that, I mean, what?
Yeah, but that's what
That's my point.
Is it 45? Is it 60-40? Is it 65? Where is your like a boundary of no doubt, let's call it?
That's a good question.
Because
Yeah,
that's
like, I mean,
diggity, no doubt.
You would need to know that, but the problem is that that's arbitrary. Like your
All right, well, Kosho's got some gay thing that's not arbitrary. Apparently, Kosho, is your gay thing arbitrary or not?
No.
Bernoulli's principle. Your thing's definitive. Okay, let's hear it.
Benford's law, but hold on.
Bedford's law. We're going to use for this. All right.
Whose law? Sorry.
I don't know. Kosho's going to run us through it in a second. Here, he's got
Benford's law. Benford's law. Hold on.
Bedford's law. Go ahead.
Is that what it's called? It's called Benford's law.
Bedford's law. Got it. Go.
I have to go. I have to look for something, so I'll be back.
Okay.
I'll post it in the chat, though.
Well, no. How do we implement it into this?
Milford Bernoulli's law.
Bernoulli's law. How do we implement it into this?
Yeah, well, Benford's law is just an observation that when people collect large data sets, the smaller numbers tend to be represented more commonly than the large numbers. I don't know how this applies to what we're doing here.
That's what I mean. I don't know how he's implementing it into this thing. It's probably some globe trickery. It's probably a trap. Because the mainstream is kind of against this. Like Nobel laureates, Nobel Prize winners have come out and said that, you know, this is the case. There's mind over matter. Our thoughts are influencing the material world, and they get mocked. They say they have Nobel laureates disease, shit like that. So the mainstream's not really like for even investigating this whole thing.
Oh yeah, but the mainstream's wrong about everything, so that doesn't really matter. All right, let's have a look at this. Leading digits. Yeah, the scale, therefore, is the distribution and randomly distributed. But I don't understand. We're just talking about zeros and ones. This is applied to large data sets of random numbers, right?
I know. He's got to come back and explain to us how we use this Bernoulli's law and
Benford's law.
I know. I just keep saying it wrong because it's pissing Kosho off. But
fair enough.
But we need to see how do you implement it into this so that it makes sense, because we're trying to see if our thoughts have an impact over the outcome of the numbers, right? That's like the goal.
Yeah, this the whole point is that instead of using the zeros and ones, right, and looking for, you know, whatever deviation that you're expecting, which has to be different than other days. I'll explain it in a minute. Hold on.
Yeah, so I mean, all Benford's law is stating is that, say you have, I don't know, for instance, let's just say that you have 20 houses. Well, 11 of those numbers start with a 1, or maybe 10 of them do. And so that's kind of like half of the numbers start with a 1, obviously, because you've got 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, etc. Right? But then obviously as you go up in data sets, you get to 100, and now you've got 99 numbers that start with a 1, and then unless you complete that entire, let's just say, digit set, that's not going to even out, which is why it tends to stack towards the lower numbers. That's all that's saying.
Yeah, so I don't know how this is going to be implemented in the thing we're talking about, but Kosho may have some ways, so we'll just have to wait it out.
I don't think this is applied to probability, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
All right, Asma Bar. Alasma, what do you got now? You're all excited.
Why do you put bar on the end of everyone's name, dude?
I don't know.
Finding a true random number generator for the computer, the software to run on the hardware to actually generate these binary numbers, because I want to do one myself to make sure that it's like I want to validate it for myself, and I'll also share obviously my data. But
that's cool. That's definitely cool that you want to validate it for yourself. Yeah, but
I'm right, man. Fucking hell, man. I'm gonna set up a computer with software on and have it running for 1 year, or have it running like an interval. So it'll say to people, right, so every Friday of the month or some, like every Friday for a whole year, so that'll be like 52 Fridays, you focus on the number 1, and then for that day or whatever, we just run it for the whole day. In fact, yeah, for that's what we'll do, because otherwise it wouldn't work. We'll have too much data. If we do it this way, then we can easily do a test run to actually fact check it. So I could set up this software on the computer, and we can run it for 24 hours and run it again for 24 hours and then compare it and see if it's actually random. And then on the days that we say to do this, then we obviously run it, and then we'll see if it comes out, like I said, more ones. And if it's 75%, I think I don't think, how can you even doubt it? Because it's not going to be 75%. The anomaly, like that you guys were talking about earlier, it will never be 50-50, yes. And the most it will go up to, it's nothing says that it can't go up to 99-1, but it's not gonna. What's gonna happen is it's gonna be 57, 43, maybe 49-51, it'll be like that. But eventually, over the long run, over a million numbers, it evens itself out, and that's why you use binary. And
what's the highest amount of ones they've ever had within a 1 minute period? Has it been ever? Have they ever even hit 70? Because they're doing millions of ones and zeros like a second or some shit. So
that's I have no idea.
Just say if we get something that's outside the norm, then it probably had an effect, especially if it's crazy. I mean, I don't know if it's correlation or what, but I feel like it's causation. Personally,
well, that's what we're gonna determine. So we're gonna run it for a few test sessions and see how the numbers come out. And then on the days that we so in fact, what we'll do then is we'll do a control session on the day before we tell people to do it. So we'll say every Friday do it, and on the Thursday we run a control session, and then we compare the two. And if the one on the Friday, for example, has many more ones in it than the one on Thursday, then we're right.
But how do you verify that everyone thought of 1?
Because we're going to run the experiments ourselves. I'm going to run myself, for example. So I'm going to see in the data myself. I'll publish the data as well. And I'm not going to falsify it. I'm not going to, I'm a person with integrity. My integrity matters a lot to me. So I will post all the data for everyone to see, and you can make your own judgment. How about that?
Can I suggest something to you guys?
Of course. No. Is it USC? Then no. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
I can't believe you guys are making me come into this conversation of this idea of yours, but here goes. Why don't you use existing stuff? Like, for example, for sure on the 1st of every month, everybody's going to think of the number 1. When they turn on their computer at work, when they do their mail, the 1 is going to be in their head. So there you go. You have
so the whole
world on that day is going to be thinking of the number 1. How about using that?
So we'll do on the 1st of every month, and we'll run it for 24 hours. And we'll compare it to, and then we'll run it on other days, and we'll compare it. That's actually a very good idea, and that way we can easily compare it.
Look at the data.
Pardon?
There's already data out there for the first. There's already data out there for the first. It's already out there.
Is there? All right. Well, we'll do it every week. And like I said, we'll do it every week. Then we'll say every Friday, and we'll do a sequence. We'll run it and we'll compare it.
Well, all we need to do is go back and look at the data. All we need to do is go back and look at the data. It's already there.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. On the 1st, you're guaranteed everyone's going to think of the 1st, right? That's a guarantee. Everybody in banking, business, computers, everybody. What's the date today? The 1st. So you're sure on that day, everyone's going to think of that the 1st, number 1. Yeah.
Especially January.
Just an idea. When you're done with this, I have a question for you guys.
By the way, this is why they do gematria. This is why they do gematria. This is why they do their.
We've been on this for a long.
This is why they do their like fake, their like black magic version of numerology.
That's how they do it. Yeah.
That's why they do it. To gain further control. It like insets deceptions and these different psyops that they run. You know, the way they put these numbers. You know, 33. These different numbers that they use. I'm saying it's why they do it, to get people thinking of those numbers to then deepen the deception that's connected to the number. So they're already doing it on that scale. Now, how effective it is, that's a whole other question, obviously, but that's why they do it. It's also why they plan events linked with the astrological alignment, because those energies are in the air. They're going to be expressed in one way or another, and they want them to be expressed the way they want them to be expressed.
Yeah, I heard big executives and people that are high up many times say that they'll launch a certain company, for example, on a certain date. And what you said, using the number thing now, something to do with the moon or the dates or something like that. Yeah, so apparently the very rich have this superstition, and they'll only open a business on a certain day. I've heard that before.
Yeah, and they want everybody else convinced it's pseudoscience so that we don't use it, and they have, they're using it and we're not. So they want us to think it's all pseudoscience. And I mean, they use astrology absolutely to plan events. I mean, when I've looked at the alignments that were occurring during, 9/11 and these different events and times, in my mind, there's absolutely no question that they're planning these events in sync with these alignments. But they want to, convince everyone else that it's all pseudoscience and we should just laugh at it. And the horoscope in the newspaper, everyone's supposed to think it's a joke, a pseudoscience, while they're actually using it.
Yeah, I don't know the validity or how. Yeah, but definitely they do. Yeah, you hear stuff like that.
Well, the words horoscope are interesting, isn't it? Because if you think about it in English, it's like horror is obviously bad, and scope is like focusing on that. That's like horror focus.
Oh, it comes from the word hour. Horos.
No, I know. But as English speakers, that's what you hear, right? So even though that's not the etymology, you're still using the word horror, right?
Horo? You're linking horo with horror, you're saying?
Well, yeah. It's spelled HORROR. Horoscope.
No, it's one R.
Not in England, it's not.
HOROSCOPE.
What did the English know about the English language?
I've never heard of horoscope having two R's. You're saying you've seen it that way somewhere?
I've only ever seen it typed that way. Yeah, horoscope.
That's how you guys say it. But, yeah.
I've only ever seen it spelled that way. I've never seen it spelled any other
I just tried Googling it with two R's. I'm finding absolutely nothing. It's not the word. So I'm trying to figure out. Could you show me any link that uses two R's?
If I wasn't driving, sure.
I mean, I just typed in horoscope with two R's, and it's because it redirected it to it like auto corrected.
So you're saying HORO?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm saying HORROR.
Horoscope?
Yes.
I don't think that's even a word. Okay, it was a movie in 2023, Horoscope. The only thing I'm coming up with is a movie that came out in 2023 with that name.
So is it aluminium or aluminum? I think crypto would like that one.
It's definitely tomato. I don't know about. Yeah. How do you guys say?
Because horoscope comes from like the word hora, HORA, which means time, and then scopos means observer. So it's like observation of time.
Mm-hmm. To be honest, it's not something I've paid that much attention to. Maybe I was just reading something that wasn't there, but that's really unlikely. I'll pick up a magazine tomorrow and I'll see what it says. Anyway, whatever.
So, if we're done with this, I'd like to ask you guys a question.
Yeah, we're done. Go on.
Okay, if I was to say dead straight, what would you think?
I would think geodesic.
I would think you're curving around a sphere. Obviously.
Okay, just test
it. Did we pass the first grade physics?
You passed the first test.
I'm thinking of someone who died, who just died, that was also straight.
Died standing up.
Their sexual orientation was straight, and they just died dead straight.
A heterosexual dead person.
Yeah.
Well, we'll just move 69 degrees, and I had to change my orientation.
Straight or super straight?
Okay, how about dead level?
Actually, I agree with Crypto and Jeremy with what they said.
Of course you do. The difference is, we weren't being serious though.
Love it up. I'm always skeptical when Coach agrees with me.
So dead straight equals a circle? Kosho? No, but seriously.
Yeah, in certain contexts.
Is that Coach? That's not
Okay, we're off to I think that is Kosho with a bad mic, unless I'm not good. Is that you, Kosho?
I mean, that's me. And sometimes that's true. A dead straight could mean a great circle in some cases. Depends on the context. And it turns out, and the context that we're talking about is one of those situations.
If you were trying to superimpose a circle on a piece of paper over another circle, and you had them lined up, you could say they were lined up dead straight.
Coach, if I go into Gamma Panda's server and say that I think dead straight is a geodesic, will they accept me?
Say Gamma Panda.
Possibly.
Yeah, to be honest, it's a name Witzer came up with years ago, and it's just kind of stuck. Everyone in 24/7 calls him Gamma Panda now.
Oh, I thought you said Gym Panda. Okay. Oh yeah, Gym Pandas, yeah, for sure. Yeah, but they're pretty nice people. So,
I don't know.
I'm sure if you...
Curved isn't very nice.
Curved is very nice. I was actually just thinking about him today.
Oh really?
I miss Curved. Yes.
He's such a sweet old man.
Yeah, he is. He's a very nice guy. Regardless,
I thought he was the Democ of Globo.
No, far from it. Pretty smart guy. But you've been there when we've done trivia. When we play trivia, Curved is by far the leader. Of all the score, we've been keeping score. He's ahead of everybody else by far. He wins every game by a long shot.
I'm pretty sure last time I went into Gem Pandas, he just screamed at me for about 10 minutes and then I left. But maybe I was just imagining things.
Nah, sounds about right. Yeah.
Curved Water is one of my favorite people in the world, and also one of my favorite demonstrations of Don Pettit also. But he makes the curved water. But both of those things aside, yes, a great circle is often the outcome of a going dead straight if you're traveling on Earth.
Okay, how about that? How about dead level? Kosho?
I don't know. Sounds like something from a video game, maybe. I don't know.
Well, I mean, the
Video
globe
game, huh?
The globe is from a video game, to be fair. Oh. Well, it might as well be.
Dead level. I mean, I don't know.
The level is in the details.
That was good.
Because I want us to come to terms with what these meanings are, because I might just have found something of interest.
Cool. That's what's up.
I mean, just off the rip, you probably don't understand, or it's out of context.
Yeah, of course. That goes without saying. But I want everybody to think about what that means. We come to terms because, like I said, I found something. But first, we got to come to terms what dead straight means and what dead level means.
Well, it depends on if it's a water level or, but yeah, level usually means on in the same level around the earth. But
So for you, both those terms mean an eventual circle? Kosho?
I think Kosho believes that balls always find their level.
I'm at Taco Bell.
Assuming there's no hill.
Kosho, would you consider yourself a fan of balls?
People at Taco Bell are going to be like, what
Okay.
is this guy talking about?
What was that thing we were talking about one day? The hairy ball theorem?
He was in the Navy, so.
Oh, actually, I wanted to ask you something, Kosho. Someone said to me the other day that there's a scientific theory of the geometric horizon. I wondered what your thoughts were on that.
It sounds kind of interesting, I guess. Scientific theory. I guess I don't. It doesn't seem robust enough to be. But I guess I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
You wouldn't be surprised. That was that Luke H or whatever his name is. The one with 2 U's, LWC something. So, Geo, do you think there's a scientific theory of the geometrical horizon?
I don't think so. But did someone put those words together in that order?
Literally yesterday. Yeah.
Uh-oh. What is this?
Yeah, well,
what's the theory then?
Oh, we didn't get that far. I was too busy laughing so hard that I didn't even get that far. He also said that he knows that he's not brainwashed because he doesn't feel brainwashed. So. I guess some people just say dumb shit.
Well, I just looked up. I was just this is like the Wikipedia for Horizon. The first sentence is, the horizon is the apparent curve that separates the surface of a celestial body from its sky when viewed from the perspective of an observer on or near the surface of the relevant body. This curve divides all viewing directions based on whether it intersects the relevant body's surface or not. So that is not even what the globe earth enthusiasts in these discussions even claim it is. And that's that's the first line on Wikipedia.
They changed the meaning. There was no curve mentioned ever when talking about horizon.
Right. And if you look up the definition of the word horizon in the dictionaries, it doesn't say that either. But I guess Wikipedia, they're just coming right out with it. An apparent curve. That's what the horizon is what they say.
Brilliant.
First time I hear that. It's always been that permanent location where the sky meets the ground or water. Now it's a curve. Wow.
These curved lines. I know you want it.
So dead straight, dead level. Any other baller wish to tackle that? Do you think that means a curve? A circle?
Of course.
Both those terms?
Of course they do. Why are you even asking?
That is funny because
I
when
guess
you say like dead straight, that's kind of the terminology that it's like, exactly straight or very straight, whatever it may be. Like if you were gonna be building a house and you're gonna make sure the wall is dead straight, that would be the term used for that. So because obviously dead is not meaning the in terms of someone being dead or whatever. It just means like dead straight, like it's very defined, like I guess it does kind of come from that, like how death is final, death is complete, so maybe like dead straight, it is kind of coming from that concept, like it's as real as dead or whatever, meaning it's absolutely straight. So yeah, dead level, dead straight being just curves, circles, and balls and curves in their definitions of them. Like, oh, let me get this dead level. Oh, let me curve it all over the place. That's supposed to be dead level.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the complete opposite.
Oh, you want a dead straight line? All right, well, let me just curve this line and make a huge circle. There you go. There's your dead straight line.
Yeah, see,
looks about right.
I was building a yurt the other day, and I just made the wall level, and then eventually it just came round again.
Yeah, exactly. How do you think it would pertain? Those words be used as if they were pertained to a train track. How do you think those terms would be used?
And that's my point, actually. That's a good segue because we could be talking about two very totally different things, and that's a straight line and a straight path. And a straight path, you could be traveling straight, and, that would make a curved path around the globe. But if you had a straight line, obviously that's obviously a straight line that's not curving. So there's just two different things. I think the train track, you're talking about a straight path. Am I right?
Well, how would a train operate? Can a train have, do you think a train could go, what's the maximum incline you think a train can have?
I think you could build a train all the way around the equator of the globe, and it would, let's say it was a perfectly smooth, perfectly round globe, same size, and it would never have any stress or strain trying to raise elevation or anything. So I think that if you made a train track around a curving Earth, it's not going to do what you're thinking it's going to do. I think actually making a straight line is going to cause a strange stress that make it rise in elevation as it's going.
Wouldn't you have to go a new direction?
Causing a straight line would cause the train stress.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that makes so much sense.
That makes sense, doesn't it?
Yep.
Well, this is a derail, but train tracks over the ocean. I'd like to see you construct that.
Was that a deliberate way? Because it was good.
But
you said it was a derail.
Oh yeah. Pun.
I think Kosho would have to be on a new direction.
So you were trying to match the old level in the detail comment earlier.
The derail is in the details.
He just wants to go a new direction, or on one. Yeah, on a new direction.
All right, guys, I'll show you what I found. I posted it in Livestream text 1. I'm not making any claims. You guys have a look at that.
Hey, I'm driving. Can you give me the gist?
I'll read it.
The Buenos Aires and Pacific Railway of Argentina, which is dead straight for 205 miles and level also. So we have a train track for 205 miles that is dead straight and dead level.
It's just a flat bit.
Ideal.
It's just a flat bit on the globe. The rest is curving. Fine.
Yeah.
It sounds ideal.
So
Sounds like how I would build it.
Say what, Kosho?
That sounds like how I would build it. Sounds ideal.
Yeah. It's one of those things that it's either curving or it's not, kind of thing.
Yeah, we know.
So which is it? Which?
That's the point.
Yeah, no, but that's Left Lane's point. Is this point doesn't matter? It doesn't make a distinction. Like on your flat Earth, this train is perfectly reasonable. Works normal. On a globe Earth, same thing. There's no distinction between the two. They'd be doing the same thing in both models.
Uh-huh. So dead straight is the same and dead level is the same in both. In your idea.
Dead straight and dead level are the same on a curved path and on a straight path. Flat path.
Would that be dialetheism or no?
Nope.
Sounds like it.
Oh.
No.
Nope. Sounds like it to me. But I mean,
well,
I would say.
You have to...
Go ahead.
So sorry, I'm in the car, so people sound weird, but so I couldn't tell someone was talking. But no, what you'd have to do is do like a reverse zenith or reciprocal zenith angle sort of measurement to see if the Earth is curving between you and another spot on the railroad. But you would expect both spots to be level and both the track to be running straight. Yeah.
So it's doing both. It's both straight, dead level, and curving.
Possibly, yes.
Brilliant.
I say possibly. I mean, most definitely. But I'm saying possibly.
Kosha, why wouldn't you just define a straight line as an actual straight line? Why would you need it to curve? Even if you lived on a globe, why would it need to curve? It still wouldn't curve. It would just shoot off into space.
Well,
so that's what a real straight line is. Just because you live on a globe in a huge vacuum in that concept doesn't mean that a straight line's still not straight.
Right, but that's why I made the line path, because a straight line would do exactly like you said, but a straight path along the surface would just create a circle that went equal to the surface without turning left to right.
Yeah, but that's still not a straight line.
In this case, that's all they mean, but that's straight.
Right, but that's still not a straight line, so why use the word straight? It doesn't curve left to right, like, horizontally, but vertically it does in that concept of curving over a sphere, so it's still not straight.
So I've got a question. If I'm driving down the road...
But with regards...
I've got a question. If I'm driving down the road and the road sort of banks left and I bank left with the road, am I following a Odysee and I'm actually traveling in a straight line?
It's very funny. But you know what you would be doing is if you were looking at a map, if you were to draw a map of your trip, right, a regular map, not one that had the contours of the ground, the map would only be concerned with your, whatever you're doing with reference to the surface. So if the surface is undulated or curved or whatever, the map's not really going to care about that. It's just going to care if you're going in a straight line or not. But if you went down a valley and up a mountain and it was in a straight line, you could draw that on a map without making any curves. You know what I mean?
That's because the map's flat, physically flat.
Yeah, but that's what when we use. I know people don't like this term or don't like this expression, but we say like a surface is two-dimensional for the same reason. Because we're talking about just something moving along the surface. We're only talking about the two-dimensional, top of the sphere.
Nah, there's no such thing as a 2D surface.
Yeah,
2D.
2D, sir. All surfaces are 2D. But what if you had two options between your destinations? There's hills in between, yes, but there's one road that on the map is straight from one point to the other, and there's another road that's got some curves in it, and you're instructed by your boss or whomever to take that straight path to your destination. Are you going to say, but wait, there's hills to go around, that line's not straight? Is that what you're going to tell them?
No, because you would just go to your destination, probably following sat-nav. But regardless, a physical surface can't be 2D, because if it has zero thickness, it literally doesn't exist.
That doesn't make any sense.
It's debatable. And this
it is a fun concept, but it doesn't exist in reality. Surely you understand that.
It's debatable in these things, but I mean, it's the object is three-dimensional. The world is three-dimensional, but the surface is a distinct, component. And in this case, the distinct component is it's like at the edge or something. The edge is what you want to keep in 3D. Like actually.
Is he roboting for everyone else or just me?
Yeah, he's roboting.
No idea what he's saying. Sorry.
So, yeah, globe interference.
Yeah, I mean, like, for instance, you can say that a circle is 2D. That's fine. Conceptually speaking, a circle is 2D. Whatever. But the second you want to invoke it as some kind of circular object, it has to be 3D. It's just basic and obvious.
No, you can represent the surface of a sphere in 2 dimensions, latitude, longitude, 2 dimensions, 2-dimensional.
So how's it going to exist in physical reality without thickness?
Well, I could give you a latitude and longitude, and if you had your helicopter or an airplane, I could give you those coordinates, and you could fly exactly to that point, couldn't you?
That's got nothing to do with what I said.
It does. It means that has what I said has utility. What you're saying doesn't.
Well, no, you're just conflating location with spheres existing in 2D.
No confusion.
So,
factual statement.
No, it's not a confusion, it's a conflation. So you just confuse confusion with conflation.
No confusion, no conflation. Factual statement.
Yeah, you're just invoking location and then saying, therefore, conceptual.
No invocation. No invocation. Not invocating.
The invocation
anything.
of the location.
Just saying, making a factual statement.
Just got a bunch of cool.
We used to give helicopters when I worked with the ambulance. We give them 2 coordinates, latitude, longitude, and they would fly right to us.
Great, you gave them a location.
Did you give them
in 2 dimensions.
Location?
In 2 dimensions. Yeah.
That's got nothing to do with what I said.
So there's utility in that, right? We can communicate, use 2 dimensions, and identify locations on the surface of a sphere.
I just don't think you understood what I said. I don't know why we're talking about this.
I understood what you said. I just wonder what it means. What is? I mean, what does it mean? Does it have any utility? Your statement.
What? Does knowledge have utility? Yes, knowledge has utility.
Yeah.
Well, dude, you just asked the silly question. I don't know how else to answer that.
I just wonder, I mean, what does it mean to deny that a segment of a great circle is not a straight line on a sphere? I don't know what good that is. I mean, how can we use that information to say that it's not a straight line, it's a curved line? Well, I mean, we can communicate, and you understand what I mean. So, I mean, why do we have to get outside of the understanding to try to pretend that it doesn't mean anything? I don't understand that.
I mean, it wasn't the point I made. Maybe you want to address Geo or someone else. Maybe they made that point because I didn't make that point.
Yeah.
Maybe yes, he
Has
made that.
anybody here done roofing and heard the term dead level in roofing?
Roof.
I mean,
No, roofing. Roofing. You know, like roof of a house. Roof.
You make it sound dirty. Go ahead.
Because I'm trying to research the word and I heard it used, I seen it being used in roofing. It means a grade less than 2% dead level.
So their margin for error is 2%. Is that what that's saying?
Sorry?
So are you saying their margin for error is 2%?
Yeah, 2%, like, yeah.
2% of what?
I don't know. That's what it says. 2% grading, less than 2% grading.
Okay.
Does that mean the slope to the drain or in the center of a flat roof? I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because in trains, I can imagine what dead straight and dead level means. Like you can't have a train going uphill, right? And if they say they have a track running dead straight and dead level, why would they like point that out as opposed to other tracks that are only dead straight? Some of them are only dead straight, so they're distinguishing dead straight with dead straight and dead level. Yeah, and trains either go through mountains or they don't go down and up valleys like what Linda just posted. They if there's like a valley, they'll make a a bridge. So that seems pretty interesting why they would say 205 miles of dead straight and dead level track. It's the world's record apparently. It's not the point, Doofus. The point is that they have a track for 205 miles that's dead straight and dead level. That's the point. Anyways, I just thought that was interesting. What is a synonym for dead straight? Straight, perpendicular, bolt, upright, erect, dead straight, upright, vertical, as straight as an arrow, very straight. Yeah, sounds like a circle to me. Or sure, would you call flat a circle? He just bolted.
Well, I can answer on his behalf. No, I don't think flat is a circle.
Thanks.
No problem.
I'm sure he would agree with you.
I mean, I'm here all night. Any other questions?
Yeah. So tell me, Kosho, what is the significance of 205-mile stretch completely dead flat? I mean, sorry, dead straight and dead level.
Oh, am I still kosher?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll be kosher until kosher goes. Oy vey, the straight line must go around the ball.
Oy vey, I agree. Oh, we got flat earth math. A math teacher, maybe he can explain to us what dead flat is. I mean, dead straight and dead level is. Oh, he already has. Hold on. Completely flat, as in salt flats flat, which means level following the curvature of the earth. Oy vey. How do you converse with that? How do you deal with that? Completely flat, quote, as in salt flats, quote, flat, which means level, following the curvature of the earth. How do you deal with that? Like, keep in mind, they race rocket cars there. So I assure you, level, flat, flat doesn't mean curving, Charles. Or everybody would be dead there that races those things there. Sorry. Didn't that guy break the sound record there on land? Did he do it? I think he did do it eventually. I'm not sure on that, but they go really, really fast. Let me guess, left lane curve? Is that Earth curve?
Yes, you're talking about salt flats. Yeah, I call that Earth curve.
Well, I mean, I don't know what you're talking about, these salt flats. I've only ever been to salt curves before.
You're still on Kosho mode?
Yeah. Let me know when you want me to flip back again.
So left lane, seriously now, no jokes. You think that's actual curve?
Yeah, it looks curved to me. Yeah.
And what would you say? How high would you say that is?
Oh, I don't know. I would have to measure it. I've driven that highway a couple of times, but I can't remember. It goes from like Tooele, Utah to, I can't think of the town from like where that photo was taken. But I can't remember how far it is.
Yeah, but it can't be too high, right? Where that picture's taken?
You talking about the observer
50
height
feet,
or
60
how
feet?
high the
Yeah.
arc would be?
No, the observer height.
Yeah, they're a pretty good ways up. That town, once you come off the flat, it's a pretty good pull out of it in a big truck. I remember that. So it's a pretty good ways up. Might even be like 100 feet, something like that.
Okay, that looks about right. And you think you'd be able to see curve at 100 feet?
Yeah, that
that goes against the
see
model, bro.
that snip there is out of a video that actually this frame that they clipped was just a small section of the screen, and they had to crop it out and zoom in and all that. You know how they like Soundly, he's way zoomed in on the bridge on Pontchartrain, so that's sort of the same situation there.
Well, as Northern just posted, thank you. So that goes against the model, right? Neil says 63 miles up.
Yeah, I don't.
Nobody had.
Yeah, I don't go by anything Neil says. He and Mijikako both say things that I disagree with, and they're supposed to be the some of the leading guys. They say shit I don't agree with, and I'm just a truck driver.
Right. How about not Professor Dave?
I don't know Dave well. I've seen his video a time or two, but I saw him with Dave Weiss, and I didn't care for his approach.
Yeah, to put it mildly. And funny enough, his videos come up first when you put anything to do with Earth or gravity or pressure or anything like that. His videos are the first ones there. Funny that, huh?
You know, what's it say there? Do you not understand that the curvature of the Earth is not detectable at the surface of the Earth? And see, I kind of would agree with that. Just like me out here in the desert looking around, I can't tell Earth curves. I had to look off at the horizon. I had to know that that mountain over there is actually 10,000 feet above the desert, but it's at eye level. So I have to know that, and I have to think about that. I would never have thought about it prior to like talking about this shape of the Earth. It never crossed my mind to consider it.
I don't know. There seems to be some conflicting information here. We have an astrophysicist saying that from 63 miles up, that's above the Kármán line, we can't see curvature. That's something. And we have Bob Gardner showing curvature. We have Russian Su-25s showing curvature. We have balloons showing curvature. We have people from hotels taking picture of bridges, shout out Rakia, showing curvature. So, I mean, yeah. We got some conflicting stories here. So, Charles, how can completely flat, like seriously, man, you're an adult teacher. How can completely flat mean a circle to you, bro? How? How is that possible? Like the mental gymnastics to make that happen, I just can't imagine.
I mean, surely by now you can imagine.
Well, a little bit.
Why is it so quiet?
I was just thinking the same thing, and the answer is it's Father's Day.
Okay. Normally,
It's gotta
loggers.
be, right?
Yeah, normally loggers has got a thing or two to say. Are you a fan of balls, loggers? Yeah, it was fun.
I would like Flat Earth Math to come in and explain to us, because he's a math teacher, and explain to us how straight lines and how this stuff curves and stuff like that.
He said he'll jump in a minute.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, nice, nice.
We had a guy on 24/7 yesterday accuse us of using the wrong maths deliberately and lying to people. So when we asked him for the example, he linked us to a not Professor Dave video that didn't talk about maths. So that was an interesting interaction.
Yeah, like that's That's a real slap in the face to get this guy when you want to find information to get this guy first hit. That's that's them laughing at us, like directly laughing at us.
Not necessarily laughing at us though, because we're not falling for it.
Yeah, yeah.
They're laughing at someone.
See, when he debated that real professor, he had to take that professor out of his name.
Oh, are you talking about the origin of life debate?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I found that really. I really don't like Dave's style at all. I think he's really, really horrendous, and I'm actually glad he's not on our side, because if he was on our side, I'd be reconsidering everything. To be honest, if he was a flat earther treating everyone as badly as he does, I would have to wonder if I'm on the right side. Genuinely.
Agreed. He's an example how not to behave. Agreed.
So, but you know, credit to Left Lane, he did say that he doesn't care for his demeanor, and that is fair.
Yeah. His whole approach was slandering the professor. That was his whole opening statement. Slander from one end to the other.
It wasn't just the opening. I mean, I don't really know an awful lot about, you know, origin of life chemistry. I think most people in this room don't, or at least maybe have like a passing knowledge of some of the stuff. But it just seemed like he was like a 12-year-old just lashing out at people. Like, first of all, he called the other guy a liar many, many times. And then he strawmanned him. And then he accused the entire room of not knowing what they were talking about. They're like, you're talking about a lecture hall with potentially hundreds of chemistry students. Half of them probably know more than he does.
Yeah, and half of them are going to become real professors in the future, probably.
Yeah, or some of them may be on their way. Doesn't really matter, regardless. Like, why would you make such a bold, stupid statement in a university? Like, everyone there is there because they're interested in the subject, or maybe they're interested in the topic. Sorry, not subject. They're interested in the debate, blah, 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 whatever. But just brazenly declaring that no one else in the room understands what they're talking about. That's just like a level of ego that's just crazy.
Oh yeah, I'm sure Flat Earth Math wouldn't stand for that. Being a teacher, he would not like that at all.
Well, let's hope so.
Right, Charles?
Sorry, I had the YouTube watch page on, so I was hearing the audio from the from the watch page, and then I click on join, and then of course I've got the audio going, and it's like, 10 seconds delayed. I apologize. I'm Discord clueless. Anyway, yes, I'm sorry. Ask your question again.
I said, I'm sure you wouldn't approve being a teacher of those tactics that not Professor Dave used that gets the professor.
Yeah, I'm, and one of the things that I really am disappointed in this arena is the Globers who are extremely rude. And it's like, there's a lot of passionate people. There are a lot of folks on the flat Earth side. They believe that they've been lied to their entire lives, so that's an emotional, that's upsetting to them. And then so they may lash out at Globers, and what Globers need to do is not, not fight fire with fire. And I think Professor Dave was, he's kind of smug and arrogant, and I mean, I agree with his facts, but I don't agree with his his demeanor and his approach. So.
Can I just tell you an anecdote of my personal experience coming into this server? Was that not this server, sorry, this arena? And I don't think I've spoken to you before. Hello, I'm Crypto. But my experience was that when I talked to flat earthers, when I was still kind of not sure, the flat earthers seemed quite welcoming and quite warm and quite nice. When I talked to Globers and wasn't sure, they all treated me like I was retarded. And that was the first thing that I noticed. It's like, wow, these guys are like, they've already set an outgroup, and they've already put me in the out group, even though I wasn't decided, right? And then as I listened to the debates, I realized, oh, wow, these guys are extremely rude to the point of having no respect whatsoever for the people they're talking to. And there are flat earthers who are rude. I'm not doing that dumb thing of you guys were rude and we're not, because clearly you're not rude. But that was something that made me very suspicious of the globe side. It's like some of these guys are just in here to try and beat up on the retarded kid in school, right?
Yes.
They're not actually here to have an honest discussion on top, right? So then at that point you think, well, nothing they have to say matters because they're just here. They're not here for truth. They're here for some kind of ego or some other shit, you know?
They're there for sport, and that's the worst reason.
They're like the bully's entourage.
Yeah. I mean, there's a couple Globers. It's tough because one of the things that I've experienced as a Glober who tries to be compassionate is, sometimes I'll go into some space. I'm not saying it's this space, but I'll go into some space, and there'll be people who will jump on me, call me every name in the book, insult my insult my family, like Mike Jones over at Bev's place. I said that I went to Drexel University, and he's like, "Oh, your parents must be so disappointed in you." And I told him that my parents were dead, and Mike Jones literally replied, "Well, they probably died of embarrassment." It's like, what kind of a thing to say to somebody who just said, "My parents are dead," and then his response is, "Well, they died of embarrassment because you went to Drexel University." That's the type of treatment that I've gotten by a lot of people in this arena. And the thing is, I don't let it get to me because I teach teenagers, But the thing is, there's a lot of Globers who have received that treatment, and then they start getting very jaded. They start naming, calling insults, whatever. And it's really, really hard to ignore all the insults, all the attacks. And so the thing is, I've got thick skin. I teach teenagers for a living. So it's like all these insults, like Mike Jones, he's an adolescent child, so I'm not going to let him bother me. I would have let a teenage child bother me. I don't know how old Mike Jones is, but he acts like a child. So I'm just going to call him a child, but a lot of Globers don't have thick skin and take offense, so anyway, it's all good.
Yeah, fair. Well, I don't know who Mike Jones is. I think there's also an element of this that you have to ask is this just the internet? Because I've been called literally every name. I've been called I don't know. I've been called both a racist and a communist for the same post. And You think, how does... I don't get it. But it's like something. It's like a post on economics or something. It's like, what's this got to do with anything?
I think you're exactly right that it does have to be. It does have something to do with the internet because, if Mike Jones were to say any of the things that he says to me, literally anybody, like any man, and it would happen to be in a bar, he'd get his teeth smashed in. I mean, I wouldn't smash his teeth in because I'm not a violent individual.
I would headbutt him, man. He'd be down on the floor, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe we shouldn't talk about people that are not here. I don't know. I'm just saying, okay, you got your point out, but
yeah,
maybe that's not a good thing.
We can talk in generalities, though, right?
With the internet, the internet, the anonymity of the internet makes people very brave, and they could say some very, very obnoxious things that they would never, ever say to someone's face. So yeah, that's a very good point there.
Yeah. Well, the other thing
nothing does get the point across. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, the other thing I've noticed is that the people who tend to be the most rude are the people who have obviously got some sort of issues. Either they're very, very low testosterone, which I'd point out a lot, and they're just obviously 5 foot and weak in real life, and so they're trying to get that frustration out and in a safe place.
Remember that guy, Crypto? Do you remember that guy who was fucking, telling him explain this stuff, and he's calling everyone a retard without just come in and out of nowhere, he just had nothing better to do than just take it out another. Do you remember him? Fucking weirdo.
No, I don't remember him because it happens all the time, but I do believe that's the problem.
Yeah, I was trying to think of which instance that actually was.
Yeah, in the week.
I remember you doing that with me the first time I met you. Funny you mentioned that.
Me?
You told me if I was dropped on my head, you called me an idiot, a moron. The first time we spoke.
Horrible. I'm a horrible person. I know, bro. I'm sorry. I love you, bro. Don't. I'm sorry. I can be a dick sometimes, bro. I know. But to be fair,
Okay, no worries.
I've been met mostly with the same. But like then when I got to know like a lot of flat earthers, I've realized I've got a lot more in common with flat earthers than I do with most so-called mainstream people. So everyone's cool, man. I mean, at the end of the day, we have to judge everyone on their own merits. You can be a dick wherever you believe the shape of the earth is.
It's interesting that you said mainstream. Go ahead.
Sorry, just one final thing. However, a lot of globers seem to be very, very, very bitter people. So-called globers, or whatever you want to call it. These hardcore people who come in, they just seem to be very lonely, sad people. I don't know. Sorry.
No, I was interrupting you. I apologize. But you said the word mainstream, and you're going to find this funny, but I have a heck of a lot more in common with flat Earth folks than I do with globers in terms of worldview.
Exactly.
Like for example, I am completely outside the mainstream. Mainstream, I think, is it's more like a lot of globers are like, they just want to copy, whatever the talking points are, and it's like, no, the government is not telling you the truth. Conspiracy theories are actually a thing. I mean, just take a look at the last 3 years, and no, I will not name the thing that I'm talking about, but everybody knows the thing. Over the last 3 years, and it's like it turns out all the conspiracy theorists were exactly right on just about everything, and so that's where I am. I am extremely distrustful of the mainstream narrative, and I know for a fact that most globers are like lockstep with the mainstream narrative. So I have a lot in common with you guys. I mean, I know the Earth is a globe, so I disagree with you guys in the shape of the Earth.
I'm not a flat earther either, bro. I'm not a flat earther either, man.
I'm sorry.
Do you get me? Everyone's cool, but like the guy I just asked crypto about, like this guy, he was just, why I mentioned him specifically, he was just unusually nasty. He was talking about like some evidence, and I said, well, why don't you explain to these guys? They're curious. They want to know how does it work, and he was like, no, they're just fucking retards or whatever, just out of nowhere, And I actually said to him, like, what, are you so sad in your life that I have to come here and, take out on other people? And he went quiet. And, I don't know, we're here, we have a common goal. We're curious, we want to find stuff out instead of, like, arguing and bickering, we should work together.
Yes. Well, I mean, the truth, people want to get at the truth.
Yeah.
And that's why, one of my approaches to this arena is like, I'll answer any question. And that's the thing. People always ask me a bunch of questions, and they ask me questions knowing that I'm a glober. And so I'll answer them with glober answers because that's my, I know the shape of the Earth. The Earth is a globe. And so I'm going to answer the questions. And then they're like, well, that's not evidence. I'm like, dude, you guys are coming at me with all these questions. That's not my approach. My approach is to tell you, here's how you can go outside and make careful measurements. And that's really the purpose of my YouTube channel, is to instruct people. Don't take my word for anything, because I could be lying. I could be a NASA shill.
What the problem is that I've noticed, I think with most flat earthers, that this is what my personal experience is, that a lot of because you don't understand something, you start calling it stupid, and instead that's what it seems to be in a lot of cases. People just don't understand. And it's a good thing that you're trying to educate people as well, because that's what it's all about: educating people, educating each other, helping each other.
Yeah. I just wish more people would get outside more. There's a lot of keyboard warriors in this arena, and you could kind of fight arguments with other arguments, and it's like, okay, so we got these arguments, and the arguments are clashing. It's like, so who wins? Well, who's got the better argument, or who's got the more glib, some people are really good with like the logic and the, the structuring of their phrases. And it's like, but they still could be wrong about the shape of the Earth, So I say, get outside, get away from that keyboard, get outside, make some careful measurements and observations, and then you'll discover the shape of the Earth. I mean, it's a Euclidean question. It's really fascinating.
Yeah, it's not difficult if you actually apply yourself. It really isn't. And even today, we have all these modern instruments that can do a lot of this for us. But even if we did, we could do it manually.
The trouble is a lot of the instruments are super expensive, like, and that's why I tell people, it's really, really, really hard to measure the Earth's curvature of the ground on the ground, because most people don't have a $2,000 theodolite, but most people do have, zoom cameras, so you could do a lot with a zoom camera. I just wouldn't point it at the ground because the ground looks really, really flat, So yeah,
No, but I know, but there's certain things that you can prove. Like, for example, you could prove the rotation of the Earth using a pendulum. Do you get me? That's one thing you could do. I mean, you can prove a lot of things by observing the motions of, the celestial bodies. So there are still things you can deduce yourself without, like, necessarily, very expensive instrument. I mean, I got a telescope for my birthday when I turned 10, and I looked at the moon, and one of the things I saw were craters in the moon, and also that the moon looked like a rock. So if there's craters on the moon and then there's shadows in the craters, which there were, then obviously the moon is not self-luminous, and it's solid because there's shadows being cast. So that's just something, that I observed, and it wasn't a very expensive telescope. So what I'm trying to say is, if you want, the knowledge is out there. Ignorance in the age of information is a choice. That's just my opinion.
Did you say pendulum?
Yes.
Do you own a pendulum?
No, but I could make one.
Okay. You think you can make two?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. The reason I tell you this because I was asking this for a while now, and I just thought of it. Well, fairly recently, I thought of this. Do you think if you were to put two pendulums side by side,
yeah,
right? What do you think would happen? Do you think you would?
I don't actually know.
Get the same pattern?
I think so. I'm not actually sure. I think so. Yeah, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it depends on how they're
mounted. The pendulum has been around for about. Oh, sorry.
It depends on how they're mounted, but I mean, you can actually get two pendulums to synchronize. So it depends on how they're mounted. It depends on the direction of swing.
No, we're not going about with those ticker talks that they put on a table and they eventually 50 of them will synchronize. We're not talking about that.
That's not what he's talking about.
No, we're talking about. Sorry?
No, he's talking about synchronizing pendulums, not the metronomes. Like, I know what you're talking about, but you could, if you built two identical and very precise mechanisms with the turret on top that was frictionless and blah blah blah, same weight, same length string, everything. You could probably synchronize them.
Yeah, same latitude, whatever, right? Same, yeah. Because I was trying to find in the past where somebody would have done that, and I haven't found anything. I've been trying to find in the history, pendulum's been around 400 years, and I can't find for the life of me one experiment where one pendulum has been put next to another one and tried and the test done.
But why? What are you trying to prove or disprove?
Well, I think that just saying a pendulum proves the rotation of the Earth is just nonsense. Not logical.
So
doesn't prove anything.
To happen? Are they going to move in different directions, you say?
Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah.
And if they don't,
it's not just any pendulum though. It's got to be a very finely mounted Foucault pendulum, one that can swing in all directions, and those are very hard, very hard to build, and very hard to mount. I've tried, and I failed.
Do you know why it's called a
So
Foucault?
another thing that can be done. Another thing. Yeah.
Sorry, Essie, do you know why it's called a Foucault pendulum?
Because the man that came up with the idea was named Foucault.
It's because it proves Foucault.
But I was gonna say it. I didn't want to steal them.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Crypto. But like I said, it should be very easy to do, right? But
No.
funny
Yeah.
that in
Yeah, in
400
principle,
years, yeah. But nobody's thought of that in 400 years? Don't you find that a little bit suspicious or weird or?
Well, the question is, what are you looking to have happen with these two
Exactly.
pendulums?
That's what I'm saying. Like, to go in different directions. He says that they're going to go in different directions, basically.
Yeah.
And
Right.
that's
In order
somehow.
for your theory to work, right? In order for your theory to work, those pendulums should show the same motion.
Yes.
Agreed on that, right? Okay, good,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. I mean, if they're properly,
So how come nobody's done it in 400 years?
well, how do you know nobody's done it? But I mean, like,
Well, I've searched.
what would be the point, though?
Maybe I'm
What
a bad searcher. I don't know.
Yeah. The thing is, I've actually tried to build a Foucault pendulum that was like, I don't know, 15 feet tall, and it weighed like, I don't know, over 100 pounds. And it immediately started swinging wildly because of the bearing. I didn't have a bearing at the top. And so I'm going to try it again, but I'm going to use like a universal joint for a, like an axle assembly where it can swing in all directions, but I need to have it be frictionless. And, my first attempt, I didn't have a bearing assembly. And so it was just an eye hook, and it immediately started swinging with a bias towards that eye hook. And really, it gave me a horrible result. But there are many, many places around the world, SE, where they have Foucault pendulums, and they do predict the latitude, or you time it and it does the latitude. So I just posted into chat one of my videos on Foucault pendulums. That's the DIY one. There's another video where I just go into the math.
I didn't ask you for a demonstration or a history, with all due respect, of Foucault pendulums. I asked a very specific thing. I'm very familiar with how they work. As a matter of fact, there was a girl called Eyes to See. She used to do hours and hours of live things on them. And we know how they work. We know they use magnets to keep the movement, and we know that you can tune them like a watch. Don't even try to go there. I'm not talking about that. I can kill that without even trying, Charles. What I'm talking about is two pendulums side by side.
How can you kill that, though? The one, how do you kill it?
Because those pendulums that they show that Charles is talking about are all mechanisms. In other words, you can tune them. If they're off, you can tune them like a watch. You know, the ones that knock those pegs down? Are those the ones you mean, Charles?
Yeah,
That
but
they have on
I don't
display?
understand what you mean by tuned. They're the big ones in the science museums, like for example, Franklin Institute, they've got a Foucault pendulum that's like 7 stories tall, and they launch it in the morning, and it literally can go for hours and hours and hours before it eventually winds down. I mean, there's no magnets, it does eventually swing to a stop. But the thing is, it's so massive and so tall that it does swing for quite a long time, and it does show the precession that would be expected for 40 degrees north latitude. So
Okay,
I
fair
totally
enough.
get what you're saying about there's magnets and some. Yeah, I get that. The magnets are not directional. They're it just helps to keep the swing going, but it doesn't give it any direction.
Oh, really?
Yes.
You think they can have a mechanism that could give zero directionality momentum? Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you
Okay.
have a
That's
magnet,
not what I'm talking about, though.
yeah, no, but I mean,
I
if you have a
repeat,
magnet,
I'm not talking about the mechanism.
okay.
I'm talking about two of them. One there, one there, side by side or ladder, whatever. Place them in any way. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the viability. We can argue about it all day long. But my point is, if what you guys are saying is true, then two pendulums side by side should show the same movement.
Yes, and they would.
Yeah. So why don't you do it? See, if it's so easy, why
Well,
don't you
I've
do it?
tried, but I've come across guys like you that say, well, you need one that's 100 feet tall, and you need a ball that's this and that. And there's really been no standard
Ignore
acceptance.
Ignore me. Don't listen to a word I say. Just do it yourself.
I see you
Don't
can
let
put
me
you can do
discourage
it by
you.
putting it in your ceiling. You can put it in your ceiling, man. You can put two of them next to each other. I'm thinking like I've just been sat thinking all this time. It shouldn't be that difficult to do, and you can put it on a fish line as well. Like you should still be able to get like a result. They don't have to be super accurate.
I agree with you, bro. But I had guys like Blue and other guys telling me, well, it has to be a certain length, and you need a certain weight of the ball, and so on and so forth.
But in
Yeah,
all,
but forget them, bro.
in
Like
all seriousness, SE, I mean, if you've tried to build a pendulum yourself, you will find very quickly that it swings to a stop very soon, very fast. And so how can you get a pendulum not swing to a stop so quickly? Well, you'd have to increase the mass and you'd have to increase the length. I mean, don't take my word for it. Just try it out yourself. And you will find it's
Charles,
very
don't play
frustrating.
teacher with me. I'm aware of all these things. I'm going to tell you one last time, bro. Okay? Don't play teacher with pendulums with me. I'm trying to
do it
find the
yourself.
standard acceptance of the length of the rope and the weight of the ball, because I've had different people tell me different things.
So,
I wonder if
you can
bowling ball
any
on like
length,
a fishing line.
any weight you want. You are completely unrestricted for the length and the weight. So, if you're looking for a standard weight and a standard length, they don't exist. Literally every science museum in the world that has a Foucault pendulum, they probably are all different lengths and they probably are all different masses. So don't hold yourself back. Then just go ahead and do it. Just build it. Build it yourself. Don't let me stop you. Anyone stop you.
It's just a general statement that with regard to the duration of its swing, the longer the rope and the heavier the weight, the better.
Yeah, but I'm thinking like even if you do it from your ceiling, if you could do a very like heavy object on even like a shorter rope, you could still get a very accurate result. I'm thinking like if you could mount a bowling ball on a fishing line, something like that basically, and it would be possible. Maybe something smaller than a bowling ball, but you could get it to swing. It's not that difficult, man. You don't need something that's 100 feet and all of this shit, man. You could do
Well,
something.
But if you just hang it from an 8-foot rope, it's not going to swing very long. It's not going to
Not a
swing
rope,
long
a
enough
fishing
to
line.
possibly. Even a
You could,
fishing line, it's the length of it is the issue. How long it is from its pivot to the weight is going to determine how long it will swing.
Okay, well, I've seen Foucault's pendulums that are 2-3 meters in height that do the job. So I've seen it done. I don't know what else to say. I don't know. I've just never seen it done with two next to each other. In fact, that's an interesting question. I also want to find that out. In fact, I could actually do it in my house because my ceiling is 4 meters, no, 3.5 meters. I have a very high ceiling. I live in an old Victorian house, so they're massive. And yeah, I could actually do it here if I mounted it in my ceiling. I could easily do it.
You'd
Put
be the
two
first,
next to
bro.
each other.
Think of it. You'd be the first in history to do it.
So SE, do you have a hypothesis or an idea of why that you would want to do two of them? Why one wouldn't be sufficient? What might cause them not to give the same
Paranoid, because he's
result?
paranoid. That's why. That's a simple answer.
I'll
Because
tell
he's
you.
paranoid.
No, not at all. Logic dictates this. Because number one, I don't believe that the focal pendulum proves Earth's rotation. Number two, I've seen them do it, and many times it doesn't do the right swings, the correct inclination or whatever you want to call it, movement doesn't always work. And number three, if it is so, it should be very easy to demonstrate the string and a weight, right? It should be very easy to demonstrate.
Yes.
And it's a very cheap thing that you can do and show.
Well,
So, I mean, it makes logic.
Can definitely be done, man. It's not difficult, man. Fucking hell.
Yeah, but the thing is as well, like I think what Essie's trying to point out is that there's an element of probability to this as well, where if you have two pendulums that would eradicate or at least cast it would be infinitely more unlikely that two pendulums would have the exact expected result and have the same result and it not be due to Earth rotation, right? Whereas if you had one, it could be random chance, it could be another cause, it could be a number of different things that have affected that and caused that.
Hey, I hate to interrupt. I gotta run. I gotta leave voice chat because I'm premiering a video over in my channel, and I see there was Jeremy was in here. It's based on our conversation, Jeremy, from yesterday, and I've illustrated exactly what I was saying to you in our 20-minute conversation. So I gotta go. The video will be up on my channel even if you don't attend the premiere. So great talking with you.
I just wanted you to draw the parts. I just wanted you to draw the parts of the horizontal.
They're all drawn. The whole thing is illustrated. So,
and if you move to a new location and it's no longer horizontal, that wouldn't be a part you drew. So that you should be drawing because that part is no longer horizontal.
You can watch the video and the whole thing is spelled out. Okay? Great talking with you guys. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Charles.
Wow, a polite Glober. I was kind of impressed.
He's not bad. Yeah, Charles isn't bad. He's better than Left Lane.
Maybe he's eyeing to be the kinder, gentler Professor Dave. He's looking for that gig. Big money, he hears.
Ah, good.
It got pretty
deduction
intense
there.
with me and him. It got pretty intense with me and him the other morning, and it really wasn't even that bad, honestly, for getting like intense like that.
You know how like caressing is like kinder or gentler? Maybe he could call himself Caresser Dave. Then he kind of caresses you with knowledge.
I like that. Yeah. He wants to be the first one that comes up when people search flat Earth. Yeah, and he won't be as scary. Yeah, could totally be true.
Isn't it very tenuous that he calls himself a professor? Sorry.
Yeah, hopefully, just one sec. Yeah, hopefully he won't make 600 fallacies in a single debate.
Isn't it funny how he calls himself a professor, yet he owns no PhDs or degrees? Very telling, that, isn't it?
Yeah, he's not a professor. There is a good video about, that he worked one time at a community college or something. Yeah.
He describes
And he
it
once
as a
slept
funny
at a Holiday Inn. Sorry there, Crypt. I think I clipped you.
No, you were good.
Yeah, that's why we call him not Professor Dave.
He's not as smart as he thinks he is.
Yep.
So tell me, doesn't that strike you guys as odd? 400 years of pendulums and not one demonstration of two pendulums side by side doing their thing?
You know what's funny about that, SC, is while I completely agree with you, it is very odd. You used to be able to find loads of videos of Foucault pendulums with different professors and just independent people getting really frustrated and getting angry that they weren't getting the results they were expecting and all this kind of stuff. And that stuff all just seems to have been pulled from YouTube. I can't find it anymore. You used to be able to find, if you just Googled like angry professor Foucault pendulum or something like that, you would just get like loads of these videos. You just don't get them anymore.
Yeah, wasn't there one professor that was showing, oh, we don't do this anymore? And he goes, here's why. And he showed one of those things sawed in half because the teachers couldn't get it to work most of the time.
Yeah. But there's a few of them. I remember, because we did like a watch party in 24/7. We were just going through them, just laughing at them. This years ago. You can't find those videos anymore.
Yep, that's an Achilles heel, I think, right there. Just another patch in the model, another hole.
There's something I was thinking about the other day as well. Obviously, a lot of these globers, they think there's something to flat Earth, otherwise they wouldn't bother spending so much time with us, right? That's obviously the case. But then you've got, maybe I'm guessing here, but when they're exceptionally rude, I actually think that they're the ones who are doubting the globe more than the ones who are a lot more polite. But what I find interesting about that, and obviously that is an assertion, I don't know that that's true, but I think it's true. But what's funny about that is that the polite globers will have an intellectual route back should things all turn and then everyone admits the Earth's flat, right? But the rude globers won't. So if the rude ones weren't rude, then they would actually have a much lower stakes position in this game.
Yeah.
I don't have to be rude. I know the Earth is round.
Well, that's.
It seems a lot of them are angry lately. Seems a lot of them are very angry lately. But yeah, I guess it works both ways.
Elasma, that's my point, right? So you're like, but then also, I think the other thing about you is that you're kind of a third category. You're like I would say you're a conspiracy theorist in the general sense, not in a taking the piss out of you sense. Like you do talk about conspiracy stuff, right?
Yeah.
But the globe isn't something that you think is false or whatever. That's fine. But a lot of these guys, they're like on every single mainstream narrative. Everyone.
Sad.
Yeah, Elasma, he sticks the knife in your front while Charles sticks it in your back. That's the difference.
Ah, there's a wise man right there. You can be killed with kindness, is what you're trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Andy, you're spot on. But the thing about those polite people is that they might be allowed back in at some point, whereas the rude ones will just be shunned. It's like you were a cunt for a decade. you know. It's like, does anyone think they can have like a good relationship with Rumpus anytime soon?
Only if you're 1,000 meters away from him.
Yeah, where's Rumpus? Anyway, he was coming here a little bit, didn't he?
He's doing an experiment with his Rumpus pole.
Oh, yeah.
Probably busy shouting at strangers in the street.
They're not
He's
wearing
preparing for the Rumpus pole test, the rec test. If he ever gets round to it. Well, this is the third year, so
Can I
maybe
ask you
3
guys
times
something?
the charm.
Can I ask you guys something, especially you flat earthers? Don't you think that it's funny that like a lot of so-called globers, they like literally struggle to admit that they're wrong? It's like, the guy who was just here, like he was a really nice guy and stuff, but I noticed like when he didn't get his will across, so to speak, he started getting annoyed. He was still a really nice guy, but I've noticed that with a lot of globers, they like if you don't accept what they're saying to you, they get pissed off. It's not like they can't go by the live and let live standard. Do you get me? Have you noticed that?
Of course, it's rule number 1 for ballers. Never admit you're wrong. That's axiom number 1.
That's yours as well, SC. You're not the one. You're not the one to talk, bro.
No, I admit when I'm wrong, bro.
No, I know you
I
do. No, you do. No, but it's true, though. It's true. It's fucking, I don't know. It's sad, man. Because the thing is, look, we have a common goal. We all want the truth. So, like, I don't know.
What's that thing that Rumps is doing with his Rumpus pole, SE?
Well, he's going over to the Bedford levels. Apparently, this is now the 3rd year he's saying this. So I'm kind of like, my hopes are not 100% there, shall we say. What he's going to do is he's going to do the the Robotham.
Experiment.
Yeah, he's going for the drop. He claims that from one side of the canal to the other, there should be a 17-foot drop.
He invited me to do this because I live not far from where he wants to do it. Well, not too far. He was like talking about this, like about the thingy, and I didn't get it. Is he a flat earther? Is he not a flat earther? Because he said to me he's not, but everyone says he is. Like, what's the deal, man?
Rumpus, are you kidding? No, he's not a flat earther.
Oh,
he's as far away of a flat earther as you can possibly be.
Yeah, but you told me you're not a flat earther. You literally said
I'm
that
not
to
a
me.
flat earther. I don't call myself a flat earther.
Yeah. You said that to me. You said
But
I'm
me
not.
and him are very different.
Yeah, you are. Yeah. No, that definitely.
Do you rumpus in different ways than he does?
Yeah. I'm surprised you haven't heard of Rumpus.
You know what the thing is, SC? I don't mix with a lot of people, and like, if I don't like you, I'm not gonna pretend. I'll either say it or just leave. Do you get me? So I don't waste my time with most people. Therefore, most people I meet, because you know, like when you meet a person for the first time, usually it's like a good interaction. Usually. And if you meet people in small doses, you usually just have good interactions, and that's kind of my experience with most people. Because I don't like associate with many people. Do you get me?
Yep.
Basically, what I'm saying is I get small doses of most people, so I mostly, I don't know. I'm just interested in the truth, bro. Do you get me? I'm not really interested in people. That's why we're all.
When I first heard you, my first impression of you was not very good.
Well, I can
but that's just because the way you behave. But hearing from you now, I think you're far from being a baller. You're far from that.
Oh, I'm not, bro. I've said that myself. The thing is, though, it's like there's so many assumptions, like, because I was being a dick because everyone was being a dick to me, and I was like, I remember I came into 24/7, I think it was, and I just wanted to listen. I didn't want to, like, necessarily participate in anything. And I come in and everyone just jumped on me, like 5 people, and and they started insulting me, and I was like, what the fuck is this? And I got that, like, everywhere. But then I like come here and like I got to know people and speak to people, and essentially at the end of the day we're all human. It doesn't really matter what the shape of the earth is. We're human first and foremost, and then all other ideas. We should be able to discuss without like it getting in the way. Do you get me?
Yeah, that's my philosophy. Yeah.
You're a bit of an asshole, though. To be fair.
So that again.
Which one of us? Because both of us could be.
Yeah. Can some mod unmute this Damon character? Thanks.
Oh, thank you.
That's all right. You can pay me later.
Happy Father's Day.
What have you got to say for yourself, Damon?
Oh, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm an arsehole.
Well, you were muted, so I thought you'd just apologise or something.
Oh, I don't know. I was yelling at Witsit the other day.
How unusual.
I called him a liar, I think. And
Oh my goodness.
I wasn't adding anything to the conversation other than that.
So you just spurred out, basically.
I just what? I'm sorry.
You just spurred out, yeah?
Yeah.
Went full retard.
Bit of a spaz.
It happens.
Well, I mean, appreciate it. Just wanted to.
It's okay. I expect payment in full.
Well, I mean, not sure what you mean.
So, guys, the new guys that are in, what does dead straight mean to you?
Dead straight.
I guess it's straight after it dies.
Chuck Norris does dead straight for you.
It's like when you look down the edge of a level, there ain't no bend to it. It's dead straight.
Nice. Okay, I like that. How about dead level?
That'd be like the bubbles in the center of the lines there, just perfect. Usually associated with a good setup, the first try.
Nice. I like that too. Can you envision any one of those making a circle eventually?
Any one of what? Like the level? No, probably not.
Yeah, the dead straight and the dead level.
Well, not in the context that I'm associating it with. No, definitely not. That was just a straight line.
Nice. Thanks. What would you say if there's a railway in Argentina that claims they have a stretch of railroad track that's dead straight and dead level for 205 miles?
Well, I mean, it just depends on what they mean by straight. Well, like up and down, left and right, and then as far as level, are they meaning that the whole track is level or like in a specific spot, like level end to end, or you know what I mean? Like you'd have to clarify.
Well, by the definitions and terms we just established. Do you think they would change for the train?
I'd have to see it. I mean, if they dug a particular path or like mounded up a certain path to be straight for a very long time, then yeah, I guess it's possible. Yeah, sure. Whatever. It just
And you
depends
can
on
envision that 205 miles, dead straight and dead level.
I'm sure you could make that happen if that's what you wanted to do.
Make it happen how?
By making it dead straight and dead level. I don't know what you mean.
So you envision like making the land higher, lower, like what are you saying exactly?
This is your questioning, so you're gonna have to paint the picture for me so that I know what you're talking about. Like, otherwise, I'm just gonna have my own vision in my head, right?
Well, like I told you, there's a patch of land, patch of railway in Argentina, which they claim is 205 miles, dead straight and dead level.
Yeah, and sounds perfectly reasonable to me.
Okay, I'm just putting that out there. Because other people were telling me today that dead straight and dead level means a circle. So I was just wondering, I'd put it out to new people that haven't heard this.
Circle. It could be, yeah.
Dead straight and dead level could be a circle?
Yeah, absolutely. It depends on what circle it's on, or like what it's on. So like we're using the Earth, so gravity points towards the center of the Earth. So therefore, a level is always going to read level when you have it in the center of the bubble there. But it's going to be going around the Earth no matter what, right? And that's because of gravity pulling it towards the center. So like straight line, yeah, left and right, straight, level, perfectly the same all the way around.
But you see, when we first started, you had the concept of straight and level, and I'm not trying to take a dig at you. I know how the brain works, like how the.
We're talking about very
Sorry?
specific things. You were talking about very specific things in the beginning, and I was saying,
Yeah.
yes, like
Yeah.
something like a level can be straight and level, right? Like that makes perfect sense.
Right, but and then when you started putting a model into your head, right? And like I said, I'm not taking a dig at you. This is how psychology works, right? Once you started putting a model in your head, you had to change the meaning of dead straight and dead level.
Well, obviously, I mean, you use the parameters of the model. Otherwise, you're not using the model. So, if you're going to say that we want to talk about the dead straight and dead level like we were originally with the level, then you would have to imagine that if you were, I'm saying that if you were on a curved surface, right, you would have to build up one end, or you would have to build up two ends to have a perfectly straight 205-mile line if your radius is of that, well, with any radius, but it'd be less or more depending on how big the radius is. I mean, this just makes sense in your mind. You can't envision that.
No, I understand. That's exactly what I told you. You see, when we were talking about just dead straight, dead level, I was talking about in reality. Now, I knew when you were going to start to think about it in terms of, and I'm not taking a dig at you. This is the way it works, right? I knew when you're going to start thinking of it in terms of where you live, right? You would have to do that. There's no way around that.
I mean, like you said, if we're going to take things in reality, like a 4-foot level, say, whatever we were talking about, let's call it an 8-foot level. I don't care. Then, that's a little different story, a little different world than we're talking about than a 205-mile straight and level track, right? Like that's a completely different context.
No, I understand. Yeah, that's why I put it out there. I'm not making any claims. I just want people to think about it, and yeah, and let's bring it into our discussion.
Okay, I don't think there's much to discuss. I mean, I think we just handled it. Is there something else you would like to discuss about
it? So that's it, right? Boom, bam, solved. Right, next.
I mean, what else is there? I mean, what do you need to know?
Well, that's fine. That's fine.
Pretty simple things.
It's your response. I understand. You thought of dead straight, dead level in a certain context, like I think of it. But then you brought it. When I brought a train into the picture, you started thinking, oh shit, train's on the earth is a certain shape. So then this. I understand that fully.
I mean,
we are in agreement.
I wasn't saying
no disagreement
there. We're thinking very hard about it, right? I was just answering the question.
Okay, strike oh shit from the comment. And the rest I think is pretty accurate.
Sure. I'll go with that. I'm not sure, maybe I'm just missing this point. I'm not sure I'm understanding your point, maybe.
There is no point. I just want I just discovered something and I'm bringing it out there and I'm interested in what people have to say about it.
Okay. Well, all right.
I asked other people before and right away they dismissed it. Humiliation. Kosho was laughing. Of course, level means curve. And of course, straight means circle. They both mean the same.
Level is perpendicular to the forces, right, of where you're at. So in human terms, like our perception, level would be, perpendicular to the vector of gravity. So that being generally straight, I mean, it varies a bit, but generally speaking, it's straight towards the center of the earth. And I mean, you can imagine yourself on a fucking ball, right? And if you're standing perpendicular, to any radius coming from the center out, right? And you're standing on the surface centered on that radius, that the level is going to read level, right? Like if it's straight, like, if each end, you can level that right there. But if you move 205 miles and then redo it, right, you're going to be in a different spot on the Earth. So the level is going to still read a level because it's perpendicular to the radius that you're now at, to the center of the Earth. But it's going to be completely disassociated with, it's going to be meeting at an angle off of the surface of the Earth now compared to the other line that you just made, the other level that you just set. So, I mean, it's not particularly hard. Like, you can disagree that this is what the reality of the situation, but you can imagine the model in your mind, right? Like, it's not a hard thing to sort of conceive, even if you disagree that this is reality.
Not at all. I could imagine it. Oh yeah, there's no problem for me imagining it.
Right. Okay. Well, there. That's what I think. How things work.
I got it. Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Great.
I understand that you guys think that a plumb bob hangs around the sphere, always pointing inwards. I understand your model.
Okay, great. Awesome.
I might not agree with it, but I surely do understand it, yeah.
Well, I'm glad we have our mutual understanding of the situation then. Appreciate that.
So am I, yeah.
Great. Having a lovely day here. Oh, titties. Sorry, I got distracted.
No, that's a model. That's my idea of a model. Exactly. When I think of models, I don't think of spheres. I think of that woman walking down the runway, acting very chic with fancy clothes.
Words. Isn't that Brooke Shields?
No.
I don't think so, no.
Looks very close to like the young Brooke Shields. Or like maybe you got a Linda Carter thing going on there. Just with blonde hair.
Damn, dude, you're old.
Yeah, I am old.
Hey, Jill, you're around?
What? I'm 47. I'm not old.
Okay, boomer.
Boomer. It's such a stupid phrase.
Such a true phrase.
Huh? Well, I mean, it's got a subjective definition, so I mean, you can make it work. So yeah, I guess it's going to be true.
Subjective reality.
Wait, did you know that the Earth isn't flat?
The Earth is flat. Ooh, Skeletor. I love that show, He-Man. That was a good cartoon when I was young. Now it's like ambiguously gay. Or not so ambiguously, I guess. Which is fine. I don't have a problem with that. Just didn't realize it when I was younger. Just goes to show you. Wow, you guys are exciting. Don't everybody talk at once.
So stoned.
He's too stoned to talk.
Where is everyone? Everyone's just gone.
I guess. I'll move back to the other server. Thanks for unmuting me. Nice chat, Essie.
Same. I've never seen so many people being so quiet.
Well, my phone rang. Or maybe I remembered to call somebody. I don't remember. I've been trying to get a hold of my pa, of course, because it's Father's Day in America. Oh, that's what it was. A customer called. And then, since I already had the phone in my hand, I called my pa again, and this time I got through to him.
How's your dad? Is he good?
Yep, yep.
I want ice cream. Well, I've run out of ice cream.
You still there, Dandelion?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you get a chance to check out that stuff I gave you the other day? I had to take off before you got back to me.
No, because I ended up going to do something else and then I fell asleep, so I'll have to go back to it. But I know I looked at it. Isn't it the same stuff you showed me back then? And
Could be.
we already went through all that, or is it something new?
It might be the same.
Okay.
By the way, a nap is a far more noble cause.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just kind of at this point, I mean, it's, I know there's no evidence for a globe and, people are just stretching it at this point to try to come up with excuses for it. So I do appreciate your diligence and so on. I mean, if that's good enough for you, a bunch of charts for something you've never seen or experienced, then, that's fine. I think I've told you guys several times, I'm not going to try to stop you from your science fiction. Like, I'm not going to outlaw. If I was in charge of the world, I wouldn't outlaw.
Maybe we like science
Star
fiction. Maybe we
Wars.
like
Yeah.
science fiction. So
Yeah,
what? We like
you
Star
like to
Wars.
believe you live on the
I like.
globe. You want to think you're going to go to Mars one day. It's like a lot of people have science fiction fantasies. They go to Star Wars conventions, Star Trek conventions. Like, I'm not here to stop you.
Sure, I tagged you with something that I don't think we've discussed before.
Just now?
Uh-huh. In
Okay.
Livestream 1 text. I got up on this bluff that I titled Lookout in the picture. And I measured the angle to the top of a tall ship, well, 100 feet tall or so, as it sailed on a nearly straight line out across in front of me. And I plotted the delta height, the relative height between me and the top of the ship along its journey. and it rather looks like the ship was sailing over a curve.
So you just aimed your crosshairs at the ship, and wherever the crosshairs landed, that's where the ship was?
What's
You
that?
know where this goes, Jesse. I said you aimed your theodolite at the ship, and wherever the crosshairs were, that's wherever the crosshairs landed on the ship, that's where you plotted the ship.
Well, I was measuring, I was using the crosshairs to measure the elevation angle of the top of the smokestack thing.
Yeah, I know. So you pointed your crosshairs at a ship, said that's the actual position, and plotted it on a graph.
Well, I was just gathering raw data, and I plotted it on a graph. And interestingly, it formed a curve as if the ship was sailing over a curve.
Between you and the horizon.
So wherever your crosshairs were, you said that's the position of the ship, and that's what you put on the graph, right?
What's that? Yeah, whatever angle I measured, I converted that to a height difference based on the distance and the angle, and I put that on my graph. That's the blue line. The red line is just a curve representing what globe Earth's curve would be like without any refraction.
Yeah, so what you did was you saw something in a distance, said that's the actual position of it, and then plotted it on the graph, right?
Well, I'm not saying it's the actual position, but I'm saying I'm gathering raw data, right? And this is what it shows.
So you don't have any actual positions of anything out in the distance. You only have apparent, not actual positions.
It's strictly apparent.
Okay. So not actual. That's fine.
Yeah, it's not proof your globe hasn't been replicated. There could be several other reasons to take these measurements which weren't precise, and so on and so forth. So,
like what?
Yeah, it's
like
pretty
what?
though.
Like what?
Waves. How did he make sure that he had it at the exact same location each time?
And what?
Replication, documentation, many different things. I mean, it's not proof of anything, but it's pretty and all.
He's given you the proof, Jesse. I think he's filmed it, hasn't he? So he has the proof.
Yeah, I set up the tripod.
No, negative.
Exactly. You got the proof, haven't you?
No, it's not the proof. He doesn't have an actual position. Proof of a not actual position? That's not proof of anything. That's proof of not actual positions.
Oh, his position or what?
Hey, can I ask my man Jesse a question?
Hey, Kosho.
Jesse's my homeboy, so I want to ask him. Hey, I just got here, so I wasn't really listening the whole time. It sounds interesting what you said, but from what I gathered, you were taking the the position of the ship over the compared to the distance to get that curve. Is that right?
No, the not actual position of the ship.
Yeah, I measured the vertical angle using the theodolite and the distance using a AIS receiver and Google Earth.
Oh, okay, that's what I wanted to know, is that second part. So you used there was a receiver, like you were tracking the ship, or was it like a laser?
Yeah, no.
Ranger thing?
So by law, ships over a certain size are required to transmit their position every few seconds on VHF radio, and so I got a receiver for that and hooked it to my laptop and recorded all the ship's locations, time-stamped during this period. So I was able to then create his exact path in Google Earth based on his transmitted locations every few seconds.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah, the vertical angle to a not actual position. That's awesome.
Isn't it sweet?
It just seems nonsensical to even do this, because you don't even know if that's where the ship actually is. So the angles and whatever you did,
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of like if you're at like a bonfire and you can stand on one side of it and then your friend's on the other side of it and you're kind of looking at each other through the heat and the haze and all the refraction of the fire. And then they look like they're all like warped, or they're they look all kind of distorted. That would be like taking a theodolite. Oh, this is not exactly the same analogy, but it reminds me of like taking a theodolite, shooting it at the other person, and then trying to measure the shape of the ground based on that. Meaning you've got refractive effects in the environment, distortion, etc. So trying to use an instrument that's designed for planar surveying over short distances, where you're validating those measurements at short distances, with in the physical world, tangibly you're validating that, with a theodolite, but instead you're using it over very, very long distances, and then don't really know what the refractive effects are, claiming that you're, assuming your equipment was even set up correctly and all of those factors, calibrated and all of that, assuming you're getting this very, very slight, drop over distance, and then trying to equate that to some kind of a curved Earth idea.
So, do you have any proposed mechanism that would have allowed this data to be measured on a flat Earth?
I don't have any response to that because I have no way to validate what you even did, what your equipment is, how it was even set up, any of those factors. So I'm not going to, even accept that part of it to even make any further analysis on it. But I don't think you can measure the distance with planar surveying equipment, measure the shape of the Earth with planar surveying equipment without actually validating, the level and square and plumb and all of those factors that they actually do in planar surveying when they're like building parking lots or buildings or bridges, where it's being cross-validated by multiple directions and multiple components over short distance. So, but I mean, we've talked about this before, so it's not really, it's just sort of the same shtick that you're bringing in a sense.
Well, I think it's fantastic.
So, but can you see where that leaves me? I got, two sets of people. Some people telling me the Earth is flat, and some telling me it's a globe. And so I'm like, well, okay, I'm going to do the best I can with what I got. I'm going to do some measurements. They are measurements. Even if they're just measuring the incident angle of light upon the instrument, they're still measurements. And it's like, oh, this looks rather globe-like. And the only rebuttal is, well, we just don't know what's going on, and we don't know if your instrument's calibrated. It is, by the way. And we don't know if you set it up correctly. I did, by the way.
I agree with you, Jesse. I actually do.
So can you see where that would kind of leave me saying, there's not really like an actual rebuttal, just nuh-uh kind of.
No, there's about 50 rebuttals, bro. There's no nuh-uhs that has ever been said. I've never said a nuh-uh, those words in succession ever to you, ever.
Well, no one never says those.
That's never been said.
Yeah,
when you brought this up, in addition to Ruhif and that whole thing, the whole little sham thing that Ranty was going to do, I mean, this is like an old kind of trick that has been played for years, in terms, I mean, Jesse Kozlowski with the claims of the reciprocal zenith angles. I mean, this is like, so I'm mentioning a couple things. I've gone through this in detail with you, multiple times. So I would, there's at least 20 very specific components never having to do anything with a nuh-uh ever. And I only mentioned about 2 of them right there. So there's at least 20. I mean, I could break them all down if you'd like, problems with this particular claim.
How about break one down for me? The best one.
I don't know how to evaluate which one's the best one or not, but there's several problems with it. I mean, just right off the bat, it isn't using the tool what it's designed to be used for, and it isn't validated to measure the shape of surfaces over these incredible, these very long distances. So that alone is problematic.
That doesn't mean it can't be used for that. And doesn't mean that if it's used for that, it won't be very effective.
But it makes
it's sort of like. Go ahead, Dan.
It makes the assumption that level holds true in your eye across distance. It makes an assumption that level is level over there too, that it maintains something we call level. And when the entire subject didn't maintain perspective, level no longer is what you think is level. Your objects, your angle stayed the same, but your objects changed perspective. That's the best I can. believe, is what's going on here. Is that just level, line of sight level doesn't hold true in the distance.
Yeah, I mean, just your claim that it's going over Earth curve to me just seems absurd. I mean, what distance are you even talking about? That it went from one elevation to this other one and then back to the same one in this whatever distance you're talking about? I mean, the whole thing is just absurd from beginning to end.
I think he's claiming 16 miles left to right had 36 feet of hump, but unfortunately it doesn't work with any of the other factors. There's no geometric horizon, there's no 8 inches per mile squared, none of this works. And as Geo said, theodolites are not supposed to be doing these sorts of things. They're made for very, small distances. Planar surveying.
Yeah, like it reminds me of, let's say you were going to measure like a 10-mile train track and you wanted to, it's going up and down, left and right. There's, and it's a 10-mile long track. It reminds me of the idea of like trying to measure that with like a ruler, a 12-inch ruler or something, where it's like this incredibly long distance to try to get that level of accuracy, 10 miles using a ruler. Whereas if you use a ruler for like a desk that's only like 6 feet long, you can get quite accurate. Now it's just sort of an analogy to describe where a theodolite is used in short distances for planar surveying. And like I said, when it's used, there's cross-validation with the physical, tangible world in order to try to get like a parking lot to be square or, the floor of a warehouse, things like that. And even at that, they don't even get it perfect. But, they are using it, cross-validating, at short distances and validating that within the physical, tangible world by cross-validating is how that tool is used. So to take that tool, which is used in that way I just described, and then fire it off over, 20 miles or 50 miles or some of these really long distances where, first of all, the refractive effects are much greater in terms of distortion and all of those components. And then the very slight, at that distance, the moving that theodolite just a teeny amount, is going to change the results dramatically. So I would say it's misuse of a tool and then applying it, fallaciously, and then trying to support a claim of a curved Earth with it, I guess.
Yeah, but what's the accuracy on this tool? Because I'm assuming it's within an arc minute. Is that right?
My answer to all you flat earthers is just nuh-uh.
Do you have an answer for the precision though? I'm
Nuh-uh.
trying to see
No,
if it's,
nuh-uh.
is it like a couple arc seconds or is it under an arc minute? Because if you imagine a ship is 30 arc minutes in the distance, that's what it looks like, and it's shrinking, you're going to be able to measure the amount it's shrinking by regardless of how far away it is. If it started off as a half a degree and it's getting smaller.
Nuh-uh.
I mean, it seems so. If you have a theodolite's made to measure an angle. If you're measuring, something that started off as a half arc minute, half a degree, and it's 30 arc minutes, and it's getting smaller, and you have precision of underneath an arc minute, then as it's getting further away, it's getting smaller. Even if your precision isn't perfect, you're gonna be able to measure that.
Right, but using this tool in a way that is not even used, like it's a surveying tool used in professional surveying for a particular purpose. Using it in this way, which is not how professional surveyors use it, and then trying to claim measuring the shape of the Earth from it, it's problematic. I mean, it's not even the way the professional surveyors use it, and then trying to measure the shape of the surface, in that way with that level of precision optically over that distance. And then how is that juxtaposed with the observations that are thoroughly showing an extended planar surface of the Earth in terms of the lack of any geometric horizon, how far we can see, incredible poignant clarity visually over very, very long distances of, islands and land masses and objects in the distance, showing no consistency with any, globe Earth. So for Jesse to claim I'm going over this really long distance and I'm getting this very precise little bit of drop, with a tool that's not even meant to be used this way, and then claiming that's Earth curve. Meanwhile, in all these other observations that we see incredibly far of, that shows a planar Earth surface, right at the same time, Jesse or someone else, pushing that idea might say, oh, well, then that's actually refraction. It's actually bending and warping. The light's bending and warping all over the place to account for, often miles worth of hump, miles worth of curvature and droppage that isn't there, and that you guys now would have to claim that there's some profound level of refraction bending it, but somehow, that in your minds or in Jesse's mind somehow also can be juxtaposed with this concept of at similar distances, using a tool that is not meant to be used this way and measuring this very slight little bit of drop, and somehow those two ideas are congruent.
Can I say something? First of all, you keep insinuating that it's not usable for long distances because some people use it for short distance. But that's just a fallacy. You can use something for multiple different things, and just because some people use it for short distances doesn't mean that it doesn't work at long distances. But let me ask you this. Some theodolites are specifically made for measuring angles to stars, which I think we all agree is longer than 7 or 10 miles or whatever, right? If I had used one of those theodolites, would that have made a difference? Would that have validated my angle measurement?
Well, how much less atmosphere are you looking through when you're looking straight up?
Well, it's less dense per meter, but if I'm only looking out 7 miles to a ship versus 50 miles straight up, I mean, there's you're still looking through a lot of air straight up, because it's there's a lot. It's a great distance. It's less dense, but it's great distance.
I think Gio's point about the ruler applies still. You're in a stationary position. You're not it's not being verified anywhere along the way. If I wanted to be an asshole, when it comes to the lasers, they say, how come we're not measuring the middle point? I think you'd have to measure the middle point in anything you did at that point. I think you'd have to be, truly aware of whether or not there is such a thing as line of sight level.
So I tagged you, Gio, with a link to information about a wild T4 astronomical theodolite manufactured between 1941 and 1981. And it was made to be accurate to 1/10 of an arcsecond, it looks like. But anyway.
Yeah, but that's not measuring the shape of a surface.
Well, but it's still measuring an angle to an object which is farther than 10 miles, right?
I'm not claiming any distance of any stars. I don't think either, so I don't think that could be delineated.
But can you agree that they're they're at least 20 miles away from the observer?
No.
So you think stars might be closer than 20 miles to the observer?
I mean, I would say that question is not applicable because we can't validate that those things are even physical.
The medium's not the same anyway. You're looking through it as opposed to across it. It's not the same.
So we can accurately measure the angle to a star with a theodolite because it's not physical, but we can't accurately measure the angle to a ship because it is physical?
Are those things you're saying, or are you saying?
I'm asking you.
Well, okay, I didn't say any of those words, so I guess my only response is I didn't say any of those words.
Well, my point is,
in that order.
My point is, the Wild Company from 1941 to 1981 manufactured and marketed a super high precision theodolite for measuring the angles to stars. Now, this theodolite works on the exact same principle of all theodolites. It's got a little telescope, it's got crosshairs, and it's got angle reading devices on it, just like any other theodolite. So I really don't see why you would say that that can accurately read the angle to stars, but it couldn't accurately read the angle to a ship, when the ship's at least a physical thing, right?
Well, it's like you're building a straw man. Like, I never said any of those things. You're building a bunch of things, and you're saying, oh, you said this. I didn't say any of those things. I didn't say that that's accurate to anything. Sounds like you're making those claims and then trying to weave a sort of version of a straw man, which are just none of the things I said. If you're referring to me, I didn't say any of those things.
So
a company manufactures a theodolite that they claim can shoot at stars. Okay. But
right, and it claims
you're claiming it's accurate or whatever you're claiming, and then you're trying to say that I'm saying that, and I didn't say anything about that.
Well, but this whole thing is about that your assertion or your your suggestion that my theodolite was not made to measure 6 miles out or 7 miles out or whatever.
Well, Jesse, maybe you're suggesting that too. What is the difference in this superstellar theodolite?
It's more expensive because it's accurate to 1/10 of an arc second instead of 4 arc seconds like mine.
That's the
You are right, Jesse, but they're not going to admit it. You are correct.
Yeah, I mean, surveyors don't use theodolites over very long distances to measure the shape of the Earth.
Well,
so like in the idea that the Earth's a globe and that it's been quote unquote known about for all this time and it's so solid and everything's so wrapped up and perfect, if that was the case, then surveyors, you would think, would have done this technique that that you are doing, and the other kind of globe enthusiasts, it seems, because this is the only people who do that are people on the internet that generally have conflict about the fact that other people think the Earth is something different than they think it is and that the mainstream thinks it is. And then they've kind of concocted using a theodolite incorrectly over these distances to try to claim, an optical drop effect. But that's not how the professional world who actually makes the equipment uses it. And that's not how even the whole amount of people that believe the Earth's a globe, that's not how they measure the Earth to be a globe. So it's kind of you're doing like a one-off kind of thing, I guess, or it's like something that isn't done even in the mainstream component of the world that that they believe in the globe.
Doesn't mean you can't do it.
And before GPS, by the way, it does seem that they did use theodolites for long shots when they were doing the great surveys when they didn't have GPS. So I don't see how that follows, but
not to measure the shape. Like in geodetic surveying, that's not what they're doing. They use planar surveying measurements and then they do calculations on them. They don't point theodolites over long distances and measure globes. But also, did you hear the point I said where, when we see way too far, would you claim it's bending light that's making that happen, makes the Earth look like a plane because it's bending around a sphere? Is that your thought in general?
Yeah, in general.
Okay, so if that's happening, in many cases, bending profound amounts, thousands of feet, even miles worth of curvature, and you believe that's happening, how do you then believe that this theodolite thing you're doing in this way that, like as we're discussing, somehow doesn't have any of those bending light effects?
It probably does. And in fact, it shows the ship being higher a little bit than it should be if there was no refraction.
All right, so then that would completely nullify, if you're trying to make a claim that you're measuring the curve of Earth, then those two things you just said are in such contradiction, it would then nullify the claim originally.
Not at all. Because refraction causes things in the distance to appear higher than they are, not lower. And I'm measuring things lower than they should be on a flat Earth. It's like, yes, we have multiple variables here, but refraction can't explain missing height like this. It could explain something appearing too high on a flat Earth, but it can't explain something appearing too low on a flat Earth. Because we know that light curves towards the more dense region in a gradient, and we know that the air is more dense at a lower elevation. So we know that this makes things appear higher, not lower.
Well, that's an assumption, and it's a biased assumption because there's many observations of things curving up, like lasers, and so it doesn't only curve down. So it's just a biased assumption.
No, it's not actually. There's
Man, I mean, think whatever you want. I think we could probably have a more interesting discussion, to be honest. I mean, you've brought this up thousands of times, and I think we've gone through it. I think there's probably something that could enlighten our minds a bit more, right? I mean, I think we've gone through this enough. If you want to believe it, it's fine, man. You can carry on with that. You know, it's no big deal. I think it's more interesting to talk about things that could actually move things forward. I mean, I'm not shutting down the conversation. I'm just less interested. I'm not interested as much. But yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to shut it down. I'm just saying it's sort of it's kind of like old news. It's like an old thing that's been recycled a lot of times. I'm not trying to shut down a conversation. If anyone wants to continue it, feel free. But I guess it's up to you guys how spend the time. So.
I just want to know what Jesse benches.
You're coming in too quiet, Crypto. I couldn't hear you.
I just wanted to know what you bench.
You can bench 5 theodolites at once.
What makes you want to live on a globe so bad, Jesse?
Nothing. I just want to know what the truth is. And so I go about measuring the best ways I can think of. If you've got ideas on how I can better measure, I'm all ears. Or if you want to tell me about some of your measurements, I'd be delighted.
Jesse,
Well, I think people
news.
just gave you a bunch of suggestions of how you could improve.
Well, there was a bunch of vague insinuations as to why my data doesn't mean what it looks like it means. There was not a single specific explanation given for how my data could be possible on a flat Earth. And there was also no alternative measurements given that showed flatness within their margin of error either.
What do you, outside of, I don't know if you're trying to convince others or what your overall kind of thing is, but what is your analysis of it? Like, what do you think? If you were up on a stage and you're gonna present this, and this is it, what do you think of it?
I think it looks like it points to the globe.
Okay, have you isolated whether it's the curved, like the actual atmosphere is giving a curved effect, or if the Earth is giving a curved effect? Optical versus physical Earth. Have you isolated that?
I've done a fair amount of experiments with refraction in general using liquids and gases, and then some also using just gases and even just the atmosphere in nature. And it backs up my understanding that light does curve towards the more dense region in a density gradient. Does that answer your question?
No, not really. Because I was saying if you've isolated that. Like, for example, like I said, if you were looking through a bonfire at a person on the other side and they looked all warped, and you took a measuring tool and when they're warping around, they're waving up and down. If you were to take a snapshot when they're waving down a little bit, and then it would be lower than level, and then you were to say, yo, look at this, it's lower than level. The Earth must be curved between me and the other person on the other side of the fire. So in that case, you'd have to isolate whether it's an optical effect or whether it has to do with something about the shape of the surface. So
okay,
you're saying so you're saying what this has done, you think, indicates towards the globe. If that's where you're at in your journey, then fair enough, that's where you're at. But I was asking if you've isolated that, because that would be key to isolate the difference. Because I think we would all agree that if you had a theodolite looking through a bonfire and you measured it lower than level, doesn't mean that the surface between you and the person is actually curving.
Right, and I like that analogy because what I found in my near near water observations is objects out in the distance can appear higher or lower or anywhere in between. It is like a really slow bonfire. It's like looking over a slow motion bonfire. When you're sighting along right close to the surface of the water, you do get that up and down, wild up and down variation. And I have seen that shooting over the water. But I isolated it by then getting 181 feet above sea level and shooting to the same 10,000 whatever foot mountain 36 times at different times of year, different times of day, and using different theodolites just to rule out the possibility that the one I was using was just giving bad readings. And in this situation, I did not have that wild, invalidating variation. So I think it's very reasonable to say that laser shots close to water very well could be curving equal to or greater, even greater than Earth curve, and be seen over great distances. But that when you get high above the water, then you no longer get that effect, and your angle measurements become much more reliable. Does that answer your question? Like, if I was looking over a bonfire and I'm measuring the height of something, and it's like it jumps up a foot and it jumps down a foot and it's just jumping all over. Sometimes it measures 3 feet above me. Sometimes it measures 3 feet below me. Obviously, that's not a consistent reading. It's self-contradicting. I can't just go with that, right? But let's say I wait till the bonfire goes out and I do it again, and now it's just a constant 1 foot above me, plus or minus 1%, whatever. Then at least it becomes a consistent reading, right? And in that way, I've separated out the erratic from the consistent, right?
Well, I think optical observations are always going to be limited in terms of deciphering the shape of the Earth. That's why it's pretty challenging to have them be, definitive, depending on how somebody defines definitive and how they perceive that. But I think we're going to need tangible measurements to fully have it be definitive. So
I'm working on that too.
I mean, the thing about optical is, I guess I'm just saying the thing about overall with optical, though, when you do like a wide range of observations of long distances, it's like the planar surface is clearly observed. The only way it can be explained on a globe is this like perfectly bending, warping effect that basically makes the Earth look like a plane, makes the Earth planar. So it's a huge leap. And then that effect of things curving around a sphere has really never been validated to even be occurring. So, I mean, even though I'm not saying the long distance observations in my viewpoint aren't, well, I mean, it depends on how you perceive it, if one thinks they're definitive or not. But I think it's showing what it is. But at the same time, I think there's always limitations to optics. For example, if you were up, if there was a huge court case and it was the globe was on trial kind of thing, and if the only thing people brought were just a bunch of long distance observations, would that be definitive at the end of the day? I mean, that's, at the extreme kind of, characterization of it.
Or as an analogy, is porn an indication of how people really behave when they're intimate? For instance, the optics do break down. I've been reading a lot of Braille porn just to get my bearings straight on that. And in my research, it's just as exciting. But the optics, you don't rely upon the optics to get your boner. Get it?
Well, that's a different kind of an analogy, but all right. Yeah.
I've been trying to use that braille porn joke for a long time.
Earth porn, long distance observational Earth porn.
So,
sorry.
What mechanism, Geo, do you think could possibly cause 3,200 missing feet 36 consecutive measurements over different times of year, different times of day, across multiple years on a flat Earth? Because I've ruled out the variation of like looking over a campfire by doing it so many times, right?
Okay, I'm not sure. What are you referring to? What's missing?
I measured the angle to a mountain 75 miles away, and I did it 36 times, and the average of all those equates to 3,200 missing feet.
I don't get what you mean by missing.
Well,
you could
in other
see
words, the mountain appeared almost half a degree lower than it should.
Okay, I just don't get why you're calling that missing. Usually when we talk about missing, it's like that's used in a different way, I guess, usually. So that's why I was trying to figure out what you meant by that.
Yeah, the top of the mountain was lower than it should be, lower in the field of view than it should be, compared to zenith, to my zenith. Something somehow caused that mountain to appear lower exactly the amount that the globe model predicts, within plus or minus 7 feet or something.
Okay. I mean, I guess it depends on what direction you want to go with the combo. I mean, ultimately, I think we see in a toroidal field. We see in a spherical toroidal field in terms of our optical view. Is the radius of that sphere 3959? That would even be a deeper correlation, that it's our optics that are creating that spherical effect and not the Earth. Although I'm saying that I'm not validating that what your measurements were even accurate at all. You're kind of asking me to like respond to your thing as if you're getting a perfect level line, just telling me over the internet. So I'm not going to respond to it and say, oh, well, the reason you got that is XYZ, because I don't have any way to validate anything you did. So for you just to say you did this thing, you measured these feet that were missing, I mean, it's really up to you, man, how you want to discern it. It's your conclusions, it's your life ultimately. I mean, like what you think is true is your own, I would say it's your own journey. I mean, I do think truth is universal. I'm not saying it's just a subjective thing, but it is, I think it's for each of us, we do have our own understandings of it and, relations to it in that way. But so, I mean, I'm not responding in a way to say like, why did you get that? Because like I said, I don't have any way to validate that, you did that. Plus, like I was saying, using that equipment over those distances is not how they're used. You have no way to validate tangibly that you're actually creating a level line. That's what I was saying before. When they use these theodolites in short distances, and they're trying to get level, like if they're building a parking lot or a bridge or things like that, it's being cross-validated by multiple angles and directions. And then that's cross-validated with the way water flows on the surface, for example. And so there's multiple different physical, tangible components that are used to make sure the parking lot is level or the water slopes in a particular way to drain in a parking lot, things like that. So that's being physically, tangibly validated, within planar surveying. So you're using that equipment and shooting it off, but I already said all that. I'm not trying to repeat all that. And, but if you're asking why things in general can be distorted in the environment, there's many components to that. The refractive effects in the environment, just like I was saying with the bonfire, not that it's the exact same thing, because it's not, long distance observations are not necessarily looking through a fire, but there's similarities in terms of the distortions that can occur.
So what's one of those distortions that could cause a mountain to appear a half a degree lower than it should?
Magnification is one.
So the light bending, doesn't magnification require that light gets bent?
I wouldn't really call it light bending. No, I would say it's a refractive effect. But yeah, there's all. I mean, there's looming, stooping, towering, many forms of mirages.
But don't they?
Lensing? You know, lensing, concave and convex.
But can you have a? Will a lens do anything if it has no power to change the path of light? Can you have a lens that doesn't affect light?
Distortion isn't refraction. You can, you know, your local distortion at the point of lens. I don't know. I mean, if we're, you know, let's say you had a foggy lens. Either way, there's other forms of distortion besides refraction.
Can you name one?
Well, refraction is a result of, you know, moisture, temperature, and we don't even include wind when we talk about that, which is one of the other factors. We talk about pressures, which is not a factor. I don't know why I was ever suckered into that. And now I'm told that I need to pay attention to gradients. Then gradients has now been ciphered out into 3 different categories of temperature gradients, pressure gradients, and what's the fucking other one? Ruhif's got me in 3 different places with what he calls gradient. So I think you're seriously looking at an honest, you know, experiment. I think you're being fooled by what you see because you're not calculating any form of perspective in. You're calculating. I don't know how predictive you're being. You know,
could I? Yeah. So you've said that I'm not calculating for perspective. I believe I am. Do you have any evidence that I'm not correctly accounting for perspective?
I'm not aware of any mathematics you could apply for that.
It's simply the angle is equal to the arctan of the rise over the run. That is, but that's what perspective is supposed to be. So if you have evidence that there's some other math for perspective, then you should tell me and I'll try it out. But
I just don't think that we've fully explored any magnification. When you get down to long angles across the surface, we may easily be dealing with a lot of magnification, lensing, and things that we don't understand. You and I know for a fact, with experience, that things vary a great deal, and we don't know why.
Right, but in the case of my line of sight from 181 feet to a 10,000 whatever foot mountain, they did not vary a great deal. I did it 36 times, different times of year, different times of day, and they were surprisingly consistent, within plus or minus 100 feet at 75 miles.
Well, I'll give you that for effort. I will. I'll give you that, and I'll give you also the benefit of the doubt in what you say. I don't think you would ever mean to deceive, ever. And
Definitely
I think when you say you're just here to find out, makes you a great guy. You know, it really does. Congratulations for being such a good flat earther.
My pleasure. Hey, if I could get answers to these questions, I would be your best flat earther ever.
Well, you're trying. Fuck, you're trying, you know? You're trying to figure it out, you know? And it seems like throughout all of history, we have this difference between the experiment and then the extrapolation of data afterwards. You know, like why they kept doing, you know, Michelson-Gale, is it, instead of Nicholson-Morley, and why they keep working on it. And why they keep trying to figure out exactly what they were looking at. What's really weird to me, especially as a flat earther or a skeptic, is when you look at something like Smithsonian and you look at things that we know of having historical value, like, you know, who invented radio or who was the first to deal with flight. And because the way they specified flight, the Wright brothers are known as being the fathers of modern flight, and they're really kind of not, you know. And it appears the same thing with radio. is like who gets into history gets locked in. And it's really, there's a certain amount of stuff there that's kind of a bummer that we see. And it is hard to bring anything to consensus, and consensus then has a stronghold. It's interesting. It's hard to break through. Like, remember that Galen Windsor thing with the guy eating uranium or something? And you're like, I doubt it, right? It's pretty easy to doubt the guy. Pretty easy.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, as everything changes now, as we turn this AI corner, there'll never really be any way to verify anything ever again. Think about it.
Fortunately, my theodolites are all old enough that they don't run AI in them.
Right.
I was asking earlier, Jesse, like the difference between isolating, whether it's optical or what the effect is. So let's just say that what you did was let's just say for a moment that it's all legit, meaning the equipment can be used at those long distances. Let's say that it's totally fine to be used at those distances. Let's say that refraction is not a factor for the moment. Let's say that you calibrated and you did it precisely and perfectly. Let's just say all of that is just for the sake of discussion, let's say all that is absolutely tip top and perfect. And let's say that you did get this the displacement effect as you're referring to. Then so let's just taking all of that at face value and just like accepting all of it for the moment. Then the question would be, if you want to just be kind of a little hyperbolic, no pun intended, because as you know, in terms of the hyperbolic visual space discussion and all of that, but just I was going to use the word hyperbolic, meaning just to be kind of dramatic for a moment. Let's say that you're measuring the curve of Earth. You're up there, you're on a globe, that's it, boom. Like everything, just like I said, for the sake of discussion, boom, there's the drop, there it is, level, it's below level, 100%, that's it, it's a globe. Or, and again, this is assuming that all of that is, everything else is all good, or there's something in the optics that's causing that. Refraction, curved visual space, all these different, discussions that have been had in terms of that. In terms of this very precise little bit of difference that you're getting. Because we're not really talking about long distance observations where we're seeing hundreds of miles and we're seeing mountains and things over, this is a little different. What you're doing is you're taking this, very little, basically the crosshairs of this visual, device, and then hoping that you're perfectly level and that optically it's going to continue to be level over this long distance, that you're going to be able to get this very, very, precise kind of, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, on the one extreme version, you're measuring the sphere, or you think you are in that sense, again, as if, just taking everything else at face value, that it's all legit. Or there's an optical effect that's causing that, and the Earth isn't a globe, right? Would you agree with those two general ideas?
I'm not sure if I followed all that exactly, but I'm totally okay with the idea that it could be some optical thing. And that's why I'm asking, what could it be? Because my own investigation into the nature of light and density gradients shows that it can't be an optical thing causing the mountain to have a missing half a degree. So far as any optics that I've been able to test myself, because they all say that the mountain would appear higher due to optical things, not lower, right?
No, I don't know why you're saying that. I mean, over a planar surface, if you want to say things are curving down, then it would drop down, and you would get a fake globe result, even on that alone. Nothing has to curve up for that. You're saying the mountain's lower than it should be, and we're talking about that things bend down towards a gradient. So if it's bending down on a flat Earth, then that's it. It's just bending down over a flat Earth.
If light were curving down on a flat Earth, it would make things look higher than they should.
Okay, that's the claim I don't agree with. I don't know where you're getting that.
Well, that's
because now you're jumping into assumptions about light curving down and making things appear higher. That's not how that works. If something is warped down, like if you're looking at your friend through the bonfire and they're looking a little bit lower, I don't think that has anything to do with anything appearing higher. It's just being warped down. That's all it is. It's just going down. Just like the arc of a football or a baseball. If you throw a baseball, you know how it like arcs down a little bit as it goes? That's all that would have to happen over a flat Earth for that to be the case. It's just arcing down.
Right.
You're seeing it a little bit lower.
Okay, I just tagged you with a picture. If before anyone asks why the guy has one eye, it's obviously because he's been staring into lasers. Okay, so this is just a fish tank. Do you see that, Gio? That picture I tagged you with?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, cool. So this is just someone's sugar gradient. It's not my picture, but I just took it and put the head and the eyeball in it. This is downward curving light, right?
I wouldn't really use those words. No, I think paths of light can be refracted through the medium. I wouldn't really say that the light is curving, but whether that's just semantic or what. But
so the path is curving. The path of the light is curving, then, or how would you describe it?
The path is being refracted.
Okay, is the path straight?
In that case, no. It looks like it's warped. It's bent.
Okay.
Curving.
Okay. So this.
Look at the path of the reflection. Look at that. How bizarre.
Yeah, that's pretty cool because you're seeing it through this density gradient. So yeah, that's cool. But anyway, is this little guy looking? Is he seeing the light coming from its true direction or above where it is really? Does he look up slightly to see that laser?
I call 6-ball in the globe pocket. It's a good question, Jesse. No, the observer looks straight.
So if this little guy with the one eye took a pipe, like a skinny water pipe, and he lined it up so that he could see the laser through that pipe, would that pipe be pointing up a little bit? Slanting, sloped up?
No.
So you think the pipe could be level and he could still see the laser through it, even though the light wouldn't be going through the pipe?
I think the laser beam through all the places you've seen it in real life outdoors is a straight line.
Oh, my friend, you didn't answer the question, though.
Rephrase it again. I mean,
if the little one-eyed observer, if the little one-eyed observer were to take his little pipe and hold it perfectly level, would the laser beam be passing through the pipe, inside the pipe?
Like a telescope, like a telescope, right? Something long, right?
Right. So like a 20-foot long steel water pipe.
Well, what about a gun scope, something like that?
Well, that's optics. Let's keep it just a simple pipe.
Okay.
If he had a little pipe held up to his eye like a telescope, but it's just a pipe, and that was perfectly level, parallel to the bottom of the tank, would the laser beam be passing through inside the pipe?
In this picture, I'm looking from a perspective that says no.
Okay.
I have no evidence of how it would really look through your pipe. Right.
And I can tell you from my experiments with gradients and fish tanks and little tubes in the gradient that you are correct. If the light was arching over and coming down from above, like this shows, and his little pipe was level, the laser beam would not go through the pipe, and he would not be able to see the laser through the pipe. Because in order for him to see the laser, the light from the laser has to go through the pipe and reach his eye. So that's why I say he would have to slant that pipe up a bit so that the pipe was sloped up and parallel to the path of the light as it reached his eye, and then the light could go through the pipe and he would see the laser through the pipe, but the pipe would be sloped up. And to him, he's going to think that the laser is up above him because he had to slope the pipe upward to see it.
Could there be a chance in both yours and my common existence that it only appears to be curving? That it's not?
Well,
It just appears?
I mean, you can take. I mean, I took a physically curved piece of aluminum metal, and I put metal eyelets all along, or 3 metal eyelets on it, one at each end and one about in the middle. And I suspended it in the fish tank, and the laser beam shot right through the middle of all 3 of those eyelets. And I know the eyelets were physically curved because they were attached to that aluminum beam, and it was physically curved. And the laser.
That was good work. I saw that. That was good work.
So I think it's reasonable to say that the path of the light is actually physically curving, to me anyway.
You might have proved that, and that was at the moment you did that. So good work. I remember why you did that. It was after you got these kind of results. Interesting. Do you feel that you have the support of your community? Do you feel that there's a globe community?
I don't know. I mean, just like the other Globers here on Discord, I don't really talk about it with very many people in real life. But I think in general, they seem to approve of my methods and reasoning, although a few of them are still rather skeptical, as am I, that my 6-kilometer string will pull underwater.
As long as you don't try and hang something in the middle. As long as you don't encumber it in the middle, you'll have a chance. But I think that complicates it. It'll be a fun day, though. You trying to get 6 people out there in the rain.
Yeah, in the middle of the night in the rain. Well, anyway, enough about my experiments. Gio, you mentioned that there were some pretty sound, or my opinion of what you said was that there was some pretty sound measurements that showed flatness. Would you like to present one of those, and we can talk about that instead? Or anyone?
I think it's cool what you did with the ship and the theodolite. Hey,
that was actually Dan's idea. I'm very grateful to Dan for coming up with that idea.
Oh wow, okay. And what was the result? Was it matching? But was it matching the curve or the Earth, supposed Earth, or was there some refraction involved, or how'd that work?
The ship was relatively near, like within, probably
8 miles or so, 6 to 8 miles, it pretty much followed a 7/6R curve, so a bit bigger than Earth curve. When it started getting past that distance out into the 10s, 12s, up to 16 miles, then the drop-off rate reduced, which I presume was because the line of sight was getting closer and closer to the surface, where there was then more and more refraction kicking in and raising it up.
Oh, I see. Have you heard of Xenix's little test for the refraction, where you take different elevations of some object that's a single distance from you, and you try and calculate based on the difference between the angles, and what would be expected on a straight line geometry, Earth. What the difference between that is and what your measurements are, and try to discern the refraction from that. You heard him describe that test?
No, I didn't.
Well, the reason I bring that up is because I think it's clever. It's a clever way to sort of measure the refraction in the atmosphere. And if something like that in conjunction with what you did would sort of confirm the refraction element of your observation, right? And then, or at least, for the most part, confirm it. And then everything left would just be, the supposed curve of the Earth.
Yeah, I'm
But
not
that would
sure
be kind of
how
difficult.
Right. The problem is you would need something that was perfectly straight as a baseline that didn't depend on
Yeah.
light, which is obviously so it's difficult. Yeah.
Well, no. Well, what do you mean? No, because you're not worried. You're not worried that it's not actually a straight line in Xenix's test. Um, what you're doing. I have a picture I made of it, but you're just comparing the difference in the angles. So it's like if you have I've made a picture of a parking garage, and then a street or a stop sign, and if you take the angle of the stop sign when you're parallel to it, and then you go up one story. So you know the distance to the stop sign, you know the height that you're changing by, so you know the angle that you should be measuring at when you go up to the second level and the third level, based on the straight line geometry, or trigonometry, really. Regardless, yeah, whatever differences you got from that straight line geometry, trigonometry, and your measurements, whatever the difference between that, you would discern. You would use that as refraction, right?
Well, what would we be using as a baseline?
Well, the baseline would be just the straight line geometry. So here, let me see. Let me draw a picture.
Okay.
Let me post a picture I drew. I'm not the best at explaining stuff, so. Okay, so like this picture here. So.
Oh, I saw that earlier. I didn't know what the context was.
Yeah, right. Because I got me go with yeah.
What did you say?
Hold on. So 1 second.
Does it bother you, Jesse, that you have to do all this work when NASA can't seem to do a good job proving their globe? They just kind of put out a CGI picture and call it good.
I enjoy learning, even if yeah, I don't care about NASA. I enjoy learning and experimenting and making observations.
Yeah, so why do you think that these so-called space agencies aren't making any effort to actually have any verifiable, scientific, repeatable evidence of this alleged globe? Why do you think they just put out kind of joke videos? And Robert Simon, who admits he uses CGI to create the globe image and so on. Why do you think they seem so illegitimate?
I don't think they take flat earthers seriously. They just laugh and like prank them and stuff. That's my opinion.
Well, but that is an interesting point, though. I mean, like in this discussion, like, you know, like if you feel like you're trying to prove it or validate it, you're like, well, you know, I want to know for myself, so I'm going out there, but you know, going out there to do these things, and I mean, we've talked over the years. I mean, there's, you know, thousands of hours that we've talked about all these different tests to do and different ways of doing them and everything. So yeah, like, I mean, if NASA is this multi-billion-dollar funded, you know, organization, our tax money, and it's, you know, if it's so settled, why can't they do that? You know, why do we have to? Why do you have to be doing it, or you know, others and so on? You know, I think that's a interesting point to consider.
Yeah, you're saying they don't care about flat earthers, so they're just joking around and teasing us by using these billions of dollars to, you know, whatever, make stuffed animals disappear on the alleged ISS and so on.
Well, let's say for the sake of discussion that space is real and the people at NASA are highly confident that space is real because some of them have been to the moon, some of them have been to the ISS, some of them have talked to the people who've been to the ISS. Let's just, and I'm not asking you to agree that this is the way things is, but just for the sake of discussion, if these people wouldn't even take a flat earther seriously, they would just think it was a joke because they would know with such certainty that the earth isn't flat that they would really have no motivation to bother with it, basically. I mean, they put up their satellites, they're streaming satellite TV. You can go talk to anyone who installs satellite TV dishes, and you'll find out that they're actually focused at a location, whatever, 40,000 miles, I don't know, whatever, above the equator. And if you go and measure the angle of the dishes all around the world, it all adds up. So all the people in the industry are going to just kind of laugh at it. They're not going to even take it seriously. Does that
You
make
can
sense?
have all of them pointing at a certain location. That proves nothing about the shape of the Earth. You could have something else at that location. I mean, if that's true, I don't know. You've talked to all satellite TV guys throughout the whole world. Is that what you're claiming?
No, but I know how a satellite TV dish works. They all work the same. They use the same kind of dish in all over the world.
Well, yeah, we're moving to a different conversation about satellites, which could also function in the same way using the satelloons, which we all know exist. So, I mean, I hear what you're saying from your frame of reference, which is always starting that you assume you're on a globe. So you assume these people in NASA already have this knowledge. So you assume, I mean, but the things you said after that, I have to say, were a little bit iffy in logic. They don't care about flat Earth, so that's why they don't do anything serious. And the things that they do seem like jokes, as well as the fact that they have admitted that they are not taking pictures of a globe, they're putting together composite images. I mean, if I were you, I'd be embarrassed about that.
Well, it could be that everything they do is 100% serious to them, and they don't care what people think about them. That's what Jesse's saying.
Yeah.
When Jesse says he knows how satellites work, I'd argue that he thinks he knows.
I said I know how satellite dishes work.
Satellite dishes work, same difference.
No.
I think you only think you know.
Well, do you know about them? Let's discuss it. You did dig to Beffer, so.
Not begging to differ. I'm just saying that I know that you only think you know, because I know you don't know.
Well, I
Because,
know
I mean,
that I know that you only think that you know that I don't.
Well, it's two parts of the claimed puzzle, as it were, of satellites, because there's the thing on the ground, like you were saying, you know how those work. You point the dish at that point in the sky, but you were linking that to the claims of globes or satellites out on a globe just because it points to that place in the sky. So I think maybe what Adam was saying is just that, when you consider, like, you may think you know how the other side of it's working, the thing up in the sky, that is, that's the part that you can't validate. What actually is in the sky that is, receiving and sending signals.
Well, my point is that the people who work with the technologies are naturally going to be extremely confident that the Earth is a globe.
Well, I know, but right. I mean, they're told it is, and it's out of their range of validation, just like it is for many. So they're in the same boat you are. They're not in a different boat. Now, you could argue maybe the quote unquote astronauts that are claiming to go up there. Okay, that's a little bit different, because they're claiming to go up there and float around and all that stuff. But for many others that work on satellite systems and whatever it may be, and kind of linked with that idea, I mean, you've been in these discussions, I don't know how long, a year or two, or whatever the time is that you've been involved. I mean, like, does it seem like an open and shut case to you? And I think my kind of point to say that, I mean, if this was an open and shut case, then it should be very, very easy to just drop the truth of it. Like, I mean, for example, if we were going to argue about cars and, this certain transmission, and it works this way and it has a timing to it, you couldn't have whole communities like, these transmissions don't work this way, and then everybody else being like, yes, they do, because that can be validated. That transmission can absolutely be validated to work exactly that way. So, but when it comes to the shape of the Earth, it is a complex situation, in terms of all of the components of it. So, I guess that's kind of my rhetorical. That's not really a rhetorical question, but I mean, is it an open and shut case? Because I think you would agree it's not. Like, now, I'm not saying that there isn't a truth and that that folks haven't come to a proper conclusion. I'm not saying it's all just a mess of confusion. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there are sort of quote unquote professional globe earthers, if you want to call them that, that have dedicated. They got all these YouTube channels. We all know who they are, and they come in here. All the rest of it. They've got channels dedicated to this. And they focus on it nonstop, and they're not able to, prove it either. They're not able to validate it themselves. So I'm just saying that it's like it's much more complex than just, like, NASA's doing it and they're just laughing at everyone else. Because if it was really that laughable, then we would be able to validate it or have evidence of it. Like, actual solid evidence, not just like claims and pictures. And
the point I was making, like Skylane said, the people in NASA, even if it's not true, they still are very, very confident that Earth is a globe. So why would they want to spend effort and time and money and whatever with some sort of mission outreach to what they see as an insignificant, unimportant, small fraction of conspiracy theorists who think the Earth is flat, right? Why would they do it? That's not their goal. Their goal is, they believe, to explore space and put communication satellites up and whatever all they think they're doing, right?
Okay, and I assume you're not talking about you're not talking about like the ones that the idea that there's ones at the top, at the sort of top, that are making fake globe images, and you're not talking about that level. You're talking about like the civilian level, as it were, right? Somebody who just went to a school, they got some education, they're an engineer, and then they just work for NASA. Well, yeah, I hear what you're saying. So then the response I would have to that, are they scientists and truth seekers? Like, are they truly wanting to know what the truth is? Like, are they a scientist at that top level, or are they a member in a cult? Because a member in a cult would just sort of go along with the teaching, drink the Kool-Aid, go along with it, even though they haven't really validated or proved it, but it's like a belief that they're going with. And then there's all the kind of the cult teachings and the whole thing around it. And part of that cult is, oh, anyone who denies the cult, you have to laugh at them and point fingers and, you know, banish them. Whatever you do, you know, you got to shut them down and censor them and all of that. I mean, that's more of a cult-like behavior, because if they were really truth seekers, like deep scientists and truth seekers, if the question about the shape of the earth was brought to them, if they were coming from that level of integrity and maturity, they should be able to have a very solid conversation about it, and or, you know, further discussion, showing evidence, whatever it may be. You know, they should be able to say, okay, so you guys are saying the earth is actually planar, it doesn't have curvature, it's not moving. Okay, well, let's look into this. You know, is there any empirical evidence that the earth is rotating around the sun?
Yeah.
There isn't. You know, is there, I mean, we can go on and on with all of these topics, and we've discussed them at length, you know. So you're able to discuss it. So I give you props that you're able to. But if the people at NASA, if these ones you're talking about are just sort of laughing and scoffing, it seems like that's more of a cult member type of concept, you know, where there's a cult belief and then you go with it, you laugh at others that don't go with it, and all the ridicule and all the censorship and all that shenanigans, which just seems like what they're into, you know, headed by sort of the Neil deGrasse and all these guys, rather than actually a mature, solid, integrated conversation.
So I need to just check one thing here. Adam, did you say that satellites and satellite dishes were something like essentially the same thing or something like that?
Nothing of the sort.
Oh, who did say that? I heard it. Someone else heard it. What, am I gonna have to go clip that?
Yeah, go Clippy.
No, I heard that as well, but I'm not sure if that's what was said. If it's
What I said was
Saying
saying
said,
the difference. When you said, I didn't say I know how satellites work. You said I know how satellite dishes work. I said same difference, same. I was not meaning that. I was saying that you said you know how satellites work. I necessarily was just meaning that it's not relevant. I was just meaning whatever. You saying that you know how something works, it's not true. Because I know that you don't know.
Thank you. Are you happy, Logris? All right, so Gio, in
Thanks
answer,
for clearing that up, Jesse.
what's that?
I said thanks for clearing that up.
Certainly. So Gio, in answer to your question, if I can remember it, the people at NASA would, you asked, are they like, you know, cult members, or what are they? They're mostly, they would be either employees and or lobbyists, or some combination of the two. Some of them are just working their job. Some of them are pushing to get the next big deal with the next contractor to get some perks, so that whatever. But it's like, if let's say you were the owner of what's a really big popular company, Haynes 57, Baskin Robbins 31, whatever, the owner of a big company, and there was some people on Facebook saying that that company didn't exist. Are you gonna like spend hundreds of thousands of dollars trying to reach out to and convince a few little conspiracy theorists that your huge company that's making billions of dollars actually does exist? It's like, no, why would you? You've got a big happy customer base, whatever. It makes no difference to your mission of selling ketchup whether or not there's a few fringe conspiracy theorists, what you would see as fringe conspiracy theorists saying that your company, Heinz 57, doesn't exist, right? So I think that's what goes on with NASA. They just see it as a small fringe bit of conspiracy theorists who that makes no difference to their whatever they think their mission is, whatever they think they're working for. Does that make sense?
Seems like you can't hear the sound.
I think someone was hot micing. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I think, I mean, the thing is, I don't know, you keep linking it to conspiracy. I don't necessarily think, I mean, I get people use that term and it's a word, but at the end of the day, if we're talking about the earth, it's really just nature. It's just the earth. It's not necessarily conspiracy theories, although I understand that word is used and can be combined, because it could be said that the globe is a conspiracy. There's people conspiring to deceive, in terms of the globe. But I mean, the discussion about the Earth not being a globe is not necessarily a conspiracy theory. It doesn't. But I think coming to the realization that it's not a globe, then there's obviously conspiracy involved. There's groups that are working together to push the globe idea. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. I think there's actually a nugget of truth in what you said. I think that if the Earth was a globe, there wouldn't be all of the ridicule and attacks. Like there wouldn't be these just legions of people that are attacking and doing all of what they're doing. So there's that factor too. Like if somebody right now said that, I'm just trying to think something in my own life, that would just be completely false. Like if they said, oh, I don't know, whatever
going off?
I know. Yeah, I think your hot mic can remove.
Is that your vibrator going off?
No. What do you mean?
Yeah, he didn't even know he was hot micing, I think.
I don't know. Is he hot micing? I don't know what he's saying.
No, I said, is that your vibrator going off?
It was yours, I think.
What is a vibrator?
Come on, Jeff.
What do we all have in our lives that vibrates?
Well, people like you would have vibrators, right?
Okay, so you're just trolling and doing some weird.
Anyway,
yes.
Yeah, I have a dildo sitting on my desk. You caught me. Yeah, that's
Speaking of sitting on desks, what was the go with ODD in the documentary? Just having a firearm sitting on his desk. What's the go with that? America, come on.
So, Gio, I wasn't saying that.
Yeah, I guess my main point was to say that if the Earth was just solidly a globe, there would not be a need to defend it and attack people who don't think it's a globe. That's one point I'm saying. So there wouldn't be a need to do all this, have these like full-time sort of globe enthusiasts that are doing what they're doing and all of the ridicule and the attacks and you know what I mean? Like that would be if it really was if it really was a globe, then you would just let those people think what they think and it wouldn't matter. But
that's what NASA does.
Right. So
it's not what NASA does.
The question
NASA responds directly to the quote unquote flat earth community. They change their content based precisely about what's going on in these discussions. They put out specific videos ridiculing repeatedly and putting it in their rhetoric. So they're not just ignoring it. It seems like they're in some state of defense around it.
Can I read out what Doofus posted? Geo knows people exist that love to point out when other people are wrong, but wonders why they would do that for flat earthers if the Earth was a globe. It's literally all it comes down to. Like I said, I used to argue creationism and the Bible and everything. Yeah, I like to argue.
Yeah, but people do that. Like, I'll use a dramatic example. I'll use an example that, in this day and age is, but just bear with me. You know how there's people like who beat up gay people? Like they actually, that's what they do. They like go out and beat them up. It's like horrible, just horrible thing that happens. But it's been shown that like the people who do that actually have gay conflicts. So somebody who isn't gay and doesn't have any conflict around that just lets others be gay. They're not going to go beat someone up. They'll be like, oh, you're gay. That's fine. Right on, man. It's just all good, right? There's no conflict. There's no need to go into chat rooms and debate them. There's no need to make a YouTube channel called The Gays or anything. There's just no reason to do that. Like you're confident in your own sexuality, they're in theirs. You move on. But the people that have conflicts around it, either they have their own unsureness about their own sexuality, whatever it may be, end up going out and trying to beat people up or attack them or do that kind of thing. So I think that could be said with the Earth discussion in a certain way. It's like, if you were confident it was a globe, why even pursue it? And why have such a life attachment to it in that way? But we were originally talking about people work at NASA though.
Yeah, that would be one possible explanation for why people like to argue. But there are others.
I would say that
just straight sociopathy.
If
you want to call it that.
If the Earth were flat, there wouldn't be all these people arguing for it, right? That's where it's got two sides.
Nice one, Jesse. It's a gas.
Well, that's not really true. because the Earth is stationary and planar, then there would be a deep desire for humans that are aware of that truth to share that truth with their fellow man, especially seeing that the people that are in the kind of control position are worsening our lives and killing and murdering people in genocide and have been daily for at least 150 years.
I think though, just in general, it's a byproduct of intellect to wish to engage with people that see things differently and discuss these things and debate about them. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why that seems to be an issue. I mean, people like to argue, you know.
Hang on, I had a barking dog for a minute.
Well, Gio, you mentioned that there was something that my impression was that you had some very solid flat Earth measurements. Would you like to tell us about those?
Who said that?
Well, earlier you were like, you were implying to me something that, to the best of my understanding, is that there's some very good evidence for a flat Earth, and how would that stack up against me, my questionable evidence and something I don't know. But did I misunderstand? Do you not have any good evidence for flat Earth?
Well, I mean, you've said about 5 different things there, so all I could say is I didn't say any of those words, but I'm trying to figure out what you're referring to.
Well, let's make it real
I
simple.
never claimed anything about a measurement related to a term flat Earth. I never said that.
Okay, do you have...
I do not think that we have physical, tangible measurements of the planar surface yet. No, absolutely not.
Okay. So
Yeah,
I'm not
they
that
don't, hold
unreasonable.
on. They don't exist for a globe, and they don't exist for a planar Earth. There's, however, tremendous amounts of evidence on both sides, and then there's the truth of what is the case. But no, do we have an actual, tangible, physical measurement of the Earth's surface? No, I've yet to see one. Have you?
I've not seen
Something
any.
that's not optical, something that's physical and tangible. No, it needs to be done. It's yet to be done.
What about the other Jesse? Sorry, go ahead, Jesse.
Oh, that's okay.
I was just going to say the other Jesse Klazowski. Not that there's any Jesse better than the other, by the way. But that's a different Jesse who also did stuff with surveying, and he did the bridge with the GPS, which is it's one of the things I tend to favor is the GPS. But he did that. He measured positions across the bridge, and I know that you wouldn't necessarily call that measurement tangible. I guess I kind of would, but that's just me. Just because I'm the way I'm thinking about it, he's measuring the ground, or he's measuring the surface, or he's measuring points along the surface. But anyways, but yeah, so I consider that to be a tangible measurement. But I would understand why you wouldn't.
So lacking
using
tangible...
GPS.
Yeah, GPS. Yeah.
Well, that's not tangible.
I don't want to take away from what Jesse's going to say because but it's a whole thing. I'll just agree to disagree. But
there's tangible signals that are being received, but they're not. You can't.
I would say that part. That part's the part that's not tangible.
You can't tangibly validate what is sending those signals. The interchange of data, you can't fully. That's not validatable. But what was Jesse going to say?
Oh, yeah. I was just going to say, so considering the lack of tangible measurements showing the Earth to be, flat, planar, water at rest, and considering that at least, even if they have some inaccuracies, at least I have measurements of some degree, and they do fit with my observations of how light behaves. Is it really that unreasonable for me to say that at this point in my research, it's kind of looking like it leans towards the globe based on my
I think
evidence?
it would be. Yeah, I think it would be. Absolutely.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Because I mean, if you were to go out and do, let's say, 100 different observations at 100 different spots around the world, and you were to do like mirror flashes, for example, where you get a mirror, like one of those large kind of body mirrors, like 5 foot tall, take it to a beach and reflect light across the water at, varying distances. You can do it. It's depending on the conditions, you can get very long distances. So you can do those to validate you're seeing the light and not in the, to falsify the curvature. You can do long distance observations with cameras, binoculars, telescopes, any form of equipment that you would like to use. You can do long distance observations. And I understand you're claiming you're using a theodolite and you're measuring this very, very teeny tiny little bit, and then, have it coming to a thought on that. But I'm just saying, if you want to look at the whole body of evidence, if you were to go out and do, mirror flashes, laser tests, and other long distance observations, you'd be able to see with your own eyes, your own direct experience, that the curvature that is claimed on the Earth is non-existent, and that we measure and observe a planar surface as it extends out. So in terms of that component of it, if you wanted to, if you did that, then you'd be able to then have this huge mountain, like I said, if you did it 100 times, 200 times, you'd be able to have a huge amount of evidence for yourself that you're seeing, an extended planar surface rather than anything that's curving.
So, but what if I did this 100 times and 1/3 of those times it did match a planar surface. Objects that floating in the water at any distance appeared right at eye level when I was near the water, like they would on a plane. But another 1/3 of the time, they were dipped down as if the Earth was a globe, and another 1/3 of the time, they were raised up above eye level as if the Earth was concave. Wouldn't that tell me that maybe this method of sighting along water was not reliable? Because there's multiple possible causes now, right? For the appearance of planaricity.
No, I wouldn't say it's that simple. No, that's not. I would not agree with that. It doesn't just randomly look globe or concave. What it looks is that there's a foundational planar geometry, meaning there's a consistency of planar geometry that's always present, and then there's just the refractive and limiting effects of how much of that planar surface we're able to observe. So it doesn't change shape ever. Like there's no time that it's changing or warping shape. It still has that planar foundation. There's just alterations in terms of like the limitation of what we're able to see, and refractive effects, of course. But even within those refractive effects, it goes from planar into the mirage and then back to planar. Planar is always the foundation.
So I just tagged you with a picture. It does move at random, depending on conditions. And in the picture I just tagged you with, I went out and set up my...
Like the Skunk Bay footage where it wavers up and down. Yeah, absolutely. I didn't say it doesn't do that. I'm just saying that that's not necessarily like concave or spherical Earth. That's just a wavering of the planar. Like that wavering has a planar foundation. So it's not measuring a different shape of the Earth. It's measuring a planar surface at the foundation that is essentially modulating.
But if that modulation takes it through the position of being concave to planar to convex and back and forth, how can we know that it's planar and not one or the other, right? Does that make sense?
You're talking about the horizon moving, or what are you talking about that's wavering and what are you talking about? Because the horizon is optical, so that's not the shape of the Earth changing. It's just the optical position of the horizon changing.
Well, in this case, it was a ship 7 miles away, and one day a ship went by in that same location. It's like a shipping route right into Seattle, so ships go through there all the time. And the point where the water line is on the side of the ship, where the water is against the side of the ship, the water line on the ship is what I measured the angle to. And one day it was 2 arc minutes above eye level, 2.5 arc minutes above eye level. A few days later, or before, I don't remember which, I went out to the same location, but under different temperature conditions, and waited for a ship to go by on that same shipping path, and his water line was below eye level by almost 2 arc minutes. So this is a fluctuation just for between these 2 different days of like over 4 arc minutes.
Yeah, dude. See how there's a foundational planar geometry? Like I'm looking at your pictures here. So if you look to the left, on the one on the left there, see how you can see like a lot further, basically? It's just like, here, I'll post the image. Hold on, I kind of want to post. Just give me 1 second to.
Yeah, sure.
The one that the oil rigs that BLSM S69 did. I just want to post it to go along with what I'm saying. So basically, what you have here is a similar effect to what those two show, where these are on the same position, different days, and there's a dramatically different landscape. So you're picking up a similar thing here. And what are you calling eye level? You're assuming that this is the theodolite again, and you're just assuming that this crosshair is just somehow making a perfect level across the Earth. Is that what you're going off?
I pointed the crosshair at the waterline on the ship and measured the angle, whether it was above or below eye level.
I got you. Yeah. So see how that one on the left there, or the one I showed there, of the oil rigs.
I see it.
Yeah, so what I wanted to post it because it's similar to what the effect you're having here. Because I'm looking, I just zoomed in on the one that you posted. So there's what I would say is that there's a planar foundation to the geometry, meaning that when you can see further, the plane extends out. When you can't see as far, like the one on the right, then you're getting limitation of what you can see. It's not changing any geometry. It's just limiting what you're able to see of the ground and the sky level. So like the one on the right is seeing much closer in terms of the water. Like if the horizon is the meeting place of the ground and the sky, there is a distance at which that happens. Meaning, if you were a person out on a boat there, you'd be, if it's 3 miles, let's say that's happening, where that optical extinction point is of the ground and the sky, where the ground and the sky meet. If that's 3 miles, meaning the sky is obviously huge and expansive. So the thing that's going to limit it is the ground. The sky is obviously so much more expansive that if the ground wasn't there, you'd see, etc. It would just be, you'd be able to see in an expanse. So the fact that the ground's there, if like the one on the right there, if that limit is 3 miles, let's say, then if you were a person on a boat or whatever, if you went past 3 miles, you're not going to be able to see them because the meeting place of the ground and the sky is at 3 miles, let's say. Whereas the one on the left, I'm not saying these numbers are the correct numbers for this image. I just used 3 randomly. For the one on the left, let's say that's 6 miles. And just, like I said, I'm just using those numbers randomly. If it's further, then the planar surface extends and you're able to see more of the water distance in that case. The conditions allow for you to see further. So in this, let's say 6 miles instead of 3. So now the horizon is going to display itself, in the distance, just as planar geometry shows, and with that exact planar extension, in terms of the way it moves out and all of that, it functions in terms of that planar foundation. And so the one on the left, if you can see 6 miles and the ground and the sky point where they meet would be 6 miles, you'd be able to see much more of what's at the water layer. So that's why things visually obscure. Now, that is going to correlate with what you're calling eye level, which essentially is what a dip angle is. A dip angle in celestial navigation is essentially the angle, like over a planar surface. Let's say you're 6 feet above the surface. It's from your eye to the horizon, from the horizon over the planar surface to your feet, that horizontal baseline, and then from your feet up to your eyes. You make a right triangle there, right angle triangle. So that's what creates a dip angle. And what you're calling eye level is, depending on how you're using that term, but that position is going to change because that right angle triangle is going to change its angles based upon the distance. So if you can only see 3 miles, that'll be a different size triangle. Whereas if you can see 6 miles, it'll be the angles will be different. So that's going to change that's what you're potentially, what I'd like, I'm not able to know for sure if what you're doing is, because I'm not able to validate it. But from what you're showing, if you're doing, measuring that, then you would, if it's doing it correctly, taking all that, just as face value, then you're just measuring that right angle triangle to the horizon over a planar surface.
So, but can you see that? I mean, so you're like, what if I went out and did 100 measurements, and every single one of them I was seeing too far, but clearly, even from
Well, it's
what
not
you just,
everyone. No, I mean,
right.
it depends on, like, the place of where the ground and the sky meet. Let's say that's at a particular distance. Just kind of what B-Ball does with all of his images. It's like this cherry pick thing. They've been doing it with the globe argument thing from the beginning, where this effect that I'm referring to, in my viewpoint, the way I'm describing it, the distance of the ground layer and the sky layer and how that changes. Well, you can cherry pick one of those that would fit what the curvature of a globe would be, a 3959 radius. You can cherry pick and say, hey, look, here's the curve. See, look, it's the boat's cut off at right the amount that would account for the curvature. There's 15 feet of the boat cut off, and due to the curvature of the earth. But that's just because it's like cherry picking that one optical moment where the visual obscuration point based upon the optics would fit the concept of a globe. But it's not a total incorporation of all of the data and the entire phenomenon. That's just taking one selected version, to fit a particular idea. Because when you look at the totality of them, that's what I'm sharing with you, is like the planar foundational geometry is always there.
Well, I mean,
and there's optical effects that can be misinterpreted as a globe, but there's no actual evidence or direct empirical observations of sphericity of the surface.
See, that's the problem. As you just said, you can cherry pick. You can cherry pick flat matching results, concave matching results, or globe matching results, convex matching results. So, since I don't,
No, but they're not all equal like that, though, in the actual observations. Like I said before, if you went out and did 100 of them yourself, whether that's mirror flashes, laser tests, P900 observations, whatever it may be, from a wide range of conditions, you would have the huge majority that are debunking the globe, and you'd have a very small little pocket of ones that you could say, well, there is obscuration in this one that would maybe fit a 3959. You would have a very small category that you could just use that one description because of the visual obscuration effect, which happens over a planar surface. You would have a small category, like I said before, that you could try to apply that to a globe idea. Otherwise, you would have to just do what usually you guys do, which is claim some kind of, bending, warping, periscoping kind of effect that basically makes the Earth display as a plane.
Well, but BMSLM, whatever that guy is that actually did the Black Swan observation in his original video, where this other obstructed view, the obstructed one, he says, this is what we normally see. And occasionally we see this one, which is the Black Swan. So that's contradictory to what you said there.
Well, I was talking about in totality of observations in terms of doing long distance observations.
So,
I mean, that's one particular distance in a particular, off the coast, in that particular area. And there are certain baseline effects in certain conditions as well that are consistent. But I'm talking about doing a well-rounded, full kind of assay of all observations.
So, by your criteria of only counting for globe evidence as those things which match exactly a 3959 radius, that actually eliminates the vast majority of the ones that quote unquote match the flat Earth too. Because what I've found is when the conditions are anything like shown in your left picture with this like infinite horizon, objects at water surface level appear above eye level, which also does not match flat Earth. So, yeah. But what makes, I mean, what makes the how do we objectively tell which one's more real? The one that's less distorted or the one that's more distorted, you know?
I don't really think it's that simple. I mean, obviously, I am myself, so I can only share my viewpoints. Obviously, I can't speak for anyone else or anything like that. But to me, it's not just a difference between like distorted or not distorted. Like I just posted 2 of these Skunk Bay ones. So you see how like see when it starts, you have that like there's a base planar foundation to it, and then it adjusts and it moves up and down from that. That's why he has the line there, because there's a midpoint and there's a foundational point, and that that foundational point fluctuates due to conditions in different ways throughout the day and so on. But you can even see in that one, like when it starts at the beginning, you can see how it's at the most stable condition, which is why he has that white line there. And then it fluctuates and moves from that planar foundation.
So how would I objectively determine, since obviously any Earth shape you like can be cherry picked from a single frame, how would I objectively determine which reality was if I didn't already have your paradigm's initial assumptions? You know what I mean?
Well, I don't have a paradigm and I don't have any initial assumptions. I don't know if you were referring that to me, but I didn't say those words or claim those things. I didn't say there's no assumptions that I use at all in deciphering the shape of the Earth.
Okay, so how then would I determine which of these is a better representation of reality? The one that shows things dipping down in the distance, the things that shows them all on a flat plane, or the ones that shows it all on a concave surface?
Well, I mean, when you do long distance observations, like with the mirror flashes, you'll be able to debunk the curvature many, many times, repeatedly. And it's just due to all it requires is the conditions that allow for the distance to be, because obviously if there's a huge rainstorm or something, it's not going to. And then if you wanted to do a lot of observations, seeing if things drop at the rate that they should, like in terms of like lighthouses and land masses and all of these things, I mean, there are thousands upon thousands of them. And that's what I'm saying, is doing like a complete analysis of it. That's why I was saying do 100. And I'm not saying you have to do that many or whatever. It would be up to you. But like if we were to right now, I could pull up, we could pull up 1,000 observations debunking the globe. And the only ones, and there would only be about like 5% of those that could be kind of, that's why I was using the term cherry picked, kind of using, like, one of the ones is the one where the horizon, like the obscuration point due to the distance of the horizon, that one can be, kind of misinterpreted as Earth curve, and that thing's going over a curve. But that's still only a small percent because it's only in that range right where it fits the 3959.
So that actually raises
I'm just saying the overwhelming result, if you were to go out and do this yourselves, be like, oh my God. That's why so many people, are realizing the Earth's not a globe, dude. Many, many, many people have gotten into this, really honestly wanted to look into it and done their own observations and seen for themselves that the Earth, that the curvature is not there. Now, what the Earth is, whether it's planar, I mean, that's a whole other discussion, but just falsifying the curvature is very, very easily done.
So on this oil platform picture you gave
Have
me,
you tried? Oh, before you go on to that, I just do want to know, like, if you're so interested in testing based on what Gio was just saying, have you done a mirror test, like he was discussing there, a mirror flash test, Jesse?
No, I haven't.
Maybe you should try that. I'd like to hear about it.
I would love to. I have done a building flash test, except the building didn't flash, but I still couldn't see it. But anyway, Gio, in the right-hand picture that shows the farther oil platform sunken down and cut off by the horizon line. What would be causing that on a flat Earth again?
Sorry, could you ask that again?
Yeah, on the picture you gave that had the side-by-side pictures of the oil platforms, on the right-hand picture that shows the farther oil platform cut off at the knees by the horizon line, what would be causing that on a flat Earth?
You mean like this one? This which shows the two? Yeah, from the one I posted earlier.
Yeah, yeah, the right and left side by side, but this shows it also. I'll tag you.
Well, I was. There's many components to it. So, but I don't. I mean, I don't. I'm not just gonna go on super long or anything to But to give all of the components. But if I were just to do like almost like an elevator pitch, kind of 20-second explanation on the simplest level. So if you have a planar foundation, so you have level water, of course you would have a little bit of, the waves out there. Then you have the objects out there, and they're at a particular distance. Why don't we just use the distances? What are these? 6 and 9, or I forget. Do you remember the distances of these?
No. But I have one that has the distances marked here. Hold on.
Yeah, I do too. I think it's. I mean, there's a couple different ones. Either way, doesn't really matter the exact number. Yeah, it's 6.21 and 9.41. So yeah, 6 and 9.
Okay, and I tagged you one that has the distances put in them too. And this is actually from BLMSMB's video.
Well, that one looks different though. See, there's several different ones. They're not all the same. So that one looks different, but it doesn't matter for the moment. There's different rigs and things. But okay, so yeah, I would say if I were just to give that like 20-second, in terms of on that level of it, because there's multiple factors. There's magnification effects. There's reasons as to why what I'm about to say occurs, but the basic thing that's happening is what I'll say. So if you have that planar foundation, the water's level, and there's objects out on a planar surface, if you're a human on the surface, you're going to see in perspective. So everything's going to converge at the horizon line. You have those perspective lines and, the horizontal and et cetera. And then that gets into like the spherical geometry of how we see, because we see in a toroidal field ultimately, I think. So in terms of that, there's those components of it as to why perspective works that way. So that's a whole part of it. So once you have that perspective, everything's, converging, et cetera. Because of that, and because you're on a planar surface, you're going to have a meeting place to the ground and the sky. And there is that right angle triangle between you and the ground and then the horizon. The horizon is going to exist because it's the optical extinction point of how far you can see in the environment due to the conditions of the environment. And also there's the component of the limitation of our vision as well. But in this case, we can definitely see past 3 miles. So if the horizon's at 3 miles, obviously then that's far within how far we can see. So all of those factors will create a meeting place of the ground and the sky. And it's not a physical thing, but it's at a physical position, or roughly within a range at a physical position, because it's an extinction point of the ground layer to the sky layer. So the ground layer has an extinction point, a distance. That changes due to the conditions. So on a day when that's much closer, like let's say those 6 and 9 mile oil rigs, if one day you can only see 3 miles of ground, of distance on the ground, and like I said, there's magnification effects, there's other effects as to why that distance occurs, and there's the atmospheric refraction and all of those effects. But if you can only see 3 miles on that day, and if the first oil rig is at 6 miles, well, anything beyond that 3 mile point will be visually obscured, because the last bit of water you're seeing on that ground layer is at 3 miles. That's the last little wave right at 3 miles. Everything beyond that is going to be sky. But if you have something else on the water that's at 6 miles that has an elevation to it, you will see part of that, but it'll be cut off from the bottom up visually obscured. And it's because the horizon distance is at 3 miles, let's say, in that case. And looking at those oil rigs, you'll notice the one that does look closer, the water looks really magnified. It almost looks like taking a magnifying glass to it. Like the waves are very defined. It looks very close up. So that even fits that magnification. So, but that's deeper into why it's happening. But the thing that's happening is the distance. That's what you're seeing. So, but with that kind of magnification effect of the water, and if it's only at 3 miles, and that's it. 3 miles is the last bit you can see of the ground. And then if, like I said, if you have an object on the water past that, you will see part of it, only a part of it, that's not visually obscured, depending on that component. And then on another day, if you can see 10 miles, or call it 12 miles, well, now that point at which the ground and the sky meets is way further, because it's more clear, there's different magnification effects, all of those components. So if you can see, 12 miles, well, now the extended planar geometry becomes more apparent. It just, it's visible. It becomes visible. And then if the horizon's at 12 miles, then oil rigs at 6 and 9, you'll be able to see all the way down to the water, which is exactly what we see. So it's really just the distance at which the horizon constellates within the environment that denotes the optical cutting off from the bottom up and the changes in the positioning and manifestation of the visual horizon point.
So is that also what caused the farther platform to appear sunken down?
That can be a component of the magnification effect, yes. You can do that with a magnifying glass. Have you ever done that, like with lenses?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why that whole Blackpool Tower thing. See, that's another cherry-picked one. The one Ranty did, that's cherry-picked. So he's taking one magnification effect that does fit what a globe would be, that 3959, and then, just running wild with it, I guess, or whatever they did for that time. And that, Zanuck does one like that with mountains, and he sticks to it, and, he thinks it's solid or whatever. That's an example of that. Because, yeah, they can change that position. This one shows it. I think Chemo put thanks Chemo on this, but that one shows the effect, and then I think this is what it originally was from, or at least this is the one with the oil rigs that shows it. So yeah, see how it shows a change in position and a change in where that horizon, which I was mentioning, the magnification effect. So the one on the left there, you see that it's more cut off, on the left. Then on the right, you see how it's you can see much further. The horizon's extended out, so it's that same, and it does show that the positioning variation as well.
So what is changing? The path that the light takes between the day when it looks like a globe and the day when it looks like concave?
No, I don't think it's the path. No, it's just the observable distance, the observability of the area.
But
it's either like I almost think of it, how like when you like open a curtain and then you see behind the curtain, or even like to make it kind of funny, like taking your pants off, like you're naked kind of thing. Well, like the one where you can see really far, it's almost like taking the pants off the earth in a way, meaning it's like exposed. You can see it, in that way is what I'm trying to say. It's like you can see, the actual, curves, if you will, which is funny when you think about being naked versus, with clothes, you can't really see the curves. Anyway, no pun intended, whatever, or pun intended, however you want to interpret it. I'm just sort of jokingly, it's like pulling the curtain back, going naked, whatever you want to, however, just in those funny analogies. But yeah, one of them you can see very, very far, and what in the horizon is extended, and the planar geometry is visible more. There's more of it visible. The other one, there's just, you're seeing the point at which the ground and the sky meet is much closer, and so it's just causing a much more limited view. It's like you're seeing closer of the water layer, and then that's limiting of what you can see in the expanded layers beyond that.
But in the side-by-side there, you can clearly see that in the left, the helipad on the farther platform is a lot higher. How
Yep.
could something
Because there's
appear
the magnification changes the position over distance.
So does
Just like a magnifying glass does. Same thing.
Well, now
I'm not saying it is a magnifying glass, but I do think it functions as a lens. It's similar.
Now, a lens and a magnifying glass changes the direction of light when it passes through it, right? Do you have a laser pointer and a lens you can play with? Because lensing works by changing the path of light, right? Hey, Logris, ask ChatGPT if lensing works by changing the path of light.
Righto, good sir. Say that again. Does lensing do what to light?
Depend on the changing of the path of light.
Does lens?
Well, it distorts and changes what you're able to observe. Yeah, that's why magnifying glass change. You know, if you're looking at something and use a magnifying glass, I mean, there's all kinds of different effects that lenses can create in terms of how that works with angular resolution as well. Like, I don't know if you know this, but did you know that lens can actually nullify angular size reduction over distance? So what that means is that with a lens, something can move away and stay the exact same angular size. So
do you have an example of that? Okay, ChatGPT has weighed in. Distant objects tend to bend due to variations in the refractive index. Distant objects bend? Oh, they need to work on this ChatGPT. This bending of light can lead to various optical effects, including mirages and distortions. And well, yeah. Anyway, it basically agrees with me. It just didn't really understand the question.
You got to reread it. I messed it up.
Oh. Well, anyway, Gio, I'm still uncertain how it is a fellow like me would objectively determine which of the observations most closely represent reality. Would it be the concave ones, the convex ones, or the flat ones? What criteria would I apply to filter out which ones are the actual representation of, or the closest representation of reality?
well, if I were to respond to that, I would say that I don't agree with you that there's any evidence of concavity or sphericity. So
well,
if you think there is, then I guess that's your journey to figure out why that is a process for you. But that's not a factor.
Well, by that I just mean that some days you'll go out and you'll be able to see way farther than you should be able to on an unrefracted globe. Sometimes it'll be way less.
The way you said that was funny. Way further than you can see on an unrefracted globe. What does that even mean? That's funny though. Just the way you worded that. It's like multiple, like unrefracted globe. Way further than you should be able to see on an unrefracted globe. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah, dude. That's the thing, man. I mean, see, that's the thing, dude. Like, if you're seeing something as to what it is, the base logic is it is what it is. If you're going to add a second theory, you really would have to have some incredibly solid evidence to show that it's something different. You know, that's, to me, that's very logically sound. So like, in terms of seeing too far, we're seeing what we're seeing, which is as far as we're able to see a planar surface, you know, even at dramatically huge distances. You know, so it's like that's the thing. Like, if you and I went out and did all those, we'd be like, oh, look at that, we're on an extended plane. Oh, look at that, we're on an extended plane. We would do that many, many times. Now, maybe you'd be able to take one like where that horizon line is visually obscuring the bottom of the oil rigs. You might be able to say, wait a minute, wait, this one, I got this one over here. Okay, if we're on a spherical surface and if the radius was 3959, then over this distance, I would expect for about 10 feet of these oil rigs feet to be cut off. And look at this, I found one, 10 feet of them are cut off. And I would say to you, okay, well, that's one, I guess, if you want to try to make that claim. Let's look deeper into this. Is that consistent? Is that a consistent effect? Because if it was, then the argument for the globe would be way stronger. In fact, it would be true, really, at that point, because that would have to be consistent, meaning I look over here, that lighthouse is cut off the amount that it should. I look over here, that landmass is not visible. I look over there, it would be consistent with a spherical surface because it's physicality. So, but when we go out and look at the Earth on all of these levels, it's planar, 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 repeatedly, see too far, see too far, see too far. And then there's like just that one category of like, oh, well, the horizon line is visually obscuring the bottom of this thing, and I'm going to just kind of say it's a globe. So that's to me, that's not evidence of a globe. That's not evidence of sphericity. That's a claim based upon one component of optics over distance over a planar surface. And that doesn't really even fit as evidence, because when you look at, well, you could call it evidence, I guess, if you wanted, but it's very, very weak because it's very poorly supported. Because when we then compare that to the rest of all the observations, it's just blown out the door. We see too far all the time, consistently.
Oh, actually, I'm in Washington, and our air is not nearly as warm on average as your California air is. So in my area, it's very common for me to go out and look and see bottom-up obstruction that is very close to what the globe model predicts. But so when I said that you could cherry pick, globe evidence, or or a globe, a scene that matches the globe or that matches concave or flat. For example, in that picture I showed you with the two ships at 7 miles on different days, on the ship, on the day when the horizon was lifted up and the water line on the side of the ship, which is a physical actual location. A guy could go down there and stick a magnet right on the side of the ship with a flashlight magnet, the angle equates to the water line on that ship being like 27 feet above my eye level. So that qualifies as a scene that matches concave, right? And then, of course, on the other one, it showed, to be 20 whatever feet, I don't remember, below eye level. So, and that would match a globe. So that's what I'm saying is you can get evidence for whatever you want when you're taking a line of sight close to the surface of the water. So that's what I'm asking. How would a guy like me objectively know which one was valid? The most accurately representing reality. Would I take an average? Would I, find out, see what matched what closest? Or how would I go about objectively knowing which of those three situations most closely represented reality?
Well, that is not the approach. I mean, you're taking a non-scientific approach, which is fine. You're just being, a measurement tourist or whatever. I mean, what most of us are doing is debunking the given globe model. So you don't have to sit there and take all these measurements, fit them into anything. What Geo has been saying repeatedly is, each one of these observations falsify the given globe model. And so we're discarding that model. So if you're going to find these other things that you're claiming support it, then how are you explaining the observations that falsify it?
But if one apparently flat scene disproves the globe model, then wouldn't one apparently concave scene also disprove both the globe model and the flat Earth model? And wouldn't one
There is no flat Earth model. Show me the flat Earth model, please. We're in the business of showing that this globe model does not predict or describe reality accurately. And so all of these observations, thousands of observations that show that this model is incorrect, that's what we're trying to point out to you here.
Well, by flat Earth, I mean to say that, let me ask you this. Do you believe that the surface of water at rest is essentially flat?
I've observed that. Yeah. Is that what you want to know?
Right. Okay. So that's what I'm talking about.
Like the water in my drinking glass is flat. Is that what you're asking? when it's sitting on a level table?
In your drinking glass, in a pond, in a lake, in the oceans, whatever. Or do you think, say, if I had a 3-mile long lake, do you think it would be the surface of the lake at rest would be spherical or essentially flat?
If it's at rest, then water is level.
Right, but I didn't ask if it was level. I agree that it's level, but I'm asking you if it's flat. If you believe that it's flat.
There's no belief involved in this. I don't know why you're trying to distinguish between the words level and flat.
Okay, do you know then that the lake at rest is flat? The surface?
I'd prefer to say level. I don't know what you even mean by at rest, because it's very hard to find a lake that's perfectly at rest.
I got a video of a lake for you. It's so glassy you can see the reflection of every tree and cloud on the far shore. You want me to get you a video?
Wherever you're trying to go with this, just go ahead and go there. What does that have to do with my question of you, which was, how do you explain the myriad observations that falsify your globe model?
Well, because using that same technique in those same locations also gives a myriad of observations that by that same standard would falsify the claim that a lake at rest was flat, as well as falsify concave Earth.
So you're trying to get me to say something so then you can falsify. It's ridiculous that I am only talking about the given globe model with the radius of 3,959 miles. Is this the level of argument that you usually do? You just try to like bait somebody into saying what you want them to say and then try to find some way to falsify it instead of actually answering the question I asked you?
What's your question exactly?
My question is, do you understand? Well, we'll start back at the beginning. Do you understand the concept of falsifying a claimed model?
Sure.
A model, if you have a model with a 3,959 mile radius that is supposed to represent where we live, do you understand the concept of falsifying that model?
Certainly.
Okay, so how many legitimate observations does it take to falsify that model, to make you throw it out?
Legitimate observations.
Measurements, whatever you want to call it.
Well, it would only take one, as
That's right.
long as there was no other possible cause for that measurement result.
No, because you don't need to talk about cause if you're examining a model and deciding whether it accurately describes or predicts the phenomenon that you're referring to, which in this case is the place where we live.
But if my car stops braking, it could either be because the brakes went out or somebody cut the brake lines. But you're saying, no, it's just because it stopped working. Well, there might be more than one cause.
Well, no, if you're acknowledging that the globe model's failed, that's good enough for me. I'm not looking for a cause. I'm just looking for us to face reality that this is a failed model.
Yeah.
That's being held together with duct tape.
Yeah, you're saying the car is not stopping. We don't even need to check whether it's the brakes or the brake lines. I get it.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the car, which is the globe model, has already stopped and has already failed. It's only people who are in denial of that fact that continue on this argument.
No.
Like maybe in that analogy, if the globe is the car, and it's sort of like you get in the car, you put the key in, you turn the key, and it's like it just doesn't start. You know, and for sure you've tried everything, it just isn't starting. You could step out and be like, yeah, the car is definitely not starting. Like,
exactly,
what really is going? Hold on, let me just finish. What really is going on? We got to figure it out. We got to get it. We got to, figure this out. And maybe if you're on the side of the road, maybe you can't, pop the hood and get all deep into it. You might have to not know until you take it somewhere. So it could take some time. It's just so with that analogy. So, I mean, falsifying that the earth isn't the globe can easily be done by anyone. and has been done repeatedly, and it is what can be directly observed in reality. So the concept that it's a globe is off the table.
But let's say it's late night. I dip into Walmart to get a gallon of milk, okay? And all of a sudden, the store realizes a bottle of orange juice has been stolen. They don't know who did it, but they see me, they grab me, they call the police, and they say, this guy stole a bottle of orange juice. And I say, no, I didn't. And they say, well, he was the only one here, and the orange juice is missing. Would it be a defense for me to say, look over there, there's another person? If the only evidence was that I was the only guy there and I could show that there was another guy there, does that invalidate the claim, the evidence that it was me? Right?
So how do these pre-stationary bodies of water curve?
Yeah, how does this link to what we're talking about in terms of like in terms of reality not comporting to
just answer
the globe,
if
heliocentric model?
If you didn't know how it linked, you would have just answered it so we could move on. It's linked. If the only evidence,
well, maybe just say your point instead of asking rhetorical questions. I don't know if like anyone's supposed to respond to these. Maybe just say, because yeah, it's kind of a whole thing of like an idea of orange juice. So what was the main point?
If okay, well, my point is, and I think you all know it already.
Well, how does it relate to the analogy? Because we're deep in analogies. I said we were talking about the globe model. I mentioned a car that's not starting, falsifying, and so like if you realize a car wasn't starting for sure, like, and if you say to your friend like, yeah, it's not starting, like that's off the table. Like it's not going to start. At least not in that condition. Like unless there's some like miracle or something else. But I'm just saying like it's not going to so. Anyways, we're so deep in analogies at this point. We're beyond the weeds. So I was saying that one, and then you went to this other orange juice one. So you'd have to link whatever you were saying to the analogy. Like, how does that link? Because we're talking about direct observations that anyone in this room and anyone listening and anyone on Earth can do anytime.
Okay, I'll do cars then, since we like cars. If I get in my car and turn the key and nothing happens, is that solid evidence that the battery is dead?
No, not necessarily.
Why
but
not?
It's solid evidence that the car's not starting.
But why is it not?
Exactly.
Why is it not evidence that the battery's dead?
Because it might not be the battery. It's not evidence at all. All you could do is do like a affirming the consequent, begging the question. You can make a story about the battery, and it could be the battery, but you don't have proof that it is yet. It could be the electrical system. It could be
a loose
any
wire.
other number.
It could be something else. Exactly.
Right. So what we're saying is that it's definitely not the globe, and what it's seen, in terms of the observations, it's the planar geometry. Now, what it is beyond that, I mean, yeah, of course, there's further questions of what the Earth is. I don't know that anyone in here at the moment is claiming what the Earth is. We're talking, well, I guess we're talking about multiple components. I mean, I have mentioned the planar foundation and all of that, but I'm not speaking for everyone else. So, is that what you're trying to link the analogy to? Like falsification is independent of replacement kind of thing?
I'm not sure, but what I'm saying is when we go out and we can see,
you're saying you have to replace it with, like, we can't just falsify the globe. We have to replace it with what it is in your mind. Is that what you're trying to get at?
No, here's what I'm saying. When we go out and look and we can see too far, that doesn't mean, that's not evidence that the Earth is not a globe, because there are other possible known causes for that, even on a globe, right? Just like it could have been something else wrong with your car not starting. It could be something else allowing you to see too far, even if the Earth is a globe.
Right, but that's never been validated. It's never been validated that a globe can be observed like a plane. Like planar, that a curved surface can somehow just completely display and be observed by humans as an extended planar surface. That is a dramatic claim, to claim that there's some effect happening that's warping reality, in some absolute profound way, to change the entire shape of it, just to explain away the actual planar foundational observation.
Is there a planar measurement Because I know you say it's observed that way, but is it measured to be that way?
No, he said no earlier.
Well, I mean, planar surveying measures planar surfaces and has on the Earth since the dawn of time. So all surveying is planar. So those measurements, absolutely. But if you're talking about like a long distance enough measurement that would invalidate, definitively the lack of curvature, no, I have not seen that to exist yet. Although I do think we'll make that come to fruition, but it's going to take some time.
So I've
But
actually
it needs to be done, is what I'm saying. So planar surveying, and then, but the thing is, I also have never seen any physical validation of the globe in that sense. There's geodetic surveying, which uses calculations and different kinds of formulas, but the planar surveying measures that planar surface. But no, I mean, I think we're at the cutting edge in terms of being able to get to a point to where we could have a tangible measurement over a long enough distance and multiple of them all around the world as well, because it's can't just be done in one spot. So we'll have to have like sites, basically, like almost like a monument or like an actual, like a park. There's a lot of different terms that could be used, like a gathering place. It could be a lot of different. There's a lot of different components as to how these could be manifested. But just back to the main thing of it, though, that has not yet to be done, yet to happen. So
I actually have demonstrated in a density gradient in a fish tank that a curved physical metal surface can actually appear flat due to a gradient. And I've also demonstrated that the earth or the water, whatever shape it is, can also appear concave, even in real life, out looking at the boats, because you could see them over the top of a sign.
Yeah, so Demon Stride, what do you think of this? Like, no absolutely validated, confirmed measurements of enough of the Earth's surface to for sure measure sphericity or planar, unless anyone disagrees with that. But Demon Stride, what do you think of that? And then, but what we do have is, understanding of physics in terms of water being level. There's a lot of different angles, but in terms of the observational thing, like we were talking about, what we do have is like endless, thorough validations of being able to see, way further and observe reality and water extending out, etc. Far, far beyond what a spherical surface would provide. So that already is very, very strong in that direction.
Right. And you point to the geodetic surveying, the planar surveying, and you agree with their measurements that they are set on planes. What say you to their conclusions about the internal angles calculated upon this?
For what? Which angles?
The geodetic surveying, the planar surveying.
Well, those are two different things.
Okay, planar surveying, I'm gonna have to look up because I know geodetic surveying establishes a plane.
No,
well,
it's vice versa.
They establish a plane between 2 points. Yes.
So planar surveying is all planar. So they treat the Earth as absolutely planar, flat, etc. So planar surveying is just like it sounds. It's square, level, horizontal. Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical, and you have the XYZ kind of axes. So you have a planar foundation, etc. In planar surveying, and it's all squares, levels, parallel lines, water level, horizontal is level, all that good stuff, XYZ. So in terms of that, and then geodetic surveying is a form that came later, kind of along with the globe. It was never part of surveying originally. It was always planar, and geodetic was brought in, kind of with the globe in a sense, and uses. There's many different geodetic surveying techniques. I'm trying not to go on like a long thing on it, but we could go into it more. But in geodetic surveying, one of the main tenets of it is that they take planar survey measurements, so measurements made with equipment that is within the planar surveying field, and they also get other data sets too, though, that they're given. And then they plug those into calculate. They do calculations and adjustments in order to plug them into a grid system given to them by the city or the state that they work for. You know, so they're given, and that goes back to the WGS 84, which is the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency of the United States government, which is an intelligence agency very closely related to the CIA and the FBI. They're the ones that release the WGS 84, which is the coordinate system for the globe, the World Geodetic Survey. And so then they use that to then give to the geodetic surveyors, and the geodetic surveyors have to do the adjustments and calculations to fit it into the grid system, you know, in terms of property lines and city lines and those kinds of components.
Yeah,
so the geodetic, you know, uses the globe or tries to calculate and add curvature and try to, you know, deal with the globe kind of part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was researching also while you're saying that. Yeah, that adds up. Both of them, it says geodetic and both plane surveying are used to measure the shape of the globe. But besides that, geodetic surveying, curvature is taken into account while taking surveying. Surveying conducted larger areas. Geodetic surveying is mainly conducted to determine the precise positions on Earth's surface. It's also called trigonometric surveying. Plane surveying, curvature of the Earth is ignored because surveying is conducted in small areas and the degree of accuracy is low as compared to geodetic surveying. So why would you go for the one that has the lower degree of accuracy over one that has higher degree?
And why do they have to account for sphericity when they start doing larger areas?
To keep their fairy tale up.
Yeah, I mean, that's their claim. Yeah, it's not reality.
Well, they are claiming that if they don't account for sphericity when doing large areas, then their numbers won't work out. Do you have evidence that they're lying about that?
Where's that?
Yeah. Also, I think Demon Stride, I don't know if Demon Stride just was reading something about some difference in accuracy, but I mean, planar surveying treats the Earth as planar. And so everything that's done is elevation profile and, you know, a horizontal baseline. That is what's done in the real physical world. Geodetic surveying uses, like I said, there's many different techniques, but then I don't want to repeat myself because I already said it, but it's not that they're lying. They're not lying. I mean, you could go to school and become a geodetic surveyor and do the certifications right now, and you would not have to be a liar. But there's a level of deception going on because the geodetic surveyors, like I was saying, they have to fit their results into the grid system that's given to them by the larger governmental agencies. Because all the land that geodetic surveying is used upon is all run through these government systems in terms of property lines, the whole system now. And geodetic surveying came in at this time of kind of like globalization, basically, where they were kind of doing all of the land control and trying to, you know, take over and control the lands and kind of control where people are and all these city lines and this whole kind of matrix, if you will, that we're in right now. So they're not lying. They're doing calculations and being given data sets.
In 1807 is when it started in geodetic surveying.
Yeah, this says geodetic surveying determines the precise positions of permanent points on Earth's surface, taking into account the shape, size, and curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, so reifying your fallacy.
Right, reifying a fallacy with a radius value involved in formulas and calculations.
Well, I mean, you asked for evidence where they took into account curvature, and that's part of the description of geodetic surveying.
Yeah, I know. Exactly. That's why when I was describing it, I was saying that's the one that deals with the globe claim stuff in terms of surveying, yeah. And the calculations. I mean, they literally they add radius values and adjustments into the actual planar surveying data. Like it's that blatant. So they're not necessarily lying, but if they saw what they were doing, like if someone told them, they could just be like, "Oh my God, you're right. I actually don't have," they would instantly be able to do that. But it doesn't mean that they're necessarily a liar. They're still doing their job.
So the proof of curvature, the proof of physical Earth curvature is mathematical curvature written in a book by an agent.
The proof of flatness is using a surveying structure that can't take into the shape it's trying to structure.
That pushes the globe. Jesus fucking Christ! I can't take a breath between my fucking work.
Noah, you interrupt me like every time I start talking, so I'm sorry. I actually thought you were done talking. I really do try and wait till you're done.
Okay,
It was a good long pause.
Yeah, I was taking a breath.
It would be nice if we gave each other enough space to kind of, yeah.
Well, if you heard me talking and then I paused for less than a second, and then you start talking and I begin talking the same time you do, maybe that I'm taking a breath and I'm going to continue my point for 5 more seconds.
Yeah, I think we've been talking about this more lately because with having an open panel, there are certain like we do. I almost think of it as almost like synchronized swimming or something. Like, not that we all have to be the same in any way, but there is like at least synced up in terms of the mic time part. Because yeah, like I like to be able to say my piece and then pass the mic, and everyone wants to be able to do that. But I think like for example, we don't have to go all into this right now, but I was just real quickly going to say like Noah, if that just happened right there where you were going, you paused for a second. Demon Stride jumped in, but if he noticed that you weren't done, then ideally he would just instantly pull back. All you would hear is his voice for a second, but then you would know just to keep going. You would get to finish your point, but then as a room, ideally we would then like Demon Stride would definitely be next. If he's willing to pull back and not like over talk or whatever, that but he does want to get in next, and he might have thought you paused. I think that probably that'll happen a little bit because we might pause for a second. But yeah, ideally, he should be the one that is able to go next. Now, if he's just totally rudely interrupting, if someone's just totally rudely interrupting, then maybe having them go next. But the point is that like having them go next is maybe not. It's like they interrupted and then they just get to go. It's not as fair. But if they pulled back and then as a room we actually give them the courtesy to go next, then I think that's ideal.
And I'm not even taking that long. Most of my points are very, very concise. So. It doesn't take too much time.
Well, do you remember what you're saying? Can you finish it?
I already finished. Yeah. I just said that. Basically, their proof of real life Earth curvature and water curvature is a mathematical formula for curvature in a book by an organization that's literally there to push the globe narrative. Like, that's got to be the most biased appeal to authority proof I've ever heard in my entire life.
Yeah.
That's like well said. That's like if we were having a debate on like anti-Semitism, and I was like, yeah, no, like it's right to just treat Jewish people wrong because the head of the neo-Nazi party said so. Like it's just complete like it's appeal to authority of the most biased authority on the fucking subject. It's not really a point, an intellectual point in a debate.
Yeah. Well, exactly. I mean, dude, geodetic surveyors are not actually measuring the sphericity of Earth. They are like deducing calculations based upon data to fit into a model that they were given, like you're saying, fitting it into a reified model that they think is reality because they think the GPS system and the military and they and the NASA and the pictures, like they're just believing it all. But on the core level of it, like geodetic surveyors are not actually measuring the globe, a globe.
I would love to see a group of flat earthers get together, like a crew of geodetic surveying like companies, or like get hired on and fuck with the data to the point where the globe had to do something to the company to show publicly that you know, they're like messing with the narrative, because this would be proof in my eyes. If it's like, otherwise, what you're saying, like they're just bumbling around, dinking at their calculators, trying to fit this model, and that just isn't the case. I don't think.
Oh, I think he's saying they're accepting the numbers that they're given, like for the R value and so on. He's not saying these people are consciously trying to produce a deception. He's saying the opposite.
Right. So I'm saying that a group of flat earthers that are not going to be deceived by these narratives and numbers should join the lie and try and fix it.
Why do you get to dictate what we should and shouldn't do?
Because I came up with a good idea. Sorry that you didn't think of it first.
Well, just because you have a good idea doesn't mean I have to do it. And who's to
Well,
say your idea is good?
If you want, I mean, you'd have a little higher standing in my mind if you did.
Well, good thing I'm not here to impress you.
Well, I think I'm living rent free in your mind right now.
We don't need the like weird fucking innuendos and shit. We're here to speak.
You made it weird, buddy.
We're here to speak about the truth, like men.
Someone made it weird.
And not fucking come up with weird demands for each other and tell each other what we should and shouldn't do.
Just call me daddy. That's all you got to do, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, I think what really all of this is pointing to is, in people who are still clinging to the fantasy globe, like they have to believe these people in authority know what they're talking about and they accept some of these things just on faith. I mean, I can recall when I first started investigating, I did actually think, before I actually looked at the mathematics and geometry involved, I thought, oh yeah, of course they must have figured all this out. There must be actual evidence here. All these questions that are coming up must have answers. And then, you're just willing to either follow the evidence where it leads or to admit that some of these questions don't have answers and that there's extreme problems with the globe model, or, you just assume these people in authority have things figured out and there couldn't possibly be a deception on this scale. So I get it. It's like, there's a certain, you have to get to that point where you're willing to accept that it's a possibility that yes, indeed, there could be a deception on this scale. And so I get it that a lot of people are not able to do that. And, that's just the way it is.
Could you be wrong about that? Like, could you be going somewhere mentally in a place that's not real in reality?
Well, I've seen no positive evidence for the globe, and I've seen many places where the globe model fails. So I'm not claiming anything. I'm just examining a theoretical model and finding that it doesn't hold up in reality. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. Like, could my rejection of this failed mathematical model that has been shown over and over again to be wrong?
Like
is that
like your understanding of the mathematical model? Could that part be wrong?
I don't think so, because that would result in refraction and light having to work in a different way than how we observe it to work in reality. If you're saying some of these things we see, we don't actually see, or we're just imagining them, even though it's also been demonstrated that they're actually there. So, I'm not making the claims. The claims are being made by this globe model. I'm just saying they don't match what I and many other people experience in reality.
Well, that's exactly what I was saying. Like, you don't, like me, I don't get the math. So if you understood the math behind how light works, you could teach me on this. So I don't know how it works and you don't know how it works, but you've come to the understanding that it is wrong for this model.
Yeah, this model, the WGS 84 model, fails to predict the reality of where we live. That's right.
Right. So you've admitted that you are ignorant of the conclusions of the things you're talking about, yet you've come to the conclusion of the thing you're talking about.
No, you said that about yourself, and then you made an assumption about me knowing nothing about my background or expertise. So, yeah.
Gotcha.
No, yeah, you guys won. No, I asked you if you did, you could explain it to me, because I'm ignorant of it, and you agreed that you also were ignorant of it.
Well, if the globe were, if the where we lived was a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, then objects would be obscured behind the curve of this alleged globe, and objects would be disappearing from our view at the rate of approximately 8 inches per mile squared. But when we actually view in reality, they do not. Somebody claims that they do, so please explain.
The two images of compare the black swan.
If we live on an oblate, spheroid, that drop would be even more intense from north to south.
Plain.
Good thing we don't live on a spheroid.
Why would that be?
I've ever heard. You live on a fucking chicken egg.
Well, I think even with the amount of oblateness though that they do claim is actually quite minimal. So it would only be very slight fluctuations. But yeah, Left Lane, where do you observe 8 inches per mile squared consistently on the Earth? Like where you said that's not, because I mean you can falsify 8 inches per mile squared every day of the week, all over the Earth. That is so. Why are you saying that's not the case?
Any of the images where we see obstruction, there is drop, and then we can look back, and I keep referring to George Natchuk, but I lean on that in his observations and the detail that he put into his Rainy Lake observation, but nobody pays attention to it. But I do. I think it was a very detailed, very concise, very significant observation that demonstrates exactly the 8 inches per mile squared considering refraction.
So, when someone observes something that matches the globe, that's globe proof. But when way more people observe things that don't match the globe, that's just discarded, or how does that work?
You know how we talk about it. You know, there's evidence here, and then there's something like the black swan that, you know, gets talked about for 5 years without any conclusions drawn. You know, that's how it goes.
Love the black swan.
So we can agree if it only takes one apparent observation that to debunk the globe, then it would also only take one apparent observation that debunks flat Earth to debunk it too, right? And the same thing for concave. So basically, are we saying that where
are you getting the predictions of the flat Earth?
Are we basically saying that
what source of flat Earth predictions are you grabbing from? Where are you getting that source? Because you said that there sort of thing that you look at and it doesn't match what a flat Earth predicts. Where are those predictions at? Because I know where the globe predictions are at.
Hey, bro.
Was that the end of your sentence, Jesse?
Yeah. So go ahead.
Yeah. If you're gonna cut people off mid sentence, try to make it short. You know.
It's short. Answer the question. Stop crying.
For you, that might have been short. So flat makes one prediction, and that is flat. You know, you can say, oh, flat Earth doesn't predict anything about the sun or the sky or the stars, or flat Earth doesn't predict this, but you kind of are stuck with flat.
Do you see these images I'm posting? Statue of Liberty, 326 feet tall, can be seen at 60 miles. The Isle of Wight Lighthouse, 180 feet, 42 miles. Do the calculations on curvature. That should be way under the curve.
You know,
where are those images? I want to see those images that they're claiming there.
Do you know what? If you look at, especially in a smoggy, dirty city like that, if you look at any 60-mile shot, you're not going to have that dark of blacks and that bright of whites. It's going to be real hazy looking. I mean, even 20 miles.
You can see the light on the lighthouses. Many of these lighthouses that can be seen, there's so many all around the world. And you can see the actual light it's emitting.
Yeah, no, this
line of sight.
This picture is not. This picture is not from 60 miles, okay, of the Statue of Liberty.
No, those are just showing. No, those are from a video. They're like screenshots. It's just showing. It's just giving the information. These are well-known observations that the Statue of Liberty has been seen at 60 miles away It's actually even been further, but 60 is actually conservative on that one. The Isle of Wight Lighthouse. So yeah, those are not like pictures of it. Those are describing how those are very commonly observed objects that can be seen at those distances.
Oh, so you're citing a flat earther as an authority with
I
no
did not say the
evidence.
word flat Earth at all. So no, I am
Where's
posting
the images though?
these. I just posted them. I had nothing
Are you
about a
talking
flat
about
Earth.
those memes in there that
No,
have the cartoons drawn on them?
Yeah, how to
Just a quick question. That thing, George, Natchuk, you were talking about, where that you lean heavily on. That obviously I haven't seen it, but I'm assuming it shows 8 inches per mile. Is that on a day, or like on what span of confirmation time wise does this work on? I mean, because you can make an observation on a day that'll show you 8 inches per mile squared, and on another day it'll probably show you 15 inches per mile squared, and on another day it'll probably be 3 inches per mile square. So what is it about this thing that George did that makes you lean so heavily on it?
The detail that he put into it, I don't know how well you remember George. He was very difficult to listen to because he was so meticulous and drawn out. Like, he would do a 2-hour video when he could probably do it in 20 minutes. But
yeah, I remember.
He showed all of it. He showed all of his observations, looking through his total station, and the stabilized images, and see, now I come back 2 hours later, and here's what I see: very stable image, everything below the eye line, and he said these are the ones that I record. And then late in the day, he said, I'm going to show you this one. This is late in the day. I expect to see great refraction or severe refraction. He looks through, and sure enough, the beach is actually over his line of sight. And Rakia likes to post that one. But he was actually demonstrating that this is the type of observation you don't want to do because of the refractive index is so high. And he published all of his numbers. His observations actually got, I don't know if it's worth anything, but he received recognition. Not really scientific recognition, but he was recognized for his observations and his measurements for doing that observation. Pretty significant deal.
And not to put his observation down, because I'm sure he was meticulous in what he did, but I just wonder, if I went out on a different day and wanted to show a different result, if I go out on enough days, I'll get the result that I'm wanting to get in order to show what I'm wanting to show. It's the old, humorous statement: if you torture the data long enough, it'll confess to anything. So, that's why I just asked you. Was this something that was done, every week for a year, and it got a consistent result? Or I know he was taking some observations over a frozen lake. I'm assuming maybe that's the ones you're talking about. Which, I guess in those conditions you could predict what's going to happen in the afternoon or the morning. But in the grander scale of things, I think we all have seen enough of it to know that, how many inches per mile squared is a fairly elastic number, depending on where you do the observation, what the weather's like, what the atmospheric conditions are like, etc., etc. So, as I say, I'm not putting George's observation down. I'm sure it was probably right on the day, but how universally applicable it is, who knows?
There's one of his images where he's showing his targets, and all the targets appear to be the same angular size. He actually scaled his targets. He made the ones that are further away bigger, and he did that so that they would all appear to be the same size. He did so many things that would, make his image, his observation professional. But you can see in that image I posted, with distance, they're dropping below the crosshairs. The further away they are, the further they drop. And to me, that is a perfect example of drop due to Earth curvature. But there again, like you said, it could have been a cherry picked.
Yeah, how are you not making a leap in an assumption to claim that an optical drop done by someone else, or a claim of an optical drop done by someone else, that you haven't validated has to do with it. Like, how would you think that that's solid evidence for the Earth being a globe just because of that? Just
well, I watched his entire video from start to finish in the way that he went about, doing his observations, being careful not to make his observations during severe refraction, so that he could get a better, representation of reality and what the surface was doing. And I don't know. I trust George. I really do. I mean, I wasn't there holding his hand, looking through his instrument, but yeah, I trusted George that he was doing his best to represent reality.
And it matches my own observations.
So it comes down to just trusting George. So like your whole belief in the globe, because you're saying this is the strongest one, is just belief in George?
No, my understanding, and I mean, we've gone over this many times, everything that I see and experience on a daily basis, I see the evidence of curvature all around me all the time. Mountains, growing out of the horizon as I approach them, different things like that. Now, generally, people aren't aware of this. They don't think about it. They don't look at it. But being in this community, yeah, I'm looking around all the time at stuff, and like, yeah, that doesn't look to me like, if the surface was flat, I should see the whole mountain from the base to the top, and all I can see is the top of the peaks peeping over the horizon. And as I approach it, it grows out of the horizon, just like it would do on a curved surface.
For what it's worth, George's findings match my own. And I did verify my own, personally.
Well, yeah, Left Lane was saying that he was I mean, you could see in his thing there, he's got all these claims of refraction, and so there's a lot of factors going on that, in terms of trying to claim a certain way that refraction's occurring, and then to just trust someone who is making certain assumptions based upon what they think is more or less a more representative, a less representative, and kind of cherry picking once again. Because I mean, like the Skunk Bay footage shows, things can waver, and just like behind a bonfire, things can waver. So that's not what Earth curve is, just because things can waver. And so if somebody has preconceived notion with preconceived concepts of refractive effects, and then try to plug radius values in and cherry pick, that doesn't mean it's actually definitive indication of the surface of the Earth. Selectively getting an observation of optical phenomenon that can be selectively aligned with what a radius would be, because there is the actual refraction effects. Like I was saying before, in the extreme example, like if you were looking through a bonfire and you see somebody, they look a little lower than they actually are, to then take an observation of that, and with various assumptions involved, and then just claim that the surface must be curving to account for that. That's a huge leap. Huge assumptive leap. And is like a very, very strong bias. Like to do that on a logical level, like to do that just as a thing, could be fueled by a profound level of bias, whether emotional, mental, spiritual, whatever that component would be. Because just based on a logical level, that's not, in my viewpoint, very logically sound or even scientific.
So, how would I go about objectively determining which observations were actually representing reality the closest to me? I don't just want to debunk this thing just for the sake of debunking it. I want to find out what all I can learn about reality, right?
Well, I mean, covering everything we've been talking about tonight, I would say if you're talking about long distance observations, because that's what we're talking about, all the ones I mentioned, all the ways of doing it that I've mentioned, or we've talked about, and then if you want to also do other types of equipment with crosshairs, but there's all the problems with those in terms of trying to use those at extremely long distances. And that tool really not having that kind of margin of error to be able to do that, especially with the refractive effects involved. But yeah, I would say in a total summation, you'll find that the globe model will be falsified, meaning the amount of drop and the amount of geometric curvature that should be there is not there. And then there will be a foundational planar geometry that'll be able to be observed and taken in on multiple fronts, including like laser tests and mirror flashes and all of those things. So you'll have a huge pile of that. And then you would have a small pile of these theodolite claims. And it's really a small pile of them that are using one particular refractive condition to claim a globe Earth.
But how do I know that the mirror flashes aren't just a refractive condition allowing people to claim a flat Earth?
Well, so if you're on a planar surface and and there's a mirror that's across the surface and it's reflecting light and shooting right to you, line of sight, XYZ, it's how the military with like rail guns that they work, etc. That's reality. XYZ, elevation, the declination, etc., the angles involved in terms of seeing that mirror flash, and it lines up with perspective and planar geometry. If you wanted to reify or assume a globe idea and add a whole bunch of curvature and then curving water and all that, and put that person with the mirror way down beneath a curve, and then figure out some way to kind of come up with some kind of concept of bending, warping light or whatever that would be able to lift all of that land and the grass, the oceans, the mountains, all of it, the actual person with the mirror, all of that would somehow have to lift all of it, sometimes hundreds of feet, even miles of amount of distance, and spread it out as a planar surface and extend it out and have it all rise up and all come to horizontal and level. If you're trying to do that, I mean, that's a very dramatic claim to claim that there's some effect like that that's occurring. That's just warping the entire Earth into a plane.
Well, on the other hand,
so the core observation is planar. So if you're seeing the mirror flash, I mean, it depends on your own ability to discern spatial relational dynamics of reality at that point.
But on the other hand, in other conditions, stuff is dipped down as if the Earth was a globe. So then you're saying that some crazy condition is dipping things down hundreds or thousands of feet. It's the same argument, just both ways. None of them are any more objective than the other.
No, they're very different. Not thousands. The like Skunk Bay footage, it's just a little bit of warping. But go ahead. Someone else.
I was gonna say I agree with Jesse. It's I understand his conundrum where he's coming from, where both sides claim the image doesn't match what you would see with straight light that doesn't curve through the air and their model. And we all know here that light doesn't actually travel in perfectly straight lines, right? Unless someone's claiming that when it goes through mediums that there isn't refraction. But that's why I would say we need to come up with some sort of other test than looking. Basically, essentially what we're doing is we're just looking at it, we're just eyeballing it, but we're eyeballing it with a lens in the front. And we think that we're so smart because we created a lens, we curved some glass, and we think that we're geniuses and we can just look at it and tell what it is. When I think we need to put a little more thought into it, and it's going to stay inconclusive until we put that thought in.
Yeah, I mean, having something tangible is going to be what's required, definitely. So, something that really doesn't rely on optics at all. Because I do think there's a spherical dynamic to our optics, the way our eyes work. I mean, our eyes are spheres, our lenses are curved in our eyes. And I think we ultimately see in a toroidal field, which has a spherical component to it as well. And I think the sky even has spherical geometric components to it, which is why they've been able to reify and create this whole globe models, because there are spherical components to this realm in terms of how it functions in multiple ways. I mean, ultimately, I think we're on a stationary plane within a sphere. and that sphere is pulsating, moving, like the reason the sky is moving. So even on that kind of large scale of it, I think that there's a spinning sphere component to this realm. It's just not being on the outside of one, but almost being like on the inside of like a crystal ball that's spinning around you. At least with the sky moving like that.
Thank you, Noah. Somebody understands me.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the thing is though, like, so Noah, with long distance observations though, I mean, in terms of your analysis of it, because what I would say that like 90%, a solid 90, if not 95, are just totally showing planar surface. And there's only like 5% or so, maybe 5 or 10, that could be kind of interpreted because of the like optical, basically just that optical cutoff point, you know, and the angle to the horizon. If kind of like cherry picked like that, could line up with a globe, but that's really only a very small amount. Like the long distance observations, like, do you see it that way too? Or do you see it in a different way? Like, do you think it's even close to like 50-50? Like, I would say it's like 95-5 at best.
Dude, I'll say this. When I look 30 feet in front of me at a car 30 feet in front of me, and it's a hot, not even a hot day, just a normal day, it looks like they're driving on water and the back of their car is wavy. That's 30 feet. Now, you guys, everyone here who's going to circle jerk, globe to flat earther, we're all going to hold hands and circle jerk and talk about our feelings about what's happening 10s, 60 miles away, 600 miles away, when I know for a fucking fact, earlier today, 30 feet in front of me, there was already distortion of a car. So, I mean, it's this absolute trust in your eyes, or this absolute trust that, oh, we curved a piece of glass into a lens, so now we can just eyeball it because we're a bunch of geniuses. It's
How
hubris.
close to the surface were you having that distortion?
I just said I was driving in a car.
Right. Where was the distortion you were seeing? Was it close to the surface, or was it like at an elevation at some point?
Of the car in front of me.
Yeah, so the distortion was happening like inches off of the car's surface.
He said its bumper was all messed up, I think from the road mirage.
Yeah, so it's like it's real close to the surface is where you're saying you saw this distortion?
That's a relative question.
All right.
Well, like I was mentioning, like a bonfire, like if you're looking at a friend that's on the other side of a bonfire, yeah, you can see all kinds of warping and bending, if you want to call it that, like distortions and wavering, like it's kind of like wavy. It's like looking through like almost like stained glass or something that has kind of a wavy effect. I agree, but the thing about a globe that is necessary, the thing that a globe requires though is like it needs to curve away. So there needs to be a point at which things are now no longer visible. Like if you're an ant on a basketball and you have a little, toothpick on the other, then the ant walks away from it, that thing is going to disappear and the curvature will not allow you to see the toothpick. So that should be observable on the earth. Like we should be able to see that. And the fact that that isn't visible, but what we do see, like the more clear and the longer we can see in the environment, we get more and more of seeing too far. So like that's what I'm saying, like in my viewpoint, like the actual core foundational part of it is always being able to see way too far of what a globe is, and not only seeing too far, but seeing what fits in terms of the geometry of a planar surface in terms of like the XYZ kind of axes and the way that objects appear in the distance due to that. It's just like the more clear we see, the more of that we see.
I tagged you, Gio, with a picture that is highly representative of how things are in my area. Bottom-up obstruction almost always is close to what the globe predicts in my area. So if we were looking at data from my area, it would be like 95% matches the globe and 5% matches concave Earth.
Okay, I'm not sure what you mean because concave, I mean, these are dramatically different, dude. One of them shows a huge amount of cutoff, one of them shows none. So what are you referring to? You're trying to say one of these is a globe being cut off? kind of goes against like what I'm seeing here is against what you're saying. You're trying to say that the visual cutoff point is just fits a globe every time, but these are dramatically different. So
the 2 pictures I posted?
Yeah, am I looking at the right one?
Yes, they're taken from 2 different elevations. So that's why you can see more of the, so that building called the View Towers, labeled in light orange, is sitting on 53-foot high ground.
Okay, these are different elevations. Okay.
Yeah. So, and you still, even at 100 and, even at whatever, 75 to 100 feet, you still can't see the whole 50-foot high hill that the building's on, but you can at least see some of the stuff below the building, the other buildings. But when you're
it
down,
says miraging in it as well.
Yeah. But
a lot of factors.
Right. But the point being, in my area, it would be the other way. Most of the observations would be a lot closer to the globe than they would the concave conditions that you see in California.
I mean, I don't think there's any concave conditions. What I think that there's,
of course, there is. When you see things
there's a foundational planar geometry, and then there's refractive effects within that geometry, and those all those refractive effects are like temporary alterations of the baseline.
So
where's the baseline?
Hold on a second, Danny. What I found
I have this
in my observations.
I had a joke. All right.
Oh, I won't take too long. What I found in my observations is that when the conditions are right for me to have this infinite extending horizon, it and everything floating on it is above eye level, as if the Earth is concave. And I would pretty much bet money that if someone actually took out an instrument of any type, a water tube level or a theodolite that could, or an auto level that could actually measure angle, that all of these black swan pictures of the oil platforms where you can see of this flat horizon, I am highly certain, based on my experiments here where I am, that the water line on those piers, on those under those oil platforms, would literally be above eye level, as if the Earth was concave.
I just posted that, Jesse. You have a 1 foot observer, and we have oil wells in the distance that are above a guy's head, which is 3 feet above the surface. So.
Oh yeah.
So it's got. There's no two ways about it. And people, it's because of the telephoto, the zoom, this, that, and the other. No, it is clear evidence that the Earth is concave, or there is refractive effects making this. And then, as Kosho and Jeremy were talking about today earlier, the idea that, well, how do you know what is real? Then you can start taking pictures from different heights and then see how that picture transpires or transposes into those effects.
Right. So I'm not unfounded in saying that when you're seeing what you think is a flat horizon is actually appearing concave.
Where are you getting this concave claim from? Yeah, I mean, you'd have to describe where you're claiming that from.
You can't. Nothing can be at eye level. It's above eye level if it is on the same plane as yourself.
Yeah,
how are you below eye level? If you're above the flat surface, can't be above it, or the surface will be concave. Is this basic geometry?
Right.
Where are you getting an idea that what are you calling above eye level? The horizon?
No, the water line on the ship.
If you have, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, where the water line meets the ship.
On which one are we talking about?
Both oil platforms.
On the one that Zanuck just posted with the surfer in it?
That one. And all of them. All the ones where the horizon appears flat, I'm saying it's almost certainly actually appearing concave. If it were actually measured, if there was some reference like this, in this case, there's a surfer in there who's obviously higher than the camera, if the camera was at 12 inches. And from my own measurements with theodolites and water tube levels, where the water is lapping against the bottom of the ship and the side of the ship or the platform or whatever will be above eye level in these conditions.
And the logic is the perspective means that anything at eye level will continue to stay at eye level as long as it goes away from you into the distance and stays at eye level. If we're above eye level, if we're above the surface, then that object will never go beyond eye level angularly in your field of view ever. And if it is, it has to be refraction, or the Earth has to be concave. Only two options there.
No, I would not agree with those two options whatsoever. But I hear you. But let me post this. So I mean, this is like the classic skunk bait footage. But so if you have like, imagine, I'm not saying this is a theodolite, but if that white line, that would represent like the crosshairs because it's in the middle of this device in a sense. So I'm not saying that's exactly what this is, but you see how much that changes, dude? That is warping all over the place. So if you lined a device up here, either an auto level or theodolite or whatever on this day, and you lined it up to where that white line was aligned right with the place where the horizon is, even though this is a certain type of horizon because it's a closer distance versus like looking out over the ocean. Nonetheless, there is still a meeting place. And if you were to draw a baseline there and then you were to watch it throughout the day and see all this warping and bending, are you just saying that you could temporarily just snapshot it where it's a little bit above and then just somehow think the Earth's concave? I mean, I don't think that's a very complete.
Then you weren't listening. I said clearly two options, Gio. Either the Earth is concave or refraction effects have loomed things up above eye level.
Yeah, we see it right here.
But yes, that's what I'm saying happened. Remember, the skunk bait is
I don't think anyone's contesting that. The thing is, coming to a conclusion that has to do with the shape of the Earth versus an optical effect would be the thing that is being looked at, and that I think someone's claiming that it has to do with the shape of the Earth. That the optical effect is the shape of the surface.
Well, all we have to do is take that exact measurement of that object in the distance, wherever it is, and take it from a higher elevation point. Successively, 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 100 feet, and then see what that graph of position, angular position will be. And then
that's why, Zanuck, were you here when I was making the analogy of like a bonfire? So like if you're standing on the other side of a bonfire and looking through the flames, through the heat at a person on the other side, and they're wavering, if you were to take a picture right when they're wavering down a little bit, you were to, take a snapshot or whatever, you could then say, oh, look at that. They're down, half an inch or 2 inches or whatever. And the amount of curvature or the amount of elevation change that would have to exist between you and that person, would have to be significant in order to make that be the case. So yeah, there's two things happening. Either, you are level with each other, or you are looking, let's say you're the same height or whatever. And it's an optical effect due to that warping and kind of the medium being perturbed. Or medium's not being perturbed at all. The medium's perfect. And there's just a huge amount of curve between you and your friend on the other side of the bonfire. So, I mean, if that's where your mind is, I hear you. And like, I respect in terms of your viewpoint on that, if that's where you're at with it. But from my discerning of the truth involved, I'm absolutely looking at the medium. And there's multiple reasons as to why that's the case. But because I can discern between the foundational physicality and the changes that happen during the miraging effects, because the effects are always going something out of what the baseline reality is. Just like when that heat is wavering around, your friend's face might go above, below, whatever, but then there might be a point where it looks pretty normal. Then it goes back. You know what I mean? So like you have to be able to discern the actual physical reality from the medium effects in terms of these kind of optical.
Well, that's a little different, but you could get. That's not exactly the same, but you could actually get an average of where that person's position is, and do that over and over and over again, and probably find a spot where there was an average spot in that frame where that object will lie. But what I'm talking about is knowing how refraction works, knowing that there has to be an angle of incidence in the differential medium, and we keep on going higher and higher and taking the same measurement, knowing the distance away from something, and then measuring that angle. By multiple measurements, you'll be able to get a deviation from something. Either it follows a planar model or it follows a Euclidean model. And what you'll find is that this will follow a Euclidean model because you'll be able to get less and less deviation as you get higher and higher above the surface, yet those measurements will comport with a spherical model, not a flat model. And that's a pretty strong argument against what you're saying.
Hey, Gio, in the skunk bay animated GIF you gave, Where would you say the baseline is, the place that it goes to and it's not jumping all over?
What's that? Where's the baseline? Well, I mean, I didn't take that footage, so and I'm not even like making some dramatic claim that absolutely is. I'm just showing it to show how you can have a horizontal midpoint line, if you want to call that eye level, and how there's fluctuation in the environment, just like the bonfire kind of thing as well. I mean, in that one, it does look like at the beginning of it, things are very stable, and like if you freeze frame it at the beginning of that GIF, it does look like the land is pretty proportional. The water matches up to the land in a pretty clean way. You can tell like those buildings, you can tell there's like kind of a, whatever the run up is of cement and kind of beach, whatever is there. You can, at the beginning of it, when it's right at the white line, it does look the most consistent in terms of like what it is. Whereas later in it, it obviously gets very warped and you see all kinds of like wavering. So it does seem like at the beginning of it it's like lined up pretty well. It looks like at the beginning does kind of have the baseline pretty well.
So does it ever?
You notice how that's not making you see further? Like there's nothing about refraction that ever makes you see around bends. It just warps and bends what you can see.
Now, I disagree. Refraction can 100% allow you to see around something, over something. I've demonstrated it in my fish tank and in air in the real world, and with a glass prism. 100% refraction can allow you to see over or around something. I found a longer version of the Skunk Bay time lapse, so we can get a better idea what the resting baseline is. And what I'm going to do is put a couple post-it notes on my screen at the horizon line, the water line, and so that I can tell what the baseline is as it moves up and down.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth considering that the optics have a spherical component to them. Like, for example, the way that train tracks, like, perspective, they will converge. That is what happens with a curved lens. Like, it's taking the otherwise straight lines. You know how, like, if you take like a bubble, imagine like a bubble, like a hemisphere, kind of like a dome, and put like a pyramid inside of it. So I'm just using the pyramid to kind of have that base. Well, yeah, it is. Like, okay, yeah, basically that's what it is. It's a hemisphere with a pyramid inside of it. That actually is what it is. Because if you use the pyramid, I was thinking of it in a slightly different way, but if you had a dome hemisphere with a pyramid in it, if you were looking from behind that or from underneath it, or however you want to view that, like you're looking at the pyramid. This is how like hyperbolic space is created. But like the idea of looking at a pyramid, from the underside of it, where all the lines are pointing, they're all converging to the top of the pyramid. So like the reason I'm linking that, I'm sorry, I'm not maybe making it very, okay. Imagine a pyramid on a flat surface. If you were to put your head underneath the pyramid and look up at the sky, you would see all the lines of the pyramid would all be converging, to the center point. Because again, you're looking at like a see-through pyramid. You're at the bottom of it looking up to the sky, a glass pyramid. And those lines are all converging because you're looking up at like this to the center, the peak of it. And then that's all happening within a larger spherical system. So like the train tracks having that convergence is, I think, connected to those components. And it's kind of how the realm is experienced directly in terms of that component of it. So it's like we see spherically, we don't, the Earth isn't spherical, and it's just been inverted. And the optical sphericity components have just been inverted into this kind of physical globe idea.
Now let's say that we have two observers now at the bottom of this pyramid, okay? And we take this dome realm and we give it the size and shape of our Earth. And we put somebody at one edge of the pyramid and somebody at the other edge of the pyramid. Do they still have, does the convergent point still go to the same spot, or do they have their own? Because it would appear in reality like you get your own, but what you're talking about is there should be one point that things converge to if this is the case.
Yeah, no, I think I'm following what you're saying. Well, there's kind of two things there, though. If you were in a physical pyramid, then yeah, there would be. Well, are you saying if you're offset in your position on it?
Yeah, like you give them each like one of the bottom like walls, like one of the lines that makes the square at the bottom. Like give one on one side, one on the other.
Well, yeah, if they're still looking to the top at the pyramid, it's still going to converge at the center from their perspective. Yeah, if you're going to do it that way. I was kind of using it as an idea, like if you were in the center at the bottom looking up through like a glass, see-through pyramid, and just those lines, those kind of perspective lines. Just like I just posted one a minute ago that just kind of shows like the general matrix of it, but
I'm just thinking if that's the case, if you're near the edges of that dome, your perspective is going to be a lot more skewed in one, like from one angle.
Well, like this. Here, can you see this in the chat?
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Yep.
That's like, see how it's like I'm looking at a pyramid from the underside? Yeah, so, but like everyone has this basically. Everyone has their own. But then there is a real thing like as well. There's a real world out there. But are you saying like if you were to kind of take your eyeballs and like blow this picture up big on your screen and then move your eyeballs all the way over to the right?
Yep.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you move your head, like you have your head to the entire left side of the screen so that, that the edge of this, like your left eyeball isn't looking at an image and your right eyeball is. So it's like dead center, like for the left side, and then you dead center on the right side. My left eye on the right side is going to see the convergent point slightly off to my left, and the head that's on the left is going to see it slightly off to the right. And if this is a phenomenon that's happening in a dome per se, and it's affecting all of our observations, we're going to see this difference from different positions. So this can't be an explanation for like stars, sunsets, or anything else other than just why we observe perspective to be what it is.
I'm not sure I fully followed that. I don't know if you care to repeat it or not, or someone else want to jump in. I mean,
yeah, I'm not saying probably what I want to say.
Well, that's all right. I also was like to be honest, I was part multitasking. I wouldn't mind hearing it again if you don't mind. I'm sorry that I'm kind of doing a couple things, but
right. So like if you like,
unless someone else wants to jump in as well,
like an AE flat Earth, right? And you put this above it so that you're looking, above the center is the very point right there. If you were to be at the edge of that flat Earth, your convergent points, all like the sun setting, all the reasons why they set those perspective lines that are drawn, being shifted and changed through the dome, they would change perspective where you are on that surface, and you can observe them not being that.
Well, I'm not okay. I'm still maybe not. Well, okay. So if you're on a beach and two people are looking at the sun, and let's say they're like 500 feet away from each other, and they're on a big beach and looking at the sunset, and they're looking at the sunset, and there's a line of sunlight, colored light, orange, yellow light that is traveling from the sun all the way across the water to their feet. They both see it coming to their feet, but they're 500 feet away, and the sun is however far it is away. So there's not two physical lines that are reflecting that light. So that it correlates with the idea, like you were saying, in terms of perspective and everything kind of converging, the idea being at the left or the right. So yeah, it is kind of interesting, like all of these components, but it's like it seems like we have our own it seems like we have our own personal convergence thing. Like if I'm looking down the train tracks in one way and they're converging to me, and you're looking the other way, looking at me, then they're going to be converging the other way for you. So we do have our own unique perspective. But then when it comes to like the sunset, like that is a focal point that everyone's looking at in that case. So in that way, it kind of, and then there is that light reflection that goes to your feet. So it does seem like the whole realm, like kind of like it's like rendering for each person uniquely in a way. Now I'm not trying to say it's all just some simulation. It's all, because I mean, I do think there, as much as we can say it's real, there is a real physical reality. But at the same time, it seems to kind of look unique to each observer in their way of observing it, like through their perspective kind of lens.
Yeah, it's observer dependent. That's it. Mic check.
Right.
Mic check.
Yeah,
Yep.
I can hear you.
All right.
Yeah, exactly. It's observer dependent.
Right, but there are multiple rays of light coming off the sun. It's not like there's that one beam coming down the ocean hitting you that you can observe. It's like a laser, right? You don't see the laser traveling through the air until it's hitting a medium. The only reason you're seeing that angle of light hitting is because you're there to witness that reflection bouncing up. There's like if you were to like have not just two observers, but have 1 million observers stood up, a foot apart. You could have each of them, give you an accurate representation of that exact same phenomenon, and you know that the people that are like a mile apart, they aren't getting that same sunbeam, yet they're explaining they have the exact same phenomenon, and that is because of perspective and light, the light source itself. That's explained on the globe.
Can I ask you, what do you think perspective is? You care to define it?
It's the way you view things from your angle of observation, based on distance and.
So perspective is the way you view things.
I would assume it's the way things are. Yeah, that you observe things. Yeah.
You care to elaborate at all, or is it just
from your specific? Like, I could Google it, like if you really need me to. But do you think I don't understand it? Because that'd be a better.
No. I just want your viewpoint on what you think perspective is, because I hear, different answers when it comes to perspective. So I just want to know what your answer.
I think perspective is like the explanation of how angles diverge from your location to like a vanishing point. I think I could maybe put more words into it, but
yeah, I mean that's yeah. I think that's a pretty good explanation. Some people throw out an equation, you know, when they talk about perspective and just
Nah, I
say,
don't do math. Fuck that.
yeah, they'll say, you know, it's just things getting smaller in the distance. But do you think perspective has more to do with things than just, you said angles, you know, and you said
Perspective has
convergence?
everything to do with your individual observation.
Yeah, but in your explanation, you said angles and convergence. You use those two words. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
I mean, I agree with you.
Cool.
Angles, convergence. Yeah.
Perspective definitely has to do with angles.
Yeah, it's not just things getting smaller with distance as you know, something moves away from you. It's not
Well, that's what it is.
only
That's what it is. An angle. The angle of the object.
right.
Yep.
Getting smaller. It is completely to do with angles and distance.
Well, this has been fun ping pong back and forth. Yep, we definitely have nailed this down.
Awesome.
Cool beans.
Noah, isn't it the angle equals the arctan of the rise over the run?
What?
The angular height of something will be equal to its linear height divided
Yeah,
or divided.
no, I think you're right. I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Who was that speaking there? What was
That was Jesse Gordon talking
no,
about
not Jesse. The guy before who was
Demon Stride.
Demon Stride, okay. I just want to remember that that's what he said about perspective. Because most people don't say that.
I think there's a difference between the law of perspective and, you know, explaining what perspective is.
Okay, so
the law.
You can elaborate. I'm listening.
Yeah, I think Jesse nailed what the law was. I think I was just explaining like the explanation.
Jesse gave a formula.
Yeah.
Right. So when you're doing like a long distance observation, is it just
me? Wait.
Yeah, say like
I don't do long distance observations. What are you, crazy? Yeah, I have to do math then.
Yeah, I'm just saying, say somebody's taking a long distance observation and they just apply the law perspective when they're taking this long distance observation. Is that sufficient? Do you think that's cool? You know,
Are you asking me a question right now about long distance observations?
All right,
I wouldn't know where to start. Yeah.
Yeah, never mind.
I could look it up though. I could de-ignorant myself in this area if you'd like.
Jesse already said about the height of it. It's just going to be the rise of the arctangent, which also the general law is just that things as they move away from you will be reduced in size directly proportional to the distance they are away.
So Zanuck, how you doing, man? Let me ask you a question.
Thanks.
Yeah, Jesse gave the formula. It was very specific.
All right, never mind.
Height of something, distance is the rise of the run times the arctangent of it. So the height above the surface divided by the distance, arctangent gives you the angle size of that object.
Exactly what Jesse said.
That's exactly
what Jesse said. That's exactly what he said.
Right.
Precise.
Well, he said he actually not precise. He said the height of an object, which is the same thing.
Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, what do you? You're not making a point. You're not making a new point. I would say.
I don't think there were any points trying to be made. It was just like questions on whether we understood. What was the point of asking me if I knew what perspective was?
Points? You're just blabbing.
No. We were having a conversation. Then I was asked if I even knew what perspective was, and that's we kind of went off onto this tangent here. I was wondering what the reason was for that.
No pun intended.
Well, because we were talking about perspective, and you were, I think, asking Geo questions about perspective.
Mm-hmm. So does somebody want to grill Geo now on perspective?
That was your job. That was what you were doing. Yeah.
He already expressed that it was something that is reflected in how we see something based on the curved visual space or.
Yeah, I think I may have brought up that. I was talking about how like, do we? Is there a spherical component to how we see?
No.
Well, I'm glad Zanuck just gave us the answer and no explanation behind it, so we can just put our faith in his answer.
No, and then some of the things to consider are, number one, we have curved lenses and our eye is a ball. That's why it's called an eyeball. It's not an eye.
That's only to focus something in the back of your retina.
It's not an eye flat. It is an eyeball. And so there's that. And then the way that like perspective functions, that's why I was talking about like a pyramid within a hemisphere. And then we were talking about perspective in terms of that. And then we were talking about the different like positions of perspective and kind of how it's observer dependent. And then how that links to these optical phenomena that we're discussing as well.
Sure, it's not an eye flat.
Dude, eye flat. There's also the celestial sphere, which is even in ancient times was referred to as a celestial sphere. Like even though they didn't think the Earth was a sphere, they didn't call it a celestial flat necessarily.
That's where they got the globe from. It was originally the celestial sphere, and then they literally just said, "Oh yeah, the Earth is just curving beneath the celestial sphere." That is
exactly.
where that is like that'd be like the seed, so to say, of the globe model.
Yeah, it's like if you were in a planetarium, there's a big like hemispherical dome, and you're like, yeah, look at that dome. You're on like a flat floor, and then you're like, you know what? Can we just misinterpret this and say that the Earth's surface is curving and explain the sky? And they were like, yep, we can, and that's what they did.
There you go.
Who let you guys into the meetings? God damn it! We have to have stricter security. I swear.
I know, dude. I'm remote viewing right into those things.
This is the meeting. What are you talking about? we edit.
Hey, Gio, I found the longer version of the Skunk Bay footage on YouTube that the GIF was clipped from, and it really does look like the baseline is down low, and then when it's stable and undistorted, being the baseline, and then when it starts undulating and doing all sorts of weird things, and it's constantly in motion, it's always above that baseline. So wouldn't, as an objective observer seeking the truth, wouldn't I look for the mode where, the view where it was stable and undistorted, rather than cherry picking a freeze frame out of when it's like jumping all over the place?
Well, I don't know if you're asking that question to me, but it sounds like you're asking something that I would say is just non-applicable to anything I said, because I wasn't talking about deciphering the shape of the Earth by finding some middle point on a photo. That's not what I was referring to. What I was saying is that there's a baseline geometry of an extended planar surface. That's what I was saying originally, meaning the foundational geometry is planar. The warpings and bendings and things that are happening around that planar foundation. If they were happening around a curved foundation, that would be different. Like there would actually be the visual obscuration of things behind the curve would be consistent, and then there would be things wavering within that. Meaning, if it was a globe, and let's say you could see you had a pole in the distance that was 20 feet tall, and due to the globe, you could only see 5 feet of it. So that part would be consistent. If the Earth was a globe, there would be that actual physical curvature. Now, let's say you could only see 5 feet because it's behind the curve. Of that 5 feet of the pole you would see, you would then have wavering and alterations and miraging and things. But that would be in a core foundational geometry of a sphere. Instead, we have the core geometry of a planar surface, and then we have the bending and warping happening within the planar surface. Very different things.
But my question is, let's say I set up a camera, I'll do a time lapse for 24 hours, whatever, and I find that during certain part of the time, the scene is just rock solid, steady, still, nothing's moving. And then during other parts of the time, the horizon is going up and down and things are stretching and undulating, and then it settles back down and it's rock solid back at the same location it was rock solid before. Wouldn't it be logical of me to take that rock solid position as the more accurate representation of reality?
What is with these hypotheticals?
What is it about accurate and cherry picking? The undulating part shows that it's undulating. So, what are you talking about, Jesse?
Yeah, the undulating part. Do you think that all that stuff is actually undulating, or would you want to think that when it's sitting still and more sharp of an image, that would be more like reality?
Reality? The undulating is also reality. Oh my God.
No, it's not reality. That the beach is not wiggling around. All the stuff in the distance isn't actually moving around. Refraction's causing that to happen.
Yeah, I know you have reality in your head. Everybody has it in his head. So it's just seeing that these undulations happened, and that is always been, for the most part, what Flat Earth has said about it. So I don't understand. You always have to separate arguments from everybody. Everybody can project their own arguments on it. So I don't see that cherry picking, and it's just showing that undulation, that dispositioning and distorting. And it's a clear example of it.
Can I just point out that the Earth vibrates in the tone of E flat?
Do you know what you get?
Nice. Oh, that's epic.
It's
you know
That's great. E flat. And the letter E is like horizontals and verticals. It's a very like planar little XYZ kind of axis little letter. The way that it's
Did you
Not
know?
E, but B. Sorry.
Oh, B. Okay.
Which is even better.
Well, how are you coming to that though? Like I've never heard that before. That the
Is it
whole
one
Earth.
of those Schumann resonant things that I watched last night? It was talking about the Earth's resonance and how they came up with it and all that. It said it was B flat.
That the whole thing is?
That the overall resonance is B flat.
I've never heard that. Like not with that note. That's
I'll
interesting.
find it and post it. Sorry, Jesse. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Did you know that if you throw a piano down a mine shaft, you get a B flat minor? Because he B flat?
Yeah, fucking hell, that was funny.
Do you get what I was saying, Jesse, about like, okay, so if the Earth was a sphere, there would be a physical geometric drop and things would be blocked by the curve. That would be consistent. So what I was saying is that in terms of all the warping and bending and miraging, I'm saying that in my viewpoint, that can only happen in terms of what you can see. It's what you can see is then being perturbed, the medium. Like if you were underwater and you were looking at a person who is also underwater and there's the medium in between you, like there's the actual physical thing of that person over there, and then you're in your perspective. And if you were to like wave the water around or put something in the water that would perturb it, you're just perturbing between you and that person. So what I'm saying is that if the Earth was a sphere, things would be cut off. There would be obscuration that would fit with the curve of the Earth. And then that would be foundational. And then on top of that, you would get miraging effects. You would get warping, bending, looming. You would get those components. So what I'm saying is that over a planar surface, like we're seeing the actual extended planar surface, and then there's warping within that. And while it's warping, I guess if you really want to be like, oh, it's concave, oh, it's a globe, oh, it's concave, just because that horizon line is wavering optically, like I don't think that's a way to actually measure the shape.
Right, but let's say a stiff breeze comes through, blows all that air out you had, and all of a sudden the horizon settles down and everything is rock solid for hours. There's no undulating. Wouldn't that most likely be a better representation of reality?
No.
Yeah, I mean, not necessarily if you mean like what the actual physicality is, because there's always refraction and different effects. Like the thing about that black, and I think there's also unique ones in certain areas. Like for example, that whole Blackpool Tower thing with Ranty and that whole like the distance, the mountains and all that stuff. Well, there's many other places on Earth where there's objects like that aligned in those distances, and they don't have those optical elevation points, meaning they're ones that fit a planar surface. There's many of them.
Can you show me one?
So, but in that Blackpool Tower area, like there's like the water, there's like unique conditions in certain areas that will cause certain consistent effects, magnification and other forms of lensing.
Can you show me one of those ones that doesn't line up?
Well, dude, I mean, virtually, like this is kind of back to like the things cut, visually obscuring from the bottom up, like being cut off from the bottom up. Yeah, it's like 90. It's the same with this. It's like 90-95% all fit planar geometry, and there's like this 5 to 8% of them that can be kind of cherry picked that happen to be refracted in a way that could be explained as a sphere in terms of 3959, but it's only a very small sampling of all the overall observations.
Just asking for one, that's all.
I mean, Canigou is one. I mean, there's many, dude, but Canigou is one that shows multiple mountain peaks that all fit in terms of planar geometry.
Actually, they don't
I would
fit.
love to analyze that with you, Geo. That's one of my favorite. You're talking about from Canigou infrared across to the Alps, right?
There's ones from Canigou. There's ones looking at Canigou. There's multiple, but that is one, since it does seem to be one that has been well documented, but there's so many others as well. I mean, they're endless that don't have that effect, like in terms of that Blackpool Tower where those two elevation.
Analyze one?
It's like has to do with angular size over distance and how that correlates with the lens. And it's been shown, like I mentioned earlier, that with lensing, you can have an object that is a physical object moving away from you and it won't change angular size. With lensing, you can have it change angular size more or have change angular size less. And you can also have it to where the lens will maintain the angular size as it moves away.
Can we pretty please analyze just a single one of these examples?
So all those things are showing that lensing magnification can change angular size, which ultimately will change its visible elevation. It's not that it actually is dropping or lowering. It's just visually. You can do this with a magnifying glass as well. You can make this same effect happen.
Visually looks globe-like.
No, visually it's being refracted in varying ways within the environment. It can be cherry-picked. About 5% of them can be cherry-picked and just applied to a reified globe model and then tried to be claimed as though that's significant evidence for that model, but it's actually very, very weak evidence because it's like one of the 5% of the cherry-picked ones that at least fit part of the geometry of what a sphere would be.
Is there an observation that you have which you say says flat and not globe?
I'm just laughing at this what Northern Rebellion just put in the chat. Yeah, dude, we can go over any amount. I mean, I'm kind of multitasking right now. I'm not really looking through all my files. I mean, but yeah, man, we can go through any one of them.
Oh, I would love to. Whenever you have the time, choose one. We'll look at it. Love to.
We should do an event.
Sure.
Yeah, let me know when that is.
Yeah.
I kind of checked into the Canigou thing, and first of all, not nearly as much of the mountains is showing as you would have on a flat Earth. But second of all, even though on an unrefracted globe Earth you wouldn't see it if you take into account standard atmospheric refraction, which is part of the globe model, because we do know that light does bend towards the more dense region. How much, that's up to, that's a complex topic, but we know it does. If we take the globe model as a whole and apply standard atmospheric refraction, that actually raises several thousand feet of the mountain up back into view. So it actually does work according to the globe model.
It matches my prediction for what the globe model says. It's one of my great, the one from Canigou across to the Alps. I love that one.
They took like 100 pictures and stacked them. So it's actually a composite.
I thought he did a panorama, like left to right.
I think he had to stack them in order to get the signal to noise ratio good, because it was so far the signal to noise ratio is really low, but by stacking it, he was able to bring out a lot of detail.
Nice. Yeah, one of my favorite photos anyway.
Yeah, like I posted this earlier. I mean, this shows same location, same elevation, but only different days. Look at the positioning of all that, dude. It's all shifted. And like I said, if you're looking through like a bonfire, looking at someone on the other side of the flames, yeah, there can be warping. You know, sometimes dramatic warping.
Yeah, but that's all vertical stretching and compression, right?
Yeah, but those things are at a different distance.
Yeah, but it's
And
still
there's a different
vertical
condition,
stretching.
significantly different condition.
Understood, but we're not saying magnification in that it makes it bigger in all dimensions. You're just vertically stretching or compressing, right? We know what that's called. We know what it's caused by.
Oh, just a note
Who's
on.
we? What's that joke? What's that joke? Who's we? Do you have a mouse in your pocket or whatever? Who are you talking about? You? I think
we, humanity knows why that happens. It's refraction.
So just a note.
Dude, that is hilarious.
Hey, can I make a quick note on this picture?
Yeah,
I gotta head to bed here. I got work in the morning. But what happened here was I think this was BMLSBM, whatever. He has these two different pictures from these two different days. And on one of the days, there was a lot of vertical stretching. And so he shrank the one that was vertically stretched, but he shrank it in the X and the Y position directions so that it was the same height as the unstretched one, which changed the angular width of everything proportionally. And so that's why he's got a strange discrepancy with the apparent width. Does that make sense?
The stretching only happens in the vertical, stretching or compressing. It doesn't happen side to side.
And then he unstretched it in vertical and side to side, which made it have a discrepancy compared to the other picture. Alrighty, good night, everyone. Thanks a lot.
Good
Good night, Jesse. Have a good sleep.
You too.
Good night, man.
Good night.
Cheers.
Thanks a lot, Gio.
Good night, Jesse.
Cheers.
Love you, pumpkin.
I didn't hear that.
Sleep tight. Don't let the
it's sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs fight.
Over your theodolite.
Waterbeds always find their level.
Got to get with the modern times. It's sleep tight and don't let the nanobots bite.
Nice.
Sleep tight. Don't let the 5G control you.
Yeah, something like it. Don't we have to have like line of sight to something first? Like, doesn't that need to like be a thing before you can have all these? I'm just saying, it just seems logical that you would have to have a line of sight to it before you'd see all these fluctuations of it.
Exactly. That's a perfect way. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I was kind of alluding to before. Like, it's the line of sight. So if the Earth was a globe, there would be actual geometric curvature that would affect that would affect your line of sight, what you're able to see, because there's actual Earth in the way of that object. Now I know
I've had to draw this simple diagram many, many times in the last few months, drawing a curved path of light between the observer's eye and the target.
Yeah, but you can't just explain away. But you can't just explain away an actual planar geometry line of sight and just claim that just light is curving and bending to make a planar surface be explained as a globe, because that's what you're doing.
No one's claiming a planar surface on our side.
Well, the planar surface is what we're observing. You're then saying, well, because you're then trying to say, well, no, there's this bending thing happening. So all the bending things, you haven't validated that
a planar surface. We're just not observing a planar surface.
You're presupposing a planar surface and then saying that it is flat, and you're using math and lies to say it's curving. Like
that's what they do with the globe. Yeah, that's what they do with the globe. I agree.
Presupposing it's flat, though.
No one's presupposing that. That's the base observation is planar.
No, it's not. That's the fundamental thing we disagree on.
All right, show me one that you think is not planar.
We brought it up earlier when I asked for an observation of it. So the observation is flat, but what's the measurement?
From Canada, looking across to the Alps, you got an enormous amount of that mountain missing.
To Gio, I was saying, like, we have an observation of flat, but what's the measurement of flat? And that's where the discrepancy is.
Why is that a discrepancy? If it's observed planar, but you have yet to see physical, tangible confirmations of the planar surface, how is that a discrepancy?
Because you can't say I see it and it appears that way, so it must be. The measurements don't agree with your it must be.
I never said it must be. What I was just saying is what we actually are observing. And I'm not requesting that you come to some conclusion about any of this. That would be up to you. I'm just talking about what is being observed in terms of on that level of it. So like in terms of line of sight, when we can, the amount of distances that can be seen line of sight, like lighthouses over 60 miles away, that are only like 200 feet tall. I mean, these are all over the world. These can be observed where you can see the light. So, I mean, that's an observation. For example, like Ruhif always says, make a prediction of a planar Earth. You can do that all day with these long distance observations. For example, I will see Kauai from Oahu, 2 islands in Hawaii. From Oahu,
let's examine one, Geo. Stop just listing off random observations. Let's look at one.
You're interrupting, but I hear you're excited. Right. We can look at any of these. They've been looked at for years. Anyways, if I made a claim on a planar Earth surface, I would be able to stand on Oahu and see Kauai at 110 miles away. Go to Oahu, see Kauai at 110 miles away. Not saying that absolutely proves or validates, what this, in that way, but that is a planar Earth prediction and observation. And those can be done all day of the week, every day, lighthouses, land masses, etc. So if how you interpret that would be up to yourself, whether you interpret that as reality or whether you think there's something else going on. But to claim that it's a globe with that observation, that's what I'm saying. The base observation is there's nothing that indicates any sphericity, but there is the indication that I can see so far that the surface appears to be extending in terms of geometrically in a planar fashion. So if that was going to then be explained like, no, actually the Earth's a globe, bro. Yeah, I know you can see that thing from 110 miles away, but actually I got this whole other cockamamie idea that we're on a sphere and it's curving, and then there's all these then you have to come up with this whole claim. And if you want to do that, to claim that there's something bending and warping, that has to, like I said before, bend and warp, thousands and thousands of feet of curvature and lift all of that and display it on a planar surface. So that's a huge theory, when what we're actually observing is the base planar observation.
Let's look at the Hawaii one. What were the 2 islands again?
Oahu to Kauai. There's different spots that it's been done on Oahu. It can be done the ones I've seen have been between 90 to 120 miles. So yeah, in that range. 110 is one lookout spots. That's one of the. Yeah, so that one is.
But the claim is that it contradicts the globe, right?
Well, that amount of distance and that amount of curvature is non-existent in that observation. Yes.
Okay, so the claim is that it contradicts the globe. Let's look at it. Do we have an observer location or a height, or do we have to say it's the highest point on Oahu?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It can be done for multiple regions. Generally, when it's closer down to the water, is the ones that are 90 miles. The ones that are at a little bit of altitude can get up to Oahu doesn't. You don't have to get at an extremely high altitude, but yeah, you can get like 110 to 120. But even including the altitude that it can be observed, even at the 110 or 120, I mean, at that many miles, the curvature is massive. You shouldn't be able to see any of Kauai.
Okay, let's examine that. All right, so just to what's the word? We'll favor the globe at the moment, right? Because we don't have an actual observer location, right? So we're going to choose the highest point on Oahu. How about I screen share this? Hold on. Screen share Google Earth Pro. All right, so on Oahu, what is the highest point on Oahu? Highest point on Oahu. Hey, buddy, Mount Kala.
Yes.
There you go. Enjoy. All right, Mount Kala. Thank you, buddy. Oh, leave it open, please, buddy. Mount Kala. All right. So this 1,174 meters. All right. Let's just find the highest point. Oops.
Yeah, I'm saying you don't have to be at the highest point though to see it.
I know, but until we have like an actual observer height and location, then we, have to assume they're at the highest point. 7, 12, 26.
I mean, this is one right here. It shows the amount of drop. It shows 5,402 feet at 90 miles.
Oh, okay.
This one's 90. So this is it can be done from many spots, is what I'm saying. So multiple locations. This one
let's
is
do that one. Let's do that one instead, because it's given a somewhat of a observer location.
This one gives the elevation 4,000 feet. So that one is at quite a bit of elevation.
No,
maybe that's just saying the elevation of the whole island.
Yeah, that'd be the elevation of the highest point, I think 4,000 feet. But if he was over here, he looks pretty low, right? Looks pretty low down to the ground. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
He's up here somewhere. 64 meters. Stick him somewhere here. Observer. That'll do.
Right, but
right. Somewhere there. That'll do. All right, highest point on Kauai. Kawakini.
5,148. So the entire thing should be invisible.
Well, we'll get to that. Oops. That was 1582. You guys got to switch to metric, people. There it is. $15.95.
See how it all lifts up as well? Like, did you see in that photo how like the bottom part, like it's all stacking horizontals? It's like horizontals, like that perfect perspective matrix going all the way up to the horizon.
All right. What's it called?
This is another one. This is an infrared going from Oahu to the Big Island. So this is another one.
Yeah.
13,000 feet. This one's 200 miles.
We'll do this one first. Oops. Right. All right. That is 161 kilometers to there. Kilometers. 161. Your height, what did we say? I think the viewer height, we picked a random spot pretty much. And it was, that's 115 meters. I don't know. What do you want to put in for a viewer height? You want to put some value in for viewer height? I've got 115 meters, which is heaps. Let's share. How do I change the sharing again? Change windows to Metabunk. All right, so I've got Metabunk now. Distance in kilometers was 161, viewer height 115, the refracted hidden 963 meters. You can see heaps of it. The mountain's like, was it almost 1,600 meters? That's at 115 meters elevation. So maybe we'll go down to 50 or something. Let's see how low we can get and still be able to see the mountain. 50, 40, 30, 20, and
yeah. Well, I don't know what numbers you're using, man, but any numbers using the globe math, the entire all of Kauai should be completely invisible.
Incorrect. Unless he's literally on the beach, which he's clearly not, then you should be able to see some of it. So let's give him 20 meters. Yeah, you should be able to see a couple of 100 meters of Kauai. Oh, from Kauai Airport. There we go. Kauai Airport. Where is Kauai Airport? Kauai. Oh, that's not right. He's not at Kauai Airport. Hang on.
Yeah, that one's the other way around. That one's Oahu from Kauai,
crap.
but yeah.
Okay.
You can also see Kauai from Oahu. There's multiple of these.
Okay. So you can see that. What's the highest point again? Oopsie daisy. Anyway, got that around the wrong way. My bad. Kauai Airport, 39 meters. All right. Kauai. Airport. Did they spell it? That'll do. Whatever. Kauai Airport, and he's looking across to. What was the highest point again? $600. Ah, crap. What's the highest point? Highest point on Oahu. Oh, sorry, I'm back into Google Earth and switch. Highest point on Oahu. Mount Kala. All right. All right, there we go. And that was 1224.
I'll be listening, Ruhif, but I've been on the stream for a while. I gotta. I'll be listening, but I'm just saying I'm gonna be I'm not gonna be able to respond.
That's right. I will change that.
I'll leave you hanging since we were talking about that.
Yeah. 1200.
But before I step away for a second, I mean, yeah, dude, at the end of the day, I mean, the math just does not fit a sphere. So, I mean, the only way to kind of keep a sphere idea with these observations is to be able to say, okay, yeah, that is what it fits over a planar surface or one that doesn't actually fit the curvature of Earth. But you just want to have it, kind of asserted as a globe anyway, and then kind of gives, the general thing that globe enthusiasts will do, which is kind of try to apply this like bending, warping effect that's basically making the Earth appear not as a sphere and to have planar geometry, but somehow to have it appear as a plane, even though it's a sphere. So it's like, in my view, it's kind of an ad hoc, it's an addition, it uses all these assumptions. Of course, we've talked about it a million times. I don't think you've validated that effect is even occurring. Of course, it's not the only problem with the globe model, but I mean, if we're just talking about that in and of itself, so. That would be like if somebody said, well, no, actually the Earth is concave and it has a curvature of 15 inches per mile squared concavity. And then I say, well, yeah, but we can see this thing like over like an extended plane, like 90 miles away, and all these different observations. Then they would say, well, no. Actually, dude, it's concave. We have these pictures of it, all this stuff. It's 15 inches per mile squared of concave curvature. There's a refractive effect that's doing that. And plug in this radius value and kind of explain it away. It's kind of how I see it, without actually validating that effect's occurring.
All right. So we do too much here. Hang on. Share the metabunk. All righty. So from the Oahu,
get bunked. I mean, you're just gonna find that the math doesn't fit. And you're gonna plug in a radius value and assume a bendy light phenomenon. We already know what you're gonna do.
Light
The
bends in the
math does
atmosphere.
not fit the globe, dude. That's just facts. If you still think it does, then I'm not. Well, if it just doesn't.
Anyway,
I'm not gonna throw shade, but I mean, I was gonna kind of allude that like if your logical processing capacities cannot tell that the math doesn't fit the globe yet, then I don't know what you've even been looking into all these years.
Okay. So the distance between Kauai Airport to the highest point on Oahu, 134.7. The elevation of the airport is 39 meters. With those numbers, we get a refracted hidden of 823 meters. Right? And the island has a highest point of 1,227 meters. So even if you ignore refraction, you can still see 200 meters of the mountain.
What math are you using? You just randomly went to the highest altitude? That's not what this observation is.
What do you mean?
I mean, dude, I was about to step away, but I mean, that sounded like what you just did was absolutely wrong. What numbers and assumptions are you using? Are you using these observations that he did? Or are you just making up ones? Like, what are you doing?
He said Kauai Airport. I got it around the wrong way because his line, the line he's drawn there, is pointing to the north of Oahu, and I was like, that must be his observer location then, right? But no, he's at Kauai Airport looking at Oahu, and the distance to Mount Kaala is 134.7 kilometers, and the elevation of the airport that he's at is 39 meters. It's easily seen, even without magical bendy light geo. Can you see why I've been trying to push you to analyze anything?
Well, the math you did is completely false.
You think the curve calculator gives the wrong prediction?
At 127 feet, which is like 128, which is you said the Kauai Airport is 39 meters.
Meters, yep.
Yeah, so it's 130 feet, 90 miles.
Sure.
The amount of hidden is 3,866. The highest peak of Oahu. Hold on, the highest peak of Oahu says to be 4,000. So that's 200 feet, and we see.
Where are you getting 3,800?
We see a massive amount of it. See, this one is like 200 feet, but the one looking from Oahu to Kauai, that's what I'm saying. There's different ones involved. This is Kauai to Oahu, and yeah, the highest peak on Oahu is 4,000 feet, and at the Earth curve at 90 miles at 127 foot observer is a 3,866 feet hidden. So there should be one. There should, at best, I guess, on this one, there would be like 144 feet. But we see a massive.
It's not 90 miles.
Like pretty much all of Oahu.
Okay, it's not 90 miles. It's 83.7 miles. So recalculate.
Where's that?
From the airport to the peak on Oahu is 83.7 miles.
Well, that's not what the observation point is.
Where do you think the observation point is?
Well, the one that he shows there is 89.48 is what he has. So that's
his line that he's drawn from the airport to Oahu. Why didn't he draw it to the highest point on Oahu?
Because you can't only see the highest point. You can see the whole island.
How are you coming to that conclusion? How are you coming to the conclusion that he's seeing the whole island?
Well, I mean, possibly some of the bottom might be visually obscured. There's a lot of water and obviously a lot of haze and stuff. But I mean, do you know what the shape of Oahu is? I mean, that's the shape of it.
Sure we can.
You're seeing. Yeah.
I'm sure islands look a lot like that. Yes, but how about I match up what it looks like?
100 feet. It's way more than 100 feet. Now, whether you're seeing 60% of it, 80% of it, due to the sort of conditions and the refraction and all of that. I mean, there's not enough detail to like see, people on the beach there or anything, obviously.
Of course. How about I line up what Oahu looks like from that distance? Yeah, they're like two bumps. How about we line those up? Should we do that?
Yeah, dude, there's a ton of these, man. There's the ones looking from Oahu back to Kauai as well. Many of them.
I agree. But you think they are not possible on a globe. And I've just
One's
shown
from
that you're wrong.
Oahu. Well, we just did the math, and it absolutely isn't. So the one from Oahu to Kauai is you shouldn't even be able to see any of Kauai. This one actually is like 100 feet. So like technically, maybe on a globe you would see the tippy top of it. Instead, you see a massive island.
Well, we'll get to that, right? But you agree that we should be able to see at least the tip of the mountain, some part of the mountain from Kauai Airport.
The math on this one, it would be about 100 feet from the Oahu to Kauai, or sorry, from Kauai to Oahu.
Can we not do
At that airport, it's like 100 feet.
Okay, I get geometric hidden, so ignoring refraction, I get geometric hidden of 3,250, and the mountain is 4,000 feet, so it should be able to see at least 750 feet without refraction.
Yeah, you're doing that incorrectly again. You're not actually doing the observation that is given.
What do you mean? I'm going from the airport to the highest point on Kauai. Oh, no, Oahu, sorry.
That's not what's seen, though. You can see the whole
Are
island.
you sure?
It's not
really?
Yeah, you're not just seeing the peak. That's not what we're seeing.
How are you determining that?
You can't calculate it to that.
Okay, what I'll do, give me 5 minutes, and I'll line it up in Google Earth, all right, to show you that we're not seeing the whole island. All right.
I mean, the one from Oahu to Kauai, because Kauai is like 5,000 feet. That can be seen at 120 miles. That's 7,500 feet. So that's 25. That's 2,500 feet of completely missing. Well, it's like if it was a globe, there should be 2,500 feet of just air, and then the tip of the mountain. That's how far behind the curve it would be. And there's so many of these, dude. They're endless,
Okay,
man.
but we're doing this one, right? You claim that we can see basically the whole island, right? Give me 5 minutes, and I'll show you that we're not.
No, I never said you can see the base of the whole thing, but I've never said you're seeing the base of it all. But yes, you're seeing the majority of the island on that one. Yeah.
Okay, give me 5 minutes, and I'll demonstrate that we're not. You go and do your work or whatever, and I'll be back.
What's up? What's up? Hope everyone's having a wonderful night.
Yo, what up, Platypus? I've been talking for a while on the live stream, so I was actually I'll be listening, but I have to do a couple things. But yeah, I want to say what's up for sure.
The show. I'm working on some really spicy stuff right now, guys. I can't even tell you how crazy it is. Yeah, it's going to be really fucking dope. Going? No, this one's a little more serious, but I'm being like, I had some really crazy synchronistic shit happen to me today that actually led me to buying a book. I can't remember the last time I told you. I can't remember the last time that I bought a book. I tell you what.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you guys know I kind of like was blowing up on Instagram, getting millions of views with the space is fake thing. I was like, all right, sick. I'm on a mission from God. Like, let's fucking go, right? Like, I'm spreading the truth. I'm getting all hyped up. And then I start working on this one video, and like a jackass, I kind of just push the envelope and get my account like shadow banned. So I'm like, fuck, this sucks, right? My shit's not going anywhere. But I'm working on this video, and I really like the idea. It's kind of like, look, I've taken you so far to like show you that you really can't trust the government. They're spraying a bunch of poison in the air, which, by the way, I can't even go off on that sidetrack, but I got some pretty good evidence for some crazy weaponry shit with the Canadian fires. I got like an insider firefighter who hit me up and told me some really crazy shit. But anyways, the coincidence, the crazy synchronicity is this. So the last couple days I've been like, fuck, like, did I fuck this up? Did I lose this opportunity to like reach people? Like, should I even continue to work on this video? So I got up at like 3 a.m. this morning, feeling kind of weird. I had a weird dream about like China or whatever. Doesn't really matter. Anyways, I go to the skate park, and on my way home from the skate park, I realized that I'm outside of this church that my buddy goes to, but I've never gone to because like I just have like a problem with authority, and like I find a lot of weird things happen at churches, and I'm like very distrustful. But I decide, you know what? I got time. I'm going to just roll in there and see what's going. Maybe my buddy will be at church today. It'd be cool to see him. So I go in there and I find out I'm an hour and a half early, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm not gonna fucking sit around here for an hour and a half for a church service, you know, forget that. And then I'm like, no, dude, come on, you should go to church. Like, you should, if you believe in Christ, like you should worship with your brothers. It's fine. Go into their little bookstore and just kill an hour and a half. It's not going to kill you to go read for an hour. So I go into the bookstore and I find this book about the Christian Orthodox perspective of the Book of Enoch. And I start reading it, and he starts laying out some crazy shit that I didn't even realize when I was reading the Book of Enoch. And it leads into the Trojan horse of technology, right? When the angels came down and had sex with humans and created Nephilim, they also brought along with them technology, right? And you could also argue that shortly after Roswell, New Mexico, we had a very large leap in technology. I mean, some people would even claim that, you know, we went to the moon shortly after that, right? My video that I've been trying to make that I think is going to be really good and really eye-opening and sort of paint the whole, like, why are they faking space thing? What's up with aliens? And like, why are they talking about aliens now? We're on the verge of a massive technological bump, in my opinion, with like AI coming out, and I think it's going to coincide with an alien deception. And like, yeah, I basically just got some really good content. I think, guys. I think I got some good stuff here. I'm really excited about it. I wouldn't have bought this book if I wouldn't have just been like listening to that like still quiet voice inside of me that's like, you know what, maybe just do this, maybe just do that, you know, maybe what if you just did it a little differently, dude? What if instead of losing your temper or losing your patience, or maybe just be a little kinder? I don't know, guys. It's a trip. Whatever I'm doing, it's working, and I'm really excited. I got so excited I had to like stop, put the book down, and roll up a little spliff and come over here on Discord and just rant about it. So thanks for listening. I appreciate it. Jeez, please. Sorry about that.
Dude, that is awesome, bro. That is great news.
Yeah. Really excited.
You gonna fill us in on what the firefighter said, the inside scoop?
Yeah, I can read it to you guys right here. Let me pull it up. I can give you the gist of it. Did you guys know that 61,000 pounds of ammonium nitrate was stolen from a train in California recently? Did you know that ammonium nitrate could be put into aerosol canisters and sprayed over large swaths of forest? And that ammonium nitrate can be ignited very, very easily with, say, a concentrated energy beam. Basically, ammonium nitrate was sprayed over various areas of Canada in the air, and as it settled onto the forest, directed energy beam weapons were used to ignite the forest. It's pretty crazy stuff. That's the long and short of it. I'm trying to figure out a way with him to get this information, because they don't want their name, they don't want their voice, they don't want their face. This is all they're willing to give me. So as far as, yeah.
Well, fair enough. You know, when I was looking last night at that Schumann resonance chart for in the past, I noticed that Canada is like always. Canada is so erratic, so if we can trust the information that they give, the waves, peaks, and the troughs. I just noticed that Canada was like that, and also when they use HARP, everybody knows what HARP is, but when they use things like HARP, and when we have thunderstorms, hurricanes, and high energy storms, and when you have a lot of lightning strikes, like that affects the Earth's. And it was storming today where I'm at. I don't know if it's storming where anybody else was, but
Well, what's really... Oh, sorry. I thought you cut out.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No, I was just going to finish it up saying that perhaps maybe that's why, yesterday was so off the charts. Maybe they were using, HARP for weather engineering.
It might be. I think the Schumann resonance thing has to do with a consciousness shift. People are shoot, what was I going to say about the DEW weapons? So, right. So they came out with fact checks on a lot of these Canada wildfire videos that were going around, and one of the fact checks directly cites a news report that said these fires were caused by electrical storms, right? But the satellite imagery shows no clouds over the area when they start. So we've already caught them red-handed lying, just straight up lying. They're saying there was thunderstorms that were over these areas. That's not true. The satellite imagery proves that. Yeah, I don't know. I hope the story breaks big, but we'll see what happens. I got to find a good way to present the information. Yeah.
If nothing else, it'll get the people who look at it, even if they don't understand it or don't agree with it, it'll get them to research it if they're interested, right? It'll raise awareness.
Oh yeah,
that's important.
I'm able to see what the analytics of my videos, and I can say with a great deal of confidence that most of the people that follow me definitely don't believe in space and know what DEW weapons are, or at least they do now after the video I posted, because those are some of my space being fake and the DEW weapon stuff and the chemtrails. Those were all millions of views and lots of followers that came with it. So the people that are following me, they're definitely down. They want to hear more. They're at least open to it.
Okay.
Somebody's hot micing.
Yeah, it's me, sorry.
Did you guys know that in the book of Enoch, it says that once the flood happened, all the Nephilim's souls got trapped in the oceans? Did you guys ever hear that?
No, I didn't hear that part, but they were supposed to have been wiped out, and I remember reading somewhere that it said that they were spirits just wandering the earth. That they didn't have souls, that their spirit was like evil spirits. That's what evil spirits are supposed to be.
Well, their spirits are, according to Enoch, the first book of Enoch, their spirits are trapped in the abyss, in the depths of the ocean, which is really interesting because you got to remember Enoch was written before the New Testament and the Old Testament. This is pre-Judaic scripture. They call it Enochian scripture, right? And since the Enochian scripture, which in great detail goes over the flood and parts of Genesis that aren't really covered, they're touched on in Genesis, but they're not fully covered. We have this now Revelation story. Well, first off, we have multiple times throughout the New Testament and the Old Testament where demons or beasts are described as all of them coming out of the ocean or going into the ocean, right? When Jesus casts out the demons from that one guy, the demons that are we are legion, and they go into a bunch of pigs, the pigs instantly run off of a cliff into the ocean and commit suicide, returning to the deep. In Revelation, the beasts come out of the ocean. They come out of the rivers. They come out of the lakes. And what are they always saying? What's that saying that you're always hearing? We know more about the moon than we do our oceans. Well, if we know that they never went to the moon, the people that are saying that are rubbing it in our faces. They obviously know more about the depths of the ocean. And then if you go to the whole aliens are UFOs and aliens are demons thing, and you realize that it's something like 80% of UFO sightings are over water, and a lot of them are seen going into the water. It gets even crazier, you know. Tie that in with the fact that these Nephilim that were trapped in the abyss, that are trapped, their spirits that are trapped in the oceans, they're the ones that originally brought technology to man. They taught us how to war. They taught us how to do alchemy and like, you know, witchcraft and all kinds of stuff. It's crazy.
And the pen and paper. I don't believe that we were supposed to be writing with pen and paper either. Like that was one of the things it focused on too. Like all that
there's a
stuff.
lot of there's this reoccurring theme of gods coming down, and it's in all cultures of gods coming down from the heavens and bringing us technology. And even in today's culture, there's plenty of people that are like, oh yeah, I bet the military has like some like alien tech, you know, they probably found like a down flying saucer and that's where they got the iPhone from or something like that. And it's the same story, just fucking repackaged for today. So that's almost entirely what these like next couple videos are going to be about. I think it's going to be like at least a 2 or maybe a 3 or 4 part series. And yeah, I'm gonna try to do a really good job at spotlighting this and just like putting it through this lens. I wish it was gonna be funny, but it's not. It's gonna be pretty serious. We can do funny later.
Anyway,
There's always time to do funny.
You want to look at my screen here?
There's a more immediate process at hand.
Dude, seeing millions of people being open to like, yeah, space is fake, I think they're ready. And then that Schumann resonance shit that happened today, and then like the synchronistic events that led me to like finding this book, which just gave me that much more information on the Watchers and the Book of Enoch and stuff. I'm just like, all right, all directions that fucking go, collect $200, do not go to jail, just keep going. And I'm definitely going to run it by you guys when I've got it all compiled. I can like share my screen and we can all view it together before I post it, because I would love feedback. Honestly, you guys couldn't do any of this without all the awesome interactions I've had with everybody in this community. It's just like, it's freaking sweet.
Yeah, man, I'm looking forward to our debate eventually coming up. I want to do a chemtrail debate with you. Just keep that in mind when you're coming across stuff. Maybe save it in a special folder to throw at me.
Yeah, absolutely. I got a lot of chemtrail stuff.
Heck yeah, that's like, honestly, that stuff sounds so interesting.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty crazy because it's not even a conspiracy theory. It's just pretty much, chemtrails are weather modification, but there are other things that they can do. Yeah, I'll save it for the debate. I'll save it for the debate. Yeah.
Blow your load.
Ruhif, we're breaking the conditioning, dude. It's happening.
Can you see my screen, Gio?
I don't think anybody wants to play that game right now.
Okay.
So at this location, is this on land? How far away on land is this? So I can see you got a chunk of land in between the water there. How far away is this one?
134.7, I think.
Okay, and I noticed the horizon at that position, like when you zoom in, it appears like it's actually higher than the horizon in the picture behind it. Is that anything you got to account for? Or, like, zoom in again, you can see it. Like, look at the edges of the picture, the one with the land in it. Yep. Look at the edges. You see how its horizon is slightly higher than the one behind it. Is that anything to account for, or I don't know? Because like it looks like you're
The-
matching the mountaintops, but the
Yes.
horizons, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm putting myself at 300 meters above the surface to align the photo, right? To show where, if I unhide it again, to show where, can you see that line, the white line?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that white line is at 823 meters. So I've stuck my observer height higher so that I can just see what I'm looking at, trying to line the mountains. I mean, I can bring it down. Yeah, it doesn't make a whole lot of difference. If you're super high, like if you get really, really high so that you can see the entire mountain, then you might get some, like some distance parallax where the mountains may not line up. But yeah, a couple hundred meters over this distance, fine. Does everyone agree that that's what we're looking at? Yeah? Have I matched the mountains pretty well?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is the mountain peak matches, but the where the water line is doesn't. If you look in that
Right.
colored image, yeah, it's like there's a.
Yes.
I
Like
don't
I
know.
said, I'm sticking my observer height way higher than off the ground so that I can align the mountains easily. Like I can bring it down and make it match if you like. Like, do you want me to do that?
But no, but then the peak of the mountain wouldn't match.
What do you mean? How
So
would
if
it not match?
So if you drag, so the image that you're like you're layering through, if you were to physically drag that down to make the horizons match, the peaks of the mountain
Yeah.
wouldn't match.
Yes, they would. I'm only 300 meters above. I can bring it down if you like. Oops, other way. Oh, hang on. I'll bring it down.
I'm having a seizure. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'll bring it down to 150.
Hold on.
Let's have a look. So we are still got to go down lower. 80.
Yeah, now the horizon in this image is below the one of the water on the outsides.
Yeah, I've got to rotate a little bit. Hold on.
And I don't understand the mechanism. Like, is that an angular difference that I'm seeing? Like, as to why the peaks would match, but the horizon won't. Like, I don't know the.
Yeah, I'm placing my observer way off the ground.
No, I get that, but like,
so that's why the horizon doesn't match. Right, I'm just lining up the peaks. Yeah. That's I mean, I can line it up and make the horizons match. That's not an issue. But I'm trying to demonstrate that this white line is 823 meters above sea level. So let's go down to 70 meters. All right, is that good enough? And then the tilt. Whoops, other way. All right, that looks pretty good, right?
oh, that's perfect.
good.
Yeah, now the horizon matches the peak fading
Yes.
into it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank God we ad hoc that. I didn't want to think it was flat for a minute.
I was just placing my observer higher to make it easier. That's all. All right, so now we're there. Cool. So that white line, that white horizontal line, is 823 meters above sea level. 830. Sorry, I'll bring it down to maybe 8. Let's go to 810, maybe. 810. 810. Yeah. How are we going now? That's pretty close. I'll give another 20 meters. 790. That white line, pretty close. Yeah, there's about 800 meters of the mountain missing. And guess what? If we plug that into the curve calculator, guess what we get? Do 790 meters. We got 750. So there we go.
How do you know that this wasn't an elaborate video game programmed around a lie to convince
Ooh.
you?
You got me there.
That, yeah. How do you suss that out? How do you know it's not just a lie?
You got me. There we go. So 750? 750 looks right on. There we go. I'll conservatively say 750. We'll get an actual observer height. So is he above? Maybe he's in a plane. I don't know. Anyway, Geo's conveniently stepped away. Here we go. When he gets back, we'll do this.
Is it morning there, or is it getting late for you?
4:42 p.m. Have you seen my puppy? I don't think you have. Hold on.
Is that what you're calling it now, or is this?
There we go. Hi.
Oh, it even looks like you.
Yeah, you're beautiful. You're beautiful.
How old is it?
She's 3 months, I think, thereabouts.
Oh, that's gonna be fun cleaning that up.
We've got 4 dogs and a cat now, so yeah, we're seasoned professionals. What's the cat's name, Jook? Tess. Tess is the cat's name.
I was never a cat person. And then I moved in my fiance and her kids, and they have one of those long hair floppy cats. What the hell are they? Ragdolls.
Ragdolls.
You
Yeah, that's
can
what we
just
got.
pick them up and they go limp.
It's
And
okay.
this cat used to go on everybody's lap, and now it avoids every single person but me. She loves me and literally hates everyone else. It's
What's
the
the
funniest thing.
specific breed of our cat? Specific breed. Blue Point Ragdoll. There we
Yeah,
go.
dude, they're the
That's what we got
best.
as well.
I
They're
won't
pretty
ever
good.
get another cat that's not a ragdoll. They're amazing.
Where are we? Hawaii. There we go. So let us know when you're back, Geo. We'll analyze this observation. I would assume that photo was either taken from a plane or from the terminal. So you can add on at least 3 meters. You wouldn't be able to do that on a plane, right? Take a photo like that. Maybe. So we'll go about 44 meters, I reckon. 44 meters. Refracted hidden 800 meters. And that polygon we put on was 750 meters. So pretty close. Within 50 meters. That's fine. Loud. Do. I've been hassling Geo to actually examine one of these millions of observations that he claims, debunks the globe. So that's what we're doing. Rough. There. All right, I'm going to sort out this dog. Back in a second.
Be doomp. Be doomp. Boo doomp.
Ridge.
Yo.
Who was that?
Come out, you coward. Speak again. Show your green ring.
Exactly.
What I thought. The earth be a globe, or forever hold your green ring. All right. Well, shit. We settled it. All right. I got works in the morning, so
good
check
night.
y'all later. Yep.
You too.
You still there, Seamus or Smurf? ¿Qué pasa?
That's a beautiful looking reach, I'm going to say. Beautiful.
Hey, what's up?
You're very low, Smurf.
Hey, did somebody say Smurf?
I did indeed. Just asking if you're there. Listening.
Oh yeah, how you doing, buddy?
Good, thanks, bro. What are you up to?
Oh hey, bro, I'm just chilling.
Just chilling.
Oh yeah, great to be above the ground on the flat plane.
What time is it where you are, Smurf?
Oh, it's 3 in the morning. How about you?
Yeah, I'm not far from Roo here, so it's like 10 to 5 in the afternoon.
Cool.
You're sounding pretty relaxed there.
Oh yeah, I slept all day.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, the Earth is obviously flat. Okay, so it's probably
Obviously.
within a structure. Yeah, yeah, obviously, yeah, clearly.
Yeah, I reckon. I reckon it's probably not even knowable. I reckon we can't even see it anyway. The only way we could see it, it would be if space was real. If space isn't real, though, then we'd never be able to probably get far enough away from the Earth to actually see what it looked like.
I'll go check it out when I get a sailboat. I'll check it out in the future. Why?
You're going to do some circumnavigation?
I'm just gonna go cruising.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'll go check it out. You know.
Yeah, see if you can find the edge of the Earth.
Yeah, yeah, of course. I'll stop at the
No.
North Pole. I'll stop at the North Pole just because, you know, it should be in one spot. So I go check on it. Now, then I gotta go out to check the whole outer area for like an exit door. You know.
Like Truman Show?
Yeah,
Yep, nice idea.
makes sense to me. And then, if I still don't find the way out of here after the north and then the outer area, then we've got to go underwater. Now, at some point, you may have to even also levitate like a honeybee. You may have to check the wall, you know, in the air, which seems to be thin water. You know, and you got unlimited range because they don't want you to know that with the jet fuel hoax. You know. Talking about drones. Talking about automated, like, or remote control. I mean to say. Let me rephrase that. Remote control, levitating, and submersible. There's two different kinds. Fine, where drones, right? You know, and to scout out. Okay, with like low frequency, uh, the radar scan, like a sonar. You know, what's the difference? You know, like a sonar scan the world and stuff, and you know, this should be like, you know, on a website or whatever. Now, I don't have $5 million or so, but I would if I had. You know, I just don't. But then we got to send like, you know. I'm trying. I think I'm talking to what NASA should have been doing, or probably, well, you know what I mean, explore like the world. You know, like what we trusted the government or somebody before. I mean, I didn't, but somebody before me, I guess, a few generations ago, trusted the government to like explore. Maybe they did explore, but I mean, they didn't share with us what they found. I guess, you know, they gave us a bunch of
Yeah.
lies. You know, so there's a bunch of land out there they don't want me talking about. You know, obviously.
Yeah, well, there's no land.
Well, I'm sure there's land out there because that would be the biggest reason why. You know, then there's secondary reasons. But that would be like the number one reason to lie to the whole world is because there's, you know, other land. Well, I mean, because okay, what would happen if they told you the Earth is flat? People would go look around for land, and so they can't tell you that because they don't want you to do that. So, you know, everything else is like secondary. I mean, there's a mechanical, you know, there's a physical reason why you can't know the Earth is flat. Or because if you knew that, you'd be wondering why you're where you're at, and why don't you go off the reservation and go where there are no government patrolling around, or some other who knows what's out there. But anyway, whatever, they lose control of you if you get on your boat and you go 150 miles out, then they lost power over their claimed authority. You know what I mean? So of course they don't want you to know you can just get in a boat. And I don't have one. I should have one. It's a long story, but when I get a sailboat, I'll go check it out. I mean, why not? You know.
Mm. Yeah, interesting concept.
Well,
And good luck to you on your adventure if you decide to actually follow through with that at some point.
Dude, I think it's like obvious. Of course, there's land not on the map, so okay, that's where they would reside. And when I say they, you know, the people, whoever's decided to go ahead with, you know, somebody's reporting somebody with the go ahead to do the mass poisoning and all this weird stuff, the food and water and everything in the air. Okay, so they don't live here. You know, that whoever's calling the shots, they don't live in the same geography, that area that we live in.
they're extra terra beyond the you know what I'm saying, they're out in the outer lands. Or now those areas are huge. I mean, comparable to our continents, right? But they just got real tight control over our information, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, obviously. I mean, you think people just forgot all this technology, you know, resurfaced really fast out of nowhere? They've had this
Oh,
forever.
unless something happened here. So first of all, I don't necessarily agree. I don't like my ideas on human history are a little bit different. I don't think that I don't necessarily think that there's more land. I had the thought that maybe at the North and the South Pole there's two black holes. So there's one black hole at each pole, and they bend light and matter into themselves, and there's actually nothing beyond them. All we have is the constant endless loop of this terra firma that we experience. But it may have been that's not to say that you're wrong either. It's not to say that anything's wrong. It's just I don't know. And this is just idea that I'm sharing that I had.
Oh, that's
and
cool.
But maybe then so then if that was the case, I could then theorize that the powers to be figured that out, and then they realized that the only way to the only hope for humanity is like I don't want to say evolution, but necessarily maybe like a progression or an advancement in awareness, consciousness, and that people are limited by how they think. And so if they can keep people in a limited thought realm, then people can't advance. And so they don't care what it is, so long as people are thinking about something. So, I've heard people talk about like the flat earth as a psyop and the shills within the flat earth community that could be trying to get people to believe in a false model and whatnot. But could also be that for them, any people that are thinking about or conceptualizing anything that can't be known, it's still a benefit for them because those people are distracted by what they're thinking about. So, because like I said, they don't care what people are thinking about so long as they're thinking, because that's what keeps them distracted, because it prevents the evolution of consciousness that's required for people to advance as a whole. And so
I think people are put into amnesia. Yeah, the reverse. I think they're attacking our. You see, I think what's happened is a lot of people paid their own money and went and got, it's called educated, and I think they're upset that they didn't get the memo that there's more land out there. But who are they? I mean, who are these people come off the street? They think really highly of themselves because they come from some nice wooden box with aluminum siding or plastic on it, and they think they should have all the answers to the world because they borrowed some thousands of dollars to some institution, some corporation that just charge people like one of them factory farms, cattle just going through there, and they're feeding at the public trough. It's called academia. And what I'm trying to say is the Jesuits began it when they went out on their missions and they established missionaries, eventually universities, eventually established a cosmology for the public trough, for the vast endless multitudes of. So there's all these people that I'm skeptical of the numbers. I think there's a lot less than they want you to believe. But here's the thing: who do these people think they are to be given the map? I mean, these other people worked on the map, right? These different organizations, like governments or whoever, that the Vatican. I just throwing out random, all sorts of different teams or groups of people built these map explorers, and you would think people inherit these maps too, like I would guess whatever people that own stuff, rich wealthy people. So anyway, who is the regular person? They think they deserve the an accurate map, and they're upset. Oh, I was given a globe in my academia. Oh, I was raised by a spherical thing, and I paid all this money into it, and my parents believed it. Oh, it must be. No, I just just ignore all that.
so much to unlearn, because the reality is that they always hid America from people until they were ready to move people over to America, or connected to the trade network or something. But the reality is that they always knew about America and didn't want people to know about it. And the same thing's been going on. Nothing's changed. The publishing company has been centralized for many generations, probably century. It's been the same people on the publishing company. My point is there's always been a bunch of land out there, and that's the number one reason to like, why would they lie? I'm like, dude, there's a bunch of land out there, and people live out there with advanced technology. They never lost the technology. Why do people think they deserve, oh, you borrowed some money, you paid to some corporation to tell you, all the secrets of the universe. Here's all the advanced now you got your piece of paper, here's your flying car and a map of the world. I don't think people feel entitled to like the scientific reality truth of things. And I'm like, really, people are laughing at us, probably, that live outside of the area we inhabit in the known world. There's a bunch of us playing with basic technology, and meanwhile there's people living out in these continent-sized land masses, probably benefiting from our logistical production and creative or whatever. And we're like a big mob, like a big group of like people, and they probably don't want us to spread out. I wouldn't be surprised if our governments or whoever, people that manage society, or self-proclaimed whatever, I wouldn't be surprised if they have like a treaty or an agreement with, I would call them outlanders, like, hey, don't let your people like wander off the reservation. I wouldn't be surprised. How did they get all the nations of the world to agree to some Arctic thing? Well, I mean, but I'm just upset that I didn't. I mean, I'm being honest. I didn't get the memo. I don't think anybody here got the memo. But the thing is, there's a bunch of land out there, and we don't really know exactly why they won't let us. But I mean, here's the thing. I mean, we know why. The biggest reason is that if the television let the normies know tomorrow that, hey, but we didn't let you know about. Remember America? There's other land out there like that. There's more land out there. Right away people would spread out and go like check it out, and so they don't want that. But anyway, what exactly is going on? Well, I'm sure they have all the technology. They never lost it. It's the same thing with cartography. They've always had the technology. We're just a big mob of people herded in this. You know what I'm saying? This geographic area we call the known world. And I think the sun is made out of salt and it levitates off hydrogen. But anyway, somehow we're in this like spot, right? And we share this area with other large giant land masses. And so there's a whole bunch of other reasons to lie. Like they found a way to profitize from anything. They profit and tax everything. They got space agency. They got a bunch of reasons to lie to people. But I think number one, clearly, why with the big thing, so big, it's such a huge lie. I mean, there's more land. There's got to be more land out there, man. I can't think of any logical other explanation. It's, such a big.
For me, it's so easy to imagine a completely different scenario. Like, not to say that you're wrong, because like I said before, I don't know, but I don't think the same things about what is as to why these people have acted the way that they've acted, or for what reasons these people could have acted the way that they've acted. If they're, not to say that there isn't or that there is, but we're hypothesizing that there's like some people that are able to manipulate all of society, right?
Yeah, they got more advanced technology, of course.
I'd say, yeah, in some ways, if you've got a lot of money, you've got access to more advanced technology than other people because you can afford the best, right?
I think, yeah, it's probably been going on for generations or centuries, or maybe even longer. Who knows? At least centuries. Like wealthy people accumulating more technology, and there's probably such a vast disparity we can't even see it. in
planned obsolescence, and also, what's it called when a company has the technology that they want to release, but then they also have many degrees leading up to that technology, and they don't release the best version of the thing that they've got until many years after they've released all the models leading up to it.
I don't know, but I know what you're talking about. I don't know what the term is for that. But
Yeah, but it's like it's really milking a design. Hey, like it's like designing something and then designing it in many different ways that are not equal to its advancement, and you can really make a lot of money doing that.
Yeah, I
Planned
think
obsolescence.
What's up, buddy?
What?
Planned obsolescence. I think that's called.
No, that's not planned obsolescence. Planned obsolescence is when a company designs a thing to fail after a certain period of time.
He's talking about like a rollout, like they roll out stuff and they already got super advanced technology. Then they give you some crude basic version of it. So you got to come back
Yeah.
next year to get the slightly better version. But they
Yeah,
already got
and
a
they
way
step
better
it up.
prototype. Yeah, the prototype
And like
is like way better.
just by doing that, they, the whole system profits. Everything that is involved in production profits from that. So
Well, okay. Also, what would the purpose of an intelligence agency be? Really? Now I'm just taking a guess.
in
Would it be to
my
hide all the
opinion,
land, hide the land
no,
from you?
I reckon the purpose of an intelligence agency would be to study human intelligence and to figure out how to manipulate people.
Oh, of course, that also. But I mean, they would be given like, yeah, that's true. Yeah, but they'd be given a task, and it'd be to hide a bunch of land,
I would imagine that once you gather a certain amount of information on people and figure out how they work, and somebody utilized that information, that eventually the whole population would just become a big testing ground for psychological experiments.
Oh, I think they've been doing this for generations. Yeah, I suspect.
There seems to be a lot of good evidence to support that.
Yeah, it's a large society, but throughout it, yeah, there's been a lot of money on a lot of strange things that we found out about on YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe in the concept that there's more land though, Smurf. I think it's possible. Like,
I'll agree with you that it's possible.
like, because I'm just going to disclaimer. I've spoken to a fair few flat earthers now, and the majority of the people I think that I've sort of had nice chats with, none of them have stated that they think they know what shape the earth actually is. But they generally all disregard any information from NASA, and therefore the main body of evidence to support the globularist model, which is photographs of the Earth from space. They essentially just don't exist to those people because they're not real. So
You're right. I mean, I'm just saying I strongly believe to better phrase, I'm only 99% believing that we don't really know that. I haven't confirmed that there's more land, but I just can't imagine why else they would go to such extent to lie. I mean, to such extent.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Smurf. Would you like to entertain my theory for a moment?
Yeah, I shared mine. Go ahead.
Awesome, thanks. So it's like I said, in this theory that I've got, it's essentially irrelevant what shape the Earth actually is, because in the theory they figured out that it's unknowable. Regardless of whatever phenomena it was that's been observed, they essentially figured out, the people that were at the head of the organizations or institutions or the families or the monarchs or whatever it was, however these people were in power that were funding or involved in these explorations of, what we call the Earth, they figured out that they don't know what the shape is. And I reckon that if, like I said before, that it seems to be that people can develop a lot through awareness practices. And whatever these awareness practices are and however they're implemented in a person's life, people benefit from awareness in some way. And so,
My awareness on y'all, like you and those cool people here. But yeah, go ahead.
thanks.
What were you saying, Leo?
Yeah, so if let's say they figured out something, but they realized that they could also control people if people were distracted. Right? You keep a person distracted, they can be easily fooled.
Oh yeah.
So like it didn't
bull,
they,
like a matador.
yeah, whenever they realized whatever it is that they realized, they decided to keep that information secret so as to deceive other people, to stop other people from being able to advance to the level of knowledge that they have, because if we did that, they wouldn't be able to manipulate us. And so long as they can manipulate us, they can live in a very comfortable way where basically everybody's doing everything for them and they don't have to do anything, as compared to everybody either working equally or people not having to really work very much at all.
Right. Oh, if we had
Mhm.
widespread knowledge, which we do have, it's just not widespread. I mean, if the knowledge was shared, then nobody would work because with enough knowledge, technology is part of that. You know, it's like a sub part of knowledge is technological knowledge, right?
Sure.
And so anyway, if we had enough, if the knowledge was widespread, nobody'd be working. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. Or, people would probably, the way I would imagine it would be that people would be working for factories or some sort, they'd be working within some sort of a production scenario that would provide, like imagine like Australia has all its own production. Hey, you're going to entertain my theory.
No. I gotta tell you, buddy. What would really happen? No, I know what would happen. I mean, it's just I never seen it, but it's obvious. If everybody had what like super knowledge, like I mean to say, like how to do everything, like the super advanced, like the technological stuff they developed in the past. If we had this widespread knowledge, what would happen is the neighbors, like they could just make anything. I'll give you some examples. 3D printing, but beyond your imagination. The
Do you really
neighbors, like
believe that? Because I would interject, and I'd even cut in and say that I don't even think that we did have advanced technology in the past. I reckon if we were advanced, we didn't even need technology. We could just do shit.
That's
Like
plausible.
we
I'm just saying. I'm just trying to say
like we were demigods or something, and that's no less sort of like out there than essentially assuming there was like an advanced race of people that could make magical machines that could do all sorts of crazy.
Sure. It is plausible that we're developing the technology the first time, but even so, they've accumulated the knowledge and kept it in these institutions rather than sharing it with widespread. So there is some degree of disparity of technological knowledge, I believe. But anyway, I was just saying, if the technology, if there was a bunch of widespread super advanced knowledge, then people would help each other out and just print up stuff like whatever you want. You want sound resonance with gold, we'd have like machines that just print anything, like whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like the Jetsons, like you just push a button and it makes it for you. So you'd have self-constructing like stuff, like you want a shed in the backyard, it builds a robot, makes it for you. I'm talking about like if you need a boost, your neighbors can, I'm talking about materializing and total mastery of the elements, like the forces of nature, everything. This would be what you would get with widespread knowledge you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? All your neighbors would be masters of like alchemists and shit. You know what I'm saying? So you'd be able to make anything. There'd be no reason to work, is my point. There'd be no factory. That's what I was trying to say. You were saying there'd be a factory. I'm like, no, I don't think so. Your next door neighbor can make anything with anything, like push of a button.
Yeah, I didn't know if it said factory. I said production, I think, but I was more so meaning, I was more so meaning people. But like so I don't know. It's making the assumption that we'd be having some sort of advanced technology or something. Whereas I don't know. Maybe it's possible. Like I'm not saying it's not that we
You were
couldn't.
saying there'd be a production and all this and organization,
But like before,
manpower.
people would be producing clothes, right? Like that's a production.
I just print it. I'm talking about knowledge. Okay, the technology is like a fruit of the knowledge. Like it's like a product of it. You know, if you have the knowledge, the technology's easy.
Yeah, I'm not making the assumption that we've got more advanced technology than we've already got. Like I was just thinking in terms of modern, like with the technology that we have that's available at the moment, how things would run if there was not such a competitive drive within the capitalist economy.
Oh yeah, well that's a motivate whatever an influence on everything. The greed
Yeah, like
portion.
there weren't all the types of companies that were available, and people were sort of more, in general, societally, if we were more focused just on production of necessary resources necessary equipment, survival.
Yeah, it's all
Type
tech
services.
Tech knowledge.
Mhm.
I think tech knowledge is all about
Technology.
mimicking the natural environment, which I've been wondering, is it like a womb or something? I was reading an occultic book. Well, anyway, but okay, so you study nature and you mimic that, and you have technology. You put like the honeybee in the metal, for example, as an example. So you can make anything that you can imagine if you can find it already. If you can find it already in the jungle, then you can just copy that, and with tools and stuff.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because something more intelligent than us engineered all the stuff out in the jungle. Like, whether it was a group or whether it was a brain or a mind or whatever it was, something or whoever it were, something engineered. That stuff's engineered very advanced, biological. They took like bi is like 1 and 0, and they added an O to it, I guess.
Oh, yeah,
I was just
they're
kind of
polar.
joking around.
Actually, it's interesting. It's like they've polarized
Yeah.
nature.
Yeah, that's what I was joking about. Yeah. And so it's like these are like these animated machines that I think that the sun levitates on. Realm was breaking it down because he's a chef, in Britain, that dude Realm. But yeah, so I think he's right about the sun is made out of salt. So I've given that a lot of thought. So check this out. The sun, it cruises around and it like levitates on hydrogen, right? Which is something both Demok and Realm were talking about. But anyway, so the sun is like moving around, levitating, and it's a collection of our souls. And inside of our minds, our third eye, it's lined with salt crystals like that. I mean, I don't really know all that. This is what I think how it works. I'm piecing this together. I'm not like a neuroscientist, but check this out. It's probably lined with salt crystals and the stars, same way. Like, everything's really made of ice. But check this out. So you have this. The sun is what I'm trying to say. It animates the world like a disco ball in the sky. So I'm going with this. So like it cruises around picking up salt from the seawater and levitates with hydrogen, salt and hydrogen, it's, you could say the word like holographic, because what happens is the light is, like Nikola Tesla said, is a high pulse rate or a high frequency sound wave. So light and sound is the same thing. And then the sun has some effect where I guess it causes the air, which is thin water, to ripple really fast. And there's other stuff in the air lighter than water that gets energized, with the vibrations. And so these vibrations must be coming from the crystals, this huge blob of crystals in the sky, is causing some pulse as it's moving around, is causing these high frequency pulses that I guess animates everything. I mean, or it's a huge variable. Sorry, you have the stars swirling around too, and like the world's like a big snow globe fishbowl, something like that. And you got the stars do a swirling thing, and the sun and the moon's seems to be on a levitating track, or appears to be levitate visually anyway. You never know if it's riding something we can't see. But it appears to be levitating anyway. You know what I'm saying? And so inside the mind, the mind is coated with crystals, like probably made of salt, like the stars are probably made of
Like,
ice.
is it a competition to say the craziest shit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes more
number one?
sense.
Yeah.
That makes more sense than anything else.
Did I win?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, I'm trying to go a little further. A little
Keep
crazy.
going.
Okay, let's see. Check this out. So I don't know what direction to go though. Okay, I was
Mm-hmm.
talking about the disco ball in the sky. Oh, okay, check this out. The moon is like an X-ray. Duh. And Rufy should get that. You know, he looks at it all the time. So imagine this. That thing is X-ray in the world, and so it looks real funny like that. That's why it looks like that.
Hmm. It's interesting. That sounds like the concave Earth theory that I heard All Glory talking about, like, because he's talking about
Oh, the
the
flat Earth is within a structure anyway. I mean, what you could use that word, but I mean, you never know if reality is curving in a certain immeasurable way, but it's observably flat across large bodies of water, sea level, so in Kansas.
not any of the aspect that we call like matter, not any of the material plane is actually curving, but there's a phenomena of reality, like the dark matter or something. I don't know. What are you talking about? How would you describe the matrix? How would you describe the fractal, or just call it the fractal? Like the matriarchal tricks, yeah.
Yes, you
Yeah,
got to describe the matrix.
or matter tricks.
Yeah.
Tricks of matter.
Oh, language is musical. What's up? Language is musical notes. You know that?
Tell me how.
That's how all the Phoenix language, Phoenician or the English. Now the Jesuits lied to everybody, and they got everybody thinking with the university system that English evolved and all this. But actually, English has been revived and was because they got the fake history. So there's reasons they lie about everything. Okay, so forget all the fake history about from the centralized publishing textbook company that gives the entire world the same Common Core stuff. Throw all that stuff they told you about that passed away, and you know that there's an astrological language pattern in the sky, and all the major languages fit into it. Metatron cubes in the center of it. So the language is procedurally generated in a similar way that the birds sing to each other. And so matriarchal, I just joke in matrix, you got everything is phonetic, so you got the matriarchal and the tricks. Now the language has shifted around, but it resonates. So words they don't always have the precise meaning, but it resonates from a basic, because every word is a three-dimensional polarity, something like that, like a geometry, but three-dimensional, and so man was given the gift to speak like stars, and it was both a good and a bad benefit and a downfall, and so in the same way that stars speak, that you speak, and so anyway, that's how you can figure out how a lot of stuff works, by just thinking about the modularity of the English language, because they lied to us about all that history stuff, but English is actually the Phoenix language. It's phonetic. And okay, sorry, other ones too. I shouldn't have. Let me back up. I meant to say all the major languages are part of this greater astrological. They're all patterns within a greater pattern. So you can just think about the language you use. I use English, but English is one of other, and it's true. In the middle of that is the Metatron's cube. But anyway, so there's different ways to describe stuff, but you can also figure out a lot of stuff by just contemplating why words fit together. How's that? Because a lot of other people, okay, the way this works is that all the animals they can speak in a much more basic way, similar to how I described, and it's all musical notes. You know what I mean? And so they have different sections of the stars they use, right? Does that make constellations that animals use to speak? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
What I mean to say when I said they use it can be correlated to, I'm not sure yet the mechanisms, but it can be correlated to I call them like electric ports in the sky. You know how the brain, the neuron connectors, those neuron connectors fit these craters, that look like the moon, the craters on the moon. Anyway, so these neuron connectors could be like star ports, like electric portal, electric. I call them the stars. I think of them like electric portal, like you can plug into it, probably like that, like a neural connector. So anyway, if you happen to be in a brain cell, if the world is one big eye or brain, some sort of cell, makes sense. But check this out. That makes a lot of sense. The Earth is flat at the same time. because when you look down or you bend your head or move your head around, it's like a gyroscope thing. How the fluid in your third eye, I suspect. I don't know that. I mean, I'm not a neuroscientist, but I contemplate this stuff. I would.
What do you think about the idea that the whole?
What
What do you think about the idea that the whole Earth is a gyroscope?
Cool. Yeah, I've been thinking that too with the Ezekiel wheel stuff. Yeah, I got a lot of things in
That
my
would
head.
be like
I like that
that
one
would be
too.
like a rotating.
That's an
That would
awesome
be
one.
like a rotating toroidal field around a stationary plane. Anyway, Geo, similar to sort of how we're conceptualizing a lot of the time, I guess. Hey.
Hey, if I crafted,
Yeah, I mean that makes sense with the geometry of a toroid, which is what magnetic fields are, and you get the fractals, the Fibonacci sequence. That all correlates in terms of like the macro and the micro scales.
Hey, if I made a gyro world, and put little grasshopper people in it, I'd be bragging and be like, check this out. Look at this engineering. And their minds are but breath compared to me. See that? So they think they're smart. Look how smart.
Did you hear any of the theory that I was talking about before, Geo?
Yeah. Yeah, I was listening. That was awesome.
Hey, I was just joking. Hey, do you think we're in a gyroscopic
I still love your ideas, Smurf. You're the king of woo woo. You've been holding out on me all this time. Me and Jackie were all going to town, and you've been sitting there sort of quiet, just like commenting occasionally. You've been holding out on us, boy.
No. What I do is, on the contrary, I just sit back and recharge my capacitor. I listen, and I'm absorbing from everybody. As you see, I throw emojis out there, so you know that you can see that I see y'all what you're doing. I'm listening, and so then I'm smoking weed all day. I don't stop, and then I'm listening.
Really?
And then this is and then I'm just kind of merging all this together, And years ago I asked God for discernment, and I don't know. I like to believe He gave me some, but maybe not. You never know. But anyway, I just throw all these ideas together, and here you are. This is what I got.
Loving
okay,
it.
when I'm not talking, is I'm sitting back, I'm listening, I'm trying to so when I'm not saying anything, you just know the next time you hear from me, it's going to sound wild. I'm just recharging.
So is there? So are we merely on a stage? Are we players on a stage, a grand designed stage?
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, go ahead.
Now, what are we? You tell me. What are we? What do you reckon?
It works just like when you go to sleep at night, except the thing is, when you have a dream and you're not as smart as usual, well, never mind. I don't know whether or not they say brain on and off, all that, whatever areas of it. Check this out. You're not as smart as usual, and but what's interesting? It's probably like a computer, to make an analogy or example. You decentralize some of your processing power to create the other characters, and so that's what's going on here. Is like Brahman is in the Hindu story. Yeah, and the stage is that okay? So life is but a dream, and it decentralized the conscious. Now that said, though, although that all this said, it could be multi-layered and complex that others can plug into it. Now, but I imagine that we could probably connect and travel between each other's dream worlds. But that I don't know about. But go back to the fundamental basics of it. I think that there's a decentralized consciousness we call a collective consciousness, and that was imagine inside your own third eye. I mean,
like the
air. Go ahead.
We make a lot of really good points. I was just like, could we maybe do one at a time though? Because you'll. It seems like you're doing lots of points at a time.
Awesome. I'm trying to kill you straight.
No, yeah. No, and I appreciate it for sure, but I was just asking if we could just kind of do a little bit more of a back and forth rather than.
Oh yeah. Well, let's get to this one point. Is that the air is like the fluid in the third eye, and it's got a thinner pressure gradient than elsewhere throughout the body, but that we could be inside God's third eye, and so He's asleep right now, literally, and then when he wakes up, he's had a lot of dreams at once, didn't he? Or if he remembers any of this.
Are you objectifying God?
I'm trying to understand, it says in the Bible, seek His face continue always, or something like that, so I'm just trying to, contemplate a lot in the nature of God, but I don't claim to define. I'm trying to trying to in my mind, but I'm not making like I'm not saying, hey, this is how it is. I'm just wondering, a lot of wondering, and I'm not saying, hey, this is how it is. How's that?
No, sure. No, I know. I already get that, Smurf. When we're talking, we're just talking about stuff. We're just having fun, bro. And so I wanted to say earlier on, you mentioned twice in the last couple of times the Jesuits, and I'm going to say that I reckon that it's the Jesuits or the Jewish order was possibly also utilized as a manipulation tool, and like other religious groups have been, and
yes,
that the people are not themselves necessarily Jesuits, and that using the word Jesuits to describe them is actually demonstrating that if I, like say it was me, if I used the word Jesuits to describe these people, I'd really only be showing that I've been manipulated by them, because that's what they want me to think of them.
Oh yeah,
that they're Jesuits.
also. Yeah, but you're right though. I wonder that also there is some sort of I use Jesuit as a placeholder because of all the patterns and stuff on like 4chan, the internet. But really, there's some sort of intelligence, something activity going on that's like manipulate or corroded society, and you know what I mean. And I don't have anything personal against any specific. I think they've all been infiltrated. I agree. I agree with what you're saying. I'm not exactly sure who it is. I'm just, when you say who, it's WHO.
Let's call them Hydra. Let's call them. I like them. I thought them was good. Like just calling them them. Like everyone always says they or them, or they always refer to them as that. But we could call them Hydra. What do you reckon? Hydra's a pretty cool name.
Wait, is that why they're doing all the pronoun stuff, like they or them? Because everyone's like, dude, what are they doing to us? And now they're getting people to be like, I'm a they, I'm a them. Now everyone's a they and a them, and no one's a he. The way you just
it's all payback. It's all payback because we've just been referring to them as a neutral pronoun.
I know. We're just exactly. Oh, that's oh wow.
They're just butthurt about being called them and they all the time, so now they're fucking with everybody.
I know. Now they're like, hey, you guys call each other theys and thems and just have different like requirements for people to do this. I know, because everyone's like, what are they doing to us?
To get really specific, I suspect that all roads lead to Rome, and I think of corporation, like organizations, but who they are really specifically, I don't know, man. I wonder that all the time. But I think they've hijacked the Vatican. Is my suspicion.
Having lived in Europe for a fair few years now, all roads really do lead to Rome. Hey, like. The infrastructure of the Romans, if the story's true, right? Like, sure, we've got a lot of evidence and whatnot. When I say that, I'm not saying that I don't believe in it or anything, or that I don't think that they're real. I'm just saying I don't, I wasn't there. I don't really know what happened. But you can definitely see that there's the infrastructure of roadways all over Europe, and pretty much from anywhere in Europe, you'll have roads that you can walk on, like footpath roads, nearly all the way from the northernmost part of Europe to the southernmost part of Europe. And a lot of those roads and areas were apparently built by the Romans.
Well, that sounds, in my mind, neat to walk on.
And when I say built as well, I'm also not meaning like that it was necessarily constructed roads. Sometimes they were just like forged pathways from either people that were there before the Romans or the Romans like making paths, like just clearing pathways. But in some areas they actually did lay down stone, and yeah, it's pretty cool. All right.
I'd like to visit Europe someday, just because it's a different place,
Yeah, it's pretty. I like it there. I went
to
America.
Why are the Roman roads still around, but my council can't build a road the last 6 months?
Were you in Australia or what?
Fucking Gronks.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, well, they actually in Australia we did also have roads because, well, from the Aboriginals, a lot of them had made pathways, and apparently I was reading on one of the local signs around here, because we got like a big heritage thing for them in Bermagui, in that area. The people that live there were used, like they were sort of travelling all around this area of New South Wales, like a pretty big distance, and they had these paths that they kept, and they were 1.3 metre wide trails that were maintained, and you can still walk on a lot of those trails in the towns around where we live. And when they colonised here, they just like built over the tops of heaps of those trails, like completely though. Whereas in Europe, the trails that the Romans built, they were pretty decent, some of them. So they've still remained, but they've been deconstructed in a lot of places anyway. Good old Romans. What did the Romans ever do for us?
That's a great question. I don't have anything against like a group of people, but I don't know. I got to think about that. What have they done for? What do the Romans do for anybody? Anybody know? There's really cool video games though about the Romans, and movies too. But there's a lot of cool video games, and movies about a lot of people.
Yeah, did they just fabricate that whole narrative?
Yeah, that's why I said that. I was wondering that. Yeah, that's why I don't know, dude.
It does. I know, right? Well, because like a lot of that architecture, was that actually something else? You know, like the old world that was something different than what they're, you know, because the architecture, even that idea of like at least the idea that's linked with that term Tartaria, although that term is but just from the perspective of like old like architecture from a much more advanced like older world.
Yeah. Hey Gio, do you ever check out videos from Max Egan at all? You heard of him?
Yeah, I know who he is. I haven't seen too many videos, but I do know who he is, and I've seen him. You know, some of his stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you know who I'm talking about then. So he released a video yesterday, you two, and it was about the Great Wall of China, and they were theorizing that the Great Wall of China is much older, was actually built and constructed by the Romans or utilized as a massive trade road that was patrolled and protected, probably for transporting. They was from where I saw up to. It's like the idea of transporting gold all the way from China to Rome, or from Rome to China.
I believe we can figure out how to make gold.
I thought it was pretty cool. This, you know, because it's sort of like on this same sort of. They're always talking about Tartaria and stuff. I don't know. I had in my dreams and meditations, I always got the feeling from my visions and whatnot that there was civilizations that existed already that were way more. Like when I say intelligent, I don't really mean like intellectually intelligent. I mean they were just like more intuitively intelligent, and were able to intuitively manipulate like this structure that we call reality.
I think reality functions like a dream, and so there was less people, and that I'm not trying to sound like a mad scientist, but anyway, when there's less people, you know, it's like in a dream. If you're all by yourself in a dream, you can probably think easier than if you're in a crowd, because your mind would have to descend. Like imagine that Hindu story I mentioned earlier, like with Brahman. Your mind, or the computer would have to decentralize its awareness or processing whatever, all that capacity to the other characters. So in ancient times, there were probably less people, and so people have to be smarter, because this mental energy, this, you could call it whatever, there's only so much of it, and because they say it can't be created, only transmuted, whatever. I don't know. It's just an idea that there's, you know, only so much awareness energy in this contained world, and the more people you have, the dumber we get, and the less people we have, the smarter we get.
I'll share my super crazy theory with you then, Smurf. And this is my super crazy theory, is that you can learn how to visualize and dream so well that because you just said that like you think like reality is like a dream. Well, what if actually dream is like a reality?
Yeah.
And instead of like trying to compare life to these other things, it's like, how about we look at the experiences we have and compare those to life? And what if the objective of dreaming is to make it like hyper realistic, or that through doing that, learning how to visualize and making your dreams hyper realistic, that you can actually travel into other realities and like learn how to like visualize yourself in other dimensions? Because
I think you're a dreamer. Like, I think you're trapped in your physical body, and I think when you leave your body, you have the option, or there may be a way to just keep on dreaming forever. And so you might want to like work on having good dreams by having a really good cheerful lifestyle where you don't have nightmares. Like if you have
I'm
a good
wondering,
life,
Nikki, did you even hear what I said?
yeah. I was just saying, I think what more is probable is that when you're always dreaming all the time, but you're a dream your little dream bubble's trapped in this big bubble. Like we're in a dream bubble, and you have your little micro dream bubble inside your head.
Nah, I reckon that's the dream of a dream character.
Oh, I don't know. Well, okay. Well, that was another thing. Okay, so everybody would have a little part of everybody that can think would have a little part of God's thinking capability theoretically. You know what I mean? It's like a shared, I say shared overlapping, you know, like the body creates the illusion of individuality by filtering out the truth, or that there's one awareness energy, the one huge sea of fluid awareness that has been redirected through our body to create. Anyway, so we're like a brain cell that thinks it's isolated from the other ones and interact with each other for fun because it's unpredictable. So we're like a bunch of brain cells that can walk around inside God's like fluid in his third eye that we call the air. I mean, it's just a guess. I don't know. I mean, I think
Hey,
think of a
you
lot
heard
of
the
things.
saying? What is it that the most is it usually the most correct answer is the simplest one?
That's what they
That's what
say
I've
the
been
answers
trying to
are
say.
within.
Perhaps people are like overthinking what reality is, and that's stopping them from like evolving or advancing or being better or being a high, whatever we want to call it, however you want to look at it. Like maybe we just call it like a type of evolution.
Well, everything I'm saying is I'm trying to visualize in my mind, and so like I think of how the soul is. If you look up what that means, the word like SOLE is when they mix salt and water, like in cooking and stuff, like baking. So
Yeah.
anyway, we got like a container that's our third eye that has salt water in it. So I think that's like the pineal fluid or something. I'm trying to say, yeah, I think people over analyze. I think the answers are within, and however, and a lot of this stuff I'm speculating, because a lot of stuff lies in academia. I don't really know. This is my opinion. I'm just sharing. I don't know. I mean, it's speculation. I'm saying
Well,
okay,
yeah,
let's
there is
say
the
we're inside of a third eye, and the answers are within, and you figure out how that works. What's up? Geo, were you saying something? I thought I heard Geo.
Yeah. I just thought you were done a couple times in a row, so I think I was trying to jump in, but
Oh yeah, go ahead.
well, I was just thinking of like the idea of breaking it down to like the most simplistic level, that we seem to be in some kind of like infinite creative energy field.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All that stuff I said could fit in that. You know. Seriously, it's a layer. It's a multi-layered reality.
There's a lot that could fit into that.
I mean, it's all good, Smurf. Love you, bro.
Thanks, I love you too, man. I think all like in
there's
Islam,
precisely infinite possibilities.
Yeah. Well, that's water. Water is irregular shape. It can be shaped into ice, which we call elements, right? Which lines the sky, the crystals that, which seem to function like speakers, because when you look at them, it's always the same geometry. Sometimes it's a pulsate, different colors, but or a lot of them are the same. So the reason is it's energizing the air somehow, something to do with the fluid dynamic motion of the air between the medium between the person on the bottom of the sea that we call the ground looking up at the ceiling, or you know what I mean? So it creates this effect.
It's so funny for me to, I don't know, like I love to listen to all of this stuff, I guess, but for me it's just not like it just seems funny. Like it seems funny to try to think about how all this stuff works and like explain it. It's like it's like I feel like saying like I know it because I see it, you know? Like it's like, well, if you know it then explain it, and it's like, well, what is there to explain? The phenomena exists. Like it's
Yeah, how's it work?
it's like what because I feel like, you know, if we keep thinking in this like how does it work way, it's kind of like we're breaking the universe down in a mechanistic way. It's like having the contemplation that there is like some gears or some mechanistic type of or machinistic construction, Deus ex machina.
Yes.
You know, and it's like that we're not just a simulation, but we're like a robotic or a mechanistic simulation within some sort of giant AI. You know, it's the Battlestar Galactica fantasy. You know,
Yeah, we might wake
like
up though in a whole
it's
nother
like what came first, the chicken or the egg, or was it man or AI? And are we a product of AI, or is AI a product of us? And who gives birth to who?
I think of a lot of things. And what if we're in a body like the Magic School Bus? I think of a lot of different things. You know?
What if we're a dreamer in a dream that created the dream but forgot that it created the dream and then is experiencing the dream?
Wow.
Yeah.
Whoa. Wow. Yeah.
I like that. That's from Alan Watts. Alan Watts had shared that idea. I think the first time I heard it.
It's plausible. Makes sense. We just forgot we did.
Although, like,
we forgot that we did it. Exactly. We forgot that we created it all.
Yeah, but I reckon if we did forget, it was intentional, and it was because we'd probably gone through a cycle of knowing everything and being able to do anything we wanted to do.
What happened is we're trying to reverse engineer, figure out what we did. So time's going backwards in time, actually, not forwards. And to the point where we made this computer trying to figure out reality. We ended up building a computer simulation, and that's when we wake up because we're playing it in reverse. And this is how it progressed. And hanging out in this Discord channel is part of it, you know. And within a short time frame, we get to the end, which was really the beginning. Which is when we finally figured out how everything works. Is when we built the computer and we woke up because it's in reverse. How's that?
We are a dreamlike construct.
Yeah.
There is no material universe, although our experience is persistent in this realm, and we will evolve consciously into the being that is this universe, that is more universes, maybe in a different universe. Like we just keep evolving into like higher and higher states of consciousness until we basically are the entire knowledge of everything that is in a state of consciousness of itself in some way. But then it repeats the cycle. It just does that over. Go for it.
When you say evolve, what if you're in a hermaphrodite's reproductive system? But go ahead. We're going to learn and evolve and become a person.
Yeah, like I don't think that there is like a necessarily like if there is polarity or what we call gender, right? Like it's a byproduct.
Well, you know,
of the manifestation, right? But that's why I asked you at the start: do you objectify God? Like, is God a is it a thing? You know, is God a thing, or is it? I don't know, because I think that, like, as I imagine God is like, it's so all encompassing that I can't imagine it. Like, it's completely outside. Like, for any label or in any way that I objectify it detracts from it. It's like it's a sin, or it's a defilement to even try to describe it, because it's so high beyond any labeling or boxing that it's just disrespectful to the sacred image of it to try to in any way put anything on it that could only detract from it.
Okay,
Now, which God are you
Yeah,
referring to?
but real.
How do you
Hold on, Smurf, real quick, man. You make it. It's really hard for anyone else to get in because you talk right after everyone talks. Is it cool if you let it breathe a little and let some other people get in as well?
Sorry, I'm just really baked. Go ahead.
So it's all good, but I'm just saying.
I'm
Somebody else was just jumping in. Who was that? But
I was just asking which God are you referring to?
So even to call it a name, disrespectful.
Well, I was going to say, like, in the Sanskrit language, they have that's like Sanskrit has these words that basically are, like, they don't have any one specific meaning, but it's like they point at a particular like state of consciousness, or like a particular like transcendent experience, or transcendent state, like these different states, like the void, for example, where, and these have been like mapped.
Yeah, the void could be like deep sleep. I think I might have said that before.
Well, I was going to say too, have you ever had a dream? Have you ever had a dream where you die you're in the dream, you die in the dream, and then you wake up in this life?
Yeah, that was my point. He was
Yep,
saying
like right.
to find
Sorry.
God, and I was up to the challenge. Let's do it. I say,
Yeah.
the answer's within, and how would a dream character define the dreamer? And that's what we're trying to do, to make a parable.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's Allah, all things. You know?
Yeah, because also, have you guys been in dreams where you're in a dream, but you like you're just experiencing it, like you don't necessarily even know how you got there either. You're just there.
Yeah, like to what you said just then, Gio. I've had heaps of dreams where it's like right at the point of death. Is that what you're talking about? Like right at the moment that you die, and then you wake up, but I've also had dreams where I've woken up into other dreams.
Right. Dream within a dream. Yeah.
I got an idea.
Yeah.
Well, see, that would be perhaps like, okay, let's say that the idea that the creator is all of this, but if it would then create a dream within a dream, it like, could that even be a definition of what we are experiencing right now? Like, we are in some kind of a dream where we are in a body, we look around, we sleep, we walk, we eat food, all this stuff. And then we have some level of, whether you want to say amnesia or, we don't know all of what's going on, obviously, like, the age old, like, who are we, where are we, and people are all at different stages and thoughts on, and that whole process. But so from that perspective, like, even, I mean, from the atheist to the most, transcendent state of consciousness, like, no matter what state, we still are in some level of limitation. So are we a dream within a dream?
Yes.
Like, we're the dreamer on one level, and then we're the dream as well, but we've like forgotten some part of it, and then we're like we're the dream in the dream, remembering what the dream is.
What if we're fluid awareness that got separated from its larger whatever? I don't know, but check this out. What if you could master what we call magical powers in the dream world, and then what if when the dreamer leaves the body in this dream bubble, if you were able to get out of this known world and then go into the outer reality? What if you have powers like in a dream, like, or something like, or what if you go make your own dream bubble after this? And so you'd want to be able, before you get there, while you're still immortal here in this world, you'd want to somehow figure out, like, imagine I imagine a magical wand, right? you'd want to somehow develop powers, superpowers in your dreams. So when you leave this dream bubble, you know what I'm saying? Then you'd be able to go build realities and stuff. When you leave your physical body, you know what I'm saying? And take your dream powers with you. You know? 'Cause
Yeah,
it doesn't
but
work
the
like
real
that.
question is what is a dream?
That's what I mean. Reality is the same.
Well, what is a dream? A simulated sequence of experiential events?
Well, that's what I was
Well,
saying before.
where is it being
What if
simulated?
reality? What we call in reality right now is a hyper real reality, and the fact that we can do anything in dreams is like our dreams are not they're not stable enough, and that
they're fluid.
We compare, like, we're comparing reality to dream, but what if we should be comparing like a dream to reality, and that by making that comparison of comparing a dream to reality, that we can actually practice to stabilize our dreams and visualize better, and we could actually, like, I had the thought that learning how to do this, we could visualize objects into reality because we could see them present in our mind's eye and make them physically manifest themselves here.
I think you could restructure the water. I think when you have a dream, your third eye probably disconnects virtually. It virtually ignores the sensory input. So it tries to. So you have your point of awareness that that sits in the throne of the Temple of Solomon, whatever.
See, it's so funny because, like, that's what I was saying before, Smurf. Like, all this stuff that you're saying, I never even thought about that, and I can still, like, having the explanation for why it happens, just like it, or for trying to give a reason to what's going on. It's like in no way has it, like, that knowledge attributed to me having a better understanding of this stuff or being able to actually do some of it. And I feel like trying to explain it, especially if we don't have like a good enough like knowledge of something, like through experience, that we only like taint or pollute the well by trying to describe it. Like I was talking about, like with God, it's like things have lost their sacredness. And when there's a loss of sacredness, people seem to talk about everything and anything as though it's just like, like they've got, like, and I'm not trying to say I'm the master or anything. I lack heaps of knowledge on. That's why I try to say I just like trying to realize fully how much I don't know. Right? Like, I think that's that's a better way. Like, flip it back on myself when I used to think I know everything, and then actually look at what do I actually know. It's pretty humbling.
so
like it's super humbling
dreams,
to me, because I just like the more I had to admit to myself that I don't know, every time I had to do it, it was like, wow.
So if
humbling.
dreams are reality, how good are you at daydreaming?
Yeah, I think we're all daydreaming up this reality collectively. I think I was trying to get to that earlier, but I'm real baked and I got sidetracked. But that was my point, is we're all collectively dreaming up, this reality.
Well, what if we're not collectively dreaming? What if we are a collective dream?
What would be the difference?
Like the difference is that we're not these independent aspects that are all
free will,
co-existential in a individualistic, unique. Not to take away from our uniqueness, because we all are of the unique. So everything that is of the unique is unique. Like, we're inherently unique because this thing that we are is unique. We're a unique expression, and every aspect of it is unique.
Okay, so basically we're one dream that's realized it's dreaming. So now it's dreaming about dreaming.
Now it's slowly waking up. It's slowly coming into a different state of realized consciousness.
Yeah, but it's all dreams.
It just happens slowly. It's not like a sudden. Maybe it comes to a sudden, like,
things that are pre-conscious. Does it mean that there are things that are pre-conscious within the whole structure and just waiting to be realized?
Yeah,
yeah. It's like the saying, "What? There's nothing new under the sun."
I mean to say that, imagine we're all something like brain cells, to make an analogy. I'm not, maybe literally, positive, I don't know. But let's say we're like brain cells. So a few of us are awake and we're hanging out here together. But most of the world asleep, most of, all or all whatever is a big dream, like the whole reality. But you and I, we're like awake, like lucid
Well,
dreaming.
it's kind of like no knowing. Like, well, you might not know even your own dreams, but you might have dreamt of world peace last night, and you don't remember it, or you're talking to somebody else that's had the same dream, but they don't remember it. But you kind of both work it out, and you're like, "Hey, let's world peace together." And you're like, "Yeah, that sounds like a good idea." It's like, I wonder why we both thought of that. And it's like, I don't know. Fuck it.
We could probably resonate
Yeah,
on
synchronicities.
yeah.
Yeah, it seems
World
like
peace is
it's
easy.
all like it seems like it's all divinely orchestrated with like precision and harmony. Even though there are things that are imperfect in it, or something that we would define as that, but even that is perfection at that highest level. Like it's actually creating that purposefully. Sort of like in a video game where you might create like, well, I mean, in something like Grand Theft Auto, you have everything under the sun, obviously, in that game. But like, let's say you have like an old like car, that's like beaten up and just barely running. Even though that would seem imperfect, like, oh, this car's got all this damage and stuff, but from the perspective of the creator, like that is actually the perfect creation. That's exactly what it wanted to create, and it did it like down to every detail.
Yeah. And so everything is inherently perfect.
Yeah. It's very
Yep.
Eastern. It's like
Inherently unique, inherently energetic, inherently. We are inherently what our parent is.
And then there's the idea that it's all like everything that has ever been created or experienced on every level is exactly was intended to be that of free choice. Like it authentically wanted to create that experience in all of its detail, whether it's painful or not, or pleasurable, and everything in between.
Right. There's
It's like all intention, meaning it wanted to create that. Kind of like if you want to do something, it wants to do that. Like, oh, I love playing music. Then it's like that's what the creator is like. Oh, I really love creating this, which is pretty intense to think about all the experiences, that are painful and challenging that it intentionally creates as well.
Yeah, there's like a Japanese aesthetic idea called wabi sabi, and it sounds really fun and something like you could eat or order on a menu, but it's not. What it means is it's like the moving away or going towards perfection. So everything is either achieving perfection or moving from it, but it's still always beautiful to look at it in its movement from or away from that. So like a building falling apart might actually look beautiful. You know what I mean? Even though it's far from perfect. But it's still like, I don't know. It's just an interesting concept to think about, I feel like.
Like the way they did 9/11 with the directed energy weapon, like they pulled that thing off perfectly. And for the creator to create that the way that it did, that is, I mean, it's like traumatic the way that, and I do think some people died and it was definitely messed up, but at the same time, like they had that, it worked perfectly. They pulled it all off. Not trying to take it in 9/11, just saying, just kind of like things like that just blows my mind what can be orchestrated.
But that like definitely hits like the unconscious mind too. Like everybody is maybe having a dream about that or something to do with that, or might still be, or might have it for 20 years.
Well, this is the thing. I think if we make the comparison of reality to a dream instead of like dream to a reality, it seems to be that we think that by us being dreamlike in our higher nature, that we have like unearthly godlike powers within this dimension, and kind of makes I feel like it kind of makes the assumption if we realize that, then we'd all just become like crazy godlike. But
well, it's the thing. So if everything is creation, then we are technically creators. It's you can't. I mean, and everything in existence, therefore, also is a creator because it comes from creation.
Yeah, it's like holographic and fractal in that way, where the part and the whole are one.
So basically, we live in a world where people have been convinced that they're all muggles.
Well, let me ask you this.
That's
Okay, in terms of a dream, the concept of a dream, obviously, like there's like the idea of humans sleeping and dreaming, but we're also probably talking about it in some other ways too. But let me ask this: like, does dreaming is one of the characteristics of dreaming that there's some level of forgetting that has happened? Meaning, if you're in a dream or creating a dream, that what I mean is that like is part of the definition of a dream in your guys' minds that there's some level of forgetting and therefore you're in like a bubble or some kind of a particular mode, whether you're lucid dreaming and creating things, whether you're just experiencing like being in a body in some other dream or some other body, some other dimension, some other world, whatever it may be. Is there still some level of forgetting that is always occurrent, meaning making the dreamer kind of in some way unaware of the whole picture, but only aware of part of it?
Yes, it seems that the brain disconnects the memory portion, like in a computer. It disconnects the hard disk.
Yeah, I like my thoughts on that are that if, like, because I've done a lot of lucid dreaming, I've said it before, and spending time as God in a dream, I still have not realized the full capability, or I still haven't realized the full potential of what that means. Like, I think it's for that reason, dreams are fucking unreal. Hey, like, because every night I get an opportunity, if I practice enough, that I can go there, become aware, and be godlike. Consciously be godlike for some time. Like, I haven't been able to, like, I get lucid, but I haven't necessarily been able to do everything. Like, just, it's not easy. It's not easy being God. You know, like, I can do cool shit, but it's like trying to do stuff in a dream. It's not like it hasn't come, like, certain things have happened spontaneously when I haven't really been thinking a lot. Like, but if too much of my awareness comes into the dream, it's like then I'm interfering with my power in the dream.
Yeah, I know what you're
somehow.
talking about. You risk waking up too.
Well, that's a big thing to be able to achieve. Yeah, I mean, that's if you're trying to get to like the center of the creative intelligence, the whatever terminology, one would like to the creator, like actually in the mind of the creator. Is that what you're saying? Like at that highest peak level?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yep.
the one way when it comes to entheogenic experiences is 5-MeO-DMT, specifically 5-MeO-DMT at high doses is the one entheogen that many people have experienced that ultimate state of, I mean, all the different terms that have been used. I mean, nirvana, samsara, all of these different terms but it's like with 5-MeO-DMT, it has the potential and more of a proclivity at very high doses to take people, in some cases, to what they experience as the creator, like the center of it all. And they describe it as like almost like, brighter than like a million suns, that level of light and that level of like capacity. And in their experience, they describe it as like merging with the totality in that ultimate state and actually becoming it in that sense. Wow. Beyond time, beyond space, beyond what we would even call space and time, like all the way to that pinnacle of being in that state. But then of course descending back, so in that sense, like once they descend back, they only have the words or try to put words together to even describe it. And that's why, like in Sanskrit and some of these different languages, they use terms that instead of, to kind of try to describe, like try to point to these experiences as well. But so 5-MeO-DMT specifically at a high dose and like fully surrendering to it is one molecule that has, at least in people's experiential, et cetera, that has taken them to that ultimate mind state or that ultimate, center.
Thanks for sharing that. I believe it could plausibly cause you to resonate when you take that. It allows you to resonate. You know what I mean? Is how it works when you tell it.
Well, I would agree, but like through my own experiences, it connects with what you're saying. And but my opinion is that 5-MeO DMT is to how would I liken it? It's like, for me, it was like riding a bike with training wheels and then learning how to lucid dream and astral projecting. That was like taking the training wheels off.
I don't yet have experience with that, but I wanted to make an analogy earlier with training wheels. It's funny you said that.
But it was still putting on a new set of training wheels.
Cool. Well, I was thinking the whole world could be like a womb, to make an analogy. You never know about literally or not, but like to make an analogy, the world being a womb, and in this world we got our training wheels to learn how to be dreamers. And what we do is we might leave the world someday and go dream up our own world, but that's just an idea I have. I wanted to share that because you said training wheel, and I thought that earlier.
You guys, can I read this real quick?
Okay.
Okay, so this is Stanislav Grof, and this is his description of his experience. So 5-MeO DMT is found in nature, but it also can be like, it's basically like extracted, like synthetically produced into like a white powder. It's not necessarily synthetically produced, but it's synthetically isolated into being like a white powder. So you can get there's a such thing as like pure 5-MeO DMT powder. So what he did is it's called insufflation and also snuffs, but it's a process of taking it in through the nose. And there's certain plants that have DMT in them that are blown through the nose, etc. So some of those contain DMT compounds. And so taking like pure white powder of DMT and then doing that through the nose is like right to the pineal. That's like the most, by far the absolute most intense way to take it in. Pure 5-MeO DMT powder, insufflated in the nose. So he did 2 large doses one in each nostril, and then he had a vaporized like a pipe that also had 5-MeO DMT powder. So he did that through the insufflation and through the pipe. So very, very, very high dose. Okay.
That would have broken through, blasted out of this universe.
Yeah. So I'll read it. If it gets too long, or if anyone wants to interrupt, just jump in. But I just found it and I haven't read it in a while. And since I brought it up with 5-MeO, I thought I would kind of, because his description of it is pretty epic and gives you a sense of what I was referring to. So that's what he did. Yeah, a very, very high dose through the nose and smoking, vaporizing. Okay, the
nature reality. Let's go ahead.
Exactly. I know the way that like this experience was for him, like it seems to express that on like deep levels. Maybe I'll read the first part and then I'll just read maybe one of the other parts. But okay. The beginning of the experience was very sudden and dramatic. I was hit by a thunderbolt of immense power that instantly shattered and dissolved my everyday reality. I lost all contact with the surrounding world, which completely disappeared as if by magic. In the past, whenever I had taken a high dose of psychedelics, I liked to lie down and make myself comfortable. This time, any such concerns were irrelevant because I lost awareness of my body as well as the environment. After the session, I was told that after taking a couple of drags, that's of the smoking part, I sat there for several minutes like a sculpture, holding the pipe near my mouth. Christina and Paul had to take the pipe from my hand and put my body in a reclining position on the couch. In all my previous sessions, I had always maintained basic orientation. I knew who I was, where I was, and why I was having unusual experiences. This time, all this dissolved in a matter of seconds. The awareness of my everyday existence, my name, my whereabouts, and my life disappeared as if by magic. Stan Grof, California, United States, planet Earth. These concepts faintly echoed for a few moments like dreamlike images on the far periphery of my consciousness, and then faded away altogether. I tried hard to remember myself of all the existence of the realities I used to know, but they suddenly did not make sense to me. In all my previous psychedelic sessions, there had always been some rich specific content. The experiences related to my present lifetime, the story of my childhood, infancy, birth, and embryonal life, or to various themes from the transpersonal domain. My past life experiences, images from human history, archetypal visions of deities and demons, or visits to various mythological domains. This time, none of these dimensions seemed to exist, let alone manifest. My only reality was a mass of radiant, swirling energy of immense proportions that seemed to contain all of existence in a condensed and entirely abstract form. I became consciousness facing the absolute. It had the brightness of a myriad of suns, yet it was not the same continuum with any light I knew from everyday life. It seemed to be pure consciousness, intelligence, and creative energy transcending all polarities. It was infinite and finite, divine and demonic, terrifying and ecstatic, creative and destructive, all that and much more. I had no concept, no categories for what I was witnessing. I could not maintain a sense of separate existence in the face of such a force. My ordinary identity was shattered and dissolved. I became one with the source. In retrospect, I believe I must have experienced the Dharmakaya, the primary clear light, which, according to the Tibetan Book of the Dead, the Bardo Thodo, appears at the moment of our death. It bore some resemblance to what I had encountered in my first LSD session, but it was much more overwhelming and completely extinguished any sense of my separate identity. My encounter with the Absolute lasted approximately 20 minutes of clock time, as measured by external observers. As far as I was concerned, during the entire duration of my experience, time ceased to exist and lost any meaning whatsoever. After what seemed like an eternity, concrete, dreamlike images and concepts began to form in my experiential field. I started intuiting fleeting images of a cosmos with galaxies, stars, and planets. Later, I visualized a solar system, and within it, Earth, with large continents. Wow, so he's going right with the globe on that. Yeah, that's what he experienced. Initially, these images were very distant and unreal, but as our experience continued, I started to feel that these realities might actually have objective existence. Gradually, this crystallized further into the images of the United States and California. The last to emerge was the sense of my everyday identity and awareness of my present life. At first, the contact with the ordinary reality was extremely faint. I recognized where I was and what the circumstances were, but I was sure that I had taken a dose that was excessive and that I was actually dying. For some time, I believed I was experiencing the bardo, the intermediate state between my present life and my birth in the next incarnation, as described by the Tibetan texts. Okay, this is the last paragraph. I guess I read the whole thing, so this is the last part of it. As I was regaining more solid contact with reality, I reached a point where I knew that I was coming down from a psychedelic session and that I would survive this experiment. I was lying there, still experiencing myself as dying, but now without the sense that my life was being threatened. My dying seemed to be related to scenes from my previous incarnations. I found in many dramatic situations happening in different parts of the world throughout the centuries, all from them dangerous and painful. Various groups of muscles in my body were twitching and shaking as my body was hurting and dying in these different contexts. However, as my karmic history played out in my body, I was in a state of profound bliss, completely detached from all of these dramas, which persisted even after all the specific content disappeared from my experience.
Cool. I think his mind could have hallucinated the solar system stuff when he was regaining connection back to his body, but otherwise, it's plausible, you know.
Yeah, I just, it's interesting because he talks about the Earth and the way that he describes some of his other experiences. I wonder how much of an effect his conditioned life plays on his translation and interpretation of the experience that he had.
Yeah, I was thinking it would probably have a big factor in the reconnecting part back to reality, getting back to, but in the, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Logging back, reloading, logging back into the Earth world, Earth plane. He probably imagined the solar system as he was in his loading screen.
Yeah, that part. Yeah, because yeah, that is interesting. That part of it, like, was that just his own kind of bias or his own like previous belief of what?
Yeah.
Like, is that real? That part of it, you know, because he was saying when he was coming back, he started to see galaxies and balls everywhere. Like, you know, is that just from the images, you know, of his? But then what? But then, because but then does that just,
Loading
you know,
screen.
discredit the rest of his whole experience, though?
If your own computer had a custom loading screen, you know, and you're the artist, and that was his loading screen in his mind, solar system.
Yeah.
You know,
I don't think it destroys his story,
yeah, that's my point.
but it does convolute it. Like, I'm thinking that the reality of his experience is like an abstract of that which he's tried to describe. And like, I can translate the experience and put it into my own understanding, and I can imagine like what he's talking about, having had a similar experience. You know, it's just like when he talks about lights or anything like that, or I can just imagine the exact same thing, but I didn't see it as that. I saw it was like a hyper realistic oozing toroidal field. I had like the mad Alex Gray type structures going on.
Nice. Yeah, just being surrounded by like lattices of toroidal energy fields that are all pulsating and
Yeah, and hyper realistic, like at a level of visual clarity that I'd never experienced before. Hey, like it was so visually real that I can't fully recollect the whole experience because it was so much, but I can remember feeling like I knew so little.
wow. Well, yeah, there's people that have experiences as well of like having like collective states of consciousness, like in like high doses of, you know, either DMT or LSD or even ayahuasca, iboga, peyote, can all manifest these experiences at these very high octave levels where people, like, let's say like all people that, just name any kind of thing in the world, like all people that have died in war, or all people that have died of cancer, or all people that have died of being murdered, or all of these, you know, it doesn't even have to be a painful experience. It could be all people that are having orgasms. It could be all people that are in a state of love or whatever it may be. But like have these specific experiences where the individual in the experience is, you know, the way they describe it is that they're at like a level of consciousness to where they can like simultaneously experience like that entire group, either like a whole racial group or a whole historical time period or something like that. Like that can be like instantly, like you can like experience all of those dreams, as it were, all of those people and all of their lives, like simultaneously in like a collective way. It's like tapping into the mainframe of it and just downloading like all of it in some experiential like mode.
Yeah, well, that's, man, I'm just going to say it again, but this is the reason why I think dreaming is such a good tool, because it's like, seems like if you can spend time in a place training as a god, I reckon that's the best playground for learning how to actually do cool shit here.
Well, I think that's
if we're to do this like cool magical shit.
Oh, that's what this place is. You know, a training ground.
I don't reckon here's the training ground. I reckon here's the model, the trophy. We are the Holy Grail.
Well, there could be many other worlds that we simply haven't yet been able to, because we have to get outside of this one and look at. I think this world, whatever the structure may be like a Faraday cage, possibly. I'm not sure.
What if we are the seed? We are the seed of life, like in the, you know, the flower of life, and then we're the toroidal field inside of a larger 64. Like there's a 64 grid, and we're the smaller structure in the center, and we are the flower. We are the seed of life. We're the mini vortex in a vortex.
I got a meme. Yeah, that one also. I got a lot. Everything's on the table until we figure it out.
Yeah, so anyway, I got dream. I'm practicing the dreaming stuff. It works well. I encourage others to try it out as well, because it's pretty cool being able to spend time in a place where you can, pretend to be a god, or you are a god there, and then
That's my
I don't
best
know.
guess.
See, I'd be really interested to hear if other people had similar experiences, or if they were able to just go there and literally start doing anything that they wanted to do once they became aware in a dream. Like, because my experience is that it's been challenging, and I'd like someone else to have a go at it so they could tell me their experience and see if they were able to be more godlike than I've been able to. It's pretty challenging.
Well, yeah. So, I mean, I would say people have had where they've done what's called life between life regression. So they're regressing into the memories of their life when they're not, not in a human body, basically, when the idea that we came from somewhere into this human body, and when we die, we're going back to that place. And just that very basic concept, of people tapping into that life between life. And the way that many of them describe it is that there's this earth spirit world, and then there's the earth physical world, and there's the incarnational process between those two, where human souls incarnate from, and then when we die, we go back there. But then they also describe how from there actually are a myriad of things you can do. You don't have to incarnate on earth. That's only one thing of a myriad of things you can do. And they talk about these many different practices where that they're developing, kind of what you're saying, their ability to create worlds, their ability to create energy, manifest energy with their minds, create in a lot of different ways, or even assisting other souls that are going through. There's that whole process as well, kind of assisting others. But in some of them, they describe that they do all these kind of playful things where they go to these different regions, basically within consciousness, kind of realms, if you will. And it's one way it could be described as a sustained lucid dream, where they kind of describe it maybe there might be in some cases another spirit guide that kind of takes them there, some highly kind of advanced being that kind of takes them there, and or kind of helps transition between these dimensions and helps us kind of get our bearings. But that there's also one that I'm talking about where they're kind of taken to a specific, almost like a domain in a sense, and they can practice creating entire realities within that space, as it were. And they can practice even creating physical worlds, different entities or beings. And then in a way, like people describe lucid dreaming, where when people really tap into a lucid dream, they can just create anything, with their minds, right in front of their eyes. If they just want to create a whole city that has a whole functioning city, they could just literally do it. So
hey, what if you
that would be practicing creating in that sense, and because there's the idea that we separated from the source, but we also are it on the ultimate level, and then we're just reacclimating to our wholeness.
Hey, what if you already have your own world? What if when your physical body is awake and conscious, you suddenly resonate to your but when you go to sleep at night, you go back to your what if that's where people go when they leave this world and they leave the body, and they just go to, you know what I'm trying to say? The dream world is a different place than the physical world, and we just beam the consciousness wirelessly, the body being a modem, it resonates into the physical body. But when the physical body is gone someday, you throw an old car away, you probably go back to that dream world where you keep going when you go to sleep at night, and you just stay there, unless, you know what I'm saying? Because the body here in the physical world would have a genetic signature, would be like an IP address. You know what I mean? So what if you already have your infinite world and you just come here when you're supposedly awake? Does that make sense?
Yeah. I don't think of
What
the.
if your dream world
I
is
don't
is
think
an
of.
infinite reality that you come from? What if you come from the dream world and you're just hanging out here? You know?
Could be.
I mean, if you think about how there's no Faraday cage on the mind and the point of awareness, what the senses, well, okay, it could be a modem. I'm trying to say the brain could be a modem, and what if we already have our own infinite world that we talk about? Gio had me thinking about when he was talking about traveling between dimensions, and I was like, well, what if you do that every time you go to sleep? I mean, when you wake up, you know what I mean?
Say again.
What if you
Yeah, well, through
travel?
DMT, yeah. When you sleep, DMT, endogenous DMT is released, and yeah,
I
you.
forgot. That's a good point. I'm sorry I interrupted you, man. I'm real baked. I've been doing that all night. I'm sorry, dude. Well, you were saying something about DMT, right?
Yeah. I was just saying that like DMT in the brain is released during REM states of sleep, and there's the idea that DMT is actually like the physical compound in the material world that interconnects the beyond, like the ether, basically the unmanifest, between the unmanifest layer of the ether and the manifest layer of the ether. The DMT is
Yeah.
like the transition compound from the beyond non-manifest into this physical manifest, and then when we sleep, we get that flood of it, and you can be able to go back into the non-manifest for
Yeah, and the demigods. No, sorry, the demigods. The demiurge is trying to poison the physical body with mercury and aluminium to create a fucking metallic encasing around the pineal gland and trap the soul in this dimension for eternity.
Whoa!
Wow.
Oh boy, that's
plausible.
it's a waking nightmare.
Hey, that actually made a lot of sense. Yeah, I believe it.
Like, what's that quote when someone says, they're like, "Oh yeah, I'm living the dream, one nightmare at a time." Oh god, it's like deep and kind of true in a way. Life that's for some folks, yeah, there's some real nightmare stuff. But I guess like, see, in my mind though, if you're the ultimate creator and you can create all of it, I actually can understand why it would create painful stuff. Like, even though that seems like, why would you create that? Like even just like breaking your leg, it's horrible, pain and whatever, all these things that people go through, let alone like other types of accidents. Like, either if the creator has to create all the physical material world, all of these things to actually make all that manifest, the physics, all of that on that like ultimate creative level, then it's literally choosing to do that, which is kind of mind blowing. And then it's like, okay, then that gets into like, why is suffering in the world and why is evil and all that, those questions. But lastly, I'm just saying, like, from that perspective of like an ultimate zoomed out perspective, if the creator is like absolute infinite love and bliss and omnipresent, omnipotent, then it's only experiencing like a window of the suffering or of whatever it is through just that one entity or that one kind of person. Now it could be, well, it's several on the earth. There's many suffering. There's probably car accidents happening like every second. So like, it's obviously happening at it's like neurons in the brain going off or something, but it's like, so it's like creating all of it. But if it has like the ultimate seat to the whole picture, then it isn't really those individual things even suffering. It's just experiencing it as one of its many experiences.
I just imagined having a conversation with like some high level demigod, and he's like, "You still think you're a creation, huh?" We are beyond creation, you silly mortals, and you're Because I was thinking, what if, have you thought about the idea that God as a creator is not the highest level of God? that it has a higher level of its perspective even beyond creation?
Oh, that's interesting.
Like, as a creation is a byproduct or like a lower mechanistic sort of function, if we were to objectify it.
You mean that? Okay, so all of what we could even consider as creation, you're saying the whole thing, even that concept of God is like ultimate, light, that millions of suns brightness of light, like even at that, you're saying that something could actually even transcend that.
Yeah.
So the creation would be like the polarized thoughts, but the intent would actually come from a higher realm of consciousness.
Yeah, and so then if the intent for something from a higher source is coming, then that means that intent has a source. So it's like this idea of
It's the hot sauce.
everything being the creation of something else or being born of another thing. It's like, well, what if the thing that we actually come from is above even that what if that's a limited concept of what we really are?
Right. That's a very deep point. Yeah, like the idea of creation, creator, there's all this focus on the creation and making the earth and the humans and the sun and the moon, and because we're here and we're in these human bodies, so like that's what we're thinking about. But and then you get into the whole like infinite regress, like, well, then who created the creator, and then who created that creator? But yeah, what if like you were saying, like the actual, sort of, however it could even be put into words, but like at some ultimate level, like what it actually is even beyond even the whole concept of creation and the whole creation itself.
Totally, like the snake eating its tail. That could be like when you go to the higher realms, from where intent comes from, and if that had to merge from something else, what if the thing that it emerges from is the end product of all of creation? Like, that it has the thoughts and all of this stuff plays out, which is what we're experiencing, so that it knows what corrections to make, what not to create, how to, just find the intent that the creator wants for the world, end product that it wants it to be. Like, it's running it through, and it just recycles back through and makes corrections. It's like a snake eating its tail.
Yeah, thinking about like, how do I train? Like, how would I train to be more godlike? Where's a place where I can train to learn to be more godlike?
Well, I think that's what we're, in a sense, that's what we're doing, like in my viewpoint. And I don't really speak for anyone else. Like, I'm not trying to say that's what your reality is, but from my perspective, that is what is happening, meaning that the creator, whatever that is, or that ultimate source, even if it is beyond even the concept of a creator, but that kind of, that term, like the most high, or whatever term one would use, like the most transcendent state, that it seems to have some like revelatory desire to like split apart parts of itself from itself to create limited states of itself, to then go through dimensions and worlds and who knows how many different spirit worlds and states of consciousness. Basically, I think with the law of karma being actually the whole guiding process to it all, which I think even transcends even only this dimension, like it goes interdimensionally, and that we're all on like an interdimensional journey of consciousness and transformations and shiftings in these different states and ways of being, all in the larger process of remembering and reconnecting and that's why I said like reacclimating, because it's really like a reacclimation. It's like getting home, being like, oh yeah, kind of like settling in, and we're all like remembering, the whole thing. And therefore that means that in our kind of journey, if you want to view it as transcendence in a sense, like transcending back to the whole, but in that whole journey, like could it be said we're becoming more godlike? Perhaps. I mean, in that idea that we were separated from it, and therefore we are it on a deep level, but we've like forgotten or are limited. So then that concept of like kind of reacclimating, like reconnecting back with our the wholeness, back to the source. And who knows how many journeys that will take through how many different dimensions or different worlds. But if we're developing and building that, is there an ultimate direction of transcendence and reconnection, sort of like the water droplet coming out of the ocean and then going back into the ocean eventually?
Yeah, well, I reckon we wake up, and so it's like we sort of eventually realize how we got ourselves into this situation.
Yeah,
kind
I
of
know
concept,
that's
it's like realizing how we actually created ourselves, and then we become not the creation. We know, like, because that's why I guess the idea that we're not, what we perceive as that which is created is not the entirety of the thing that even created that.
Right. And then how will we know when we're at the pinnacle? That's pretty profound. How would we know ever? Like, is there a final moment or moment? How could it even be said it's a moment? Because it's like outside of time. But like, will we just know? Or because see, I would think too, like the whole idea of where did the creator come from? That's a whole trippy thing too. Like, well, did something create it? Did it just come out of somewhere? Why is it there? Like even imagining like some kind of infinite light, and then what is it? Is it hovering in an ether? Is it just floating in space? Like, is it, what is that? And then where did it come from? But I have an intuitive sense, because I can't say that I know for sure on this level because it's very, very deep. But I do have an intuitive sense spiritually that in that state, like it knows those answers. It knows all the answers. Like, I think it wants to experience not knowing them through us. And so we're like, oh, who are we? Where are we? And that's kind of like the main theme in a sense for a lot of humans. But I don't think that at the highest level or in that, the source of creation in that sense, I don't think that it's confused. Like, I think it knows exactly what is going on, exactly where it came from and what it's doing and what the eternal truth is.
That's cool.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That aspect of ourselves is shielded from ourselves. Like we've hidden that aspect from ourselves, and it would be the process of remembering how we did that, how we shielded that aspect from ourselves by whatever illusion or game it is that we have performed. We somehow
exactly. And I feel like whatever incarnations I've had before this one must have kind of had brought me to a point where, because my whole life I've had like a default understanding of things, the way that I see things, like that, like I didn't really have, like it was kind of like I had it when I was born into this life. And yeah, it just makes me think about how that has come from where I've been in the past. I never had like conflicted about concept of a creator and like the whole kind of creationary.
Yeah, I think
when you tried DMT. Oh, sorry, was someone else talking then?
Oh, you're cool, man. Go ahead.
Thanks, Murph. I just wanted to ask Gio if when he tried DMT, if he had a breakthrough. And I just a breakthrough. Did you have a breakthrough? Do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Like, can you say with 100% certainty that you had what you would deem a breakthrough experience?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of ways to define that and consider that in terms of experiential, in terms of either visionary, interdimensional shifts, and all of that. What I will just say on a very general level, I would say is that utilizing DMT, at an adequate dose, I would say in terms of breaking through. How about in terms of just defining it this way in a simple sense, is becoming, for me, with DMT in specific, since you mentioned DMT, like instantly becoming reconnected with that the eternal home of consciousness is, in a sense, how I would describe it. It feels, it like absolute, like feels eternal and like a baseline of consciousness where time doesn't exist. Like there isn't a clock time. It's like the now time. It's like shifting through a membrane and existing in seems like a universal now time in a sense, or universal now kind of state, rather than one that's necessarily delineated by clock time.
So, and when you're there, or when you're in that state, it's like you know it, right? Like you're in that state, like you're in a different state. It's clearly a different state.
For
right?
me, well, often I can have it to where it overlaps, so I can be in both simultaneously. Like I can be aware of my body, know that I'm in my body, and have my rational mind still in place, but then simultaneously journeying and experiencing within that, because that, since it's outside of time, you don't have like a clock running, meaning, so it's like, it's not, for me, it's like when I'm there, it's not like, oh, I only got 20 minutes. Like, come on, quick. What am I going to do? It's not like that. Like it's eternal to the, like, it's like it's kind of hard to describe. It's like, it is like taking a journey in a sense, but it's like going into that eternal mode. It is temporary in terms of the human body, because you will come back, whenever depending on how you've ingested it. I mean, if it's a vaporized form, yeah, it's only about 20 minutes. Whereas if it's in like ayahuasca, like an oral form, it can go for 3 or 4 hours. So it's much more longer extended with that. But yeah, it's like going into that realm that is of eternal time, and where so many things can be experienced, and then shifting back into the body mode, or into the kind of earth time. So yeah.
So what I want to ask is, though, like, is there a clear distinction for you between the different states that you're experiencing, or different states that you have experienced, that help you establish like a spectrum of reality, or realities that are possible for you to experience? Like, if you go on like really, really far away from the awareness of your body, that you've but still been in like another realistic dimension.
Yeah. I did hear you, but I had to do something else for 1 second. Would you mind? So I sort of missed. I did hear it, and that's why I said yeah. But I also kind of. Would you mind just saying it one more time?
Yeah, sure. So I asked if you've gone very far away from your body, from the consciousness or the awareness or the memory of your body, whatever it is, have you gone like really far away from that and experienced a realistic dimension?
Okay, so you're saying like in a sense, being like fully immersed in an entirely other reality, you mean?
Yeah, like, and the memory or the awareness or the consciousness of your body is like, it's like you can still remember sort of how you got there, but you're still hyper aware, but it's like, your body's far away and you're in a different reality. It's like more so just like the faint memory of your body is there, or so you don't feel your body, so it's more like a memory of your body. Like, and it's like a distinct different reality, but very realistic.
Can this be in the dream world, or are you strictly speaking with like hallucinogenics or something?
No, we were talking about Geo brought up DMT, and I was interested to hear if the experience that he's had with DMT was of this nature. But I would also connect it to dreams.
Right on, yeah.
Do you think that like your interpretation of it being like another dimension, like literally another dimension, or that it's literally outside of time, like as if time were a thing, like a real thing, or it may just seem like time was a real thing because it's connected to the physical world and our keeping track of things in this physical world with the body, and because you've lost the connection to that physical body, it's not like you're in a totally different dimension. It's just you're existing within that ethereal consciousness, and maybe that collective consciousness in a more, objective way, even though you're still here.
Well,
We all have that sense, maybe all the time. It's just we're not tuned into it because we're kind of locked to the physical.
Well, I a little earlier on the live stream, I read there was this experience that Stan Groff had on a very, very high dose of 5-MeO DMT, which is a little bit different than DMT. And people have, like, at very high doses with that one, people have had like profound like unification experiences, like with the divine, like with the Godhead, the Creator, whatever term one would like to use. So with 5-MeO in particular. And the way he described his experience in that state, I mean, in terms of the concept of breaking through, at least the way he described it, for him, like the way he described it, that is like, he was even saying himself in most of his experiences that he's had, he still had like the general awareness of, who he was. He's in his body. He's on a plant medicine, whatever it may be. But in that one, he said he did completely and totally lost entire connection with, his human body, the human world, all of it completely vanished. And he was experiencing like, these very, very like transcendent states of the source and of like this energetic source that transcended like the entire physical world and his entire who he was. And then he described that he kind of came. So in that sense, it was like a full
disconnection. Yeah.
Launch pad. Yeah.
Is that a lot harder to come by, that type of DMT?
It is. Yeah. And the way that he did it is pretty rare too. Yeah. It is harder to, it is. Yeah. It's harder to sort.
What's the difference? Like, why would it be so much harder? Like, what's the difference in the chemical processing or the availability of it?
Yeah, because like with DMT, people can have interdimensional experiences as well. Like sometimes they're experiencing either beings or being in another dimension while they also still feel like they're in their body. And then there are some experiences where people also with DMT have very powerful breakthrough experiences and interdimensional travels and things as well. But with 5-MeO DMT, it is a slightly different compound, and it just has a different effect basically on the brain in a sense and on the body. It's just a slightly different alkaloid. And for whatever reason, one of the things about 5-MeO DMT in particular is that in very, very high doses and people that really go full on with it, it seems to be the one substance that has a very high proclivity for essentially, taking people to, what they describe as, that sort of ultimate state of consciousness in that sense. God, the Creator, the oneness, the source, whatever terminologies, creative intelligence, etc. And there's so many different stories of people having experiences where like some were like, they start feeling like they're going down a tunnel and then they like come out into like this light that's like millions and millions of suns worth of brightness. And like, it's like anyways, it's pretty intense. So yeah, for some reason 5-MeO seems to have that proclivity to take people to that like absolute highest transcendent level.
Can I jump in? I wanted to say that
it's like that could take real quick. That could take like lifetimes of meditation practice to be able to do that. And it's like 5-MeO seems to be able to like launch people there, quickly and accelerated way.
Nothing. You haven't had an experience with that yet? The 5-MeO?
Oh yeah, I have. Yeah.
Oh, you have. Okay. So you've been there.
I wanted to say, Dave, in response to what you were talking about, that I haven't found thinking about how the processes happen to be advantageous to my own practice in any way. Like when I first learned about, looked into astral projection, I just started doing the practice, and the practice that I was doing that helped me astral project was essentially different types of meditation and relaxation techniques, but techniques that take my mind away from things. Like analyzing the processes have always been the major blockages to these types of sort of these types of experiences. And while I still think it's interesting to postulate myself, I generally put very little energy into thinking about that stuff, because thinking about things that are sort of that nature have been of no benefit to me to actually be able to have experiences of the thing that I would otherwise just be thinking about.
Cool.
Although, like, it's not to say that all knowledge of stuff is bad. Like, you could read a good book about something, and of a thing that you can do, and stories and whatnot are still nice. Like, it's not to say that anything like of an informational nature is bad or so, but just in general, contemplating or hypothesizing the workings or the machinistic underpinnings of the structure that we live in, like trying to find a reason or something, is like what people seem to look for a lot. It's not it's actually that pursuit or that search is not conductive to a deepened state of awareness or like a richer source of knowledge or something like that.
I've got something to contribute to this conversation. It's a question and a statement. So my question would be, when you are, I've done hallucinogenics before. I know how powerful they can be, and you can experience an unseen world that seems to be happening, like overlaying this world. Would you say that every time you do a hallucinogenic, you're going to the same place or experiencing like different levels of this unseen world?
Well, that's what I was sort of asking Geo, I didn't ask him that directly, but I was sort of thinking a similar thing and wanting, because that's how my experiences have been, and that's been the same with dreams as well. My dreams have been really consistently, when I've become aware enough, like I say fully lucid when I'm talking about it in a dream. So yeah, that's why I was asking you before, Gio. Like, would you just distinguish like different realities? And if you've had that experience with DMT, and you knew, was that also like waking up in a dream? Have you woken up in a dream and like been in another, like realize you're in another dimension where it's like real, but you're not in your regular body?
Yeah, well, I would say for me, it's like reconnecting to like the mainframe in a sense. So once I'm, that's why when you were saying breaking through, like for me, when I'm not just having something happen to me, like an experience or a dimension happen to me. For me, when I'm able to like access that kind of mainframe, I'm just kind of defining it as a mainframe, but that like that eternal state, that kind of that now moment in a sense where I'm, not tethered by the confines of my physical body in a sense, I then am able to journey from there.
Breaking through more is just a metaphor, Geo. But
and then to be able to like break through and then journey from there.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's a metaphorical breakthrough, but are you really even breaking through anything? No, I always thought of it just as a metaphor, but yeah, like it sounds like, okay, so and you would like, have you had a similar experience with dreams then? Like if you become hyper aware, like that level of awareness in a dream where because like earlier, I think it was you asked, like if we were just realizing that we're the creator, like that we are the dreamer, how would we know if we're that, when we are that higher state of consciousness? And I was thinking that I reckon it would be like when you have a DMT, in quotation marks, breakthrough. Like you just know, like when you wake up in a dream. This is speaking from my experience, though, so it's my opinion. But because it's subjective, I guess. But I just knew, did you just know? Like you just knew that you were in it. I could say it like with 100% certainty that I knew. And it'd be interesting. Like if you also just knew, like it was a fully realistic alternate dimension, I still have memory of my body and I come back to it. But
can I ask you, Wizard, about this other dimension? What was in it, and was it similar to this dimension? Like, were you floating through a 5D pyramid, or were you in shoes on the ground? Like, how close to this reality was it?
like, so what are your well, I just first of all, I just need to know what your sort of level of experience is with dreaming before I can answer your question.
I'm 41. I've dreamt a lot. I've done a lot of drugs. I haven't had as much experience with psychedelics, but I have had quite a bit.
And have you had experience with lucid dreaming at all?
Yes. I've had dreams all different, but each one I can say it included this from the real world. So I still felt related to the real world because it had a gun in it, or it had a floor in it, or it had some stairs in it. Things from this world.
Have you only experienced embodied dreams?
Yeah, I've mostly been in my body. Sometimes it's just a vision where I'm not conscious of my body. I'm just looking out of some eyes.
Okay.
I had a pretty fucked up dream once.
What my question is how different does it have to be for you to consider it another dimension?
It doesn't have to be different. It has to be equally as real or more real than this dimension.
But wouldn't that be any dream? Any trip, any dream?
Say again?
Wouldn't that be any dream, any trip?
Well,
I think I know what he's getting at, though. Like the idea of like a complete shift. Like for example, like okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought he meant.
Yeah, like okay, like I'm in my body right now. I'm a human being. I have a name. I have a personality. I have thoughts. I have my body. I'm in this reality. It could be said. Now, if I were to go to a dream state where I am in some totally other world, and I'm whatever it may be in a totally other world, to where then there's different statuses of that. Like there's dreams where, and I'm just saying from general people in general, there's dreams where like you lose complete remembrance of your life on Earth. Like you're in a dream and you're just totally, whatever you're experiencing in that dream, you have zero connection to your life on Earth. You don't know that you're a person, that you're going to wake up in the morning. You are in that. And then there's some people that still have a faint awareness of who they are. Oh yeah, I'm this person. I'm on Earth. I'm doing this and that. And then there's on the full side of the spectrum where you have a lot of awareness. Like even with lucid dreaming at the most advanced levels, you can like even be conscious and be in your body, and like specifically these like yogic sleep states that are claimed to be reached is one version of it, where they're like you're aware in your body and you're totally just still, and then simultaneously you can be in that depth of the saturation of DMT or the dream state to that full extent as well. So that's like a version of it, But anyways, yeah. So is that what you're talking about? Like either like a full immersion in a totally other reality, or kind of the variations in between?
Also the full realization. Yeah. The full immersion.
If you put it like that, I don't think I've ever got there to the full one. I can always think I'm in that body that I remember while being conscious.
I'm in that body I remember on a spinning ball in a vacuum made by Jesuits.
No, I could be flying. I could be flying with my arms like a cartoon bird and diving rooftops that I've imagined, but it will still be like me stuck in that body, freaking out.
That's what you'd have in your awareness when you're lucid. Do you mean?
Yeah, that's as far out as I've been, even on drugs. The whole reality's changed. Things are happening that are not real, that I've
Yeah,
created
okay.
or are created for me, but I still know it's me confused looking at it.
Yeah.
Yep. And was Platypus? Were you going to share what you were going to say? I think Don jumped in, and then I jumped into some other stuff. But
I was just gonna share a dream I had because it related. I've been I left earlier to go back to like reading that book, and I was at a part where they were literally just talking about like the unseen world and like who exists there, and then I put the book down and hopped on the Discord, and you guys are talking about the unseen world. And yeah, it's pretty trippy.
There you go. That's the synchronicity. Okay.
Dude, I've been literally like synchronicity at 110% for like 24 hours, and it's kind of like I can't sleep because it just keeps.
Even when you tell yourself it's coincidence, that still happens.
Dude, I've connected.
Still bugs you out.
I've connected some really crazy dots tonight that I've never seen before, and this is like one of the first times that I've done some research on a topic that's like kind of conspiratorial and like kind of ties everything together. And I'm starting to see a bigger picture, and it's kind of freaking me out. I'm not gonna lie.
Asking one of your questions was, does everyone see the same thing or is it different? I think everyone sees different because we're all got slightly different brains with different ideologies, concepts, programming. But one similar thing everyone sees is that grid fractal overlay where suddenly things are linked by energy that you didn't see normally when you were conscious. And that is a common trait.
Generally don't think about, avoid thinking about if other people are what they're thinking. But
Well, okay, here's some crazy stuff, right? So we've got plenty of stories throughout many different cultures in history that describe some of the best ideas coming from a dream state or a meditative state or from an entity being channeled by an entity from another world. Some of the oldest stories of man getting technology in many different cultures come from the gods. The gods came down and they gave man this, they gave man that. They taught men how to war. They would fight for us on some sides. And so back in the I'm reading this book about the Book of Enoch, which written before the Bible. So you have all these angels come down, teach everybody how to use weapons and how to build stuff, and God floods the world, killing them all, and their souls are trapped in the abyss. They're trapped in the deep. They're trapped under the water. And after the flood, you have people conversing with spirits and channeling. You got people. I don't know. It's not a complete idea yet, but
it's a cool story.
Cool story, bro.
Thanks.
What are we doing in Hawaii, Gio?
Dude, you can't bunk the vibes, or if we're not gonna let
It's
you.
not just a story.
Of course not.
It's the origin of you.
Well, here's the crazy thing. I know I was kind of touching on this earlier. I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record. It's just like we had that Schumann resonance thing today, and like there's all this technological advancement on the horizon. It seems, right? Anybody can use AI if they have a phone. You can just, it's not even that big of a deal right now. I just think we should be paying attention. I think that
So we're talking about, bro, learning how to pay more attention to life and reality and see with clear eyes.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, like I've been pretty far away in my other experiences from like when I first started lucid dreaming. Whenever the sort of remembrance of my body would come to me, like I realized I'm dreaming, and then I was like excited for a second, I guess, and then I realized my body, and then that kind of and then the awareness of my body became very present, and then slowly I would start to wake up, and then I would in other dreams later on, I got better at, because I practiced at not getting so excited, so I was able to like just calm myself and stabilize myself, and really bring the dream into like full focus, really like calm myself and make myself really, really present in the dream. And I still had the background connection to my body, but I let it go, and I go exploring in the dream, and started like making different observations, and doing different types of experimentation within the dream, like levitating an object with a lot of awareness, and really putting a lot of attention on how it feels within the dream to levitate an object, with the hypothesis that perhaps if I could experience the feeling of it real enough, possibly find a link between dream and reality.
Well, I found my link between dream and reality tonight, to be completely honest. I'll tell you my dream. A few years back, I was staying up at a cabin in the mountains, and I go to bed, and I wake up, and I am attached to the ceiling, looking down at my bed, and I'm not in my bed. So this is not like an out-of-body experience, which I've had before. I'm stuck to the ceiling, and in my peripheral vision, in the corner of the ceiling, is this like black, oozing smoke. It's like smoke, but it's also like bubbling and almost fluid, like maybe like a black goo or something, right? And I'm terrified. And it's not until I call out for my father that I am like released, and I don't feel myself like let go from the ceiling. I kind of just like shoot back into my bed. It's really weird. Like there's no movement in between the ceiling and the bed, but there was like a whooshing feeling. And I woke up and it was really trippy. I was like, okay, what the fuck was that? That was a scary fucking dream. I didn't go back to bed after that. And it was confirmed by somebody else who I was like, oh yeah, you don't think that that kind of shit is real, that can happen to somebody? You sleep in that room tomorrow night. And they did, and they had a very equally fucking weird experience. And I've always kind of thought of that as like, yeah, okay, so maybe it was like a spooky spirit from the spirit world just like trying to fuck with you. Maybe it was. So what? Right? But I'm starting to think that you need to take these experiences with the unseen very, very seriously, because we don't really know what we're messing with.
That's the point. Like
Well,
learning about them, having the courage to go and explore these unknown waters of consciousness, and see what experiences consciousness can have that can potentially provide new lands for the people. That's where we first must learn to explore, is our own inner nature. Find the courage to venture out into unknown lands. Leave our innocence behind.
Yeah, I was thinking like the idea of like multiple spheres that are all interconnected, and that you could like transition from this one to another, or to like a beyond.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just thinking about like that's cool that we can like meditate and we can pray and we can do substances to like reach other dimensions, or like rather other dimensions, to reach different levels of the unseen. But what concerns me is how do I put this? are there other ways to reach deeper levels of this unseen spirit world? And this world that's like overlapping ours. And are there things that you can do, like massive psyops, like getting a bunch of people to feel a particular emotion and use that as some sort of catalyst or fuel to fuel one or more people into this unseen world? Is there some like scientific thing that you can do to enter this unseen world? Like, what the fuck are they doing over at CERN? That's kind of what I'm more concerned about, because it's like, okay, so you have a bad dream. Maybe you were visited by a dark spirit, but that's just one person with one dream. If you get millions and millions of people to all be feeling the same emotion at once, like let's say 9/11, right? And you use that energy as a way to go deeper into this unseen and connect with more powerful beings, ones that aren't just going to show up in one guy's dream, the kind of beings that are like very powerful. I don't know.
There's heaps of different veils of dreams. Like there's not just one dream category. I wanted to say that while you were referring to dreams, because
Absolutely, yeah. Well, part of my my little
because a
journey
lot of time I
today.
feel like when people are talking, it's like the all dreams are the same, but it's kind of like I think there's different like qualities of conscious experiences that can be experienced, like we can experience a difference in, it's like a feeling. You know, sensually, I guess you could say, you're having that type of experience. Like you're aware to it in the moment that you're there. Like right now, I'm aware to the fact that I'm not in the same type of experience I went into when I was trying DMT for the first time. I had a breakthrough type, in finger quotation marks.
Did you meet any entities while you were doing DMT?
Yeah, but it's not like I wouldn't even call them like saying meeting entities is it doesn't accurately describe the phenomena, right? Like it's not like I didn't experience it like I was meeting an entity. There was like some objectified being, or so. Some, I don't know. I've heard other people describe it as such, but for me, it just was more like
That's fine. I'm asking you to describe something to me that you've only just experienced and that I have not experienced. So I totally get it. The closest I've ever come to like a really massive experience from hallucinogenics was I took about a half ounce of mushrooms as a teenager. I had no idea what I was doing, and I experienced, I guess, what some people would call like a complete ego death, where you're just like, you don't know what the fuck is going on.
That's what I was sort of talking about before, in a sense. Like, so you were very far away from your body, you were away from this consciousness, like
Oh,
your
dude, I
awareness
was no. I was shooting into other people's bodies. I was looking down and like looking at myself across the room, my body, and then like looking down, and I was in like another person's body. Like I entered into one of my friends who was there. I was in her body, and I like looked down, and I was like, "What the fuck? I have long blonde hair and tits right now." And there I am in the fucking corner, dude. I look fucked up. Like it was trippy. I've never the shooting into other people's bodies things was like a lot, and a lot of that trip, which lasted about 24 hours at least, was a blackout for me. Like I just don't remember all of it, but from what I do remember, whoa, you got to respect that shit. Yeah. Well, I'm curious about the entities because something's going on with that stuff. I got this video of Bill Clinton talking about how when the astronauts first landed on the moon, they helped everybody on Earth step into a new world. And when you realize that that shit is fake, and you realize that with the deception of all these people believing that the moon landing happened, with that lie being told, we are now able to step into a new world here on Earth. Now, some people might interpret that as like the New World Order, which in a way it is. But
that's what I was saying. Is like for me, the bigger deception is ourselves. We are. I'm sort of, I wouldn't say I believe. This my opinion. My opinion is that I am deceiving myself as to my true nature, so as to have this experience, and I'm aware of that. And I started to remember more so by learning how to have an ego death like every single night. If I was able to, I don't do it every single night, but I have to realize that in a sense I do have it every single night. This opportunity to have an experience outside of myself in a realm where I have unlimited possibility. So I get to start thinking completely outside of the box for how I can think in this realm. But then the thoughts that I have in that realm and the concepts as I experience them, if I can remember them, then I can bring that information back into this reality. And so then when I come back here, I've got all of this interesting information from this this reality that I'm somehow connected to, that I can experience in a completely abstract state of being to my experience here, and somehow bring the inventive quality and nature of experience that's possible within that like imagination realm, dream realm, psychedelic realm, whatever we want to call it, but bring that information back to here and merge the two realms together. And I think not everybody's capable of perhaps getting to, like, you know, it's like some people are really good at tennis. Not everybody becomes like a famous sports star, but to some degree, everybody can dream. And
I think what you're saying is super important, but I also want to say, if you get so blown out, sometimes you could end up writing a lot of rubbish, because this is apparently what Einstein did. He came back, and some people think, oh my God, this technique managed to make him work out the cosmos. And other people think, oh my God, he got so blown out that he made up loads of nonsense about space fabric.
for sure. Yeah, like I think this is why the Tibetans protect this information, you know, and really careful about who they teach it to. You've got to be like an advanced student and have studied with, you know, monks that have the knowledge for some time. So
it's still worth doing, even if you write some mad shit. It's worth doing.
Say again?
It's worth doing, even if your stuff isn't. Yeah. Still gonna have.
So what's Wizard? What's up, Wizard? Man, I hear a lot of myself in you from way back in the day, and I want to give you some really awesome advice if you're open to it. That is. Hello.
Yeah. No, I'm not really open, hey, in that way. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
If you have an opinion, I got into an argument with Dawn the other day about it. But if you have an opinion about me that you feel that is important for you to share, then share it, because it doesn't bother me either way if you say it or not.
Oh yeah, I don't like to just fucking tell people, oh, you should do this. I wanted to give you fair warning that I'm just speaking from personal experience. Like shortly after my sabbatical with many different hallucinogenics, I found myself wanting to better connect to this unseen world. And so I sought out these experiences through lucid dreaming. Have you ever lucid dreamt?
Yeah, sure. lucid
Can you do it
dreams. Not every night, but as frequently as I'm able to do it, I do it. I put a lot of my conscious awareness throughout the day on being conscious and aware in order to bring about a more lucid state of experience and to feel as present and alive as I possibly can in this dimension. Putting my attention on that is somehow, I could say, like distracting me from distracting thoughts. And so I keep myself present and aware in that way.
So I came into contact with a teaching that it was a martial art, but it was also it had a very like spiritual aspect to it, where the master of this particular art is called Mopai Ne Kung, also known as 8 Ways Thunderboxing. He could converse with spirits, and he could basically astral project and out of body have like, well, it's more of like an out of body experience where he can be in this world and be moving around outside of his body, but he can also experience the spirit world. So it's kind of like astral projection. But the main trick to this life and getting closer to that other world and being able to hone those skills is you have to train when you're asleep. So one of the first things that they teach us how to do is how to lucid dream so that you can continue your practice. And I'm not talking about like doing punches and kicking like in your dreams. I'm talking about a meditative practice while you're dreaming. So you're like you fall asleep, you get into the dream world, you realize you're dreaming, you change the dream world to fit your needs, and you sit down and you begin to meditate. And
yeah, I've read the book, The Tibetan Art of Dream Yoga, I think it's called, by Tenzin Rinpoche, and he talks very much about the training process that you're describing. I read that like, I don't know, 10 years ago, and that concept has been strong in my thoughts, I guess, and has influenced my practice in some way, shape, or form. But I generally don't talk about those experiences like with everybody, because it's kind of like I don't know, it's sort of like, I found it was more like it was information more for people that are interested, like rather than I found like getting too fantastical with stories about what's possible, and even though I still talk about like bigger picture, but yeah, the finer details. A lot of the times, if I was talking with people, they couldn't follow, zone out. It's not an interesting thing, but me personally, my dreaming level or practice has gone beyond like having dreams when I'm conscious enough to be able to have those states of consciousness within a dream, which is not all the time, but it's still frequent, and depends on my lifestyle at the time. Mostly, if I was to go and do a meditation retreat, like a 10-day Vipassana, it would only be a few days at the retreat, and I'd be so in the zone that I'd be lucid dreaming every single night, because I've got my full attention on it and I've got absolutely no distractions. I don't have to think about preparing food for myself. I don't have to talk to anybody, look at anybody, touch anybody. I can just sit every day and just focus on learning how to be in a calmer state of being, and how to exist and exist in a state of still mind, and sort of to move my attention away from the thought aspect of my experience and live more fully in the experience itself, which is the sensory aspect of the experience, and to feel into all the different aspects of the sensory experience, and then to even go beyond the sensory experience. And that's the same thing with dreams and with every dimension onwards of experience. It's progression. Like you realize in that experience that there's limitations within your perception, and you change your perception and transcend the experience. And sometimes, like within dreams, that happens where I've shifted like realities or changed like actual dimensional space and dematerialized and had no like corpus, or but that generally came far later after practicing for some time. It wasn't like so easy to, like, it was just enough to be able to have a lucid dream, and then to be able to have a lucid dream and then put effort into what I'm going to do when I'm lucid dreaming. It takes quite some amount of attention for me, and I struggle to have that level of awareness if I'm living how most people I see in Western culture live. It's there's too many distractions in life to allow me to be focused enough to practice that ability. But it's kind of like, if you want to do something, you put your effort and energy into doing it and see how successful you can be at it. And I like to keep my body fit, and I think that's a good exercise and a good practice. And I also like to experiment with dreaming and meditation, because I feel like it's a healthy practice for my existence. My
Well, I I hear you, and I do have some things to say about that. Like how you said, you feel like you can only really get into lucid dreaming after you've been to like a retreat or something. The whole
I didn't
point
say
of
that. I did not say that. I did not say that.
okay, well, the whole point of lucid dreaming is so that every night you can go on a retreat. You can be in that retreat where you don't have to look at anybody, you don't have to talk to anybody, you don't have to worry about preparing meals because you're in the dream state.
I didn't say that. So yeah.
All right. Well, you were
Yeah.
talking for like 7 minutes straight, so I'm just trying to like respond.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I'm pleased, but I didn't like what you're arguing against is not applicable to what I said as to what you're sharing with me, because it's definitely not
okay.
of the quality of experience that I was describing.
I found a way. Basically, was what I was trying to tell you. I found a way to lucid dream with very minimal effort, to the point where you're just doing it without even trying, and it was very helpful.
Are you still doing it?
Yeah, but I had to stop for a very long time because it got a little fucked up. If you're doing it and you're not protected, you're gonna run into some issues.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think that's exactly the same with psychedelic experiences. And also, I was listening to a talk today. I forget the name of the guy that was in the talk, but he was a dude that's done a heap of dark retreats, those 47-day dark retreats, and he's also done a few 7-day dark retreats as preparatory sort of activity to get his mind ready for the longer experience, because apparently some people can have psychotic breaks. And when they were talking, it sort of seemed to connect the dot for me between a psychological break for a person that has a psychedelic or an entheogenic experience, and even in a meditative experience. And I think that because you can get to some pretty high levels through dreaming, that it can be the same for dreams, that it's got to be for people that are prepared and feeling confident with themselves to participate and to, be involved. Anything that you do, I guess, if you go hard, you can pull a muscle, so to speak.
Well, actually, that dream that I told you about with the black oozing entity, that was a lucid dream. I was just really confused because I couldn't get off like the ceiling. Usually when I'm lucid dreaming and I know that I'm dreaming, I can completely control every aspect of the environment, like who's there, where I am, what's in the immediate vicinity of me. Like if I want to be on a cobblestone street with lamp lit street light, streets and like old timey like storefronts, I can be there. If I want to be in like a field with like boulders, I can be there. If
Yeah.
I want to fly, I just jump up and I can fly around.
Well,
It's
I haven't been able to do that so easily, like manipulate the environment. That's been challenging for me to do in a lucid dream. Like to really like to do it like when I'm talking about being there fully, like really like I'm in another dimension, like that reality is completely real to me. And having I need a very strong amount of like this quality of awareness that I have talking with you now to be able to get the dream to be that real. And so when I go to try to do something, it's like maybe even like there's a sense of awareness that isn't usually in the dream if I'm in a little bit less consciousness, but then the dream's not as real. And all sorts of things can be modified and changed, but I'm not as consciously, like not with this consciousness here. I'm not so consciously able to manipulate things, like to really like make, like, are you saying that you can stand like just within your dream, like manifest a table in front of you and then manifest a cup and pick it up and have some super delicious wine in the cup and drink of that and experience the sensations?
Yeah, I'm saying that what I can do, like you would never even want to waste a second of your time to do that because you know that you're only asleep for so long, and like time is kind of funny when you're lucid. It goes a little quicker. So you just want to get down to business with whatever it is you're doing. And like when I first started lucid dreaming like this, I was a teenager and I had just I was studying this martial art, and so I was using it for all kinds of weird stuff. I was like a teenager. You can imagine what I was doing. But this method, dude, is like a surefire way. Like I guarantee you, if you do this for at least 30 days, you will be lucid dreaming and you won't even be trying. It's just every night it's just going to be happening, and you get way better at it because I'm guessing that you cannot tell me, like, think of your most lucid dream that you've ever had. Can you tell me the beginning and the end of it? Like the definite beginning and end of it.
Yeah, sure. I've got heaps of dreams that I've recorded over the last like 12 or 13 years, I guess.
So like the second you started dreaming, you realized you were in the dream. You had no like autopilot before then.
Yeah, I had an autopilot before then, and that was like a dream that I was in, but I was able to, upon waking, because I practiced dream recollection for many years, so upon waking, I was able to recall that I was having that dream, and then within that dream, can I remember the start of the dream necessarily? Sometimes the start of the dreams are really foggy, so not necessarily in an example that I can think off the top of my head, but
What you
generally,
want, is you need to have your like it's a good word for it. I guess like a dream check. It's like the best word. That's like what I usually call it.
yeah, reality check. I do the same.
Yeah. So the way I did it was, this was before like smartphones. So I would tape a piece of paper to my phone that says, "Are you dreaming?" And then I would put a piece of paper in my wallet where my money is that says, "Are you dreaming?" So every time I looked at my phone and every time I went in my wallet for cash, I would see this thing that says, "Am I dreaming?" And what I would do is I would hold my hand up and I would count my fingers. And if I have 5, I'm not dreaming. I always have 6 fingers when I'm dreaming.
Yeah.
it's going to be different for everybody, but that's a really common one for a lot of people. So I would definitely try that one. There's
Yeah, it's
another
one that
one.
I've been using multiple like mild techniques, wild techniques, trigger. I think triggering lucid dreams. All many different techniques. Like the recollection one does work for me quite well, but it needs to be consistent. And I found over time that having the notes and things lost effectiveness because I wasn't as focused. I wasn't as excited about the idea of it. In the end, I realized that like my intention to recall to do a check was more important than writing a note as a reminder for myself. Like I usually tell people that it's just important that you have a strong commitment to remember. And notes and things can be helpful if you're that sort of person. But like you said, it's going to be different for everyone. I found it just like good to come back into my body. I usually move my attention to my hands and feel, because I don't know, I get a lot of stimulation or sensation in my hands. It's very easy for me to feel them, to move my awareness to them.
Oh, yeah, well, okay. I'll tell you, at my height of my ability to lucid dream, which I would say I'm not at my height right now, but at my height, I would completely be able to feel my body and my breath in my asleep body, right? Like I could feel all of that while I was in the dream. It's like something that you learn to get very comfortable with and sort of like put aside because you're dreaming. But like for sure, I could feel myself like doing the deep, slow breaths. I could feel like my body being kind of stiff, I guess, or just like where I wasn't going to be able to move my body. If I wanted to have to move my body, I was going to have to leave the place that I was and re-enter my body, so to speak.
How has that affected your? Because that's the quality of experience that I was asking about before when I talked about manifesting the table with the cup and the wine, like not doing it because there's other things to be done, but doing it because it's something that could be done. That's a test of how to do things in that realm. Like just testing the realm, seeing what things are possible within that realm, experimenting with the limitations of it. Yeah, of course you get creative, but I'm just talking about this because I don't know many people that have had the experience. So I'm talking about the more basic levels, just to find out if other people have at least done that stuff. Like sure, I've done heaps of different stuff in lucid dreams as well. I've also put a lot of attention into feeling. I guess you heard me say before, feeling what it actually feels like to experience moving an object with my mind. Like what does telekinesis feel like in a dream, and how is it that I'm directing my attention and really feeling into that. If I observe it too much, it's like I'm overthinking it, and then it becomes challenging in the dream. If I can detach myself from it, and I can be like a god and do anything. But it's interesting that I can bring my awareness very fully into the dream, and as I do that, I've experienced a quality of reality that exceeds visually and sensually the quality of the reality that I'm currently in right now. Now, that for me has not detracted from my experience of this reality whatsoever. Just because I can experience that aspect of reality doesn't mean, or doesn't detract from this reality for me in any way, shape, or form. It actually complements this reality. I'm so happy to be here in this state and to be able to have the experience of another dimension where I'm essentially a god, and to be able to come back here and to experience the concept of the relationship between this experience and the other experience, and to what else may lie beyond.
Yeah, well, the more important stuff that I was talking about for like the purpose of lucid dreaming, I believe the reason why the creator gave us the ability to lucid dream is to basically cultivate our natural energy. Like some people know it as like, a sexual energy or a spiritual energy. And I'm not saying that you're doing sexual things while you're lucid dreaming at all. I'm saying that the same energy that is contained within the egg and the sperm, that when they come together, the yin and the yang, they make the spark of life. that energy can be cultivated in us. I'm sure you're familiar with the term the Dantian.
Sure.
Right. So in this martial art, the whole idea is you're gathering energy, yin and yang, drawing them into your Dantian and mixing them together. And when you lucid dream, you want to be doing that as well. You want to be getting into a meditative state while you're in the dream. The one thing I will say is that it is a form of Qigong, and you can look at the statistics. It's something like 75% of like long-term Qigong practitioners in China end up in mental hospitals. And it's the whole thing where like when you mess with this stuff, you need to be protected. And my teacher said that there's only two types of people that ever get really good and don't lose their minds, because you are flirting with insanity basically when you're doing this stuff. And those two types of people are people that have an extremely profound love for God, the Creator, and those that have an extreme hatred for either the Creator or His creation, mankind. And this teacher, by the way, his ethnicity is Chinese, but he was banished from China, mainland China, so he fled to Indonesia, where he did his practice there, and then in the 80s, he taught some Western students who spread the teachings to the Western world. And then I found the book in like 2005 and like got in touch with the school, and yeah, it was definitely like a very eye-opening experience. Just having already come from like a martial art background and being like, oh, okay, so we're like incorporating some meditation and stuff. That's cool. But then practicing for years and then being like, oh, there's a whole nother world out there. It's right here. We just a lot of people don't see it.
Yeah, it's a cool story, man. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're
Yeah.
interested, I can send you the names of the books that were written, and they kind of like explain everything in a little more detail.
Yeah, see if I haven't read them already. I've read a fair few books over my time as well. I definitely, it's interesting what you're talking about, like this idea of, not an idea, but how some of the monks have, crossed the threshold and not been able to return. I was listening to, in this talk I was mentioned earlier that I was listening to today, the guy that was doing the dark retreats, he was saying the same thing, that a lot of the people that were going into doing these like dark retreats were having psychotic breaks. Did you hear me mention that before? Yeah, it's the same thing. It's like, yeah, not everybody's suited to using psychedelics. Some people have a psychotic break, whereas other people can just, smoke every day. I know people that use DMT frequently, and I don't know, it doesn't seem like that profound for them. Not to say that I'm scared of it, but I revere it so much that I'm really like, I'm super reluctant to do it again. Hey, like my first experience was very valuable, and I have done it since a couple of times, but they weren't like the best environments, and I didn't really get the best quality of experience. And so I was like, I'm only going to do it again when the opportunity comes up, and it's really feels really, really like the right time to do it. Like I don't know, my intuitive knowledge that it's the right time to do that. And just anyway, like the dream experiences that I have, I've practiced enough. As I said, they're kind of like a mini ego death every night once you realize the potential of them. Or once one realizes what's capable for them to experience, or realizes just exactly what it is that they have experienced, then it can really change the game for some people. Like some people, I can definitely see some people freaking out. I can hear a lot from people their fears in relation to sleep paralysis, or their fears of losing touch with reality if they were too focused on their dreams. And a lot of the time, those people are not really interested in using psychedelics or anything like that. They're pretty attached to their perceived self in this reality. And, we could say whether or not that's attachment or whatnot, but regardless, that's how they're expressing they want to live. They want to exist, and that's fine. As I said, not everyone wants to play tennis and become a professional tennis player. But you get some people that can not only become a professional, but they just do it like naturally. It doesn't really take they still train and put in huge amounts of effort, like in comparison to other people. But for them, putting in that effort isn't actually effort as much as it would be for somebody else. It's like that's what they enjoy. And so because they enjoy it, like they're still working, but because they enjoy it, got that drive. And if you if one was to have that same drive for experiencing alternate realities, then there's many different ways they can do it. There's heaps of entheogens that make it possible to have an experience of oneself disconnected from one's own body, have an ego death. Even experiences where one still travels with a strong awareness of their body, I feel, but from my own experiences, are still really helpful for people.
I think that's actually the better way to do it. I don't think an ego death is actually healthy. I think there's a reason that our spirits are inside of these bodies, and anytime that we enter into that unseen world, like we are 100% aliens. We're the aliens in every sense of the word, and like the atmosphere, the environment is not suitable for us, and so to have an ego death when you're in that realm, I find that to be actually a terrifying thought, because I've literally kind of had that happen, and I don't want it to happen to me again. I have since entered into that world knowingly and like lucidly, and I've had very pleasant experiences. But yeah, I'm not sold on the whole ego death thing, because you got to be able to.
I see it as a potential, as a rite of passage for people to experience something similar to death before they die, because I feel like for me it helped me to establish a healthier contrast to life. I had put more value on my life and on my experience here as a sovereign existing being in whatever form it is that I'm existing, like not going into the defining of how I'm here, but just being here, having this experience became very, very special. It's like, wow, there's so much room for potential. And it's not like I said, it's not like I want to keep having those experiences, those super deep experiences all the time. I think it's a common misnomer that people say, because you've done something and it's appealing, that you get fully addicted to it. And while those sorts of things can happen, I can imagine people, just like in eating chocolate, a person could get addicted to dream sex, but then again, I don't know, the variety and spice of life makes it that's not the case for every single person. And not everybody's going to have bad experiences, but at the same time, a person that's not prepared for that could have a quite strong or even a damaging experience because they lacked that preparation. Whereas in a rite of initiation, or some sort of an initiation ceremony, or a spirit journey ceremony within a tribe, the people have a lifetime of training to prepare them for that one-off experience, and that gives them courage. And with that courage and that support, they're able to have that experience. It's very profound because of the cleanliness and pureness of their body. They're able to fully let go and disconnect from themselves and experience oneness with something even greater than a creator, and then come back to their bodies here and know higher truths and bring back those higher truths with them.
Yeah, I'm not down with that. I don't think there's anything higher than a creator. And like that's always been the Faustian deal, is like you go and you get this special secret knowledge, but there's always like a price that comes with it. I think the human experience is meant to be just that, like the human experience. And like I'm not saying don't go have
Then why do we dream? That would be the question. That'd be the obvious argument. And why would it be that we just dream naturally?
because
It seems the strangest thing that if we just dream naturally, and it happens even to the people that don't even put any effort into it. Like the people that I know that care the least about dreaming can still generally tell me what it is that they've been dreaming about. You know, if I really grill them.
well, that's part of the fallen state, is that there's 3 stages really of the dreams when it comes to the fallen state. Is like the normal state is dreaming lucidly. I believe that humans at one point in time all dreamt completely lucidly. There was no issue. There was no such thing as not being lucid in a dream. It was like a sixth sense. It was a problem-solving tool. It was a way for us to pray when we're asleep and to be protected, because when you go on, there was spirits back then that could inhabit your body, and you needed to protect yourself. And then we came to the second stage of being fallen, which is where we still dreamt, but we weren't lucid, and we were terrorized by horrible nightmares, all kinds of fucked up shit, and there was all sorts of fear entering into our lives while we slept. And then it got to where we are today, where people don't even remember their dreams, and their waking life is all they have, and they're missing out literally on half of what they were given by the creator, which was this ability to, like I said earlier, like every night you're at the fucking retreat. Every time you close your eyes, you enter into the dream world and you go to a beautiful place of your choosing, and you just chill while you sleep. I mean, when I was a kid and I lucid dreamt, I would do math in my dreams. I would be like, oh, I know I've got a math test tomorrow. Like, I know I already did my homework, but I'm already here in the dream, so I might as well do some more math. And I would just sit there at a table, and math homework would just appear in front of me, and I would just do the numbers, just go through them, you know?
Cool. But still, I guess it's a differing in opinion of perception, really. So I have a differing in what I'm willing to admit I know about. I'm unwilling to admit that I know anything about the nature of reality, to the sense that there is a creator. Like, the idea of a creator for me comes from this manipulated thought construct that everybody's been educated by. So it's like even thinking that there is a creative force seems to me to be like some, I don't know, possibly manipulated thought construct. And it's like, yeah, why, like, who says there needs to be a beginning and an end? Like,
Because there's no such thing as creation without a creator.
Says who?
Says all of creation.
I don't agree. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like I'm not. It's not my experience. It's not my. It's not my truth. But it's not to say that we're not part of something. It's just to say that it seems to me to be limited to think that something has a beginning and has an end, or that the highest, like the most high, just seems to me to be beyond any label. Like, and to say that it's a creator is demeaning to it. Like, it's like you're disrespecting God by calling it a creator, because it doesn't need to create. It doesn't have to do anything. It's completely free of all pressure to be or do anything. It just if it is, it is, and if it's not, it's not, and nobody and no power has any right to say otherwise, because it is the most high, the highest of high.
I mean,
it is above all law.
Yeah, I mean, our idea, right, of origins is largely influenced by Abrahamic religions. So we always have this idea of like a creator or God entity or something, which isn't necessarily true. I mean, it's supernatural anyway, right? So currently there's no way to find out. It might also just be that the universe never had a beginning, and it's like an eternal cycle of expansion, big bangs, and contraction. It's I don't know. It doesn't necessarily need to have.
It
like
actually
an
does. You can't show me something coming from nothing. Therefore, everything within creation had to have had a creator. It's just logic.
Yeah,
Logic breaks down if
I just think that that's making really big assumptions, and to me, that is a breakdown in logic. This is, to me, it's a breakdown in in logic. To make that assumption that thinking this way is a breakdown in logic.
I mean,
then just show me something to the contrary. Show me something that came from nothing.
Yeah, but I mean, we're arguing, inside our reality, obviously, we haven't ever seen anything being created from nothing, right? So there has to be something supernatural.
No, I would just say the burden of proof is on you. If you're claiming there is a creator, the burden of proof is on you. I'm not making a positive claim here. Okay, I'm saying I'm not putting a label on anything, and you're trying to box God. You're trying to say that you know what the highest of high is by saying it's a creator. You don't. You've got no idea.
Yeah, I do.
If you're saying that, as far as I can tell, if you're saying that, you got no idea. That's all I can make sense of.
You're just saying that I have no idea. You're not even really making an argument. If you want, I can explain it.
Well, you can. How could you present this evidence of it? Like, show me that.
Absolutely. Everything that you and I experience, our entire reality, is made up of three things: time, space, and matter. The creator in which I am describing is preeminent to time, space, and matter, therefore preeminent to creation itself, because creation as a construct can only be understood by us as humans in those three things: time, space, and matter. You and I have been talking about lucid dreaming, astral projecting, demons, spirits, all manner of things that cannot be physically proven. And you've had no issues whatsoever because you've experienced them, because you've experienced these things. I'm simply saying there is one thing that you cannot experience and that you cannot present to me, and that is something coming from nothing. Therefore, everything within creation must have had a creator, and this creator must have been preeminent to time, space, and matter and creation itself.
This is part of the problem. This is part of the I'm thinking that this is the real mind virus, like people thinking that there is something, that there is nothing, like this polarized view of reality. And it's like, once again, it's just making assumptions about what things are. And then it's like, then we put limits on what God can be because of how we think the nature of reality is. But I don't see the nature of reality as being this this polarized, materialistic view that a lot of people seem to hold, even in religion. And, I'm not even thinking that we are a creation. Like, we just are what we are. Like, there doesn't need to be, you can say that there needs to be, for sure, but like, I still feel like the burden of proof is on you if you're making this positive claim. Like, if you say that there needs to be, because unless, like, it's a circular argument, it's like, we're proof of your logic. By being here, we're proof. And it's like, well, okay, that doesn't seem to make it. Just sounds like a clever word salad.
Well, I respect your ability to disagree. There's nothing wrong with that. I think I provided a pretty sound logical argument for a creator. I would say that I would say that I got as close. Well, let me finish my sentence. I got as close as anyone could, being that I am trying to describe something that is preeminent to everything that I understand. You know what preeminent means?
Yep. There's a chance that, like, if you, I'm not trying to take a side or anything, but I think it seems like if a creator is creating something from nothing, isn't that going against what you're saying? Because if it was always existing, then you wouldn't have something coming from nothing. But if there's a creator, the creator has to create something from nothing.
Nothing is the word. Nothing is the word that you and I use to describe the preeminence to time, space, and matter. Because everything that we understand is time, space, and matter. Therefore, the nothing would be the preeminence to that. What came before it? And I'm saying that the creator,
something from nothing, right?
It's not nothing to the creator. It's nothing to us. To the creator, it's anything he wants it to be.
But
it just depends. It depends where you're standing. That's what I'm saying.
But if the creator is also eternal, then and the creator's within everything,
eternal
then
is time.
Creator always was, right?
No, eternal is time. That's what you're. I remember time, space, and matter. We're talking about before time. So eternal doesn't even make sense. It's like I guess you could say the word that you're using, eternal, is the best and closest we can get to describing what came before time existed. I'm saying God existed before time existed.
But just for the argument's sake, the restriction you're putting on it is show me something that comes from nothing, right? And then you could say there's no creator. But then when you start to describe what the creator is or isn't, it's outside of time. It's all these other things that are totally, outside of the parameters that you set, which is show me something coming from nothing. So it's like, where's the proof of something coming from nothing in this world to prove that there is no creator? But then when you start talking about the details of the creator, it's like, oh, well, you have to think about it as like there's no time, it's before time, and then the creator as, to the creator, it's this way and that way, and like all these assumptions about what the creator is or isn't, and it doesn't have any physical demonstration for us to give in this world to show that there is a creator, in that way, that there's a beginning. How do you know there's a beginning? Because if time can't, if energy can't be created or destroyed, how would there be a beginning?
I'm going to explain it to you right now.
Okay,
we
I'm not
have
arguing.
these. No. I know you're just saying a lot of things, and I didn't want to lose my thought because I enjoyed the conversation very much. So we see this sort of fractaling pattern, this microcosm and macrocosm in the world for everything, right? Like when you see oil kind of like spiraling in a puddle, and then you look above your head and you see like storm clouds gathering. If you were to look at like a time lapse, like they make the same movements. You exhale smoke from your mouth, and it's like the same way that clouds move through the sky. We see life and death, and rebirth. We see the seasons. We see these things being created. A seed gives forth a tree. The tree gives forth fruit. The fruit gives forth seed. This constant creation and destruction, right? What we don't see a pattern of in the world is something coming from nothing. Chickens popping out of thin air, trees just appearing magically. We don't see any of that. The constant pattern that we see is creation and destruction, beginning, middle, and end. I'm saying that if we follow this pattern, which is the observable pattern, we come to the conclusion that there is no creation without a creator. And I'm saying it is logically sound to say that the creator of everything would have existed before everything, and that everything is time, space, and matter. Is that more clear?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that's not a possibility, but I think what Adam's getting at is that to say that for sure that that's the process, like there had to be a beginning. Like even in the description, you're saying the seed becomes the plant, and then the plant gives the seed, and then there's constant cycling. So if that was a constant cycling and the dying and the ending and the beginning, that's just part of the process. It's not like there's a real beginning or a real ending to anything possibly. Like it could have always existed, right? Because something can't come from nothing. Everything that was always here in just one form or another.
Well,
possibly.
Well, no, because if you killed me right now, I would be gone forever.
Yeah, but reality
but then the energy of you would continue on in some form or another.
in some form or another, but I would be gone forever. Like there's no bringing me back.
Yeah, the
You know what I
state
mean?
at which you are. Yeah, but that doesn't mean like there's a whole beginning to everything, because that's just small bits of things that have their phases. Doesn't mean that there's necessarily a beginning to everything, like that where it would require everything coming from nothing. That's kind of going against what you're saying, because it doesn't
Well, you've
seem like there
also
would be a time where there was nothing, because
well,
nothing
you've
can
also
exist.
I would just say you've also never seen something just disappear, which is kind of like you've never seen something go on forever.
Yeah, I've
You've
seen
always
someone.
Well, everything we know goes on for as long as we. I mean, what do you mean? Like, isn't the idea of God supposed to be infinite? And
like I
therefore
said,
anything
these
that is
terms.
like essence of God would go on, the essence of energy would go on. I mean, if
There's
we see it, at the very least, I think there's an essence of intelligence to everything. And I would guess, if I had to bet, that the essence of intelligence and everything in some form or another never had a beginning and never will have an end.
Yeah, and there was something that I was aware of in a body, and then when it dies, I'm just not aware of that thing anymore.
I mean, that's just my guess. I don't know that, but
Well,
I don't think it's a requirement to say that there was a creator, like some
I
kind
think
of
it was
like
well said.
personified type figure that decided that we were going to be this and then has plans. And I think it's like, if I had to guess, God is everything altogether. And the essence of everything is that God intelligence that connects everything. And maybe that's part of the psyop, is to get us to think that we're all separate and that our individual lives are the most important things. And whether we're judged in an afterlife, and our individual afterlife is going to be the most important thing to live this life for. And that's part of the psyop. Because if we saw everything as one and we're all one, then we live on through each other no matter what. Like, we live on forever just because we're part of everything.
See, I kind of feel like that's actually the psyop, because
Maybe.
here's the thing: there's only one type of creation that we're actually able to do when we're talking about true creation. Let me explain. If you were to chop down a tree and turn it into a chair with tools, that's not creation. That's not the creation that God does, and that's just a form of manipulation, because you didn't make the tree. You didn't make the dirt that the tree grew out of. You didn't make the sun and the rain that allowed the tree to grow, right? God made that. The only creating that we can actually do is within ourselves. It's a spiritual type of building. Okay?
I'm not trying to say we are God by saying we're a part of God.
No, not at all. I would say though that we are as much a part of God as the table or the chair that you made is a part of you, but you planted that tree in just the right place to get just the right amount of sun, to get just the right amount of rain. You protected it in the storms, and you made sure that it grew to where it is today. Right? It's like,
well, what does that have to do with my point about that we're a part of everything and that we live on through everything, regardless if we individually exist beyond our individual brain and body and everything that experience was?
Agreed.
I don't really disagree with that. Like, living on in people's memories, there's nothing wrong with that. I think that there's another way to live on beyond death that has to do with doing what the Creator had us do, or doing what the Creator created us to do, right? Like, what you got to ask yourself: you have the ability to create everything around us, you and me, all of this, but why? What is the point of all of this? And I personally believe that the greatest thing that God was able to produce from creating all of this was love. The only thing is, when you have creations that are capable of love, the love doesn't mean anything unless they have free will. It also doesn't mean anything unless they have the knowledge of good and evil. And I think we were, there's a reason that the tree was put in the garden with the knowledge of good and evil, right near the tree of life. It's because there was going to be an appointed time at which we would be ready to receive the knowledge of good and evil, but we weren't ready. We stuck our hand in the cookie jar, or we grabbed a cookie right off the tray as soon as it came out of the oven, and it burned our hand. And it's like, we have to wait. There needs to be a healing before we can fully realize our potential with the knowledge of good and evil. Because what happens to these beings that are created to love of their own free will when they get the knowledge of good and evil? They get their own ideas.
Yeah.
We just, yeah.
But
Sorry,
you know what?
rambling.
I read something recently from Brenner, Michael Brenner, the guy I make all those comps with, and he was talking about, and he's not like religious at all, but he seems to think that there's like truth to the idea that there was the Elohim and they created this like race of beings, and he sees it more like the Adamic race rather than like the Adam and the Eve individually, but it was more like a race of people. And there was the Cain group that were like the gold diggers, and then the agricultural group was the Adamic race that is misinterpreted all over the place. That it wasn't like the Adamic race or the Adams were created from the dirt, but they were called dirt man because they were created to work in the dirt, and they were actually cloned from the Elohim with dumbed down DNA to a certain extent, so they would be good workers. And then they only had men, supposedly, according to his interpretation, saying that he read 30 different interpretations or translations of the Bible to get to this, what he thinks is most likely what it was saying. So who knows if what he's saying is right? But it's interesting because he's saying that even Eve was taken from what they said, like we call the rib now, but it was actually an area of the body that even to this day they still refer to for the taking of stem cells, and that this Eve was created as a woman partner because they up until then it was like they expected men to satisfy themselves with animals sexually, and that they were real sodomites then, and that it was not good. They decided at one point it was not good for man not to have a partner, and then it became more of a threat because he was like a man that could have, his own thoughts and his own, reproduction and all those kind of things. So it depends on your perspective, but it does kind of seem like this whole idea of being obedient and not following the rules and we're not ready, and this kind of like meagerness to the talk could be that it was the controllers that were interpreting it so that we would just feel weak and that we're not ready, we're not worthy, and this kind of like obedient state they want us in. And that's an advantage to the people in control, you have to admit. So I don't know. I'm not saying I know that's the interpretation, but that would make sense for us to have that kind of like, oh, woe is me. So give me, I'm nothing without the God that created me kind of attitude, because then they can say what the God says and have you feel guilty about everything you do, including masturbating and all that other shit. Who knows?
And in that way, Platypus, it's like, I don't know, man. I just feel like if you try to put a label on that which is unboxable, you try to define that which cannot be defined, then the thing that you think that you're worshipping could be a false idol. Hey.
But it could be real. I'm not saying it's one way or another. I'm just saying to think that we know for sure one way or another when there's 30 different translations of the Bible that he had to go through to get to what he thinks might be the case. Who knows? How can we be so confident about anything that's written in Scripture?
I can be confident. I can be confident.
Well, let me hold on. You guys, you just went boom, boom, boom. Like you guys said a lot there. Let me just
go ahead.
Respond to one thing. New perspective, like you said, we don't need to be. You were talking. You said something along the lines of people feeling like they're nothing without their God and feeling shame for doing things like masturbating or whatever. It's not that you should feel shame for masturbating. Well, you should feel shame, but it's the reasons aren't because it's just like that's a no-no. it's like our bodies are built in a very
Wait,
specific
why is it
way.
a no-no again? I forget.
Yeah, I'm
Is
gonna.
it a God
I'm
thing?
gonna.
You're defining our reality. You're
Dude, let me
defining.
just. Dude, I can't get a word out if you're just gonna keep interrupting while I'm trying to
Yeah,
just
let him
answer
respond to that.
one point at a time here. So you know the story of Samson in the Bible? He's a very strong dude with the hair, right? And you kind of gain from, or you glean from the story that when they cut his hair, that's how he lost his strength. But that's not it. There's another detail that most people miss, and it's that it's actually after he had sex with Delilah, right? Because whatever Samson was doing, he had incredible strength, way stronger than most men. And it wasn't until he had sex with Delilah that he lost his strength. The hair thing was just a demoralizing thing, you know what I mean? It might have had something to do with it. I have long hair and I feel pretty powerful, but what I've learned is that it has everything to do with your sexual energy, you know? Like your
Oh, I
semen.
agree with the whole idea. Yeah, I know about the Christ oil and holding your seed and all that. There's power in that for sure.
Yeah,
But
that's the only reason why.
equatable to feeling shameful about masturbating? I don't think they're necessarily equatable. I think there's
Well,
power to come from holding your seed, but I think spilling your seed at the same time can't be something that is in the classification of shame necessarily.
Well, what if it's the same thing as like picking your boogers and eating it, or like picking at scabs or something like that? You know, it's like, yeah,
I don't
it's
think
not the
that's
worst
really
thing. Well, I think it's actually a little bit worse, and just allow me to explain. Your seed is the only thing in this world that is one of the only two things that when they come together can start human life. There's incredible power in that. And to just shoot it into a sock or a tissue paper or something, and just like that seems like a
Well,
complete
what about a
waste of
married
that power.
couple? What about a married couple that decide they only want like 2 kids for their financial situation or their whatever their situation is? Does that mean they only have sex twice?
I think that's between them and God. It's like none of my business.
So is masturbation, right?
No, because God gave us those tools to recreate or to create life, to make more life, not to there's other pleasures that we were given in this world that are that's what they're
Yeah, but
there
if you're
for.
having sex with your wife, fully intending not to have kids, using a condom or having her be on birth control or pulling out or whatever it is, because you are satisfying each other sexually, does that a sin? If you don't intend to have kids, is that a sin then?
Well, here's the thing. The reason why I say I don't like to comment on or the reason why I say that's between them and God is because when you get married, it's a man and a woman making a promise to God, right? And whatever God that is that they're making a promise to, they should just be following the rules that God says. So if you and your wife got married to Jesus, you know, you're like, okay, we're getting married, Jesus. This is us making promises and doing vows. We're going to live by your laws. Otherwise, what's the point of getting married? You know what I'm saying? If you're not going to listen to those laws,
That doesn't make sense to me, really. I think that mixing God with sex and masturbation or any of that kind of shit is just like part of the psyop. It's to get you to feel guilty about
I
sex.
think God should be a part of everything.
Isn't that kind of part of like the Catholicism, like the whole like Jewish takeover of Christianity and this whole guilt and shame around your reproduction?
Oh, no, not at all.
Meanwhile, behind the scenes, they're actually doing the really bad stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's a whole twisted energy. I'm not saying that's what you're describing.
That comes natural to people, and they want to make you feel like you're like shameful, and God's looking at you, and you're going to go to hell, or you're going to grow hairy palms. All those things I think that's part of the psyop. It's a natural function. In fact, you're not going to get a good wife if you don't know how to.
Also thinking that they know what God wants of us.
Well, just a few moments ago, New Perspective, you were saying that, you know, well, why, you know, aren't we all God? Can't we all be a part of God? Like we're all one. And I'm just saying God should be God.
We are.
I'm saying God should just be a part of every aspect of your life. And I think that you should take your life very seriously. And if God gave you the tools,
I absolutely do.
If God gave you the tools, like He did all of us, to create other people, you should probably use those, the right tool for the right job. That's all I'm saying. Like if you want to get off, if you want to get your
doesn't
Let me
mean
just.
that you can't create other people as well, right? And why is that? Why are
I
they?
didn't say you can't create other people. I think you guys are like taking shame as this thing, like shame is just like it's a tool. Like if you're not behaving the right way and it's detrimental to your life, like if I told you, if I had 100% proof that masturbation just wasted your life energy and that you could instead be cultivating that life energy and using it to live longer and heal your body and have a more healthy state of mind, if I could just prove that to you 100%, this would be a really easy argument for me. I would just be like, look,
I think that's
God's
true
just
though.
looking out for you. Yeah,
You don't
God's
have to
just
convince
looking
me
out
of
for you.
that.
God's
No,
just
I
looking
don't
out for
think.
you, dude. He
Wait, hold
just
on.
doesn't
Wait,
want.
there's a difference here.
It happens in
It's a difference between feeling. There's a difference between knowing that your life force can be cultivated and used for a lot better things than masturbation. I agree with you there for sure. And maybe the porn industry and serving that, I agree with that as well. There's a whole thing about that. But I'm just saying that whatever it is that life force is and that you're using and using it for power, that's not equatable to feeling like you sinned and it's shameful and God's judging you for masturbating. I don't think I don't think they're equatable. I think that both are
Yeah, that's okay.
part of life that you need.
I see where the disconnect is. I see where the disconnect is.
I mean, but it is something like it's sort of an ultimate power in a way, and almost like a weapon. But you don't just fire off the ultimate weapon without understanding it, I guess, first.
Right.
Well,
look,
you certainly can. You certainly can, and virtually every man has. Every boy and man.
For sure, absolutely.
Like
look, nobody's
the most universal.
And there's even something to tantric masturbation that might be more powerful than any kind of semen holding could be. Right? There is something to that as well, and you may associate that with like Aleister Crowley sex magic type shit. But I'm not saying there is one way or another. My opinion is true or not true, and I don't necessarily have one. But I don't think for sure what God thinks or God. I mean, maybe the Bible's your interpretation, but I don't necessarily think that's like where the real information comes from. It could be, but I'm not saying I think that's for sure, especially with all the different interpretations and the takeover from a lot of these institutions that would like to make the goyim just suffer all the time and feel guilty about every single thing they do that just comes naturally. That's where I get kind of pissed off because it's obviously that's what they're doing, regardless of the life force and all that the power that can come from holding your seed.
Yeah, I first of all, I do want to say, like, I respect everybody in this conversation, and I know my ideas are not the most popular, and maybe they need to be challenged a little bit more than they already are, and that's fine.
Your ideas are great, man. I'm not trying to challenge. I'm not saying you should feel any differently than you. I'm just saying that I think that when you feel like someone's saying that you should feel shame, right? Then you feel like, wait a minute, how do you know I should, right? I mean, maybe you think that you should feel shame. But I don't think that you could tell me I should feel shame because I might not have the same philosophy as you.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't want to push my ideas on anybody. I just merely want to. I was just taking the opportunity to present like a different perspective. That's all.
Right on.
New. You know what's up,
man. I love you, man. Platypus is the shit. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just saying there's all these fucking. I don't know. Maybe you're totally right. Maybe I'll find out one day you're totally right. But I don't know.
Well, maybe it's just I mean, it also can be seen as a function of the body that gives pleasure, and in a man, it seems to like release that energy as well, which can have like transformative effects. Not to say that it's completely just what is that in that Seinfeld episode where George gets
right?
George gets caught or whatever, and his mom's like, "You were using your body as an amusement park, as an amusement ride or whatever."
The girl's getting a sponge bath next to her bed, and you can see the silhouette. It's so funny. That was the greatest episode. And Kramer comes in and puts his money down on the table. I'm out.
Yeah,
I think Elaine folded first. That was the funny part,
Yeah, I wouldn't be saying the things that I'm saying if I hadn't have had like some pretty profound experiences just with like seed retention.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, I only say it because I'm defending God because I love God and I'm going to try and give people a reasonable explanation for why like maybe a little bit of shame should be involved if like it's not good for you, Like
that makes sense.
that's all that there is to that. But
yeah, that does make sense. If it's not good for you personally, then you should feel shame about doing that to yourself, right?
yeah,
Whatever that is.
if you know it's not good for you, like I feel shame because I smoke too much, right? I went to the skate park today for like an hour and I was like totally winded and I was just like, dude, this sucks. Like I gotta just stop smoking so much. I want to be around. I want to be able to live a long life, right? And it's like yeah, you guys get it.
I
It's
do.
really-
on a rail grind.
The thing about like orgasms and masturbation, though, like I mean, for many men, like it happens during sleep at some point in their life. For most
Sure.
men, So I mean, it's like that's where it's like a natural form, and then there's even other times when like very little stimulation, like riding a horse or whatever, you could have.
It's like the horses for a reason.
It's like, I'm just saying in general, like it rubs in a certain way. You know what I'm saying? So, like, it's not always something that you have to like, even do.
Especially if you're not taking care of yourself on a regular basis, pretty much anything can make you feel that way.
You're just bursting at the seams,
right?
But, yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like,
there's also something to be said for health-wise that it's actually not good to retain for too long. Like you can go too far with that shit. Yeah,
exactly. Well, so the thing about semen retention, like I know there's all these different ideas on it for sure, and there's a lot of different concepts, and in tantra and a lot of different practices and things. But there's even there's also the thing is like that semen has to go somewhere, so it has to like reabsorb back into your like testicles and all that. It has to like so you have to like so just to consider like even on the physical level, like actually releasing that. Versus retaining it to where it has to like incorporate back into the system is an interesting. And I mean, there's
nothing like it. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying there's like two sides to it though. Like, like retention could be limiting or blocking, but then it also could be expanding and give more life energy and vice versa. Releasing the seed could be life detracting a little bit because you're kind of letting out that life, but it also could be life enhancing by kind of releasing that and having like a completion in terms of that kind of life-giving energy, and even have like a breakthrough or like a transformation, which happens like, after sex, sometimes people are like just glowing and, it's like a spiritual experience.
I mean, you can't say that like, I mean, think about it. One of the best things in life is the sexual union with a woman or a man, I guess for a woman. But yeah, like that 5-hour sex session that like really makes you feel like closer to God, whatever that is, than anything in the world, and you can't say, oh, that was just to make a baby. I mean, that was obviously for pleasure. And I don't think you can think of all pleasure as sin. That's where they really try to get you all fucked up in the head.
Yeah, I agree. Trying to think of pleasure as sin.
Yeah. That's the psyop for sure.
Yeah. Sure, like a person can get like too attached to a thing, right? You can do anything, or you can be so aversive of having a negative experience that you don't go near a thing, and that can be also detrimental, right?
Oh, guys, I hate to be the wet blanket, but ask a serial killer if he enjoyed murdering his victims before he ate them.
What a non sequitur that is.
Well, dude, you just said feeling shame for pleasure is the psyop, and I'm like, well, what about rapists and murderers?
I didn't say that, and you can't make an absolute statement out of that. What I would say is, I would say that the things that are wrong against other people are not classified as just because that person can enjoy it, he shouldn't feel shame because pleasure and sin are equatable. That's not what I'm saying at all, obviously.
Yeah, but you can have a righteous pleasure, no?
Yeah, of course.
A what?
A righteous pleasure.
Yeah, righteous pleasure. Sure.
That's what I would say. Go after.
Yeah. I mean, this girl, she was really needing an orgasm, and I gave it to her. It was totally righteous.
Yeah, well, that's not what I meant.
How did you know this? It was the pheromones. I could smell. I could smell she was.
What's that? Sorry, go ahead, Adam.
I just said it was she had the pheromones. I could smell her. I could smell she was ready.
Right? It's a natural thing. Why would God give us this ability and this attraction to each other to want to have awesome sex if it was something that like the devil was trying to get, a one up on us or something weird. That's the weird psyop. I've been with Catholic women, and it's a shame that there's a whole guilt thing involved with sex. Sorry, I just don't feel
Yeah.
that way.
Hey, well, I just want to clarify as well. When I say that I don't believe in a creator, I'm also not thinking that there is not a creator. If that doesn't make
Exactly.
sense.
Yeah, it's not like to say one way or another. It's not to say that there isn't possibility that it's something like exactly like the Bible's saying, but to say it is exactly what the Bible's saying. I mean that's fair enough. Your opinion, but
Well, I think the potential is very high for people that want to control other people through certain religions and kind of create more of a cult. That it's not really about like helping someone to like come to their own awareness of divinity or to kind of awaken in any way like that, but it's more about like this is this thing that you now have to worship, and when after you die, it's gonna like judge you and like all this stuff, and you're gonna go to hell, and it's like it has this power to send you to hell. I mean, what is up with that? It's absolutely
it's all about like your interpretation of some text that was either right or wrong, and you have to
What
listen to
you
the right
guys are
person that has the right
describing right
interpretation.
now,
Otherwise, you're fucked.
what you guys are describing right now is the Flat Earth Society equivalent to Christianity.
Maybe.
Like, no, seriously, this would be like somebody from the Flat Earth Society coming in here and telling us that there's like upward motion of 1,000 miles per hour on the disk, and like we're actually, we're in space, but it's flat.
It's all good.
Because you don't get sent to hell; demons get sent to hell. It's hell is the absence of the preeminence to creation. It's the absence of that life force, of that oneness with God that everybody loves to talk about so much. The oneness with God comes next. It's just getting there, right? The judgment is the judgment is not judgment in the way that you and I judge each other. The judgment is consequence of action. There's been laws that have been laid out. You can follow them or not. It's up to you. But there are consequences for breaking the law.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, dude, I'm literally in the middle of a sentence. Come on, please. The laws are all about bringing you closer to love.
You got triggered. He feels like he's being preached to. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to say the laws are trying to get us closer to love. Anything that is going to take you further away from the Creator's love is going to ultimately lead you to hell. Hell is the absence, like coldness is the absence of heat. Hell is the absence of the Creator. And what we're supposed to be doing here is learning how to love, because in my opinion, that's the Creator's goal. Because
do you think we have to learn how to love? I think people love naturally more than anything else. I think you're born loving. That's all you have is love when you're born. Learning how to keep it as long as possible, I think, is the trick.
Well, yeah, because how can you love the Creator if you can't love your fellow man or love yourself? How are you going to love God? And I think that's the whole point, dude. We're not ready. We're not ready to love God.
What do you mean we're not ready? I'm ready. I was born ready. I was loving everybody, loving God, everything about it.
Okay, well, I think if that's true,
learn how to do that.
I think if that's true, then you're still here for another reason, and that's to use the state that you're in, full of love, to bring about a very specific change. You're meant to become the man that God made you to be, and so you're just on your way.
If you truly love God, like why would you try to define God? Because that detracts from God, and it's like if you love God so much, and I think you don't want.
Yeah, I thought there was something in the Bible about that, kind of being blasphemy, like trying to understand what the thoughts of God is totally.
Yeah.
No,
there's no way to do it.
By even labeling it as a creator, you're categorizing God. You're defining God. It's like you know what the highest
God
of
gave
high
us,
is
God
limited
gave us
by.
language.
Yeah,
God
you're
gave
just
us
I
language.
understand what you're saying
Finish
about
this.
God is limited to its ability. God is limited to its ability to be a creator in some sense.
Yeah, naming something doesn't make it any less of anything.
But if you're locked into one interpretation and God is so beyond our understanding then maybe, it just maybe, I guess what he's saying is he feels like if he's not open to all possibilities of what God is, then he feels he's limiting the definition of God, and therefore actually detracting from the immensity that God could be by trying to box it in.
I just don't think he understands what I'm saying, to be completely honest. I've tried like speaking it in as simple terms as possible. The idea that the preeminence to everything is limited or in a box is like hilarious, because it means you don't understand what those words mean. You know what I mean?
Maybe.
I don't know how else to explain it to somebody. Those are the only words that I have for that.
Well, so it's only your kind of limited that it limits to. Effectively.
No, it's so before everything, God could have created whatever he wanted, but he created this. This is the everything that he created.
You're limiting
so-
God again.
So you're saying it's like a dude? It's like a dude who like didn't have anything, and then he just decided to create everything out of nothing. Because it doesn't the concept of create, like to say a creator, it means like, are you trying to say that it had to create, it created out of nothing? Because the concept of creation is bringing something into being. But if it's already eternal, it didn't really have to like be a creator and like spark something. It is all of this stuff eternally.
That's what I was saying.
And if there's a creation, there's a creator. And if there's a creator, then it has a creator, and it has a creator, and it has a creator.
No, that's not right. Preeminence, guys. It's an existence before what we understand as existence. So what we understand as existence can only be described through time, space, and matter. We're describing a timeless, spaceless, matterless being that created those three things. So
it can't.
First
So
of
you're
all-
saying it can't be described. It can't be described then, because it's beyond that. So
Yeah,
the-
it's beyond our understanding.
I'm literally
understand it.
describing it right now. That's funny.
Yeah, but you're saying you're describing it as if you understand it, but then saying it's beyond our understanding at the same time.
Yeah, it's beyond the things that you're saying that we can. The only things that we can use to explain it. Sorry, go.
No, I was just saying, God. You guys don't think God comes in a box with directions and ingredients?
Just add water. Just add water and the device that separates the waters, and you're good to
Hey,
go.
you got some more God powder over there? Just
add gravity. Just add gravity.
Shake and make
Gravity.
it, God.
Just add gravity with a small G and a big G.
Shake and bake creation. You just add all the pieces, shake it up, throw it in the oven.
Shake and bake, baby. Shake and bake to the divine.
You come out with an oblate spheroid. We'll push this conception for 100 years.
Angel food cake. I think that's the trick.
Yeah.
What about devil's food cake?
So we can only use time, space, and what was the other thing to define God? And so but he's beyond those things, which means that we can't actually define him with the things that we're trying to use to define him. So let's not define him.
That's not at all what I said. And you said it wrong. I didn't say that you could only use time, space, and matter. I'm saying you can't use time, space, and matter to define God because he's preeminent to that.
But
you are a creature. You are a creation of within this time, space, and matter, right? And you're trying to use time, space, and matter constructs to define the thing that you're saying cannot be defined because it's beyond those constructs. Don't you see the circular logic here? It's amazing to me that you can't see it.
Wow. I don't know. Yeah, I guess either you don't understand or I don't understand. We'll find out someday, won't we?
There you go.
Dude, I want to find out right now, bro. I want to find out right now.
Just get some God powder. Get the God powder. I'll get the water, and we'll go for it.
Right? And make sure you got one of them bling crosses on around your neck.
The bling, the gold, big old bling cross. That makes you really religious. Makes you
regardless of whatever beliefs you have, like that shit's completely irrelevant to me in the end anyway, because from what I gather, it sounds like you're on a good path, and I've got love for you and respect for you, brother, and I wish you all the best in your life. Hey,
whatever works for anybody.
100%. Likewise, dude. 100%.
Thanks. It's just like the argument that we're having is purely philosophical and semantical for me, and it's just for the fun of looking for poetic ways to talk about those things that are very difficult to describe.
Absolutely. Flat Earth, though, does lead into this conversation very, very smoothly because it does seem like we're in an atrium of some sort, and it's been created definitely with this clock in the sky that's so perfect and amazing. It doesn't seem like it's just like this random occurrence, that's for sure. So that does yield towards, intelligent design, whether it was the essence of everything, intelligently creating and recreating itself, always whenever. Infinitely backwards and forwards, or it could be this whole thing that the Bible's saying, which is that there is an actual dude and there is an actual son of God and all that shit's going to happen and you better be ready for it. Who knows? But I just
Well, you just gave me a really interesting idea. You said that the sky is a clock, right?
Yeah, look out.
So would it make sense to put beings into a creation that was infinite if they weren't able to experience the infinite, right? So it's like we experience time linearly, and our sky is a clock,
right? So wait, let me ask you this: if you die and you believe your soul lives on to walk with God, right, in the afterlife, when does that end?
Well, there is no time in the afterlife. That's the whole thing.
Why wouldn't there be?
Because time, space, and matter are destroyed at the end, and a new heaven and earth is created.
Wait a minute. How are you going to walk with God if you don't have no space to walk in?
A new heaven and earth are created.
So that would mean that this is already heaven and earth. If a new one is created, that means you're leaving one.
There has to be something from this world that lives on in that world, so it's infinite.
Yeah,
do you guys think
infinite is again.
In quotes, infinite in quotes. Who knows? It can't say that anything's infinite, because it can't be measured. But there's no reason to think that it ends because we've never really seen an end to everything or a beginning to everything.
I just think infinity is the absence of time. That's all.
I think infinity is a luxury car.
I think heaven isn't too far away.
How does that not make
because
any sense?
You're using a term like infinity, which is like a time-related infinite expanse of foreverness. And then you're also saying that it's without time. So in an infinity and time are if that's what you're saying, it's timeless, then infinity wouldn't apply.
Well, here's the thing. So we experience time as a line. If time was infinite, that line would be a circle. And it wouldn't matter where you were on the circle. You'd always just be a dot on a circle. Right?
And that would go on forever? I don't know. I mean, if there's no time, then it's automatically infinite. The only thing that scares the shit out of me is an eternity of anything, whatever it is. Like even if it's like this, very heightened reality that we're talking about is whatever that heaven idea is. I mean, that's just, if it was only good, it was only all good. You would never know what good is after that. You have to have the contrast to really appreciate both. Sucks, but that seems like, in a way, this is heaven because you have the contrast.
Well, wouldn't the ultimate contrast to infinity be a finite life? Like you die, like what it's like to be finite. You have a beginning, a middle, and an end. And then the next thing that happens is you get to see what infinite is like. And infinite is just the absence of time.
What would uninfinite be? Are we chilling in the uninfinite?
Yeah, we are in the finite right now. Our lives begin, they have a middle and end.
Well, tell me this. If an ant is from Antarctica, like an Antarctic, you know what I mean? So so think about the Arctic. An Arctic is the middle of a clock, the part that's arcing and ticking, right?
Like a deer tick?
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, like Arctic, you know what I mean? So semantic would be like a fish.
I like that.
A salmon tick.
Salmon tick.
I'm just kidding.
Okay, there we go.
That is, dude. That's interesting. Yeah, it's like the tick of an arc.
Yep, that is cool.
That's pretty deep. I mean, I don't know whether the etymology. Do you know? Does it link that like TICK versus like think about
it. If there's the Arctic and the Antarctic, so the Arctic would be the arc, the ticking of the arc as its own, but then the outside circle would be the antithesis of the ticking of the arc.
The Uncle Arctic.
Yeah,
You
it's
guys,
like
you guys
the
know what
arc,
an
yeah,
anagram is, right?
the arc on the interior and then the antarc on the exterior.
Right. Yeah.
Y'all know what an anagram is?
Crepuscular and anti-crepuscular. Go ahead. What?
A
Like
mammogram?
like yeah, a diaphragm. The anagram, like where you can scramble the words in a letter and create another word.
An anagram,
Yeah.
yeah, like race car.
Yeah.
Radar.
Right.
Well, race cars. What do you call it? That's a palindrome. Race
Yeah.
cars a palindrome.
Like Clint Eastwood.
What am I
That's an
thinking right now?
anagram
You said
for
anagram, it fucked me up.
nice twist, Dean.
Maybe like ether, and you can rearrange it to be Earth.
Yeah. Okay, so I was looking at the words and like, so America basically, or American, is an anagram for what was it? Hold on, before I lose my train of thought. An acronym, American acronym, and that's what our country is, an acronym, USA.
Wait, go back. What is it? Where'd you start with?
United
American
States of
acronym?
Anagrams.
Yeah, acronym, American. You know. But
Oh,
it is an
acronyms,
acronym.
anagram for American.
Yeah.
I got it. Okay, cool. That's good. That's interesting.
Wait, no, it's not.
Or United States of Acronyms. We got the FBI, the CIA,
Wait, dude,
the
It could be
ACLU.
interesting.
Does an
I'm
acronym
getting
have a
there.
Y in it, or am I like high as fuck right now?
Yeah, you're right.
I'm saying like it's not the exact like you could substitute one word for one letter that sounds like that sounds synonymous with another letter. Just like Amazon, the company Amazon is really A Mason, but it's spelled with Z. Amazon. It's
Okay.
interchangeable.
All right.
It's a
That makes
Mason.
sense. I can understand.
I never thought about that
I can
either.
understand that
A
exchange.
mason. That's
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, Masons are so creepy. Oh my god.
A Mason. Wow. Amazon. That makes sense.
Yeah. A Mason company.
Right? Of course.
Yeah. For sure.
That's good. And then what were you saying about the anagram? You could change out the Y for what?
Well, like an I could be a Y because it sounds the same, you know.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see.
But yeah.
I guess the Y and the I and the S and the Z are okay. I'll let you pass
Yeah.
on those. But you could
Okay,
get
thank
crazy.
you.
You could get too
Yeah.
crazy with start
Talking about
scratching.
homophones.
Homophone.
There has to be some kind of like redefinition of the maybe anagram, like the loose anagram or something like a
Wasn't ET a homophone? ET was a homophone, right? Homophone.
E.T. phone a home.
home
Yeah.
Oh no, he's a phone a home. He was a phone a home.
phone home. He was a phone a homo.
Right. Yeah. He was always calling gay datelines.
Yeah, he liked Elliot way more than the sister. That just makes him a homophone.
Well, like the two letters E.T. is a homophone for Edie, I guess, if you were thinking about eating. Eating.
To eat.
Have
Oh
any
no.
of you guys have you guys downloaded the app? It's the undersea cable map of the world. And it has the listing of every single company in alphabetical order.
Sweet.
It's a trip, bro. A lot of these companies are named like Apollo, Andromeda. Like they're named after like Greek gods, and like it's a trip, bro.
It's awesome. It's funny that the whole Greece thing might be like a total fabrication, and they've used all these other names. So it's just like they did with the Earth. Like they made the game board fictional. So everything else from there on, they create the idea of and the history of and the definition of and all these things. That's definitely seems to be what's happened. And all of those gods could just be like more modern creations of a historical fictional time period.
Like, what is up with this language we're speaking? Like all these words, I'm looking up like the etymology of arc and tick. So I was trying to see like that word Arctic, like where that really comes from.
Right.
And it's like they're all Greek, they're all claimed to be Greek. It's like our entire language is like this weird cultish, like why is it always the Romans and the Greeks that everything's built on? I mean, I know the mainstream story, like the history is where we came from, but I don't know. It seems
yeah, it's very
there could be
questionable.
some questionable. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
grammar
They say
controlled
they say
by
all
grammar
Rome's
controlled
need a
by the
road. You know.
grammaton. The grammaton, is it the grammaton? Grammaton. Grammaton.
Yeah, like is this entire language we're speaking like kind of distilled and hijacked from a bunch of different ones and then formed into this kind of Greco-Roman kind of Babylon, whatever this current kind of control matrix? Like, did they like create or alter or in some way like?
Yeah,
I
they hit a lot of.
I don't think they created a language, but they may have like They may have like said a lot of these words came from Greek, and which it may not be true.
Hey,
Well,
if you pay attention to what they say in the news, like when there's an event, right? It'll be next to like a hurricane or like what they call like a weather event, next to like a shooting or something, or like so when Trump was president, I think it was the same month that he announced for the first time on the news the tax on the tax on the tariffs, right? Tariffs. So that's tariff, right? And then right after that was Hurricane Irma, like tariff Irma, you know?
Interesting.
Just weird ass shit like that. I noticed. I noticed also like they put the G after the FE in the alphabet. So like FE is 65. So it's like EFG 5 6, and then they have the globe which comes after. I don't think that's an accident. It's just two like these letters that they have are just so well placed. You know what I mean?
Hey, what the remember back on a little while back you were talking about like the countdown to something because of the something that you were associating with something somebody said in a company about we only have a certain amount of days, and we were talking about it happening. When was that? Is that date passed already? We were
Oh
talking
yeah,
about.
yeah. So I was talking about the with the supposedly the CEO of Pfizer or Moderna offered to rebuild the Georgia Guidestones, but it had to be built by February 23rd.
Uh-huh.
I think was that what I was, because it's like
Yeah,
223
that's what it is.
backwards is 322. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. And
yeah.
so we
That's
were
skull and
expecting
bones
that
here.
to happen on that day, maybe, right?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if
Did
anything
anything
did happen. I don't know if a major event happened that day
like
or if it happened the day
peripherally?
before.
Sometimes like it happens and you have to like dig for it. Kind of
Yeah, for
happens in a way
sure.
you didn't expect.
A lot
But
of
so
times
wait,
they have
are they
they'll have
planning on
midnight
rebuilding?
patrol.
Are they really planning on rebuilding the Georgia Guidestones?
I don't know. I haven't heard anything else about it. It was just that one thing, and then it was it was in German, written in German in the New York Times German section, and then it was like gone. It was off the internet. So it was really strange. But I mean, yeah, it's just weird. Like
Somebody
the dates and everything.
recreate
Well,
that thing.
the dates
Small
and
version
the
of it,
numbers. The dates and the numbers match up so well that it's like it's got to be beyond human thinking, because the Georgia Guidestones got destroyed on July 6th, right? Which is 7/6, which is George Bush's birthday, but also it was his 76th birthday, and they dug ground right there on 3/22/1980. So that's like the relation to George Bush's skull and bones. But then, like from the day it was destroyed till February 23rd, it was like 6 months.
Did he cut out, or did I cut out?
Yeah, he cut out.
He cut out.
Oh man.
Man, they didn't like what you
My
were
bad.
saying, man. They cut you off. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. So like
You're getting too close to the truth.
it's like either that's like the craziest coincidence that George Bush just happened to turn 76 on the 7/6 when they destroyed the Guidestones, or like that's not his real birthday. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, there's a very good chance it's not his real birthday because he might actually be the older Kennedy. He might be JFK's older brother, but that's a whole other story.
Yeah. You guys also know that trip on this. George Bush was born 33 miles as the crow flies from Sandy Hook Elementary School, and the name of the rifle that the kid used was a Bushmaster.
Where the fuck did you come up with that, man? That's some crazy connections.
I just look at the like Google Maps and I look at all like where all these like shootings took place, and I like like judge the distance as the crow flies. Like the Georgia Guidestones were 666 miles as the crow flies from the UN headquarters in New York. It's weird as shit. Yeah.
I got an update on the Schumann resonance thing. If
What's
anybody's
that?
interested.
Yeah, I was
We're
hearing about Schumann resonance. But
yeah, we're
something recent.
well into the 19th now in other countries, so we're getting their resonances back. You can see how it's developed and it's continued. It looks like it, dude. This is a trip, dude. I don't know what the hell we're looking at.
Wait, drop a link to that. Whatever you're looking
Yeah,
at.
I'm posting it in the Shizad right now.
All right, because that shit. This guy was talking about like bracelets. In fact, there's somebody in another forum I was talking with that said that she has these bracelets that are totally frequency tuned. You know, like with the Schumann resonance, and she feels totally different when wearing them.
Yeah,
Does she make them herself?
No, I think she bought them, but there's another guy that knows the guy that makes them out here that I met at the parties out here for them on the beach. And
Where's out here? Where's out here?
California, right down here. And fucking, I'm next to Kenny, bro.
Oh,
Southern
okay,
California.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Have I talked to you about this too?
Wave Mixer is talking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wave Mixer over at 24/7.
Are you by LA or no?
Yeah, I'm in Irvine.
Okay. If you ever come up to Ventura, Santa Barbara, I take you to the Black Swan, bro. I could even take you to the dude.
Dude, we should do a Black Swan meetup. I'm down.
For real, I could introduce you guys to the dude. I'd introduce you guys to the dude who first coined that who
The three
did
of
the
us
observation.
should
His
make
name
a
is
short
Bo.
movie, dude. We should do a little short Flat Earth movie, man. The three of us.
I'm
for sure.
super down, bro. I'm super down.
Dude, I
Yeah,
got so many little scripts, man. I already got scripts written up the ass, man. I'm telling you, got tons of material. But I like the improv material for this idea, where everyone gives their interpretation through some kind of. Well, okay, here's the idea that I had for like maybe a bigger project that could be like really collaborative with like any flat earther. It'd be like, so they wouldn't have their face on camera at all, but it'd be their voice with a voice changer or however they want to do it. They could have their regular voice. But what they're doing is they're narrating the experience that has like as a metaphor for their experience and what they've gone through since they discovered that they're not on a spinning ball, and some of the reactions they've gotten or things, but through some kind of prop. So you're showing the prop and making some kind of metaphor to your experience without your face on it, and everyone's anonymous in the whole thing, including the filmmakers. It's just an anonymous thing put out there. No one's name is attached to it, so people can just be as honest as they want. And it would be great for people that don't have any idea what flat Earth is all about to hear these stories, of each person and how they came to figure this out, and what their experience has been with the trolls or whoever else, however they want to define, make a little piece of their own, and then you string them all together. But as far as us three, we should do something at least on that level of us kind of like improvising and just rapping about this subject, because right now would be great just to add to in the middle of it. A lot of these talks on here would be great overlay for a lot of movies in the future, because it's going to be like archive for the people that are figuring it out. They're going to be like, shit, I got to get some context. I got to go back and figure out how these people were saying. Oh my god, because we did that, right? I was going back and listening to these kind of conversations more obsessively than anything, because it's real people, real talk.
Yeah, dude, this stuff is all history. I mean, like all of this. I mean, I'm backing up all of these recordings as well.
Right,
so, yeah, I mean, I think about that a lot. Like in the future, like
gold.
Yeah, like this is it's a unique time, and
it really is interesting
to think about. Like
it's easy to not see how unique it is when we're so in it. But you get the idea when you're talking to normies, and they would. I mean, I can't even tell people about this because normies are people that I could definitely know in my family. Because it's so outside their parameters of what seems like a thing to do. Still,
I mean this. Yeah, I mean this is a huge thing. I mean, the way that they claim the Copernican revolution, that's what they try to claim, is that the globe Earth was this huge revolution, but really, like to me, it was much more of a takeover, just a hostile takeover, really. So, but that did change the world. I mean, dramatically, the whole Copernican thing, obviously, in terms of what. So I just think about, like, I know from some of the globe guys, if they think the Earth's a globe, then of course they would just say, "Oh, this is never going to happen. It's a globe and whatever." But from the perspective, of course, that it isn't the globe, then, right now we're kind of in it. Like, oh yeah, we're kind of the minority in a sense. Those of us that are, aware of this, and even though that is shifting, but it's such a huge thing that, in the next, like what's it going to be 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now? And that gets into the whole consideration of what's coming and what's unfolding. But from the perspective that within the next, let's say 5 to 15 years, there's going to be a massive shift in terms of all of this, in that, just using that general kind of 5 to 15 year point, meaning like another 5 years of like ramping up to, and then like a whole decade of like the bulk of it is kind of what I'm just throwing out there as an idea with it. And then afterwards, for how long after will people, be looking back on this time like, oh yeah, that was at the end of the globe thing, when they still had everyone convinced of that. Like, and so all these like conversations and live streams that have been done, like they're going to be seen as like the, like this, like the epic and rare discussions that were being had, when the masses were still deceived by the globe.
After it's common knowledge, they'll be like, hey, listen to this one. This guy totally thinks he's on a spinning ball still. And he's totally acting like these are the idiots, but it's actually the opposite. It's like, this is hilarious. How could anyone believe that shit? Oh my God, this guy, I think he totally believes it.
I think it's like a spiritual thing, bro. It's a full-on spiritual thing, bro. You know what I mean? It's got to be.
For sure. At least that.
Because I mean, dude, you guys have all seen dudes who you're fully ride or die for the globe. You present to them so much. I'm thinking, like, dude, if I would have just been presented a fraction of this evidence any time in my life before I became a flat earther, I mean, I would have looked into it. You know what I mean? But I think it's like a spiritual thing where, like, there's actually like scales on their eyes, dude. And some people just aren't meant to become flat earthers, I think.
Yeah, well, I think in that way I've always been a flat earther.
Absolutely, we all are. I mean, nobody thinks of it literally like we're on a spinning ball ever in their life.
Yeah, that's
we
crazy.
Always just think of it as stationary, but then somehow we always believed it wasn't at the same time.
Yeah, and the way that I'd learned to think was I was educated very poorly. Nobody gave me any instruction on how to think, and so I just ended up making a lot of assumptions about things, maybe out of fear of, like, I was a very curious person, asked a lot of questions, but, people get annoyed if you ask a lot of questions and I get in trouble and stuff, so I'd end up not asking all the questions I wanted to ask, or just not being able to ask all the questions.
Yeah, you got to just push it down inside of you, just suppress it, Yeah, they kind of teach that. It's like, suppress any individual thinking, basically, and go along with the mainstream, or be attacked.
Yeah.
I like the other night, Gio, where you were saying that isn't there like a psychological condition that really is detrimental to the person if they're like believing that the reality is something other than what it seems like all the time?
Yeah, like an actual energetic, an energetic disturbance.
Yeah, exactly. And you totally realize it, because once you let go of that idea that reality is like the opposite of what it seems all the time, there is an energetic enhancement for sure.
In my experience, I still needed to be confronted, though, by the things that I used to believe in, to really acknowledge that I don't know that, or that's not an observation that I know, or it's not an experiential truth of mine. It's only a story I've been told, but I wasn't just like remembering every story I've been told. It's like sometimes I'd be with people and they'd be talking about a certain subject, and I'm like, oh yeah, everyone here's making the assumption that thing's real or that thing's true, and they don't really know.
You know what they do that's like really genius and really smart is, what they do is they, like, I'm gonna give you an example, like the whole George Floyd thing, right? crisis actor, nobody died. I don't think none of that shit. It's just a bunch of actors in front of the camera and kneeling on his neck, right? What they do is they paint a picture of George Floyd as like this horrible dude who was like a rapist and like carjacked old women. So by painting him in a negative light, you're still making him real. So people are like, fuck that dude. And I'm like, no, he's just an actor. He's not real. They're like, yeah, but did you see all the bad things? You're like, oh my God. Or just like, for instance, outer space, right? Like, so now they're painting the narrative that like the astronauts kept a lot of shit secret and they may have, you know, bumped into aliens, and that's why. So it's like you're painting it in a negative light, but it's still making it real. And if you guys noticed, they're doing that a lot with all kinds of shit now. So it's giving it wings and legs, even if it's bad. It's still making it real in people's mind, you know.
Yeah, I like the idea of these interdimensional snake people
Right.
that are manipulating society because they're like lacking empathy, you know, and because they lack that empathy, they don't see and they don't see the same polarity. Very like intellectual, they see beyond like a lot of the limited constraints of how people seem to be thinking, and they are therefore able to act without any conscience, and they are somehow perhaps driven by base desires of some sort. They get some sort of pleasure or something from a certain activity or a certain substance.
Yeah, well, it's like then there's that name, you know, the reptilian brain. You know, this kind of like almost unthinking, kind of instinctual, you know, part of us that sort of is like just unbridled. So I think it's interesting that it's called that.
Yeah.
The idea of like you said, like, yeah, like reptilian kind of snake beings. Like the whole Vatican is laid out like a snake.
Yep, that's some weird stuff. I saw that massive big mural made out of all the... What's it made out of? It's like a big snake's head. Like real freaky mural in the Vatican, I think it is. A mural. No, like a big sculpture in the main hall there or something. Is it the Vatican? Do you know the thing I'm talking about? I can find a photo of it. Big snake's head sculpture in the... Pretty sure it's in the Vatican.
Yeah, I mean, they seem to be very into the reptilian symbology, that's for sure.
Yeah, what there is to it, I don't know, but it's interesting regardless. All right, I found this image. All right, I've got to find a good one. It's a wide angle. Yeah, there's a statue of Christ rising out from like a sea of demonic corpses trying to pull him back down. And then the whole stage looks like a massive big reptile's head. Looks cool. Worshipping the demon snake god. There we go. Posted it. I'll share. Oh yeah, the thing that Linda's shared as well is the Christ rising up from like a sea of demonic corpses trying to pull him back down or something. Some random trippy stuff. It's like massive big sculpture though. Yeah, that's it, Gio. Yeah, it looks cool, eh?
Yeah, it's like a free Masonic hall.
Yeah. Whatever the hidden symbology is, however bad it may be, I don't know. Still appreciate the artistic aspect of it.
Yeah. Well, have you heard the idea too that during the last couple years, from 2020 to 2022 or whatever, that they were. Have you heard about the snake venom?
Yeah, in the vaccine.
Being the cause of the viral outbreak, in quotation mark. Is that what you? Oh, am I allowed to say that? Shit, sorry. My apologies if I forgot. I'm not even meant to say that.
Yeah, I was trying
I don't think there was any outbreak, bro. I think it was all psychological. It was like the placebo effect.
Yeah, I guess so. But as a possible cause for people getting sick from drinking water.
Oh yeah, for sure. Not just that, but okay, so a lot of people just didn't even leave their home, right? So they're in their home, they're not getting grounded, and they're getting all these extra frequencies and shit, from the 5 Grizzly.
Well, yeah, I mean, like the idea that they actually released a bioweapon of sorts, and the fact that it was called 19.
Yeah.
That there's these 19 peptides that have been like and like this is actually even mainstream in terms of like they admit that there's these like 19 peptides that are taken from king cobras and also crate snakes.
Yeah.
And these peptides can be created synthetically as well. Like they don't have to be taken from a snake. They can actually be created like in a lab essentially. And they cause like acute organ failure and shut down and blood clots in the body. They also causes these venoms can cause like the loss of taste and smell for like 6 months or even longer after someone gets exposed to it. So it's pretty interesting. Like, yeah, I mean, I don't think it like was what they were telling us and all that stuff, but were there some people that actually were being hit with something and not what they said it was, not the sniffles and a flu thing, but something having to do with,
I've considered that when I first started hearing about the terrain theory and whatnot, that a logical reason for why people may have gotten very ill in some places historically, where it seemed like it was people getting very, very ill, that there was perhaps a contamination of water supplies in large areas, and if in a lot of areas, if people were using the same materials for the supply of the water and it was something about that material that was toxic, then people could have been getting sick from a poison.
Well, then there were exactly. Then there were these areas, yeah, exactly, a bioweapon, a poison of some sort. Because then there was the whole thing with the outbreaks and these different areas, like, oh, this area is outbreaking, that area, and yeah, I mean, how much of that was even false? How much of that was true? But I mean, there were people going into the hospital with some kind of acute condition. I'll just call it that. And it wasn't like the sniffles, and it wasn't that necessarily. I mean, I'm not saying nobody went there with the sniffles or had a flu or anything like that. But I'm saying that, like, it did seem like, who knows in the media of what we were told in terms of what that was real. But I mean, for example, I was like, and I know this is just anecdotal, but I was in a parking lot. I was just sitting in my car and I had my window rolled down. I was just, looking at my phone, just kind of getting ready to get on the road. And I overheard this woman, and she sounded very authentic. I mean, it wasn't any type of, she wasn't making it up. It didn't sound like to me, but she was just describing that. And this was kind of like near the beginning of all this, or not quite at the beginning, but like, when it kind of started peaking. And she was saying that people were coming in with just like acute organ failure and just like severe, like a near death scenario, like she wasn't kind of describing it like, people just sort of had the flu and had the sniffles. Like, so just makes me think. But anyways, yeah, if there was some kind of way that it was put like these like venom peptides or whatever, or something else that was actually in the environment. And there's several other connections to this as well. That's pretty interesting. But so like, was there something, even though it wasn't quite the way the numbers, all of that wasn't the case, but was there some kind of an acute bioweapon of some sort that was actually causing some people to be in that severe state?
Yeah, I was just thinking that what if contagions was a scapegoat or an excuse used by a water pipe company that had supplied townships all over Europe with toxic water pipes, and then everyone started to get sick everywhere from using this
Well,
pipe
actually,
technology. And then they were like, "Holy shit, we've got to come up with a reason." Yeah, there's a magical tiny thing floating around in the air making everybody sick.
well, yeah, and actually, there's this whole like wastewater treatment protocol that they did during the, you know, the C word during the whole thing, like that. There was like a I'm just trying to use a code word, like the C word wastewater management, basically. So like there was like a protocol, like emergency health type protocol that was implemented at the beginning of this whole thing, where they were basically like monitoring and controlling the water supply through the actual, like, you know, the C19 thing, to where, not saying that's directly connected. I'm not saying that means absolutely that they were putting anything in the water per se, but there were these like outbreaks in certain areas that, you know, that were being claimed. And then it is interesting to consider. And then there is that, like, they, just like a lot of things, there was like the emergency health things that were released. Like there was, and in the same way, there was like an actual, like, you know, C19, like wastewater management protocol that was put into place as well. So now they would probably claim on the mainstream, well, we just need to test it. We need to make sure that it's not, you know, leaking out into the water supply. So yeah, they might have tried to kind of cover it up that way, but it could be part of a larger covert scenario.
Yes. Guaranteed it is. I think all things are possible.
That we can be assured of. Someone was fucking around and finding out. We just don't quite know who it was, what the hell they were up to, but there was some fucking around and finding out.
Fucking around. Maybe it wasn't connected with the big thing, but it was still some little fucking around side project.
Yeah. Well, that's what it was. It was a lot of muddying the waters. Like, oh, you have a sore throat? Well, then this is what it is. You have this is what it is. Oh, you're tired? This is, you know, it's everything is the big C.
Yeah. The big that which cannot be named.
I know. Since we're living in Nazi Germany and we can't even speak.
Yeah, actually, in my time in Germany, I found out that it's illegal to deny the Holocaust and global warming. Not saying I do. I'm just saying it's interesting that it's illegal.
Yeah, how crazy is that? We don't like what you're saying. We're putting you in jail.
Yeah.
Wow.
So if you apparently get heard or caught, I guess I could say, speaking out about it in public, you'd have to be careful about what you say, but apparently you can get off on an argument that if you say that because you weren't there and you don't know that it actually happened, that's your truth, and, you know, it can't be proven to you now. That's basically your only out on it if you were to get caught out in public. But I don't know. I haven't heard of any cases of it happening, but it's still interesting that it's illegal. Yeah, policing the speech, policing what people are even allowed to think about, or trying to anyway.
There's no one talking.
I just came back in. Is nobody talking?
Not at the moment. We were just talking about our reptilian overlords.
Well,
I
just
love those.
they're not actually they're not reptilian, dude. They think they live underwater. I just came across an article here.
Sea snakes. I knew it.
Check this out. Listen to this article.
Slippery like an eel. That's where that expression comes from.
Well, they actually, I don't think they know how eels reproduce. I don't think they've figured that out yet.
The mysticism of the mating